Everything around me was in a terrible state. There was a misunderstanding of what was going on around me. The man was telling his partner to run away the sooner he was in more danger. This man was a comrade in arms, the other telling him that the human race would not be destroyed, ever. On the battlefield, there was only one man left. He was the only one who could survive in an amazing, mysterious way. Some being appeared, asking questions about whether this man was the god of the human race. This creature was a celestial demon emperor who claimed that the guy couldn't defeat him by any means. And our hero, this is Qin Feng, the pill god as the ego was nicknamed, and he knew absolutely nothing about martial arts, a complete zero in them. Qin Feng had lived a life of 100,000 years, and despite that, he had not delved into even the very base martial arts. Because the only thing left to the guy was to only look helplessly at his comrades, and sometimes fight for life. Qin Feng stood before Ember, the heavenly emperor. The guy was ready to start fighting despite his zero knowledge and capabilities. He was on his way to fight many monsters. On this day, Qin Feng was willing to fight until the very end, no matter what it cost him. The guy will have a brutal, ruthless battle with these demons. This fight will be one of the decisive in Qin Feng's life. He needs to fight. But the battle wasn't as long as it could have been expected, and Qin Feng, with his zero knowledge, receives a brutal blow. Flying into the abyss, the guy thought about how he was a total loser, who in this life was able to achieve more success in alchemy, but not in fighting. The guy wished for another chance. If it was possible, he would correct all his mistakes and reach many new heights. As suddenly, something unusual, incomprehensible happened to Qin Feng. He was very strange and surprised at what was happening. Qin Feng was sitting in some obscure room, completely alone. He looked around, trying to, at least a little, understand everything. Qin Feng asked where they were, as if hoping that at least someone would answer him and explain everything. There was a rather interesting pendant around the guy's neck. He picked it up and started looking at it enigmatically, trying to figure something out. Suddenly, memories began to come into his mind one after another. As it turned out, Qin Feng had been reborn just as he had wished for it in the last battle. Very well. The guy remembered the moment how because of Lin Shuan, Qin Feng was no longer able to master martial arts, all exactly 100,000 years ago. Qin Feng kneeled down and said that he had won the competition. He asked his fiancée why she was trying to kill him. The girl answered that 3 years ago she made a prenup with the guy, only to become much closer to his family. Because of this, Lin Shuan had risen as high as the 3rd step, and Qin Feng was just an ordinary fool to be used. The girl smugly and smilingly looked at Qin Feng and said with a cruel sneer that someone like him could not be worthy of her. In the guy's previous life, all his skills in martial arts were exhausted, so he had nothing left but to take up alchemy. If the guy could practice martial arts, there was no demon invasion of Shenki's territory in the guy's past life. If everything is corrected, the human race will not perish. Thanks to the Jade Pendant, the guy has a chance to fix everything for the better. All of this was a great opportunity to focus on what was most important and fix what hadn't been addressed before. Whether it would be alchemy or martial arts, Qin Feng had set a goal to handle it and would definitely reach the pinnacle in it. In a flash, some guy ran into the room. He was addressing Qin Feng and saying that their case was in a very bad state. The guy asked what was wrong. This guy was the commander of the Qin family's medical garden. He reported that Lin Lan, the eldest son of the Lin family, had come and wanted to see young master. It was Lin Shuan's brother. In his past life, he had humiliated the guy and wished to rule the garden. Qin Feng had to agree to it. Qin Feng ordered him to take him to him. Qin Sanchu had warned him that he wasn't very good, but the guy didn't stop that, and he would deal with everything. Within the medical garden, Ling Lan could be heard asking Qin Feng to hurry up and come out to talk to him as soon as possible. Lin Lan said that his sister had achieved great success in martial arts, and if Qin Feng didn't give the garden away, he wouldn't be very good. Qin Feng mockingly asked Lin Lan, "Isn't he ashamed as an older brother to cover up for his younger sister?" It was like sissy syndrome. Lin Lan, hearing this, was very shocked, but it wasn't clear whether it was from the words or the guy's determination and confident declaration. Qin Feng explained that because Lin Lan's family terminated the marriage contract, the medical garden remains at the mercy of the young master. So Lin Lan brazenly, illegally wanting to take control of the medical garden doesn't seem right. Qin Sanchu was surprised, and Ling Lan was to some extent very upset by Qin Feng's behavior. He was indeed right in his words. Lin Lan decided to press the issue and said that if it wasn't for his sister, things would have been completely different, and reminded him of the injury from the competition. If it wasn't for the Shuan family, Qin Feng would have been destroyed. Therefore, he has no right to be so ungrateful for their kindness. Qin Feng didn't pay attention and put emphasis on the fact that Lin Lan once again implicated his sister. He must really have sissy syndrome. Without giving Lin Lan any way to contradict his words, he said that the Qin family guards would have something to do at this moment. Lin Lan didn't understand what happened to Qin Feng. He wasn't like this before. He decided to remind him that the Alchemist competition was coming up. Qin Feng didn't understand what this was about, and Lin Lan said that he wanted to make an interesting bet to at least hold the guy back. If Qin Feng wins, Lin Lan will give up his family's valuable iron mine, and if he loses, he will have to give up the medicinal garden. Qin Sanchu thought about young master being smart and not agreeing to this deal, but he does the completely unexpected to everyone. Qin Feng agrees to the deal. Qin Sanchu, hearing this, was very shocked. He didn't understand why his master agreed to this. Lin Lan was very happy with this development. He wished that in this bet, Qin Feng would get defeated, and then begged for mercy on his knees. Lin Lan took away the signed agreement and acted as if he had won, saying that after the defeat, Qin Feng wouldn't even expect to be favored. Qin Sanchu was in despair. He was saying that he was done with everything, and despite his master being an adult, his actions were very childish. But Qin Feng was not a child at all. He was already 100,000 years old, and the time would come and Lin Lan would be begging for mercy, not Qin Feng as it was said. After this meeting, Qin Feng decided to focus on his improvement. After all, that was his goal and most important desire. Through all the events, the strength had dropped significantly, but the prospects were still there. And thanks to the improvement technique, the problem of loss of strength was solved. A warrior has 6 realms, and the realm of ki and strength were very weak and required special attention to themselves in order to not make problems and improve. Each realm is divided into 9 levels, and in the guy's past life, he had lost his entire refinement base because of Lin Shuan. But now in this life, the guy has managed to keep all the base, thanks to a little-known technique that helps a lot. Qin Feng was rushed to Qin Sanchu. He said that there was a disaster. The young lord did not understand what could have happened this time. They broke the news that this year's medicinal herb picking would happen much earlier, and the herb picker would arrive in 10 days. But somehow the grass wilted, and even if you create the best conditions for growing new grass, you can't turn anything in on time. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng started to do something unusual, surprising the people around him. Most likely it should help with the medical garden problem that had appeared. This amazing ritual was a transformation called 6 senses. Qin Feng knew what he was doing and for what purpose. As it turned out, the cause of everything was a weed that really affected the good plants. So, no surprise here. Now it was clear why Lin Lan wanted to make a bet. It was all his doing. He had managed to do it during Qin Feng's absence. But no matter how messed up things were, Qin Feng considered it a very gift from Lin Lan that could be put to good use. After 10 days, an important day came. The herb gatherer arrived. He asked where Qin Feng was and why he was not meeting important people. Qin Sanchu kneeled down in greeting and asked to wait for a while, and Qin Feng would appear any minute now to greet the arrivals. Qin Feng came over and started asking what the noise was early in the morning. He went on to say with a sneer that the roosters hadn't woken up yet and everything was already here. Lin Lan started talking about how Qin Feng did not kneel down as a greeting and has the nerve to make rude jokes showing disrespect. Qin Yulan said, giving Qin Feng a chance to greet him normally and apologize, he ordered kneeling down. Qin Sanchu asked that the collector should not be angry at this behavior of Qin Feng. He was embarrassed enough for his young master. Qin Sanchu asked for the master to show respect because the picker got angry, the garden was fined. But Qin Feng said that he would not kneel down in front of some herb picker. Everyone was very shocked to hear this from Qin Feng. Qin Feng went on to say that the herb picker is just very spoiled and does not have strong powers to be kneeling in front of him. Qin Yulan didn't understand what kind of behavior. Where did such confidence come from? He was asking if Qin Feng had really prepared medicinal herbs. Qin Feng replied completely calmly that according to the practice, even from the past years, there were a lot of herbs, and they were all completely ready. The collector began to mock the words about practice and reported that the norm had been tripled and the guy's behavior had doubled the norm. and if Qin Feng couldn't turn in the entire ration on time, the collector would deal with him in a not-so-nice way. Qin Sanchu said that they were unlikely to collect double the amount, so they might lose the young master on top of that. Ling Lan had placated Qin Yulan, the collector, in advance, setting a sumptuous table for him right in his residence. Ling Lan made a bet with Qin Yulan. If Qin Feng lost the bet, they would share the medical garden between them. Also, Ling Lan hired a spy who reported that Qin Feng was working alone in the garden, so no electronic results should be expected. Qin Feng, with great confidence, began to interrogate, clarifying the standard, meaning triple standard in double volume was his standard for surrender. The guy called everyone to come with him. He was doing to show all his work, and maybe prove to everyone that he could pass the standard given to him. Lin Lan walked past the dry herbs. Seeing them, he had some questions, but the sight of the unusable herbs couldn't help but make him happy. Ling Lan paid attention to it, and Qin Yulan said that such jokes won't pass with him, and it's too cocky. The guy is on the verge of execution. Qin Feng was not at all frightened by these words. The guy realized that they only saw the bad things, but the actual treasure was not paid attention to at all. Qin Feng drew the attention of those present to the fields with good grasses that were in perfect condition. Everyone was shocked to see such a thing because no one had expected such a thing, and most importantly, no one knew about it. Lin Lan was shocked and didn't understand how this happened, and the picker said that the grass looked good enough and that there was 5 times as much as there should be. Qin Sanchu was surprised. Now he understood what Qin Feng had been doing in the past few days. He had put all his strength into cultivation. Ling Lan was furious. He was very surprised at how Qin Feng managed to do all this. He didn't understand where he got the ability to do this from. Lian grass was a horrible weed that ruined all the good plants. However, there was one alternative with this weed. If you plant this weed on the back side, give it some properties, the weed will kick back in and help the good plants grow. Qin Feng said that it shouldn't bother Ling Lan at all, and now it appeared that he had lost the dispute, so he should give up his iron mine. But Ling Lan started to say that he wasn't going to give anything back at all. He mockingly asked Qin Feng what he would do to him in that case. Qin Feng showed the document they both signed, and if Ling Lan didn't fulfill the duty, he would go to jail for life. Qin Yulan immediately chose the other side upon hearing this and said that he had nothing to do with their bet, saying that he was just passing by. This whole situation was very painful for Lin Lan. He received a strong blow by losing the argument. But the most important thing was that this idea was his. Arriving at the iron mine, Qin Feng said with great smugness that they should thank Lin Lan for such a wonderful, generous gift. Qin Sanchu asked his master why he had risked the garden so much. Did he really have a plan? But there was no plan, and the master was a bit overexcited. From Qin Feng's past life, he remembered that there were many valuable, mysterious iron ore in the mine, and if used as intended, everything would be a success. Before he could do anything about the mine, a surprising thing happened. A man came running and informed Qin Feng that there was some bad situation in the mine. As it turned out, the mine had collapsed, and dozens of miners who were there were piled to death. The young gentleman was shocked by such events. People ran up to the rubble mine. Many had family members there. This loss was a terrible situation for relatives. Qin Sanchu didn't understand why the mine started collapsing as soon as they got it. He thought that it was likely that God hated them and was doing this to them. The families of the miners started to get very angry. They thought that Qin Feng and his family were to blame because it happened after Yi arrival. The relatives went on to say that as long as they were with the Lin family, they were safe. But now the mountain god got angry and unleashed a landslide on the people. People threatened Qin Feng. Everyone was very angry, but nevertheless they asked for the young master to bring back someone's sons and someone's fathers. Qin Sanchu said that it was dangerous here and needed to go back. Qin Feng was against it and thought about the fact that once they got the mine right away, this happened. Qin Feng wanted to figure it out. He started to do the practice of feeling the inner state. It should help him very well. This practice helped to look inside the mine where people were crammed in. Qin Feng was trying to find the clue to this whole horrible situation. As it turned out, the miners inside were alive, and it was just a landslide of the very entrance to the mine. It was obvious that it was a man-made explosion. It was now clear that it was all Ling Lan. After he lost the bet, he blew up the mine. Thus, he wants to turn people against Qin Feng. Qin Feng was surprised that he wasn't interested in people's lives. The young master said that we should remove the stones. After all, the people there were still alive. But the people didn't believe it. They couldn't understand how people who were trapped in the rubble could be alive. They thought that Qin Feng was just messing around. Ling Lan was pleased that people didn't believe his new master. This was his cunning plan. He was satisfied with his cunning. Qin Sanchu was telling Qin Feng to leave sooner rather than later because people were very angry, and amidst this, something completely irreparable might happen. But Qin Feng did not listen, but instead ordered the guards to stop resisting and lay down their weapons. This greatly surprised everyone and gave everyone a great shock. Qin Feng turned to the people. He said that did they really want to give up if there was even the slightest hope of saving their kin? Qin Feng said that he would definitely save all the people, but if everyone was dead after the mine was excavated, then he could do anything with it. Qin Feng acted like a true lord who was willing to support his people. He asked the people if they were willing to follow him. People were shocked to hear this. Now they were not angry, but stood in complete surprise and did not know what to do because they wanted to save their relatives. Qin Sanchu was upset because he didn't want to lose his master. People were talking among themselves about whether to agree or not, and people decided that they should get together for the sake of their relatives. Everyone divided the duties and everyone started working. Qin Sanchu was approached by Qin Feng and said that he would have a request. Qin Sanchu didn't understand why his master was speaking so quietly and what it was all for. Lin Lan was watching this. He said that no matter how hard people tried, they would not succeed. He scoffed at this situation. Ling Lan had placed a terrible poison in the mine beforehand. The poison would kill the people there, and Qin Feng would be destroyed for not getting anything done. And after 2 hours, people announced that they were able to dig out the entrance to help their families get out of the mine. They started looking in there and calling out for someone to answer. The father called out for his son, but no one answered. It was very frightening. All the people saw was the lying on the ground, inactive relatives. It meant that everything was in vain. All the efforts and hopes had collapsed. Everyone fell into sorrow and was very angry. People said that Qin Feng was a cheat and that everyone was dead. Only Qin Feng was to blame. Ling Lan, amidst the sadness, decided to press the people. He reminded the people that in case of losses, they could do whatever they wanted to Qin Feng. The men were very angry and determined, if he had sworn to life, he must now part with it, all headed for battle. Ling Lan thought about Qin Feng suspecting him specifically, but he didn't have any evidence to blame him for this incident. But Qin Feng was planning something incomprehensible. Ling Lan, seeing this, was surprised to see the guy's actions. He didn't understand why he was calm and not running away. But Qin Feng was near the bodies and told Qin Sanchu to stuff the pre-chewed peel into the mouths of the victims and to do it the faster. This was some kind of plan of Qin Feng. He and Qin Sanchu were near the bodies. Perhaps their actions would somehow change the entire current situation. Lin Lan really disliked Qin Feng's actions. He decided to interfere by telling the victims' relatives that the young master had decided to bully people. People decided to massacre Qin Feng because how could he do that? But he didn't get scared and told Qin Sanchu not to worry and continued. But Qin Sanchu was afraid and said that their actions increased the chances of a brutal reprisal, and it was unlikely that anything would save them from it. As suddenly began to happen quite incomprehensible, something miraculous, the man who died from the poison suddenly began to open his eyes, come to life. He didn't understand what had happened. This man coming back to life said that he must have been asleep. He felt like he was having a very long, very strange dream. All those who saw that the man came back to life were very shocked because they didn't understand how such a thing could happen, that a dead man could suddenly come back to life. The relatives of this reanimated man began to run to him. They were very glad that their kinsman was alive and could now leave with them. In this era, Qin Feng was the only one who knew about such medicines, despite the poison being very strong. If given the medicine in time, everything would be fine. Qin Feng asked the revived man what he remembered before he lost consciousness, but the man didn't understand what he was talking about and whether he had really lost consciousness. But suddenly, the man said he remembered everything. He said that Ling Lan blew up the mine entrance. He was afraid of the escape of the workers and wanted to destroy them. Ling Lan was horrified when he heard this, because he had been uncovered, and all the workers who had also come to life agreed with what he had said earlier and confirmed it. Qin Feng was satisfied that the whole truth had come out. He knew that Ling Lan was involved. But now those speculations were completely proven by people. The young master told the people if any of them were angry, they could boldly take revenge on the offender. Lin Lan was very scared of what was going to happen. According to past memories, valuable ore should be found in a piece of ordinary ore, but there was no way Qin Feng could find what he needed. Zada walked up to the rescued man. He thanked Qin Feng for saving their all lives, and now they could be happy together with their family. Everything bowed to Qin Feno, each thanking him for the kindness and humanity he had shown to his now subjects. Qin Feng said that it was his duty to the people. He said that he would have a couple of days off and then fruitful work. In the past life, no one recognized the guy. Qin Feng asked where Lin Lan was and what happened to him. The man thought about it and remembered the showdown that many people had participated in. The man said that everyone had surrounded him, but despite that, he managed to escape. If Qin Feng knew, he would have learned the information about the valuable ore beforehand. While Qin Feng was talking, Qin Sanchu and his horse came over and said that since everything was settled, they should go back. But the gentleman was interested in some information. Qin Feng asked if Sanchu knew anything about the usurers of Yunying City. He knew about them. They were terrifying even to people who didn't mess with them. If you borrow money from them and do not pay back in time, you risk losing your life, and it is almost impossible to pay back the debt because the interest is very high. Qin Sanchu asked why the gentleman was interested in this information. Was it because he had borrowed the money? And it was indeed true. Qin Sanchu didn't believe it at first, but then he realized that it was true. He was very much surprised and asked why he needed such a large amount of money. Qin Feng explained that he needed this money to make good care of the medical garden. Qin Sanchu thought that they were now finished. Qin Sanchu asked how they would repay the debt. The young master thought he would find valuable ore, but now that Lin Lan has escaped, he doesn't know how to repay the debt. Qin Sanchu said that it was all over. He couldn't return the debt and would have to sell the garden, and this information was heard by one person. Qin Feng returned home in thought. Someone nearby was saying his name. It was something that surprised him. He wondered who it could be. This person was the guy's father, Qin Wanli. He said that he almost didn't recognize his son and was happy to see him. Qin Feng was surprised and asked how long Ochet had been back. The father asked about his son's well-being. Qin Sanchu wanted to tell him that the Lord had borrowed the money, but he reacted in time and did not allow it. In the past life, the guy's father was very worried about him and did everything for him. In this life, Qin Feng doesn't want his father to worry about him and suffer. Qin Wanli inquired for the condition of the guy's body. He bought some pills for him, which should help very well and perfectly recover the body. Qin Feng said that he was feeling much better and didn't need to worry. His father had made a lot of effort to buy these pills for his son. The father was very tense when he learned that his son had significantly improved his condition, in a way he didn't understand, but the son promised to tell everything. After arriving home, father and son sat down to talk. Qin Wanli asked Qin Feng to clarify the information about the teacher who helped the boy. His father was greatly pleased with this information. He was happy that his son would finally become an alchemist, and Qin Feng added that he was the teacher's best student. Qin Wanli rejoiced and said that he knew his son was the best and would achieve great success. He asked where the teacher lived. He wanted to meet him. Qin Feng tried to explain that his teacher was unlikely to agree. He didn't like to be too famous. The guy's father agreed with this. Of course, Qin Feng was deceiving his father, but he couldn't find a better excuse to not worry. The guy's father was about to leave. Qin Wanli gave a strange thing to his son. It was their family's battle warrant. His father said if he got into a difficult situation, let him use it. Qin Feng was surprised that his father entrusted him with such a thing, although they hadn't seen each other for a long time. But his father had to leave. But his son was understanding. Qin Feng was still amazed by the gift. This battle warrant was very precious to their family. He didn't understand why his father gave it away, but his son would never let him down. A few days later, a person arrived in the garden. Qin Sanchu came to report it, and Qin Feng was in some very unclear state. Qin Feng was a bit confused. He ordered to raise all the garden guards and to have everyone ready to fight. Qin Sanchu accepted the order and ready to execute. The moneylenders have come. The gentleman has forgotten all about it. He has no money. He wanted to borrow some from his father, but he spent it on pills and the family has no reserves. If not repay the debt, the loan sharks might take away Qin Feng's house. He walked to meet them. The guards had their places on full alert. Even though everything was out of control and was definitely not going according to plan, but Qin Feng had decided to fight to the death, he was ready for it. Qin Feng was as surprised to see this person as Qin Sanchu. In front of them was the person they least expected to see. It was some girl who didn't look like a usurer at all. She introduced herself as An Haochen. The girl came to thank for her rescue. Qin Feng asked if she was a usurer, but this was the only girl miner, and had nothing to do with usurers. She had come for her future husband. Qin Feng remembered everything from that day. He had tried to save this girl with the medicinal fruit. Now realizing everything, the events were falling into place. Then he didn't pay attention to the fact that it was a girl. He had another mission, and he just didn't pay attention. It excited him very much. Qin Feng told everyone to go and leave them. He asked the girl did she really come to thank them. The guy was not going to get married this early. The girl really came to thank you for the rescue, and she can express her gratitude by telling you where the valuable ore is hidden. The girl took the homemade pill and was conscious longer than the others. It was then that she heard where Lin Lan's valuable ore was located. But now, Qin Feng was interested in the fact that the girl without knowledge was able to make a detoxification pill on her own, which helped her. And Haochen was surprised that this interested the Lord and not the mine. She replied that she had learned it through books. Qin Feng couldn't believe it, even though the pill had some flaws. But this girl has a good chance to become an alchemist. Qin Feng immediately asked if she wanted to become an alchemist, but her family was poor and needs to be supported, so the girl works as an honest miner. Qin Feng said that he would take care of the girl's family, and she would be his teacher who would just have to follow him. She was very surprised by this. In a past life, the guy was successful in alchemy, but in this life he wants to get more into martial arts, so taking an apprentice is a very good thing. And Haochen felt that if she agreed, it would bring them close enough, and there would be a good prospect in the future, so she gave a positive answer. Qin Feng said that the girl should try hard. He thought he had found a good slave, and the girl thought she had found a very good husband. A few days later, Qin Feng was at the iron ore sale. Qin Sanchu was interested in how much ore the Lord wanted to sell. Needing so much to pay off the debt, Qin Sanchu guessed that it was a sum somewhere around 1,000 gold, and they could handle the sale. It was a bit much, but the hope was that there would be someone who needed ore badly, and they could get the amount they needed. Qin Feng ruined all the plans after all. 10,000 gold was needed because the deadline for repaying the debt had passed, and the sum was quite large. Qin Sanchu was very shocked at the amount of money to be earned after all. Their ore was not worth that much money, and it was impossible to earn that much. But Qin Feng asked to believe him. He and An Haochen worked very hard on it, so that the quality would be good, therefore it should be bought quickly. Although a lot of effort was put in because they were in a hurry, the quality wasn't as good as they were aiming for, but the kind of ore isn't too bad. In a large expensive store, the salesman said that the ore should be pure and well-shaped, and that what they offer him is some kind of cobblestone. Qin Feng proved that it was real ore, but the seller didn't believe it, and said if he was wrong, he would bow down. This was a challenge for the young master. While these two were arguing, a man came out. It was the owner of the store. He asked the people present what kind of noise they were making. The seller started saying that Qin Feng wanted to sell him ore that wasn't real, and the guy threatened that if they didn't buy it, he would forcibly sell it to them. Qin Feng, along with Qin Sanchu, stood near the exit. They were loudly escorted out and told not to come back and not to offer the fake anymore. Qin Feng got very angry. Qin Sanchu tried to stop him, saying that the treasurer, the shopkeeper, is a very respectable person. Qin Feng agreed with his assistant, but because of this owner, they have to go to another city to sell, and it's not good for them. The treasurer told his salesman to just kick out such communalists without making too much noise. Otherwise, the reputation of their store would be badly damaged. He pointed out Qin Feng's ore and said that it was some kind of coal that was definitely not worth the money asked for. The seller began to explain that they were about to be scammed, but he immediately noticed the fake and didn't buy it. The owner looked at the ore and praised his seller. But suddenly something amazing started to happen to this ore. It was in the treasurer's hands, and it started to glow very brightly. It was very strange. The shopkeeper was very shocked at what was happening. It seems Qin Feng wasn't lying, and this is indeed a real valuable ore. The seller said it was the first time he had ever seen such a thing, and he praised himself for not buying the ore from some charlatan. But the light from the stone was very strange. Suddenly the store owner got angry. It seems he realized what he had in his hands. He was angry at the salesman because he lost a very important person. The treasurer was telling the salesman to get the money ready because they were on their way to apologize. The man hoped it wasn't too late to rectify the situation. Qin Sanchu asked if his master really knew the powerful alchemist, for he couldn't believe that they had been kicked out with scandal. Qin Sanchu tried to figure out how to sell the ore in other cities, but Qin Feng claimed that everything was done very well and people just didn't know. As suddenly, a shout was heard from behind. It was the treasurer and his vendor. They were asking Qin Feng to stop and claimed that they were willing to buy back all the ore. Qin Feng was surprised and asked if they had the right amount. The treasurer apologized for the inconvenience and wanted to buy everything. Qin Feng realized that the person was knowledgeable, and Qin Sanchu was very happy because they were lucky to find a buyer for all the goods. But suddenly, Qin Feng does the irreparable. He said that he was not willing to sell his goods to these particular people. Everyone was shocked. The treasurer asked why this was so. Qin Feng explained that the seller had offended his people very much, so it was because of this that he did not want to sell the ore. The subordinates began to say that they are not offended at all, because there was the first and possibly the last buyer, so you have to agree. The treasurer made his salesman quickly apologize to the people, for it was because of him that they might not get the valuable goods. The treasurer explained that real ore does not look like a diamond, but glows only when stimulated, and if real, the light is very bright. Everyone was surprised to learn that this black ore was actually not a fake, but a very rare and precious treasure that was not easy to find. And also the ore that Qin Feng offered was very well refined. One could conclude that behind the guy was a very powerful alchemist. The guy's refining method has been honed for over 100,000 years, so now that everyone has realized its value, Qin Feng wants the amount much more. Next, Qin Feng said that the treasurer was not to blame, but his seller said that if the ore was real, he would bow straight at his feet. The seller would have wanted to run away, but the treasurer grabbed him and said if he promised to bow, he would now fulfill his promise without objection. The salesman had to bow upside down. He was unwilling to do so and felt he was being punished unfairly, and it was not his fault. The treasurer apologized for his seller and offered 30,000 gold for the ore. Qin Feng decided to accept, saying that the treasurer had corrected himself in time. Qin Sanchu was shocked at the price they received. The other subjects said that Lord did well, and now they understood how to become rich. Qin Feng thanked his subjects and was happy that they would pay off the debt, so there would be a good amount of money left over. There were still a lot of things that needed to be bought for martial arts, so Qin Feng set a course to go shopping. Lin Lan was kneeling in front of his father. He was asking for help. After all, Qin Feng bullied him, and he wants to get justice. Lin Lan pointed at the bruises and said that it was because of this guy that he was beaten up. He turned to his father, saying that his son had been humiliated very badly. Lin Lan's father asked that could the traitor Qin Feng really frame his son? How could he even dare to do such a thing? Lin Lan said that it was just like that, and that Qin Feng was now in another city, asking if his father would help him. Lin Lan's father said that he would help, because how can one watch his son being humiliated, and also unfairly, Qin Feng will not be able to live tomorrow. Lin Lan was happy about it. He had deceived his father because he really wanted to take revenge on his abuser. He wished to witness the guy's death. In the home estate, Qin Feng worked on himself. The pills his father gave him helped him a lot and improved his condition. It would help a lot. Qin Feng is getting stronger and will be able to reach the 5th level of the key realm. This will greatly affect his life and not make old mistakes. Suddenly, something caught the guy's attention. A little wary, but Qin Feng would definitely find out what was going on in the territory of his house. Qin Feng decided to use the practice of divine sense. It helped him realize that there was some movement outside the house. There were some 2 people. Qin Feng didn't call out anyone, but he decided to fight the uninvited guests, testing his strength at the same time. One of the guys said that he was answering Qin Feng, and the other guy would suddenly attack at this time and destroy the guy. The people started to act behind their plan. But having only accomplished a small part of their plan, these guests were interrupted by Qin Feng. He opened the door and stood in front of the attackers. They were surprised. Qin Feng was not at all intimidated by the situation. He said hello nicely and asked who these people were looking for, as if he didn't know the answer. These people did not understand how they were exposed. Qin Feng said that he knew about their coming in advance. This surprised them after all. Why did he then come out to them? Qin Feng said that he knew that the assassins had come to him, but since he hadn't swung his fists for a long time, he wanted to correct it and practice. They were surprised that a person of such a small level decided to practice. After all, it wasn't the first time they had killed. But here, the prey came out on their own. Due to the fact that all the attention was on alchemy, the guy didn't have to fight, so now it will be the first time he wants to try out the skills. One of the guys turned to his brother and said he was letting him deal with this cocky guy so he'd realize he was deluded. This man was quite so very strange. He said that for such a lesson, Qin Feng would have to pay with his life. He was serious. Qin Feng showed that he was fully prepared to engage in battle, but mentally assured himself that when learning martial arts, practice was also needed. The man said that he was at the 8th level of the key stage. He had defeated many people like Qin Feng, so it wouldn't be difficult now either. The man's partner asked why he was using strong skills, all to treat his opponent lightly. Without any further thought, the man headed towards Qin Feng, hoping to deal with him quickly enough. Qin Feng looked more at how the 8th level key stage looked. He realized that the man was strong enough to fight. The man's brother said he could handle the guy because he had a high enough level for such a battle. Qin Feng had this was his first battle in 100,000 years, so he needed to pull himself together and fight back well. Without thinking for long, Qin Feng strikes his opponent straight in the face. He is ready to fight, and in doing so, improve his skills. There was only one strike, and the enemy was completely annihilated. Qin Feng did not understand how this happened and why so quickly. The defeated brother was shocked by this development. He accused Qin Feng of murder and didn't understand how he managed it so easily. Qin Feng apologized for the fight going by so quickly. He offered the other man to fight him as well, promising that the fight would be a long one. The man was shocked at what he heard and didn't understand how Qin Feng could say such a thing. His appearance was very frightening and greatly surprised. The man asked how Qin Feng dared to destroy his brother. After all, they had been inseparable since they were children, and now something like this had happened. Qin Feng wondered if the man wanted to take revenge by simply defeating him in battle. But the man the sooner ran away, saying that he didn't need it at all. Qin Feng thought that such an initial foundation was very good. He didn't think that reading gods would improve his core strength so much. But next, Qin Feng decided to do an amazing thing. He wanted to chase after the man and find out who exactly sent them to massacre him. Qin Feng pondered over the fact that the man ran out and immediately disappeared. This could indicate that the customer was somewhere very close by. Suddenly, the man who had run away appeared behind him, asking for Qin Feng's help, shouting that he was going to be destroyed, rather for not doing the task. But there was nothing to do. The body was lying in front of Qin Feng. He did not understand what was happening. It turned out that the customer was getting rid of his own people. Next, people with torches started appearing. They were saying that a thief had broken into the house and they needed to catch him. The whole thing was even more strange. A lot of men, they surrounded the guy. He looked at them and thought that they all might have level 8 stage key, and the guy needed to deal with it. Someone approached. This person was saying that Qin Feng shouldn't have set him up, and now the young master would pay for his bad deeds. It was Lin Shuan. Seeing him was not very strange. Qin Feng wondered if he had come to finally destroy the guy. It was obvious that only Lin Shuan wanted to massacre the guy, so one could immediately understand who sent those two brothers. The place where they were staying was one lord's mansion. Lin Shuan said that he knew nothing about those men, and now Qin Feng is the real attacker. Since Qin Feng's family is on very good terms with the lord's family, Lin Shuan simply won't be able to interfere him in this story and turn against him. But then a man comes out, the lord of Fengming City. He asked Qin Feng if he had called him, and it seems this man was definitely not on the guy's side. Lord turned to Lin Shuan and said if he wanted to destroy someone, he had to be careful, otherwise he wouldn't be able to help him in the end. Lin Shuan turned to his father and said that he had overreacted a bit. Qin Feng was shocked to hear that it was his opponent's father, and he was not on his family's side. Lin Shuan's father laughed at the guy's words and said that small favors should not be equated with family friendship. And then after saying that, the Lord ordered the people who had surrounded the guy to get rid of Qin Feng and to do so as soon as possible. The Lord revealed that Lin Shuan, Qin Feng's ex, had achieved success in martial arts and was preparing to become the concubine of the third prince. The father was happy that his daughter would be able to supplant the guy's family, and their family would have a future, and they would be in the top 5 strongest families. The Lord said that when the guy's family fell on hard times, and no one would care about them, and hardly anyone would want to help him, Ling Lan asked his father what he was going to do to Qin Feng. His father said he would do everything legally so as not to interfere with their family. Lin Lan's father said to get rid of Qin Feng. The son was happy to hear this from his father and thanked him for doing such a good deed for him. Qin Feng was in the Lord's mansion. He thought about how he had been very careless. He had not expected that the Lord would be on the side of the Lin family. Suddenly he heard someone's voice. He was surprised, and he asked himself who it could be and why this person had come here. It was Qin Sanchu. Qin Feng was very surprised to see him here. Sanchu reported that the inn had been taken into custody. But that wasn't the most important thing. Qin Sanchu wondered to his master how he was even able to do such a stupid thing. Qin Sanchu said that Lin Shuan became the prince's concubine, and Qin Feng got angry and killed 2 members of the royal family. Because Qin Feng will be executed, he heard this and thought it was a good enough excuse. He thought that he would just be kicked out of the city. Now the royal family is the most powerful, and if they were to announce the guy's execution on their behalf, there's still nothing that can be done. Qin Sanchu said that they should run away. The hole in the wall had been dug, and there was no better time until the guards were watching, so they should act. Qin Feng said that Tong was innocent and should not escape this way, but Qin Sanchu tried to convey that there was no time for such discussions. The guy said that he was a member of the Qin family, and he had a duty to get out of this unfortunate situation with dignity, not run away like a guilty dog. Suddenly, the guards heard some sounds. Qin Feng said for Sanchu to leave quickly, otherwise he would be sitting here with him. The guards looked around. They didn't see anything that could somehow alert them, and the burrow from which Qin Sanchu came out, they hid behind the straw. Qin Feng was surprised that his family couldn't figure out what kind of celestial man this was, and Ling Lan recognized this lord as his father. Then all this forced Qin Feng to go to extreme measures. He decided to use the Qin family's battle warrant. There was some amazing, completely incomprehensible gunfire, all because of a battle warrant. It got a lot of people's attention. Some people started to run. It alarmed the guards. They didn't understand how someone could get into the prison if it was impossible. Qin Feng sat in his same seat as if nothing surprising had happened, and everything was going as it should. A guard stood in front of Qin Feng. He said that the Qin family's Ochnara was all set and ready. He asked why the Lord had called them. Qin Feng said that it was nothing like that at all. It was just that some people relied on their father a lot, which was not something that should be done. And now it is necessary to deal with these people have arrived true martial arts masters who will fulfill their mission. The execution day came. Qin Sanchu was going there with the guards. He was worried. One of the guards said, "Don't be sad, the young master can't die." It was hoped that the young gentleman had thought of it and escaped, for he was very clever if he could sell the ore for 30,000 gold pieces. This gave them hope. They joyfully went there and were sure their marvelous young master would definitely not die that way. The morning didn't start with coffee. It was very early, but the executed man was already hung in the street. Such a sight was not good for people. Qin Sanchu and his guards saw this and were shocked. He couldn't believe that the execution had already happened and their lord was already gone. Here they were thinking of something completely different. Qin Sanchu fell to the ground in utter despair. He said that he was sorry that he couldn't be by his master's side in the remaining moments and asked for forgiveness. But suddenly, an unexpected person appeared. It was Qin Feng. He asked Sanchu why he was crying and why it took so long to come to him. Qin Sanchu was shocked to see his master. Qin Feng asked, brought him breakfast. He was very calm. Everyone swooped down on Qin Feng. They were happy that their master was alive, and now with them, they asked how he managed to escape. Qin Feng said that there were people watching them, and they shouldn't do that. He explained that Ling Lan wanted to kill him with the help of the Lord, but failed. Qin Feng pointed at the body and explained that Lin Lan's father was not as good as Qin Feng's father, so now it was like this. Because of the recent events, Lin Lan had lost his father, and now nothing would help him, and no one would be able to help him next time. Qin Sanchu looked at everything and wondered at his lord how he managed to do this completely alone. Qin Feng said that he did it quite simply. He showed Qin Sanchu the battle warrant and asked if he knew what this thing was. Qin Sanchu was shocked to see this from Qin Feng. He asked the young master if this was the Qin family's battle warrant. The Qin family's main security company only needed to see the right sign, and then they would quickly arrive, eager to fulfill the orders of the sender. Qin Sanchu was surprised to hear such a thing. He asked his lord exactly what order he had given to the guards. Qin Feng realized that Sanchu still didn't understand anything. Ling Lan, along with the others, dared to kill him, so the guy wouldn't just let it go. The Qin family security company began to execute the order, and the Lord, realizing that the end had come, was very upset. The martial artists destroyed the Lord's house and then proceeded to and made the Lord experience several circles of painful hell. Qin Feng said that it was a pity that his father had worked hard, but only received one order. Now there was only some shell left of him. Qin Sanchu wondered what was done to Lin Lan. Did he run away again? Qin Feng said that he couldn't forget about such a person. Qin Feng took Sanchu away to look at Lin Lan. He had been severely judged by the people of the city, to whom he had brought many inconveniences. People pelted him with rotten vegetables. Ling Lan begged for mercy. He said that he would confess to falsely accusing Qin Feng and was sorry. Ling Lan was now speaking the truth. He admitted that Qin Feng had not killed anyone and that the rest of the troubles were also his fault and asked for forgiveness. Lin Lan tried to escape from the prison and got stuck. There were a lot of people around him. It said that he had done a lot of things in recent years. Sanchu asked why Qin Feng didn't straighten him out, but he couldn't do it yet because his sister still had so much power. Moreover, Qin Feng had ordered to completely clear his name, and if young master had massacred Lin Lan, there would be no way to get away with it. Not destroying this man was a big omission, but Sanchu had something he wanted to say to his master. Qin Sanchu wondered if they could do anything with Lin Lan, but as long as they didn't kill him, they were very eager and excited about it. Qin Feng said that was exactly what he meant. The thought that his subjects were sometimes tougher than himself flashed through his mind. It was a bit frightening. Qin Sanchu was pleased to hear this. He turned to his partners not to overdo it. They said that it would be fine. This entire small group stood at their goal. Now Ling Lan would get enough for all his bad deeds, and no one would be able to help him. Only cries for help came from Lin Lan. Qin Feng said to leave him already, for it was time to prepare a new grand plan. Night had fallen. Ling Lan was still in the same place, and now something that couldn't be expected would happen. The guards came. Ling Lan was very scared that they had come. He asked them if they had come to massacre him. But as expected, the guard didn't answer anything, but simply swung her cold weapon, and it seemed the end of Lin Lan had come. In his last moments, Ling Lan begged for mercy. He said that he wouldn't be killed, and in gratitude, he would do anything to live. But only the tree that Ling Lan was chained to had fallen asleep. This surprised him. He was still alive, but hardly for long. The guards grabbed Lin Lan, and suddenly there was a man who said that Mr. Lin should not be frightened because it was his own people who had arrived. This person was a relative of the prince. Since Lin Shuan is related to him, orders were given for Lin Lan to be brought to the capital. Ling Lan didn't immediately believe it. He was glad that he would be saved and wouldn't be killed by Qin Feng, and now he would have his own personal assistant. But then Ling Lan said that the prince must help him destroy the Qin family. Otherwise, he refuses to go to the capital. The prince's envoy said that his prince's avenue was for Lin Lan to be brought to the capital, so this person asked him not to complicate things. But Ling Lan continued, if that one helped him, then in the future, he could rise well in the eyes of the prince and become quite rich. The prince's messenger saw a very good prospect in all this and said it was hard enough for him to refuse so small a request. Then everyone decided that it was worth getting down to business, because the guards who had arrived with the messenger could use some improvement in their skills. Ling Lan was pleased with this development. He believed that with such masters, Qin Feng would definitely not be able to deal with them and would be defeated. It was already night, and everyone in the medicine garden was asleep. But Qin Feng was sleeping in a rather strange manner, all of which was baffling. Qin Feng woke up. He was in a strange state, but realized that the whole situation had happened about an hour ago. It turned out Qin Feng wanted to go to the Misty Forest. It was quite dangerous there, and everyone was worried about the Lord. But it was about something else. Qin Feng made a homemade watering doll and said that his alchemy teacher said that more medicinal raw materials were needed. Qin Sanchu wanted to dissuade the Lord and said that in the Misty Forest there were many horrors, and it was not worth going there. The Misty Forest has a lot of poisonous gas. There are also living there countless poisonous beasts and insects. The Qin family once lost many warriors there to take a part of the forest, so this forest is considered the most feasted place to visit. Qin Sanchu and An Haochen were in on it and said they wouldn't let their master go, but he didn't believe it and didn't understand how they would do it. Qin Feng had forgotten that for the current generation, the forest was a very scary place. But what was more interesting was the girl's attitude towards him. Suddenly, while everyone else was sleeping and Qin Feng was pondering, he heard that there were some extraneous sounds outside. This situation had already happened, so Qin Feng once again used a practice, a divine sense that would help this time as well. Some people from the guards were eliminated. One of the warriors who came said that they were only ordered to execute Qin Feng. 2 masters were eliminated. If these people make a lot of noise, Qin Feng family will start investigating and there will be trouble. Qin Feng thought about if they were to fight in the garden territory, all the people would be involved and would definitely not let the Lord offend. But Qin Feng felt that it was necessary to leave. He was near the plants. That was where the offenders had spotted him, and they were already determined. These people saw the target and wanted to fulfill the order given to them. They needed to destroy Qin Feng as soon as possible. And the warrior swung his weapon and blew Qin Feng's head off. It flew off in a flash. Now one would think that the end of the young master had come. The person who did it didn't think it would be that easy and fast. They needed to take the head as proof. Another man walked over to pick up Qin Feng's head, and upon taking it, he was very shocked. His surprise was unbounded. All because the head wasn't real, but it turned out to be the head of a homemade sprinkler doll. The two stood there not knowing what to do and how to even react to this whole situation. They thought that Qin Feng had run away from them. But the real Qin Feng was now carrying some medicinal fruit somewhere. He had tricked the 2 masters of the hairpin stage, just an ordinary puppet. Qin Feng appeared behind the masters and said that it was not his plan to be massacred, so he said goodbye and left. Qin Feng realized that these people needed him, so to save his loved ones, he must take these people much further away. The masters thought that Qin Feng was a real fool. If he didn't call the guards and just decided to run away, they should run after him sooner rather than later. Despite the fact that these actors have a level much higher, but there is no point in chasing an alchemist who has been alive for 100,000 years. Qin Feng threw something incomprehensible at his opponents, causing them to be unable to open their eyes. They shouted, asking what it was. The young master thought that these 2 wouldn't fall for his tricks, but he was sorely mistaken. The guy still had something in store. Using Qin Feng's technique, he could see at night as if it was daytime. Thanks to this, the young lord could travel calmly and quite fast. So to get rid of his attackers, the guy will be able to very easily, because he has thought it all out quite well. But in an instant, something went exactly wrong, because the Narodniks attacked out of nowhere. It really shocked the guy. One would have thought that Qin Feng had been destroyed, but it wasn't that simple, and the young lord managed to dodge the attackers. But as it turned out, these masters had seen nothing until now, and yet they continued to chase after Qin Feng. One of the men asked if they had caught Qin Feng, but it was only the young master's horse, and their target was still alive. The masters were very angry that they'd have to chase this guy some more because they had orders to fulfill. Qin Feng looked at them and analyzed that they chased after him and ended up getting a horse. This gave him some thoughts. Qin Feng thought that these people might be hunters who hunt by scent, so they could still sense it without seeing it. From this, it appeared that they mistook the dummy doll for the real Qin Feng because of the smell, and with the horse, it also happened to be the same. If 2 hunters targeted a prey, they would definitely destroy it, and that prey they were counting on was Qin Feng. Qin Feng thought that he should scatter his clothes everywhere. Maybe then he could somehow escape from these hunters. The hunters realized that Qin Feng understood their methods. They believed that he could do anything and how, but the end result he could not avoid. Qin Feng carefully looked ahead. Everything said that the end was near. The guy was approaching the cliff. Further away was a forbidden place. This place was a misty forest. The guy was shocked that he had turned onto this very road that led to this scary place. The hunters were approaching Qin Feng. They were asking if he had the courage to make a leap straight into the misty forest. They offered a less agonizing death if the guy stayed, or if he wanted, he could jump to his death in the dreaded forest. Qin Feng clutched the medicinal fruits in his hands and said that he would not give the hunters pleasure, which meant that he would do the opposite. Qin Feng had jumped off the cliff, and now he was flying into that very scary forest where there were many things that were very dangerous. Qin Feng shouted that he was unwilling to surrender to them. The hunters were shocked that he jumped there, as if he wasn't afraid of death at all. After all, this was a misty forest and no one could survive there, and Qin Feng could not even survive there. So it was already goodbye. The hunters talked among themselves that the fog would make Qin Feng die immediately. and a little later when the fog was gone, they would go there to get the body. They were having fun, laughing at the fact that a young lord of such an influential family would die from the usual poison mist. Qin Feng was already in the forest, and he was saying completely unexpected things. He said that he was very sorry for not coming here earlier. Qin Feng was overjoyed, for all the plants were beautiful. He had explored everything there was, and it was all just his now. Because the guy drank the juice of the healing fruit, he can easily be there, and the hunters think he's already dead in that forest. There were many herbs in the forest that could be used to make medicine because the effect of the fruit is not that long. Such a fine alchemist can do it, and it's time for him to get to work. All these divine herbs are only worthy of a young lord. After 2 hours of cooking, something happened in the woods that caught the boy's attention and interested him very much. It was a red raccoon dog, I think because of the animal protection pill. This animal passed out. Qin Feng was preparing some good pills. He looked at this dog and didn't know how to act. After all, they are quite difficult to catch. The guy had been thinking about how to deal with the hunters and couldn't think of one. And now looking at the dog, he had one thought. The next morning, the hunters went into the forest, for at the outskirts, the poisonous fog had cleared and they came after Qin Feng. The hunters walked through the swamp. They were looking for the young master, for they believed that his body must be somewhere very near. It was only necessary to find it. Suddenly, they find what they were looking for. Qin Feng was hanging from a tree, his posture suggesting that he had suffered a lot before his death. The hunters were about to chop off the guy's head to take it as proof of their accomplished task. They didn't have time to do so because Qin Feng woke up and did an incomprehensible thing that was part of his plan. The hunters were shocked to learn that Qin Feng was alive after all. It was impossible. After staying here for a whole night, he should have died. The men believed that if he wasn't dead, he was weakened enough that he would be easy to deal with, especially if he attacked close. Qin Feng couldn't injure hunters because of not much level, but these ones also missed one thing, forgetting the forest poisons of the swamps. Qin Feng asked a question about what would happen if the flesh of a raccoon dog collided with a tree under the sunlight. What kind of reaction would result? The hunters replied that they get a new poison mist, much stronger than usual, but the dog is hard enough to catch. 10 breaths would be enough, this fog to be annihilated, and Qin Feng, without answering anything, started the countdown. Suddenly, a fog began to appear around the hunters. They were frightened and wondered where the fog could have come from. This fog began to engulf them, and now they understood why Qin Feng remembered this fog. This was the end for the hunters. The men themselves, without realizing, had long since started to inhale this poisonous mist. They were angry at Qin Feng. Qin Feng happened to meet a raccoon dog, and when he started firing darts, it was all for the fog to start working. Because of that, after playing his death, Qin Feng distracted the hunters. They were very angry and went after the guy to die with them. The guy was having a lot of fun, from the fact that they only reacted, but it was all too late, and the end was close enough. The hunters began to cough violently, and after a while, their bodies lay idly on the ground, and that was the end. The fog didn't affect normal people so quickly, but hunters worked mostly by nose, and the effect was instantaneous. Qin Feng asked the raccoon dog for interacting with it when it was unconscious and said the hunters milked them. The dogs immediately swooped down on the hunters. Qin Feng didn't just deal with them, but also picked up a bunch of good grass. In the medical garden, some person claimed that Qin Feng had been destroyed, but Situ didn't believe this nonsense. This was the person Ling Lan had negotiated with. He threw something of Qin Feng's on the ground and said to already recognize his death. This item was the saddle of a horse that belonged to a lord. Qin Situ and An Haochen were shocked to see this saddle. Lin Lan said that it was found at the scene, and Qin Feng, having received a serious wound, ran straight into the Misty Forest. And Haochen remembered that yesterday Qin Feng had brought up the Misty Forest. She was shocked that he had run to that very place. Ling Lan began to scoff and said that he was very proud of Qin Feng and his courage because not everyone would dare to enter the forest. Lin Lan went on to say that the mine was going back to him, and the medical garden just like that would now belong to him. Situ was very angry, but Ling Lan ordered the royal guard, chase everyone away. People needed to escape from this place soon. Situ, along with An Haochen, didn't understand how Lin Lan was being helped by the royal troops. It was now impossible to oppose him in any way. Suddenly, there were some interesting words. The man who said them said that he would take care of everything himself, and it was not worth getting involved. It was Qin Feng. He was alive. This surprised everyone. He rebuked Lin Lan that he was now asking for help from the royal guard. In a flash, An Haochen ran up to the gentleman. She hugged him joyfully and asked where he was. The guy said he was just walking in the Misty Forest. Ling Lan was shocked that Qin Feng had gone to the Misty Forest and still came alive and completely unharmed. Qin Feng said that he was just taking a walk, and there was no need to cling to the forest like that. It was revealing who those hunters who wanted to deal with him were from. Qin Feng was approached by a representative of the royal family and said that they had come to sort out who owned the mine. Qin Sanchu watched this and thought that his master wouldn't have the strength to say anything against it, because this was a person of the royal family. But Qin Feng back said that he was not interested in who represented whom. These words greatly surprised everyone present. Qin Feng said that he was in a very bad mood, and he didn't care who was from which family, he still wanted to destroy everyone. Qin Feng talked about the recent events, and in particular, the hanging lord who had taken the position of the wrong side. The young Lord continued the story of how he used the family warrant and ordered the complete destruction of the lord's house. And he went on to say that he was met by 2 hunters in the woods, but he also used a warrant, and the guards took them down. Qin Feng threatened the representative of the royal family, a battle warrant, and then asked what the conversation with him would be about. Now the messenger understood why the hunters hadn't returned, or else he couldn't understand why they were gone, and Qin Feng had gotten out of the forest alive. The man had felt firsthand what it was like to be tolerated by a combat warrant, so he no longer wished to have anything to do with it. And then the representative began to say that he had just come to visit, and Lin Lan immediately began to agree with him and smiled. Suddenly everyone's heads snapped up. It was as a sign of wishes, all the best for the young master, just so long as he didn't get angry. Qin Feng said that the garden is a mess, and he can't guide them there, but the guests said it doesn't matter, and they leave. The representative, Ling Lan, and the guards began to run away very quickly, only for Qin Feng not to use the martial order and get angry. Sanchu wondered where Qin Feng got another battle warrant from, but the young master was bluffing to scare everyone properly. And Haochen again asked where the lord was, for she was very anxious. The lad replied that he had already spoken of the forest. There he had gathered herbs. Sanchu told the lord not to lie, for he didn't have the level to survive, and asked where was that fine crop of herbs. Qin Feng said that there were a lot of herbs, and he had to put it all on the horse that had already arrived, with all the gifts. There was a large bundle of herbs on the horse. They almost did not fall down from helplessness, because dragging such a load was quite heavy for her. Seeing all the herbs, they were of very good quality. The subjects began to believe that their marvelous lord was really in the forest. Qin Feng said to unload the herbs. Everyone was surprised to see them, and he wanted to go rest because it had been a very busy night. Qin Sanchu thought about the fact that he would never be able to understand his master's methods, and Haochen was enthusiastic about herbs and praised him. Lin Lan was on his way to the capital to attend his sister's wedding. He thought about the fact that he had put a lot of effort into massacring Qin Feng, but failed. Even though the capital is ruled by the Qin family, the royal family has placed their guards there. Apparently, they are afraid of Qin Feng. Qin Sanchu came over, and the young master informed that the guards' wages would now be doubled. This really surprised the standing guy. Sanchu wondered why the lord was doing this, and why he was being so generous, as if he was up to something completely new. And then Qin Feng gives a surprising decree, and this decree was that Sanchu formed a squad. They will go to the forest. Sanchu didn't understand why they should go to mop up the Misty Forest, but the young master said that they should gather a squad first, and other things later. From his memories, Qin Feng knew that this was exactly the time for a sweep, and he should create his own good trained squad. The next day, the squad boys thought the idea of feeding them pills and sending them into the woods was a joke of a gentleman. But Qin Feng wasn't joking at all, and said that the guys needed to be selected and trained, and also said that the squad would have a triple salary. The boys asked who would train them. They hoped it would be Sanchu, the young master thought, and said it was an important task. Because of this, Qin Feng announced to the people that their training would be the responsibility of their favorite young lord personally. But the people didn't believe Qin Feng and thought it was all just an ordinary joke. They all gathered and wished to go about their business. Among all the garden guards, Qin Feng is the weakest. He didn't understand why they didn't want to believe him, and everyone was about to leave. But then, it didn't bother Qin Feng much. It was necessary to make the purchase of all the necessary materials for the clearing of the forest. Qin Sanchu looked at the departing young master. He thought that if he got out of the Misty Forest, he was already called a genius. Questions were coming from the restaurant about Qin Feng's martial order being just an ordinary fake. To the royal family's representative, some man reported, saying that Qin Feng had simply fooled them. This man was very angry because he believed an ordinary boy, and frightened he ran away from his estate. The man threw his tea off the table, and it fell right at the feet of one man. It was the herb picker who had arrived and was very angry. The picker approached the representative, asking if he was the one who spilled the tea on his feet. The man said he was, and asked what he was going to do. But the collector began to get angry. Tea was not important. The man talked about how because of Qin Feng, he had lost his authority. Through the problems, the picker was very angry. Therefore, this tea and disrespect further fueled the anger towards those around him. The picker was about to strike a representative, but could not do so because he was stopped quite calmly. The representative looked at the collector and asked if he was from the Qin family, and also asked how Qin Feng had messed with him. The gatherer said that he had lost a lot because of him. The young gentleman had gathered a lot of attention because of the good harvest. The spokesman said he was in the same boat and they had the same goal, which was to cause a lot of casualties, and that's why we need to pack up. The gatherer said that he got an alchemist teacher. This explained the situation with the Misty Forest and the hunters very well. The gatherer started saying that the alchemist needs herbs for the alchemist, so to destroy him, you have to destroy the garden. If the garden is destroyed, a war could break out between the royal family and Qin Feng's family, and that would definitely not be good. You need a pill of boiling blood. It attracts ferocious beasts, and recently it was just the time of the Iron Bull. But these pills were quite expensive. The herb collector asked the chairman if he had money, because he knows where to buy it. The representative agreed to the offer without talking. He was willing to spend any amount of money to destroy. But Qin Feng didn't waste any time either, and worked for the good of the squad. He brewed pills for good hardening the body of his warriors. Usually, an alchemist spends a lot of time refining pills, all because the process is complicated and requires attention. But for Qin Feng, an alchemist with experience, it would be super easy because he had learned how to do it well in his times. Everything was executed at the highest level, got 24 pills, and the probability of them working all 100%. Qin Feng tasted the pills to assess their quality. He thought about the fact that if he put them on sale, there would be many questions. Young Master had advanced to the 6th level of the key stage. The pills worked very well along with divine advancement. Now he needs to take a pill to calm his body, because the continuous advance is too dangerous. But in order to become the first humans to explore the wastelands, you have to fight not for life, but for death. On the street, An Houchen saw the light from the building. She had a question about whether the Lord had overcome his cultivation foundation. She thought about Sanchu's words. He told about the defeat on the mountain and the severe damage to the body. Now apparently, the Lord wants to return everything. And Houchen decided that she would help her master and would not let anyone stop him from achieving his desired goals. The forest outside the medical garden was beginning to be covered in an incomprehensible fog. This was definitely not a good thing. The alarm started. Ferocious beasts were approaching. We had to prepare for battle. And Houchen, who found out about it, was very surprised. The girl was shocked that these animals appeared at such a time because the young lord hadn't finished his breakthrough yet. They were iron bulls. They have too strong defense, so the guards couldn't handle them and were defeated. The iron bulls threw back all the guards. The guards looked on in horror at the whole thing and didn't know how to act. Everything was falling apart. Suddenly, while the guards were trying to fight the monster, a steel arrow flew at him from an unknown direction. The guards, seeing this, were very surprised. It scared them because it was not clear how things would develop further. As it turned out, and Houchen was behind it, all the guards saw her with a bow in her hands. She was really making sure that the Lord was not disturbed. The guards were shocked to see the young girl in such a powerful image, but the iron bull was not destroyed, but only began to get very angry. The representative and the picker watched all this. They were pleased with this development and wanted to know how Qin Feng would defend the garden from the bull. All because this iron bull was very hard to deal with, and Qin Feng had a low level of key stage, and he would be destroyed in battle. The evil one was headed straight for An Houchen. The guards were trying to inform her of this. Everything was getting closer to the bull's reckoning with the girl. But the girl was not afraid and pointed her bow at her adversary, wishing to destroy him so that he could not continue to cause damage to the garden. And Houchen released an arrow, but it didn't hit the angry bull because it dodged, and the arrow flew off its horn. The iron bull kept advancing on the girl. The guards shouted to Enhouchen to leave because she could not defeat this terrible beast. Enhouchen took the sword beside her. She wasn't going to leave because she had a goal to help her master and not let the bull destroy her. The girl bravely prepared for battle. She even decided to herself that if she had to die in battle, she would still fight. The bull threw the girl back and the weapon shattered into pieces. Enhouchen suffered from this and was injured, and now she had to be rescued. The girl fell down. She was between the building where Qin Feng was and the vicious bull that had no mercy and wanted to destroy everything around it. The representative and herb picker looked at this and were already in anticipation. They were ordering the bull to go and destroy Qin Feng. Enhouchen was still lying on the ground. The bull was approaching her, and the girl should have died in battle. But she would protect her lord by doing so. But suddenly, her savior appeared near the girl. This man asked her where this strange cow came from. It was Qin Feng. He picked up Enhouchen, which surprised her very much. The young master said that anyone who arranged this would be punished. He was very angry. The young master with the girl in his arms ran towards the battle. He asked Enhouchen how she was feeling, but she was perfectly fine. Therefore, Qin Feng said, if the girl was fine, she should just leave everything to her master right now. But Enhouchen was very scared and said that young master couldn't handle it because his key stage was too low. It was simply impossible. Qin Feng assuring the girl that it was not about kingdoms. Since this bull had attacked his territory, the young lord could not just let it go. The herb gatherer said that most of the guy's guards had gone shopping, so he definitely couldn't handle this bull alone. Qin Feng was fasting in front of the iron bull. Enhouchen had never been able to stop him, and the guy wanted to punish the scoundrel. The guards that were left were telling their master to run away because he had caught Qin Feng by surprise, so one should escape as quickly as possible. Qin Feng didn't understand why everyone was panicking so much. If this bull really had thick skin, then he would just blow it up and it would all be over. Qin Feng started using the technique, moonlight martial arts. It greatly affected the iron bull and it flew away from the guy. And a very surprising thing started to happen. Qin Feng was able to damage this bull, not considering that it was very strong and wanted to destroy everyone. Everyone who watched the fight couldn't understand how Qin Feng managed to do this. After all, he had a very small level of key stage and could use such techniques. Enhouchen, seeing this, was also surprised that Qin Feng was doing such accomplishments in battle without suffering. Apparently, the pills were helping him a lot. Only high-level masters could use such techniques, but Qin Feng was able to break through the barrier and rise to the 7th level, which helped him a lot. In his past life, Qin Feng was familiar with many martial arts, but unfortunately could not use them and practice them. But being in this life, things have changed a lot. For Qin Feng in this life, he has to do a good job on martial arts. Because of this, in this life, Qin Feng would not only be aware of them, but would be able to not only use them, but also learn them quite well. Qin Feng continued to destroy the iron bull. Qin Feng shouldn't have given him the opportunity to destroy the medicinal garden. Moonlight martial arts. This was an astonishingly strong technique that helped Qin Feng to be at his best in this fight. Qin Feng started to get too close to the iron bull. This might attract its attention too much and make it attack the lord. The guards shouted for Qin Feng not to get so close to the bull because fighting this bull up close was equal to death. The iron bull flew upwards and was ready to fall straight onto Qin Feng. Enhouchen saw this and was very scared because it was very dangerous. The bull came down with a violent rumble, and Qin Feng could no longer be seen. The purpose of this bull must have been accomplished, and the young master was destroyed. The representative and the collector were overjoyed, for now everything they wanted had been obtained, but the subjects of the young lord were very much afraid. But it's not that simple. The technique Qin Feng uses helps him to evade his opponent and see ahead of all his weak points. Because of this, Qin Feng is now relying on this technique a lot, and he really hopes that it will help him win here in this fight. If thanks to this technique, you can finish the bull quite quickly and very easily. And here, everyone had already started to marvel not at Qin Feng's death, but at the fact that he had inflicted a grandly large amount of damage and had dealt with that bull. Qin Feng handled the bull and headed towards everyone. The guards didn't understand how on such a small level the lord was able to destroy the bull. Qin Feng climbed up on that bull, he was on top, and everyone still couldn't realize it and were in great surprise at what was happening. The young lord turned to his warriors and asked if they doubted him still, if they still thought he couldn't train them properly. Qin Feng announced that now was the last chance for everyone to sign up for his team. Otherwise, it would be too late later and the opportunity would be lost. The warriors suddenly started shouting and kept saying that they wanted to study with Qin Feng specifically, so they would be able to improve their key stage levels quite a bit. Qin Feng asked everyone to calm down because everyone still had unfinished business. They should take the bull to the warehouse because it might still come in handy. The bull was taken away, but there was also the odor of some kind of pill around, and the appearance of this bull exactly in the garden area was a mystery. Breathing in that smell, Qin Feng started to realize that it was a boiling blood pill. This really interested the guy. He wanted to know how everything was related. Qin Feng began to realize that the bull had been angered by someone with this particular pill, and that was why he had attacked the guards and wanted to destroy the medicinal garden. Now Qin Feng wanted to know who exactly did it. Using a technique, the guy saw the representative and the picker arguing. The representative was angry that he had lost both the pillory and the iron bull, but the picker said his plan was good enough. The two were talking at each other. They were arguing right on the cliff, and in a flash, they disappeared somewhere. The guards, shocked, started to talk back. They had fallen off that cliff due to their carelessness, and now there was no one to swear at. They had paid for their bad deeds. Qin Feng still thought that there was a benefit from these two because Qin Feng now had the body of an iron bull, and that was very good. After a few days, the guards gathered in order to begin their training. They were curious about what spiritual herbs they would be taking. Qin Feng said that he had prepared the pills on his own, which helped him a lot, so things would only improve under his guidance. Qin Feng also announced that he was very grateful for her courage and rewarded her with an armor made of bull skin. And Houchen was very happy to hear that, and anyone who would try hard would also receive a corresponding reward for their efforts. And Houchen gratefully accepted the armor. The warriors were surprised that their lord would thank his men so much. And Qin Feng also announced that he would give pills to those guards who guarded the garden yesterday and fought in battle. The young lord also said that for all their efforts, the warriors will be in the highest positions and they will be rewarded. There are high hopes for the warriors. In the city, people were hurriedly talking about something. Everyone had news that everyone was discussing very assertively. The conversation was about Qin Feng gathering a team to go to the Misty Forest. All the people thought that this way the guy would only ruin the warriors. For some people, it was a great opportunity to make money, and someone offered to place bets, people betting that no one would come back from the forest. But suddenly, some man walked in and said that only his family was betting that no one on the team would survive. It was a member of the royal family, and he ordered the others to bet on everyone coming back alive. People thought that this man was simply mocking, but the representative was serious and said that whoever does not support the bid will lose his head. The betting receiver said it wasn't fair to take away the money because no troop had ever returned from the Misty Woods alive. The representative looked at the money and thought that he had to resort to such methods because of the expense of the iron bull pill. And to definitely win the bet, the representative will organize an attack on Qin Feng's squad. This time he must die without hindrance. Situ reported to the Lord that they had gathered a squad of warriors. After half a month of work, preparation, and careful selection, everything was ready. 1,212 guards were selected who performed the best. Each of the warriors had a full set of the necessary weapons. Qin Feng said that this first expedition would be difficult, but the training would definitely help the warriors perform well. All were heading towards their goal. Qin Feng balked at having to work until the proper result was achieved. He asked not to be let down. Already being in the Misty Forest, everyone was aiming for the main danger, and it was the poisonous miasma that needed to be destroyed first. But thanks to Qin Feng's pills, for 2 hours, the warriors would receive no harm from the fog and miasma. Other dangers were insects and beasts. In the forest, the young gentleman suggested splitting into 3 groups. Each would go in a different direction. Qin Feng would advance the main group. He ordered his team members to follow him and keep up. Thanks to the magic technique, you can see the animals in advance. If everyone follows the plan and the rules, there will be no loss. One was surprised that the young gentleman knew everything so well and had an excellent schedule. Now one can understand that he is well trained. The warriors wanted to advance through the woods on their own to prove to the Lord that they were great young men and could be relied upon. The warriors wanted to leave quietly so that the Lord would not hear. They wanted to do everything quickly and so that they would definitely get the spoils. The guards believed that after such an act, Qin Feng would definitely reward them. much more than the other warriors of the squad. As suddenly, some animal jumped out of the tree, the warriors got very scared and started screaming, although one of the rules is not to be scared. This caught Qin Feng and Qin Sanchu's attention. The young master was surprised by the noise and immediately turned around to see what was going on. It was a steel centipede. The warriors were greatly frightened, and the decision that was made by the guards was to quickly flee. But suddenly, an arrow hit the centipede and it flew away from the warriors. This frightened them even more, and they stood there and only screamed in fear. This centipede was destroyed by one of the warriors. He asked his partner why he was afraid, because the insect should just be destroyed. Another of the warriors began to say that the one who became the savior was very brave. This man said that he had been in this Misty Forest before the Lord. While the warriors were talking, other insects started to get close to them. Qin shouted to the guards to turn around and see everything. The body odor of the destroyed centipedes attracts their brethren, and all of them begin to attack. They become astonishingly numerous. Everyone panicked seeing the number of these insects, but Qin Feng wasn't lost, and as the head of the poison ordered to hold the formation. The warriors continued to destroy the iron centipedes. Some had their crossbow jammed. They thought that because of the large numbers, they would not be able to destroy them. Despite all their prejudices, the warriors still continued to fight, not trying to retreat. They must see the matter through. One of the warriors turned to the one who said he was already here. He was just standing there doing nothing. This didn't please his partners. This man said he could handle 1 centipede or 2, but there were too many here. He was saying goodbye to his life. He said it was over. It was in this forest they would die because they couldn't fight so many insects. The warriors were fighting for life, but the insects were becoming more and more numerous, and they were advancing on the guards without giving any chance for life. Qin Feng was angry at his warriors and realized that they needed help. He said to all get behind him. He wanted to rectify the situation. Qin Feng started using a technique, martial arts plus moonlight. This was something he had done before, and it would definitely help him fix things. They kept advancing more and more. Qin Feng jumped straight in front of the warriors, taking on all the centipedes that were advancing. The warriors were very much surprised by what the young master had done, due to Qin Feng suffering enough from those iron centipedes. The warriors were very frightened for their master. They realized he did it only to protect them from the foolishness they were up to. Qin Sanchu and An Haochen heard the commotion and turned around. They saw everything that was going on and rushed over with words that they would help the Lord. But Qin Feng said not to let anyone even think of approaching him. He probably didn't want to put his other partners in danger. Qin Feng didn't hesitate to start fighting. With these cruel beasts, he had to deal with them because others couldn't do it. These horrible insects attacked and attacked the guy more and more. There were more and more of them. But Qin Feng didn't stop. And Haochen and Sanchu listened to the Lord's order and did not approach, but tried to help him by telling him from which side there was danger. Qin Feng, with all his courage, fought onward. It could be seen that it was taking a toll on him and quite draining, but he continued to fight. Qin Sanchu and An Haochen watched this with pity. They wanted to help, but they weren't allowed to, so they only had to wait. After a while, Qin Feng was able to deal with these insects. He was able to deal with this problem. The warriors began to rejoice because they are still alive and will be able to move on. Now there is no longer anything that threatens their lives. The man who destroyed the centipede and started it all fell to the ground and started talking to the mom, saying her son was alive. Qin Feng grabbed the man very angrily. He shouted that there were rules and he asked them not to be broken so that there would be no problems. He was yelling about how the man's actions had led to bad consequences, and the fact that everyone was just sitting there was a bad result of the training. The man was very much frightened, for it was very frightening to see such a gentleman, and he did not know what to say to all he said. Suddenly, Qin Feng started coughing, and holding his throat, he didn't feel very good. Apparently, the insects had really hurt him. Qin Sanchu and An Haochen ran up to their master to try and help him in some way. After all, it could be done now. The warriors began to talk among themselves that because of them almost all died, and most importantly, they failed their master. Qin Feng said that 1 centipede had injured him and poisoned him, but he would take some pills to detoxify his body. The Lord's life key has been undermined, and this is their first expedition. If it continues like this, it will have to end. The warriors said the Lord doesn't need to punish them because those involved, according to the rules, will simply leave the unit voluntarily. They said that they had let the whole squad down very badly and each wished to punish themselves on their own. They would leave, would make a living on their own. But Qin Feng threw some sack after them and asked his warriors where they were going to leave this place. Qin Feng said that he knew about the sick parents of one of the warriors, so if he left, he would set them up first. The guy took a pouch. There were regenerating pills. Everyone was surprised and asked why the gentleman was doing this. Qin Feng said that everything had the right to make mistakes, but the main thing was to want to change and try, especially as the warriors independently gathered to leave the forest. The young lord said he needed to recover and rest. The warriors were surprised that after something like this, he wanted to stay with them. Qin Feng said that they needed to find a safe place to camp, and if they followed the rules, they could get out of the forest alive. 3 days later, the squad was still as they were in the forest. They had found a good and safe place to camp to recuperate. The elixir that Qin Feng used was quite weak, and the centipede poison was still poisoning the guy's body. It wasn't good. The only thing left was to use the divine detoxification technique, but until it was completed, Qin Feng would not be able to fight. Suddenly, one of the guards said that poisonous insects were approaching. Qin Feng ran out in a flash to find out what was wrong. A lot of strange insects were coming. Everyone was surprised to see such a thing, and very much frightened. It said that there would be a new fight. These insects were blood spiders. Their numbers were too great. There were suspicions that the squad would not be able to deal with them. Qin Feng told everyone to run away because they didn't have the proper level. The guy was very weak, but by all means must cope. One of the warriors ordered to take up a defensive formation and keep the insects from getting close to the Lord because he hadn't finished detoxing. Qin Feng was surprised at how his warriors chose to act, all of them standing up for his defense instead of just fleeing in fear. The warriors threw some obscure thing in front of them, but they knew exactly what they should do. After all, they had been trained. Qin Feng looked at this, and the actions of his squad caused him great surprise. He didn't even know how he should proceed. It was a big mystery to Qin Feng how his warriors knew to use the repellent pill and organized the formation so quickly. One of the warriors was ordering the center to be vacated. It was part of some plan. They were going to trap the spiders in a trap they had devised. Such an idea of the warriors, saying that the battle with these insects would pass easily and without much difficulty. Now they were showing their efforts much better. Qin Feng ran up and said that spiders can make a good web. He thanked and said to run, and he would further try to handle it himself. But the warrior said it was part of their plan. They had purposely trapped them so the spiders would start shooting their webs around. The man reminded the Lord of their training, the spider silk of spiders, a fine agnetizer for the fires of the forest. But there was one but. But only when spiders crawl on that web. So the man set fire to the spiders in the trap and suggested a campfire feast. Qin Feng watched all this action and couldn't believe his eyes, because what was happening was an amazing sight. And his brave warriors, in fact, knew it all. It turned out to be the good fruits of their training, and nothing was done in vain. But it wasn't that simple. A spider began to emerge from the fire, surprisingly large in size, which meant it wasn't over yet. Qin Feng said that this is the Spider Queen. She has a tough skin that is not afraid of fire. Now his warriors should leave because they can't deal with her. But the warriors were not going to run away, because the main rule is to fight to the end, and together they will be able to defeat this bigger spider. The warriors remembered not to be afraid, but to make a quick decision, move to action, and fight not for life, but for death. So without question, the warriors followed the rule of total harm and pounced upon the great spider and began a battle to the death. It didn't take long, and the big spider took a lot of damage despite the warriors having a low level of key stage. The warriors said that as long as the Lord relied on them, they were willing to fight and protect him, to become a support and backstop, even at the cost of their lives. Qin Feng was surprised to hear this, because now the entire squad was starting to become a real team that would work together until the very end. Qin Feng had vainly underestimated his warriors, and it was time to move on to the main goal of the expedition. The boys thought that the Lord was talking about returning home. But the warriors have progressed a lot, and so one must take as many spiritual herbs with them as possible. Otherwise, then the expedition is simply pointless. The next day, in the safe territory outside the Misty Forest, there were a great many people waiting for news. All prayed that the squad would return alive, for unprofitable bets had been made. And if all lost, the city would be greatly impoverished. A representative of the royal family, said he made everyone make an unfavorable bet because the boy can't get out alive. But even if he did, he would be such a first in history. The man asked God to make sure that Qin Feng would not return. Suddenly, from the crowd, someone drew people's attention to the exit of the Misty Forest. This greatly interested and at the same time alerted the people present. Everyone was paying attention, but no one was coming out yet. People were really hoping that the squad would still come back and they would win. A dove flew out. People were already upset that their hopes would never be realized and they just had to get over it. People began to grieve very much because the day was nearing its end and Qin Feng and his squad still do not come out. All began to think that he died there with everyone. The spokesman emerged from his carriage as a victor. He said that his words about no one being able to return were the real truth. The representatives started beating money out of people, but people begged for mercy because everyone has a family to support and provide for. But the man didn't care. He began to implicate the royal family, saying that people thus wished to turn their backs on them. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard. He told me that he had sent a bird to find out why there were so many people, and it turns out that they were forcibly taking money here. It was Qin Feng. He said that he thought that people had closed the entrance to the city, so he didn't dare to go in all day because he didn't know what was going on. Qin Feng approached the representative and said that he was really a fool if he hoped for his death. But it wasn't all a surprise yet. The entire squad had returned unharmed, and they had brought a rather large catch with them. Qin Feng's team had done well. The representative was shocked that everyone was alive and the people shouted with joy, for this return was a great victory for every resident. The representative was very angry. He said that people were very lucky and he would not touch them, so the man was going to leave the place. But he was stopped by Qin Feng, who reminded the man that he had lost the bet and was leaving without returning the debt to the residents because a bet is a bet and everything must be fulfilled. The man was yelling about representing the royal family and had no intention of giving anything back. He asked the guy what he could do to him in such a case. Qin Feng said that he would put up notices around the city that the representative of the royal family should people of the day, then the royal family would not be silent. Qin Feng looked at the man and mockingly asked how exactly he would be punished by the royal family. The man was very angry from this situation. After some time, on the square lay different things. Armor, weapons, still the representative surrendered and acted as he should. The man shouted that he had nothing left. He had to surrender his last possessions, and he still did not have enough to pay off his debts. The man asked Qin Feng to count everything, hoping that there might be a mistake somewhere. But the guy said that everything was correct and missing just a little bit. After dealing with the representative, the people thanked the young gentleman for his help and justice. The lad said he was doing it in his own interest too. Qin Feng said that he planned to still go to the forest with the team, and he really hoped to increase the different resources from the city, and he wouldn't hurt anyone. The people said that they were grateful to Qin Feng and would do whatever he asked, as a sign of great gratitude and respect, and of course wanting to help. The representative had lost everything, and now he was living on the streets. He didn't understand how Qin Feng managed to get out of the Misty Forest unharmed. According to the intelligence, Qin Feng and his squad came out of the forest without being poisoned. Most likely he relies on the help, the mysterious alchemist. This was reported by a man who had just arrived, who appeared to be from the royal family and had come straight from the capital to destroy Qin Feng. Situ brought a 1,000-pound hammer. All the people of the city tried hard to make it quickly, so its quality is excellent. Qin Feng was pleased with this kind of work. He didn't expect people to be able to do it so quickly at all, and now the young master wanted to try out the hammer. But as soon as Qin Feng wanted to raise the hammer, the irreparable happened. It wasn't as easy as one would like, hence it had its consequences. The young lord gripped his back. He was not at ease. He told whether to tell the hammer to be redone because it was obvious that it was heavy. But Qin Feng gave orders to prepare for the second trek into the forest and told him that he was working on a new skill that he would still improve. The next day, the squad went again to the Misty Forest. There, they found a good place for a new task, near a swamp. Qin Feng said that there were huge mud crabs living in this swamp and one should catch them and then they could be sold for a fairly good price. But something alerted Qin Feng. His divine sense spoke of something approaching. It was quite a strange sensation. Qin Feng ordered the squad to find a safe place and rest there for a while. While he explored the territory, he needed to check something. As he began his walk, the young lord immediately found what excited him, and soon enough he was able to see who was approaching his squad. It was the representative and alchemist of the royal family. They were riding through the Misty Forest and were talking about not lagging behind. After all, they had business to attend to. The alchemist said that he had prepared a detoxification pill for the representative, so he need not worry, and they would destroy the guy in this forest today. Qin Feng watched this and began to ponder over the fact that it was the representative who had hired a first-class alchemist to destroy the entire squad. The royal cavalry is much stronger than the squad, and there is no way out because the exit is occupied and you have to think of another way to escape. The representative was told that the tracks were getting fresher. He ordered to move faster to catch the squad by surprise. This would be very good. The horses with the royal cavalry began to accelerate. They wanted the faster to finish with their intended business. It was necessary to destroy everyone. But as suddenly, the plans of the representative and his guards, something could very much interfere, and the main mission for which they arrived may not be fulfilled. The entire royal cavalry, along with the representative, due to their great speed and inattention, were nearing straight into the swamp. Everything was in the swamp. Along with the horses, this guard had destroyed itself, and it would most likely help Qin Feng a lot, with a plan on how to keep his squad safe. The representative was shocked and asked if they had really gone into the swamp where the big crabs were. And suddenly, straight into the swamp, Qin Feng's hammer flies. Apparently, he wishes to deal with his opponents now so that they would not pose a danger. The rep was surprised to see the guy, but he said he knew long ago that the guard would be after them and ordered them to make false tracks and hide. Qin Feng was destroying with his hammer. To the representative, it was amazing to see, for his guards were now one by one sinking into the swamp. But Qin Feng told the representative not to worry because it was his turn to drown in this swamp. But this could not be done to the end because a person appeared who interfered with Qin Feng's actions. It was the royal family's alchemist, the guy the royal family's representative wants to destroy, and it's best not to touch him. But Qin Feng asked how the hammer tasted to them and told the alchemist that if his assignment was alchemy, then let him do it. These words made the alchemist very angry, and in an instant he disappeared from the swamp. This surprised and scared Qin Feng a little, because it was not clear what would happen next. Quite unexpectedly, the alchemist appears beside Qin Feng. He stabs him with the words that he is not just a person who deals in alchemy. Qin Feng didn't understand how this person could so quickly appear beside him. Such a gesture was surprising for a young master. The alchemist's amazing speed was very misleading. Qin Feng was receiving some sort of defeat from this royal alchemist. The man said that he was Ye Wen, a master alchemist of the royal family, and plus, he was a prisoner stage martial artist. Qin Feng was shocked and at the same time angry, hearing that this alchemist, a master of the second stage of martial arts. Ye Wen said that there were rumors that Qin Feng was studying with an alchemist, and that was why his head was blown off, causing him to do many irreparable things. Hence, the man was sent to deal with the guy. Qin Feng was angry enough to know that this alchemist was hiding his power. The alchemist approached Qin Feng and asked the guy, "Is he really a warrior who relies only on strength?" The development was surprising. Ye Wen didn't wait for the guy to answer, he said, leaning on speed. The man walked towards Qin Feng. Things were getting close to a big fight between these two. The alchemist told Qin Feng that speed warriors were the sworn enemies of those warriors who relied on strength, and he wouldn't even be able to touch the alchemist. The man asked Qin Feng how he was going to fight him if the guy had minimal chances of winning in this fight. Ye Wen knocked Qin Feng's hammer away from Qin Feng, which fell into the swamp that the representative was getting out of. He said that he wanted to see how the guy would be without the hammer. Qin Feng asked how the alchemist could knock out the hammer since he was a speed warrior. The man replied that his speed was based on the great strength of his legs. The alchemist said that he wasn't afraid of a hammer strike at all compared to Qin Feng's warriors. The man was very inferior. But there was one but. The leg strength of Qin Feng and his squad was much stronger than the others. Now the young master was ready to fight and fully confront the enemy. Body technique meant what the person relies on, so it all comes to the conclusion that what kind of leg strength is important. The alchemist didn't expect Qin Feng to be in such good shape. Despite being a guy at the first key stage, he held his own quite well against Ye Wen. Qin Feng said, "Don't underestimate him." He had single-handedly destroyed the Iron Bull, and the alchemist's speed wouldn't be enough to destroy the guy. The alchemist was surprised at Qin Feng being so confident. He took some pill and took it. He wanted to improve his strength to definitely win. The man asked Qin Feng about whether he thought it was difficult for an alchemist to strengthen. The guy was surprised to see what had started to happen. The alchemist explained that he had eaten a pill to become twice as fast. The representative watched it and shouted for the man to avenge Qin Feng for him. The pill that the alchemist drank created the effect as if his personalities were very many. It was very misleading, and the guy couldn't understand where the real man was. Qin Feng had to gather all his capabilities in order to defeat the alchemist because the guy wasn't that weak. And then at one point, the alchemist flies off. Apparently his pill didn't help him enough and couldn't hide him enough from Qin Feng. Indeed, all this was done by the young gentleman, who was able to gather all his strength and give a proper repulse to his rather strong opponent. Alchemist Ye Wen was hit quite hard and didn't understand how this was possible, how such a weak boy could do this. The representative who wanted Qin Feng to be destroyed stood there and didn't understand what was happening. It was obvious that he had expected a completely different outcome of events. The alchemist shouted, asking how this happened. After all, he was at the peak of double speed and Qin Feng only possessed strength. Qin Feng scoffed at this. He said that he didn't talk about being a master of strength, and he only used yang because he had learned the agility technique. This technique allowed you to be very fast, but it was just beginning to be learned, and you can't use it to its full potential, and the hammer is to keep you from getting lost. Now in the battle with this alchemist, the guy had accidentally learned the technique. As it turned out, he had just trained incorrectly before, and the results were not there. Qin Feng had understood how to properly use this technique, and in battle, he could boldly use the ghost dance, which would greatly affect the entire fight. Qin Feng was not alone. His images were many. He said that he had received many blows from the alchemist, and now it was his turn to take matters into his own hands. He approached the alchemist and said that the pill he had taken was of low quality, because now Qin Feng would show a much better result. The alchemist and the representative were terrified of what was about to happen now, for Qin Feng was many and everywhere. He constituted a great threat to them. Qin Feng combined many techniques and divine sense, martial arts together with moonlight, and the most important highlight was the devil strike. And all of this was used for Mr. Alchemist. They wanted to destroy Qin Feng, but he chose to do it first for his opponents. The representative couldn't believe his eyes that the alchemist's body was lying in front of him. Qin Feng was able to destroy him single-handedly and didn't let himself be offended. Now Qin Feng was approaching the representative, for it was his turn. He begged for mercy, but it was unlikely to help him. The representative said that he was innocent and did not want to destroy Qin Feng. All the blame he threw on the third prince, saying that it was his assignment. Qin Feng seemed to start agreeing with the representative, but then struck out at him, telling him that this kind of story he had better tell the Heavenly Lord. The representative fell right next to the alchemist. Everyone who wanted to destroy this guy had suffered a big defeat, and he stayed on top of it as always. Qin Feng thought about the fact that these enemy bodies should be drowned in the swamp. Now no one will be able to prevent the young master from going to the forest. A few days later, the news of the missing royal men was in the capital. Other people were sent to find those involved. In the city government of Yunying City, there was Qin Feng and his squad. The royal family wanted all those involved to be punished. The royal commissioner said that Qin Feng, the representative, and the alchemist together at the same time were in the forest. The commissioner asked for a confession. Qin Feng didn't know what he was talking about. He said that the forest made him afraid, so in such a state he couldn't take advantage of the royal family's people. Qin Sanchu also started to make excuses. He said that coming to the forest they had suffered many failures. In their first trek, they were attacked by an army of centipedes. The entire squad said that these centipedes had done them a lot of damage. They barely fought them off. The amount of damage they had done was unimaginable. And Houchen said that next they were attacked by big spiders, and then the Spider Queen came out. The squad tried very hard to keep away from her. The commissar listened and didn't understand why the information was different. He was beginning to think that spreading this news was someone's stupid idea. Qin Feng praised his warriors. They followed the rules and everything worked out. And if someone reached the 9th level of the key stage, they would help improve. The warriors were happy to hear the praise from the Lord. He also promised good wages, raggedly thanked the Lord and wished him all the best. Qin Feng thought about the fact that the tempered body pill was quite rare, but he didn't spare it for his warriors. Especially because of them, he had gathered many herbs. Night came. Now being in the medicine garden, Qin Feng could finally start work and prepare new quality pills. The ingredients for Qin Feng's work are of high quality, but it's quite difficult to make a pill out of them. So if you sell them, you can become famous. When Lin Shuan and the prince reach this news, it will be too late. So the best solution for the guy is to use everything solely for his own purposes. Qin Feng put the herb that would awaken the soul of the Iron Bull into the furnace. When he did so, something amazing and strange for a guy started to happen. The spirit of the Iron Bull was still active, and the stronger the soul energy, the higher the purity of the pill and the better its quality. The bull's entire body was under Qin Feng's power. He liked that he could hold someone in his power. When they had a fight, the guy was just as in charge. It was as if the bull wanted to escape, but Qin Feng said that thinking that the remaining soul could escape was true foolishness. The young lord began to do a soul capture technique, thus beginning to control the bull and the remnants of its soul that had awakened. Little by little, the pill's processing mode began to happen, while Qin Feng completely possessed the bull. Later, the formation, the miraculous pill began to take place. Qin Feng was pleased that the Iron Bull soul had survived intact, and the Tiger Bone pill had been successfully formed. Taking this pill brought cultivation benefits. If used together with divine techniques, it has an amazing effect. But also the pain that the pill brought could destroy people who were weak in spirit. So while taking the pill, one must not be distracted by anything. The Tiger Bone pill can only be taken only by warriors of the hairpin stage, because taking such a pill at the key studio is quite risky. As soon as the pill enters the body and begins to take effect, immediately the meridians begin to be severely damaged, which is not always a good thing. But fortunately, Qin Feng had 100,000 years of alchemy knowledge, which would help him mitigate the damage from all the damage the guy could receive. Qin Feng felt that he had to endure all this suffering. He couldn't wait for everything to kick in anymore. He was fully prepared for everything. When the entire transformation was over, Qin Feng was already at the 8th level of the Qi stage. He had broken through and improved greatly after this pill. But the young master wasn't enough. He didn't understand why there was so little use for such a pill. The power of the pill was still in the guy's body. He wanted to completely absorb it. Qin Feng wished to break through even more and improve a lot more. The young master had a great thirst to reach high levels. And it all worked, absorbing all the power that was there and channeling it to improve. Qin Feng was then at the peak of the Qi stage. Qin Feng had reached the 10th level. The feeling that the guy got was much different from the 9th level he had gotten 100,000 years ago. Now Qin Feng's punching power reached 750 kilometers. Now such capabilities, not even inferior to a 2nd level hairpin stage master. And Houken suddenly appeared. She turned to the gentleman and inquired if he had perfected the pill. She was really curious to know. But Qin Feng quickly shut her mouth. He said that no one must know about his alchemy successes. Otherwise, there would be trouble. He would be tied up and executed. But she asked, if the main branch of the family found out that Qin Feng was a 3rd-rank alchemist, he and the guy's family would be taken to the capital. Wouldn't that be a good thing? But Qin Feng said that he did not want to return to the capital and did not see anything good to be there. If he left, then Anhouchen would not be able to be around. In fact, Qin Feng wanted Anhouchen to help him with alchemy, and Anhouchen thought that the Lord had confessed to her and decided to keep the secret. Lin Shuan, together with the prince, want to arrange a banquet in honor of the engagement. The guy wants revenge for the injustice to him in his past life. Qin Feng's father praised him for his achievements and told him to stay in the city as long as possible until he was forgotten. Unless, of course, the royal family was targeted by the guy. If so, they'll be sent to barren lands, but they'll still live a good life. Qin Feng looked at his father in surprise. He thought about how his father really wanted a good life for him and for him to not be the center of attention. The guy reminded that his great-grandmother's birthday was coming up. She was turning 90, and he asked for permission to go to the capital to congratulate her. His father said he knew of his son's respect for his relatives, but if he went to the capital, he would become a target for the prince, and that must be avoided. Qin Feng said that he was a warrior and would be able to stand up for himself, so why should he be afraid of Lin Shuan and hide from the royal family? In addition, Qin Feng showed his father that he was not weak at all and would be able to cope with all the problems perfectly. The boy hit his dad with a fist in the hand. Such a family manipulation to prove the truth of his words, but this blow was enough to alert the boy's father. The guy's father asked his son in surprise, was he really able to completely recover his cultivation foundation after damaging it? Qin Feng said that he had indeed done so, but not only had he restored the foundation, and Yi had still grown quite a bit in self-cultivation. After the Qin family's martial arts, Qin Feng helped the 5 guards of the medical garden climb straight to the 9th level. And the weakest guardian was at the 5th level of the key stage, and plus all the guards of the medical garden have good combat experience. Qin Feng's father was surprised to hear such a thing because the last time he was here, Situ had the highest level of all of them. The father thought that Qin Feng had given all the fruits to the medicine guy. The guy was very surprised, and the father kept saying that it was a big disaster. Qin Feng was surprised and asked his father what he was talking about and why he thought that all the fruits of the medicine garden had been sold. Qin Feng showed his father that he had given the necessary part to the main clan, and there were many fruits left, and if they were all sold, 100,000 gold could be obtained. The guy's father was in a stupor because after paying tribute, his son was able to increase the amount of fruit several times over. It couldn't help but wonder. His father could not believe it and asked how long he would be unconscious. He could not think that the garden would be so transformed. And further, the father took his son by the shoulder and said that if he wished to go to the capital, he would certainly not become an obstacle to Qin Feng. In the aftermath, the man gave the advice to remain always cold-blooded. One should try to avoid problems because the father will not be able to help. Qin Feng bowed respectfully and humbly and said that he would definitely follow his advice and thanked him for everything. Lin Shuan and the prince's engagement was a month away, and before Qin Feng left for the capital, Qin Wanli would definitely train the hunting team. Likewise, Qin Feng had also taught An Haochen the pill preparation technique so that during his absence, the entire squad would be supplied with the right pills. Half a month later, Qin Feng, together with Sanchu, went on a trip to the capital, under the pretext of congratulating his great-grandmother to take revenge on Lin Shuan. 6 days later, outside of the capital, the young master along with Sanchu finally arrived at a rest stop. The road was long. Sanchu said that according to the description of the main clan, the courtyard was very good and comfortable enough for the newcomers. Qin Feng and Sanchu arrived at the city where demons are destroyed. It was quite a strange and scary place, and one would think that they had gotten lost. The arrivals looked on and couldn't figure out if this was really a permanent courtyard. Qin Feng wondered if this was how he was being greeted. There is a legend that 100 years ago the city faced demons, and the royal family sent thousands of warriors to destroy the demon. After the demon was destroyed, the city was filled with sadness because of the energy of the dead. So people left the city, and only refugees were able to live there. From his past life, the guy knew that such a thing in the city was not because of the energy of the dead, but a sign that a demon that had been destroyed was about to be born. Qin Feng thought that if he knew this, still helpless, because no one believes that a demon can come back and cause trouble to people. Qin Feng, along with Sanchu, approached the Qin family's dead relatives' hall. Perhaps the main clan wanted Qin Feng to pay his respects to the ancestors. Qin Sanchu said he was afraid that something unclean would appear. Qin Feng asked what there was to be afraid of, or if there were many ancestors here. Qin Sanchu was frightened and asked if ghosts could appear in this place in broad daylight, and suddenly it was as if something grabbed his leg. Qin Feng tossed Sanchu up, thus saving him from what he had stumbled upon. Apparently, he wasn't afraid of this place for nothing. Sanchu was even more frightened by this. The young lord asked why he didn't just cut the thing that swathed him, but the man screamed and begged to be saved. Suddenly, someone's footsteps were heard. Qin Feng wondered how some rats dared to invade the Qin family's ancestral hall. Unclear beings appeared, asking if the arrivals wanted to say goodbye to life. Sanchu was right about the ghosts in this city. Qin Feng asked everyone to wait and said that they had entered the ancestral hall. He asked these people if they were related to the Qin family. These people asked Qin Feng, drowning if he was really a member of the Qin family. It was so, and the guy answered positively. And these ghosts said an amazing thing. They said that the people they hate the most are the members of the Qin family. Qin Feng didn't understand how they weren't his family members. Sanchu said that he felt like these lederhosen had become much angrier. 30 years ago, the Qin family and the Yi family became enemies. The Qin family expelled the Yi family from the clan, and innocent people ruthlessly sacrificed. The ghosts said that the cowardly Qin family forced the Yi family to be in this sad city to survive in a city where demons were being exterminated. They pointed at Qin Feng and said how, after something like this, he dared to shamelessly come and pay respect to the ancestors. Qin Feng analyzed everything. He was thinking about what could be these ghosts, the group of people who had been expelled from the clan during this time. Qin Feng remembered that in the end, these foreigners had formed their own force and were committing acts of massacre against the Qin family. The guy asked what they wanted to do. The ghosts said, "If the young master is part of the Qin family, is he willing to fight the foreigners in a duel?" It was an amazing desire. The loser would be punished. These foreigners wanted to prove that the Qin family was a GE, just a group that intimidated the weak, but also feared the strong. Qin Feng said that this was exactly what he expected. He also asked if the foreigners would let his men go if he won. Qin Feng was given a positive answer. He was happy about it, while Situ, who was hanging on the ceiling, was terrified to hear such a conversation. Situ asked what the Lord was saying. After all, his self-cultivation had just recovered. But from the weak appearance of the people, the guy thought he would defeat them. Qin Feng waited for the moment when these foreigners would start advancing. He also noticed that their pallor and tired appearance was quite noticeable. He'd let them hit him first, because whoever attacked first could really be a worthy opponent for the guy. The aliens were a bit stunned to hear such a statement, but then they said they couldn't have wished for more. Everything was wonderful for them. Situ was shocked by the Lord's words, but the Lord said that he couldn't believe that someone could defeat him. And suddenly, at Qin Feng, a hand flew into Qin Feng. He was surprised at such a quick action. After all, he had expected something completely different, a quick and easy victory. In front stood a good, strong fighter whose punch had given Qin Feng a good amount of damage, and much wonder that it was his opponent. The alien Earthlings were happy to see this because they thought that the people from their clan were pretty good. So many thought for nothing that they couldn't win. The alien Earthlings had mastered quadruple body sense, which was a divine power. They had defeated quite a large number of people. Qin Sanchu was shocked to see all this. He became more afraid and was very worried about the Lord and shouted to him if he was all right. Qin Feng said for Sanchu not to worry. Everything is fine. He wanted to say something about the body tempering realm, but he didn't finish. Qin Feng changed in facial expression and overall spirit and said that despite everything, he still had a chance of winning this fight. The guy's opponent looked at him and said he was doing pretty well, and asked how he could still laugh after such a blow. The man menacingly headed towards Qin Feng with words of mockery. He was saying that he hoped that at the end of the fight, the guy would still be able to laugh. But Qin Feng wasn't as simple as it seemed. He had quite good strength combined with techniques, and he flew into the air above his opponent. The man was very surprised to see such a gesture, for now there were only some pebbles left of his opponent. This misled the man. But now the man's mood changed. He scoffed and said that the pebbles did not provide any pain. He asked Qin Feng why he threw them. But Qin Feng continued to deal damage. He was starting to get the hang of this fight, and now his opponent wasn't laughing. It was obvious that he didn't like it all. Qin Feng threw more and more pebbles at his opponent. He said that it didn't hurt at all, but things were probably far from that. The man decided to hurt words and started to say that this was very cowardly behavior, and now it further confirmed that the Qin family was all cowards. But the young master wasn't paying attention. He saw that there was a reaction to the damage happening and asked, wasn't this the man who had just said he wasn't in pain? But after a while, because of such an attack, Qin Feng's opponent began to show emotions. This was a good sign for him. The man was shocked at what he heard. It surprised him, but nevertheless he didn't reply anything because Qin Feng's words made sense. Suddenly, something incomprehensible began to happen to the man. He in an instant began to feel weakness and numbness in the whole body. It was not good for him. The aliens were surprised to see that their strongest warrior was able to be knocked down. After all, Qin Feng was still at the key stage, and this was simply impossible. Qin Feng postured in front of his opponent and asked if he, the arrogant fool, could still fight, or if he would just admit defeat. But the man said that for someone as bad as Qin Feng, he would never admit defeat even if he had to say goodbye to his life. The man said that he would destroy the guy, but Qin Feng, with confidence and mockery, said that there was no need for his opponent to waste his time. And when Qin Feng talked about how the man's energy wasn't even enough to land a punch, the guy actually received a punch. The man asked how much Qin Feng had felt the blow and explained that all this pain he had received was the result of his arrogance. And suddenly, when Qin Feng, before he could even reply anything yet, he was suddenly grabbed by his legs by something. It wasn't fair for someone to interfere with the fight. It was the man's father who told him to stop it, for he would never commit unjust acts in his duels. But father said that fairness was out of the question and said that Qin Feng was an alchemist, and he would definitely fight unfairly in battle. He said that the guy was purposely using the stones to disrupt his body, and also Qin Feng was secretly undermining his opponent's self-cultivation. The man was surprised to hear such a thing. He checked with Qin Feng himself to see if he really targeted the opponent's self-cultivation. This was so, and Qin Feng told the man to continue fighting because he had not given up yet and was willing to fight on. Qin Feng asked if they really thought that he could be defeated just by tapping his feet. It was a misconception after all. The guy was quite strong. The man was angry and said that this was a fair duel between two men. Therefore, it was very unfair to use sneaky tactics. In the man's gaze, one could see how he wanted to deal with his opponent. He believed that the inner clan was full of people like Qin Feng. The man was once again approaching Qin Feng, and he remained standing completely calm, not worrying about the further development of the fight. Suddenly, when the man wanted to strike again, Qin Feng once again used his abilities and rose into the air above his opponent. Qin Feng said that he had just talked about his opponent possessing innate divine power. But there was one thing. Qin Feng grabbed his opponent by his rather strong arms. The man seeing this was very surprised, not realizing what the guy wanted to do. And preparing to strike again, Qin Feng continued his thought, saying that the mere strength his opponent had was not enough to win. Yi Qin Feng strikes hard, causing his opponent to take most of the damage, bringing him closer to losing. But it wasn't just the guy's opponent that was damaged. The man's father was also damaged. The iron claws he used to grab Qin Feng with were completely broken. Qin Sanchu watched this and was very happy that his young master had used his own strength, and it was amazing. The man had suffered enough. The damage Qin Feng had inflicted had affected him enough, and now he was just lying on the ground. Qin Feng said that his opponent would no longer be able to fight. He asked the man if he would admit defeat. The man was shocked and didn't know what to say, and Qin Feng asked if the man wanted him to continue blocking his self-cultivation. The man was angry and said, "Let Qin Feng continue to block him. After all, he wasn't going to surrender to the dirty man, the inner clan." Qin heard all this, and further deal what shocked everyone. He said that in that case, it was he who would admit defeat. Sanchu, the foreigners, and his opponent were shocked to hear such a statement, for such a thing could hardly be hoped for or even expected. The man shouted, asking what the guy was talking about. After all, he represents the Qin family, and if he admits defeat, it means his family has surrendered. Qin Feng said that there was no such thing, and that was wrong, because this matter only concerned the guy himself and his opponent. The young master said that still one of the families must admit defeat, and he had another task. It was to save his people. People ran up to the man to help him. They asked about his condition, but he said he was fine and could bear it all. Suddenly, the man was very surprised at his condition. He didn't realize what was beginning to happen to him, something unusual with his body. The man felt no pain in his body at all. It was amazing, and all the internal injuries of the body, they were healed. The man now understood that Qin Feng had used the stones, not to hinder self-cultivation, but to heal internal injuries. Qin Feng was helping Sanchu, and the man looked at him, realizing that because of these internal injuries he had, his strength was not balanced. And even though not even looking at what Qin Feng did, also helped the man, learning how to properly use his strength during battle. The man was angry and was telling Qin Feng that he had not yet considered him as an opponent from the beginning. And if he could have won, why didn't he do so? Qin Feng explained that they were all part of the Qin family, even though they were now separated. But the guy felt that they didn't need this at all. You don't have to fight each other ruthlessly and brutally as enemies and fight to the death. Qin Feng kneeled down. He swore that the younger generation would do everything to make up for the wrongs of all the exiled ancestors. The guy said that one day everything would be done so that the status of all ancestors would be restored and there would be no more outsiders in the Qin family. Qin Feng kneeled down and swore an oath, and all the people present who were watching this were simply shocked to see such a situation. The man looked at all this and remembered his foster father telling him that the Qin family looked down on them as if they were outsiders. He remembered the fight, how some people had looked at him and ordered with great arrogance that all outsiders should be put away. The little boy had been told that if he was ever seen again, he would be destroyed. Now he got a taste of how people close to them didn't see them that way. But now looking at Qin Feng, he realized that he might have been very wrong about the entire Qin family and their bloodline. And then the man said that he would admit defeat, and said that Qin Feng could leave, and they wouldn't bother him anymore. Qin Feng thanked his opponent and already agreed with him, while Sanchu thanked his master and said that he was the best. But suddenly the man gets a strong Zada blow. It was very unexpected and quite unpleasant to feel such a thing. It was the man's father, he asked, who authorized him to surrender like this. His father ordered him to attack Qin Feng and destroy him and bring the matter to an end. The man didn't like feeling that way and said that the duel was over, and he had lost. According to the contract, the man would not engage in combat again. But the guy's father didn't want such an ending. He reminded the man that the Qin family had not done well to his family, and he couldn't just let things go. The man asked his foster father to stop. He recalled the internal trauma, the older brother, and said it was caused much earlier. Qin Feng asked the man's father to stop after all. He doesn't need to interfere because the way the Qin family solves problems is their business. Next, the guy said that there was no need to continue like this and revealed that the secretary who sent him here, Qin Dahai, was also from the Qin family. The man Qin Feng was addressing was very surprised. He said he didn't know what he was talking about and asked who this Qin Dahai was. Qin Feng would address the man and say that he was an outsider, but the guy had seen him in the main clan, and he believed that the man was a clan member and pretending to be an outsider. And then Qin Feng said that if he wasn't mistaken, this city wasn't organized for them by the clan, and this man had brought the guy here on purpose. And those ropes that were used are of black royal gold, and if a man has this weapon, he must be related to the Yai family. The man said that this is all nonsense, and such insults Qin Feng only says because the man is an ordinary outsider. Qin Feng said, if a man argues, he must dare to go against the Qin and Yi family, and if he is innocent, the guy will meet with them again. The man was shocked by such words and did not know how to react or how to justify himself. The man agreed to all of Qin Feng's conditions. He said that he didn't expect at all that there would be such observant people like Qin Feng in the Qin family. And then the man took off his mask and said that he was really Qin Dahai, the secretary of the Qin clan, and he was going to become a member of the Yai family. The man said that the Qin family was one with the main family, but the weakest and the Yi family was the strongest, and after a while, he was able to gain trust and become a member of their family. The man said he had made a lot of effort to change his life. The man's son listening to all this was shocked and didn't know how to react. The man said that if he presented the destroyed Qin Feng at the engagement banquet, then finally the man could become a member of the Yi family. Qin Feng said that he did not expect such a revelation from Qin Dahai. This was exactly what the guy wanted, and now all secrets had been revealed. And further, Qin Feng's opponent was horrified at the whole situation. He questioned that all the time he had been pretending, only to become a servant of the Yi family. The man completely agreed with his son's words and said that they were all just servants and should all be grateful to the Yi family. Now the man said that when his identity is revealed, anyone who wishes to go with him and enjoy the prosperity of the Yi family must destroy Qin Feng. People talked about being deceived, but despite this, the whole world is ruled by the Yi family, and everyone wants to be with the family and serve them. People thought that the Yai family's money would help them become better, because there was no shame in being just servants, so they all went to Qin Feng. Everyone wanted to destroy Qin Feng and follow the Yi family. Sanchu was telling his master to run away, and he would save him. Qin Feng took Sanchu by the shoulder and said that although there were ungrateful people, there were people who were willing to sacrifice for justice. Qin Feng was referring to his opponent, who was upset by such a deception from his father, albeit an adopted one. The man was very angry and ready to fight for the justice he desired with all his heart. A true lion had awakened in him. He shouted with incredible anger because everyone knew the truth, and yet he continued to side with the real outsiders. The man was destroying everyone. He shouted that they didn't deserve to be members of the Qin family. After all, only the loyal ones could be members of this family. Sanchu, along with Qin Feng, were watching all of this, and Sanchu was shocked that this man was helping them. Qin Fengtian's father, saying that he was not doing the right thing at all. The father ordered his son to immediately destroy Qin Feng. But without any response, Qin Dahayu, a very strong punch flew into his face. He didn't have time to say anything else, but only received heavy damage. The man was very angry and shouted that he was from the Qin family and his last name was Qin. Therefore, he wasn't going to help anyone and go against his family. He shouted that the blood of the Qin family flowed in his body and he wasn't going to kneel before someone else and worship. Qin Feng thought about when he found out that this group of people were outsiders. From past memories, there was one outsider named Qin Fanjiang in his memory. Qin Feng remembered that Qin Fengtian possessed an unusual talent and immense strength, so to favor him would be a great fortune. It was then that Qin Feng sprang into action and used his strength to the fullest in order to find Qin Fengtian. All of this was surprising, and it was all a bit of a mystery as to why Qin Feng would use his strength to favor Qin Fengtian. Qin Fanjiang was in a surprised state. He asked Qin Feng and Sanchu what they wanted from him. Did they really want to fight him? And then Qin Fanjiang grabbed Qin Feng's luggage and said that he was hungry. Let him have to communicate with them, but following them will change a lot. Sanchu, shocked by such words, he didn't understand what this man wanted, and the young master said that there was no problem if he wanted to join. Qin Feng extended his hand, offering to follow him, and everything would be fine, and plus, the man would no longer starve. Qin Fanjiang agreed to such an offer and said that it was much better than being someone's dog, even if he had to starve. Suddenly, someone's voices and footsteps were heard, someone saying that they saw Qin Feng and ordering them to surround him so that he couldn't escape from this place. Qin Feng was quite wary and didn't understand what was going on and who all these people were that were starting to surround the entire territory. And when the troops started to approach, Qin Feng realized that all these people were all Yi family warriors. He asked what these people wanted. Some man greeted Qin Feng and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The whole situation explained that it was just a routine investigation. It was Ling Lan. He said that he had learned of Qin Feng's battle with the outsiders and simply couldn't win, hence met a tragic end. Qin Feng realized that Ling Lan knew about everything. It was now clear who was controlling Qin Dahai. It all came down to the fact that everything had been planned long ago. Lin Lan asked what Qin Feng can do. He has a little power in his city, but his sister is the prince's fiancée, and soon he will be finished. Lin Lan said that he wasn't the same as before, and his power wasn't the same, and behind him, the Yi family's army swarmed behind him. All the warriors were of the stabbing stage. Everyone was shocked at the number of troops. Qin Fengtian had said that he could handle one or two of these, but there were too many warriors. Ling Lan ordered the royal army to start attacking Qin Feng and all his close men. Everything was heading towards a strong battle. Qin Feng said that he was sorry. Qin Fanjiang had just joined the team and immediately got into this situation, but the man said that it didn't matter. Qin Feng said that they would rather die in battle than live in injustice, so they should break through. Maybe they still had a chance after all. Qin Fanjiang said that there was no problem, and he owed Qin Feng a lot. Therefore, he would help him escape with all his might. Qin Sanchu was still a little scared, but he was also willing to help his team. He tried to tune in and said that he wasn't afraid anymore. They are all members of the Qin family and are ready to fight to the end and will not tolerate injustice, so they are ready to fight. Suddenly, some man appeared and said it was great because a good man would fight to the death and would rather die in battle. Lin Lan asked the guards who this appearing madman was. He PR seemed to destroy him. It would be without question because no one can see them. And the warrior went up to the man to do his master's bidding. He was telling the man to get out immediately from this place. But the man was not about to leave, and touching the warrior who approached him did something unusual, which greatly surprised and frightened the warrior. And in an instant after the touch, the warrior flew away from the man with incredible force. It was some miracles of magic that certainly caught the attention. The warrior flew straight into Lin Lan, sweeping him out of the way. It was amazing. No one understood what was happening. There were only many questions. Lin Lan was angry and scared at the same time. He was saying to protect him and immediately destroy this man. Ling Lan ordered for the warriors to surround him and destroy him in the same second. The warriors, of course, began to follow orders. The warriors were getting closer and closer to the unknown man. They were advancing to fulfill orders, and one would think that they would be able to overpower this old man. But it wasn't that simple. This old man had started using an obscure technique again, and it was as if he had put up a hedge against those guards. In an instant, all the warriors who were advancing flew away from the man with screams. Everyone present couldn't help but wonder. Qin Feng and his small team watched this and couldn't understand how the man was able to lift everyone into the air in an instant. The man shouted about how he was finally able to, and said that the Qin family would rather die than live like this. The man said that his Qin family could never be a slave to another family, and for quite a long time was simply useless. But today, he would definitely not be like that. It meant that there was a new person in the battle who had incredible power and wanted to use it. The Qin family sigil lit up in the sky. Such when Qin Feng used the martial order, the man said that he wished to return to the madness of his youth. Everyone was shocked by this development. Qin Feng and his team looked up at the sky and couldn't believe their eyes. What this man did was a true battle banner, the Qin family. The man was willing to fight for his family and do so until the very end. After this act, a whole new set of warriors began to appear. This situation and the man could drastically change the whole situation. Ling Lan fell to his knees, the Qin family's battle banner calling for warriors. He didn't understand at all how this could happen. After all, it wasn't planned at all. Qin Feng was surprised to see his family's battle banner, for it could only be possessed by someone who had accomplished great feats for his family. And as soon as that banner is raised, then the whole family will enter into preparations for battle, and the order to begin the battle may come at any moment. Qin Feng sulkily understood what a battle banner was. Only a few people in his family had them, and only they could use them. Because it was a mystery who the old man with the battle banner was, a Qin family warrior had come to him and said that he was waiting for orders from the standard bearer. The whole army informed the man who wielded the battle banner that they were entirely at his disposal and ready to receive and execute the edicts. They all bowed down to the mysterious man and said they welcomed him back into their family. Qin Feng and Qin Fanzhong were surprised to hear that this man was a great master. Now it was no wonder why he easily defeated the warriors. It turns out that Yu Lao has the greatest strength, and being at the 6th level of a great master, such strength is worthy of the respect of all 5 families. But Yu Lao disappeared more than 30 years ago and never appeared again, so it was a mystery that he decided to appear here. Yu Lao started to say that when he was young, the Qin family started to go into decline, and at that time there was fighting between the Qin family and other families. 30 years ago, this man was severely bullied by the Yi family, and so he couldn't stand it, and led his army to fight back. It was the Yi family that first started making trouble, and the Qin family was afraid that the royal family would retaliate. Yu Lao caused his team to be judged quite severely, with all the brutality possible. Because of this, Yu Lao thought that the Qin family was hopeless. Although the Qin family didn't punish the man, he punished himself by living in this empty city. But today, everything changed. And Yu Lao saw the hope of the Qin family in one person present. It was what gave him the opportunity to be reborn again. Yu Lao pointed at Qin Feng. This surprised him greatly. The man said that it was in him that he saw all his strength, stamina, and energy. The man stated that the lion now had a chance to wake up, and he raised the battle banner not to fight, but to announce his return. Yu Lao said that everyone should know one important thing. The Qin family should be united and not divide into outsiders and not destroy each other. The man was disappointed with his family's leadership, but now that someone like Qin Feng had appeared in it, the guy was very worried listening to this. And further, Yu Lao handed Qin Feng a flag and said that now the future of the Qin family is possible, and the man gives the right to lead this family to Qin Feng. The man announced that the standard bearer had changed and ordered the Qin family army to wait for orders from the new standard bearer. Qin Feng was somewhat shocked by everything. The army said in one voice that they awaited the orders of the new standard bearer. They promised to obey any order and under all circumstances to fulfill everything. Ling Lan, who was watching this, was saddened because the entire army was in favor of Qin Feng, and Ling Lan was thinking about the fact that they would completely destroy him. Qin Feng's team was asking for further orders and actions. They liked that at one moment they might have help in the form of an army. Qin Feng thought about the fact that Master had specially handed him the banner for him to command everything, but did the guy really have the right to do so? Yu Lao asked Qin Feng how he was going to deal with those who wanted to harm him. Ling Lan, listening to this, was very afraid of what was happening. Qin Feng thanked Yu Lao for trusting him and said that using a battle banner for a bunch of trash was really pathetic. Did the guy really want to let everyone go? Qin Feng didn't reply, as Ling Lan began to say that the young master was very merciful and thanked him for keeping them alive. But Qin Feng said that he didn't want to destroy Lin Lan, just to avoid sabotage between the families. But that didn't mean one shouldn't torture him. Qin Feng said that he had one perfect way to pull it all off. Ling Lan was very scared and asked what he was going to do. At the mansion, Prince Ye Feng asked about the story of the Qin family's battle banner. He thought it would scare his guests at the engagement party. Ye Fan blew up a servant to him and ordered that the sooner to find out all the information about the situation going on. Lin Shuan came over and told the prince not to be angry. Maybe something important had happened and it wouldn't be an inconvenience, and that she wanted to postpone the banquet. But Ye Fan said that this will not be the case, and the banquet should be celebrated in a big way. He wants the banquet to be the grandest in the city. Lin Shuan obediently agreed with Ye Fan and said that she didn't need fame and fortune at all. It was enough to have her prince by her side. Suddenly, one of the servants arrived and reported that the Qin family army had arrived. Ye Fan and Lin Shuan were shocked to hear this. The army, along with Qin Feng, was already near the entrance gate. Their arrival had caused a great furor and raised many questions. Ye Fan was shocked by such an arrival of Qin Feng. The prince began to think that Qin Feng might be planning a rebellion. Qin Feng greeted everyone and said that he had come to the capital especially to welcome them to the engagement banquet. Lin Shuan was surprised to see Qin Feng. She was thinking about how he dared to appear here. After all, she had asked her big brother to deal with him. Ye Feng asked Qin Feng about being from Yunying City and said that he didn't invite him and asked him to get out of the capital. But Qin Feng was not going to leave so quickly, and said that he had a wonderful gift for the third prince and his bride. The servants brought up the bound Lin Lan. Qin Feng divulged that he thought it was the best gift ever, and the prince simply couldn't refuse it. Ye Fan and Lin Shuan were shocked to see Lin Lan like this, and didn't know how they should react to such a gift from Qin Feng. Qin Feng said that he was doing abnormal things in a city where demons were being exterminated, and he saw how Lin Lan wanted to punish him, saved him. The guy said that the people of the city were very excited, and if he wasn't allowed to be at the banquet, Lin Lan would have to be taken back. Lin Shuan started screaming. How could he say such a thing? In a fit of anger, she said that she had sent her big brother to destroy. And Qin Feng in an instant gave in to Lin Shuan and asked who was to be destroyed. The girl did not know what to answer. After all said unnecessary. Lin Shuan turned to Ye Fan and said that he shouldn't escalate the situation and should allow Qin Feng to be at the banquet. Qin Feng began to confidently enter the territory. He had achieved what he wanted, and at this point, he thanked for the permission. Ye Fan said that this situation was very disgusting. He didn't understand what kind of people Qin Feng had brought. It was spoiling the whole standard of the banquet. Situ told his master that the prince was apparently very unhappy with their arrival. He asked what they would do next. Qin Feng said that he finally had a short meeting with Lin Shuan, and she is in the spotlight on this long-awaited day. The young master felt that he needed to make a memorable impression on Lin Shuan and the memories of the engagement banquet. As the wedding banquet was about to begin, and he had to make a speech, Ye Fan introduced the woman he loved to everyone present. The prince said that Lin Shuan was chosen by the Immortal Palace, and also she vowed to be Ye Fan's favorite for the rest of her life. The girl was moved by such words. She must have been really pleased to hear such a thing, and the banquet promised to be wonderful. People who were at the banquet said that Forst had chosen a very good wife for himself, and some said they even wept. Sanchu heard this and was very angry because Lin Shuan was not at all the person she was presented and served to everyone. But Qin Feng told Sanchu not to get angry because that's how they lose their sobriety. Sanchu asked, "Does Master really want to let her go so easily?" Qin Feng said that he wasn't going to let her go at all, but instead of fighting, it was better to spend his resource to fight. The guy said that he knew Lin Shuan back when they were still kids, and she is really good, so he conveyed sincere congratulations. The girl was surprised by such a gesture. She was rather embarrassed and said that Qin Feng did not have to say all of this now. The prince stopped the girl and said, "Let Qin Feng speak. He wishes for everyone to know how good Lin Shuan is." Qin Feng thanked the prince for the permission and asked him to listen carefully, for the girl's simplicity and modesty went beyond imagination. Qin Feng said that when the girl's family was weak, Qin's family helped her grow up, and in gratitude, she made a marriage contract with the guy. Everyone was shocked to hear such news, for they all remembered Lin Shuan's words as she said that she would only marry the third prince. Sanchu, together with Qin Fengjiang, started to portray this picture, and Qin Feng said that the girl back then was so good that she fell in love with the prince. And everything was great, because the prince also fell in love with the girl, and she didn't want to provide Qin Feng with any inconvenience. This was also portrayed by the guy's friends. Qin Sanchu and Qin Fengjiang portrayed how Lin Shuan didn't just want to leave Qin Feng behind, but to completely destroy him. Qin Feng said that this was how she took the initiative to seal the guy's martial skills and left breaking their engagement. Qin Feng said that Lin Shuan's condition had improved over time, and he had just helped her become who she was and couldn't interfere in her life. People were surprised to hear that Lin Shuan was actually like this. They said that the girl was just an ungrateful rogue. Lin Shuan was surprised at how Qin Feng had pulled everything off. It was as if he was praising her, but he was actually just mocking her. And it all worked out that Qin Feng, in an instant, had turned everyone against her. His entire speech was just for that, even though she was completely innocent. The prince started to ask what Qin Feng meant by all this. He said that Lin Shuan was not like this at all, but a very good girl. Qin Feng said that perhaps the prince was right that he didn't really know the girl, but he knew another very important thing. The prince was furious and was most likely afraid of getting some kind of scary answer for himself, but he still dared to ask what exactly Qin Feng knew. And Qin Feng said a rather strange thing, and the gist of it was that the prince would be responsible for the consequences of using it. This was something the prince had definitely not expected to hear. He was angry at such words, and he intended to proceed with full determination. Lin Shuan said that insults were nothing to her, but insulting the prince was a big deal, and he ordered the servants to capture him. This was how the prince wanted to punish the guy, and the guards flew over to Qin Feng and his team's table in a flash to fulfill Ye Fan's order. All of a sudden, Qin Feng took out a flag, a battle banner. It spoke of some sort of approaching, quite a scary situation for everyone. When Qin Fengtian asked what the gentleman had gotten, he replied that it was just a toothpick. He just really likes big toothpicks. Qin Feng watched with a puzzled look. He questioned his actions as if hinting that there would be a strong fight. And in an instant, the warriors in front of Qin Feng, they bowed in an instant and were already waiting for orders from their lord. People were surprised to see such a thing because Qin Feng displayed his family's battle banner, and all of Ye Fan's guards dropped straight to their knees. Lin Shuan was surprised to see the battle banner, and the prince asked how it could be here and ordered everything to be reported to him. And his servant immediately began to report. He said that according to the investigation, it was found out that the new standard bearer of the Qin family is Qin Feng. The prince was shocked to hear that this young boy could be in the position of flag bearer in the Qin family. The warrior told the prince that they should not act recklessly because the one sitting next to the guy is one of the 10 masters of the Qin family. It was about an old man who was considered rather clumsy. At the sight of him, one might not immediately believe that he was a strong master. The prince along with Lin Shuan were terrified because to believe that old man Yu Lao could be the lord of the Qin family was quite difficult. Yu Lao turned to the prince and asked what he had just ordered and what exactly his order meant. He was really curious to know. Since the family elder is not present, the prince simply could not do anything and said that he just wanted to offer Yu Lao a drink for the enjoyment of the meal. A warrior arrived at the prince's side and informed him that Lin Lan had been slandered. But it didn't matter because the battle banner and strong master were on Qin Feng's side. And with such a lineup, who would now dare to touch them or deny them anything, Qin Feng had arranged things very well. Even today, the Lin Shuan family could be famous throughout the capital. But because of Qin Feng, she had become the most important object for people's ridicule. Lin Shuan was very angry after all. This could ruin her plans, and she didn't want to let Qin Feng ruin everything at all costs. Sanchu and Qin Fengjiang praised their lord very much. They liked the fact that he could make anyone mad without a single swear word. But Qin Feng replied to Sanchu that he still wouldn't be proud of it if he was praised. Sanchu said that his master was too modest. But suddenly, a warrior came up to Qin Feng and snatched the battle flag. The guy was very surprised and didn't understand who it was and what he was doing at all. And suddenly, this warrior got the upper hand on Qin Feng and pawed at him, instantly putting the guy on the ground. But who could do that? After all, Qin Feng is a flag bearer. In front of Qin Feng stood some unknown man, and his team wondered who it was, and how dare he do such a thing to a lord. This man was the head of the Qin family, Qin Zhan. He said that he had come on the orders of the elders to retrieve the Qin family's battle banner, and also need to bring the criminal Qin Feng to the law enforcement hall and hold him accountable for his actions. Such news was a big shock to everyone. It certainly wasn't good for Qin Feng after all. These are quite big problems. In the law enforcement hall, Qin Feng was accused of being the guy who used the battle banner to stir up trouble at the banquet. This whole situation could greatly affect the relationship between the families, and Qin Feng was asked if he would plead guilty to what he had done. The guy said that Ye's family attacked him first, and since there were no problems between the families, why is he being blamed? Qin Feng was told that he wouldn't get away with it anyway, just because there was no evidence against him, and he would be judged by his grandmother. This news was very surprising. People in the audience were shocked and talked among themselves about whether the final verdict will be given by the grandmother. Situ was very scared after all. Grandma Lu is the most powerful in the Qin family, and anyone who fell under her power is destroyed, even if not guilty. Qin Feng was shocked, and from the people department, one man shouted that he didn't expect to ever see Qin Feng in such a situation. It was the herb picker. He was talking about Qin Feng being imprisoned and mockingly asked if this served as the difference between the two. The man confessed he was the person who first reported Qin Feng's use of the battle banner. The guy was shocked by such a confession. Suddenly, people shouting that the grandmother has arrived. The man told Qin Feng in the aftermath that good days will be finished here and now. The grandmother entered the hall. She started to say that it was reported that the guy used the battle banner to cause trouble for the Yi family. The guy kneeled down, and the grandmother continued to say that Qin Feng messed with the outsiders who were exiled. It was a violation of the family laws. Lu Fenghua is Qin Zhong's mother, the head of the Qin family, a second-level great master. She asked Qin Feng if he would recognize his actions. And without any doubt, Qin Feng says in an instant that he admits his actions. It was the truth, and he decided that it was not worth hiding it. And the grandmother approached the guy and told him to give her a reason for doing such actions so that she could better understand the whole situation. Qin Feng said that the Ye family had always underestimated them, and he also said that he had always disliked the Ye family's laws to expel the foreigners. Perrine thought that the laws of this family were pedantic and despicable, so he believes that the time has finally come for all of this to change. Qin Feng began to shout out what he was talking about, for to many people, this was absurd. Many people thought that this was a rebellion against everyone. Grandmother was angry to hear just such words from Qin Feng. She asked if these were really his reasons, as if wanting him to change his mind. Sanchu thought that Qin Feng was confused because she was a great master. Qin Fanqiang asked if the master had been judged before. The herb gatherer liked it. He wished everyone knew about the guy's crimes, because he considered him a traitor and thought that now he would be cut out of the family. And suddenly, Grandma does an amazing thing. The chains that were binding Qin Feng's hands, in an instant from Lu Fenghua's action, they break. Grandmother was no longer angry. She was smiling and said that this was exactly what she expected from her fearless grandson. Qin was shocked by this turn of events, for he had not expected this at all and was already thinking that he would be punished for such a thing. Everyone hearing this could not gather their surprise. No one thought that such a thing could happen. There was only one question. Would Qin Feng really be released? The herb gatherer started to get very indignant. He was saying that Qin Feng had committed many crimes, and now he was bound to be expelled from the family. But Grandma said that the Qin family really needed someone like Qin Feng, because only such brave people would be able to break the unjust laws. Lu Fenghua said that Qin Feng treated all people equally and fairly and asked the others if they had ever been to a stranger's place. The judges said, how could one believe such a thing after all? Old man Yu Lao had told them about it, and he had only recently returned, and they kept suggesting that the guy should be judged. Grandmother said that the Wasteland Development Tournament between the 5 families was very soon, and Qin Feng would go and participate in this tournament. This was a shock to everyone. The men shouted, how could this be? Not only was Qin Feng not punished, but also rewarded with such an opportunity. The weed picker was very angry. He was saying that the number of spots in the tournament was limited, and they were all taken, and it was all illegal. Grandmother agreed that the seats were occupied and the picker was happy about it and said that he wouldn't let Qin Feng get any profit. And then Lu Fenghua said something that amazed everyone present. She said that Qin Feng would take Qin Yulan's place and participate in the tournament. The herb gatherer was shocked to hear this. He doesn't understand how he could be treated like this. Qin Yulan didn't want Qin Feng to take his place. Qin Yulan turned to Lu Fenghua's grandmother with great sadness. He asked why Qin Feng was given his place. The grandmother's answer was simple and clear. She said that she was giving his place because he was a snitch, and she doesn't like such people very much. Qin Feng thanked his grandmother. In fact, the tournament is a good opportunity to improve and achieve success for the main family. Grandma said she would put together a new youth team and she would choose a group of people who have experience in land development. And pointing at Qin Feng, the grandmother announced something that surprised everyone, including the guy. She said that Qin Feng would be the one to be their leader. Qin Fanjiang and Sanchu were happy for their master. They said that he had gotten a prestigious place, and Qin Yulan was very upset about it. Grandmother said that everything only depended on the labor and desire Qin Feng, and he responded by promising that he would never let his grandmother down. Qin Feng thought that if he could become a leader, he would be able to build a personal, good relationship and have a lot in common with the core family. Qin Feng was outside the library. It had been a while since he had been away from the core family, and now he wished to learn new techniques for the future. Although there were many techniques from his past life in his memory, but mastering new knowledge never hurt, but on the contrary, helped him a lot. In the library, there were many books of different techniques. Qin Feng was thinking about when the time would come when he would know all these techniques by heart. Suddenly, someone entered the library saying that Qin Feng was hiding here. The guy was surprised by these words because it wasn't true at all. It was Qin Yulan. He was asking the guy how he dared to take his place in the tournament. The man said that he wished to fight him. But Qin Feng completely calmly replied that Qin Yulan didn't deserve to be his opponent, and the seat was given to him by his grandmother. Qin Feng said, "If Qin Yulan wants to fight so badly, let him go to his grandmother." This made him even more angry. After all, Qin Yulan was a pranok. Qin Yulan said that Qin Feng was just afraid, and he should ask about the training he had done for 3 years for the tournament. He was enticing Qin Feng to fight him as soon as possible, and the guy listening to this was wondering why the collector would not be appeased. Qin Yulan said that his secret technique was to crush 800 pounds at a time. Would Qin Feng be able to handle it? Close to Qin Yulan, happy to see the secret technique of the gatherer, they believed that this strength was equivalent to that of a legendary warrior. Qin Yulan couldn't keep up with Qin Feng and kept asking him to fight him. He asked him to fight him like a real man. Qin Yulan wanted to prove that grandmother was very wrong, and he was capable of destroying Qin Feng in one blow and was not going to spare him. Suddenly, a strong punch flew into Qin Yulan's face, something he didn't expect. And despite the fact that the picker was talking about his strength, he received a good amount of damage. This blow was from Qin Feng. He said that the picker was very annoying and asked him to stay out of the way while he reviewed important books. Qin Yulan fell to the ground with a rumble. His aides suddenly ran up to him. They were shocked by such a thing and wanted to help in some way. Qin Feng said that searching for books was stressful and asked him not to bother him anymore because he would make Qin Yulan fall asleep forever. Those close to Qin Yulan were amazed at Qin Feng's strength. He was able to destroy the opponent with a single blow. They believed that the guy had great strength. One of the men turned to Qin Feng, saying that since he had defeated Qin Yulan, it didn't mean that he could turn up his nose and start being too proud of himself. Qin Feng was a little surprised at such words and asked the man if he had not had enough sleep since he dared to ask such a thing. Qin Yulan looked at his brothers and thought that his upbringing had benefited them, and they would always support him in times of need. But suddenly, all these brothers knelt down and said something that surprised everyone. All of them in one voice proclaimed Qin Feng as their new big brother. Qin Yulan couldn't believe what he heard. He asked what kind of nonsense they were talking about, and how could they betray him so easily? It was unfair of them. The brothers turned around and started asking Qin Yulan who he was, and also said that only the strongest should be the elder brother. Qin Feng said that they could be his younger brothers, but for that, they must help him find books with different martial arts techniques. The guys immediately set to work. They had already forgotten about Qin Yulan, for they had a new brother that they were desperate to help. These guys were ungrateful. but their help in finding the right books could save quite a bit of time for Qin Feng. Qin Feng asked his new younger brothers about something he didn't know at all. It was about an auction that was about to be held soon by the 5 great families. The brothers quickly explained to the guy that at the auction, everyone will provide their resources. That is, this auction is for everyone to offer their help. But then the guy said that the Qin family doesn't have anything to show at all, and they will most likely just watch everything. They hope for the success of the Qin family. Qin Feng was strange to hear all this after all. The Qin family was not worse than the others at all. It was on par, but the Qin family was less important than the others. Seeing all this, the new generation was quite disappointed, and if things continue like this, the younger generation will lose their confidence. Because of this, the generation wouldn't evolve, so Qin Feng said that the Qin family was just hiding their great strength from the rest. And next, he said that the auction they would definitely see the full strength of the Qin family. The guy thought about the rare pill being auctioned. The guy was thinking that as a 100,000-year-old alchemist, he should be allowed to take care of his family, even though there were no alchemists in the Qin family. The guy was in the Qinjia area. He was walking towards the room he was given for alchemy classes, seeing everything was just a shock. Qin Feng looked at the entire room. It was in a terrible state, and most importantly, there was no stove, which he definitely needed for his work. Suddenly, someone greeted Qin Feng, causing him to pay attention to him and break away from observing his beautiful study room. It was some girl. She said that she was gathering herbs in this place and was in charge of helping Qin Feng prepare pills, so she was waiting for instructions. Qin Feng knew that the room allocation was according to the strength of the herb gatherers, and looking at this girl, one would think that she was weak. Qin Feng together with the girl went to the room. Everything there was arranged as it should be. But he wondered why the girl was working in the worst office in such a case. Apparently, there was something secretive, but the guy wouldn't go into it. Qin Feng felt that he needed to get to know the girl a little better since he would have to work with her, so he decided to ask her what her name was. The girl smiled sweetly and said to Qin Feng to call Flower Girl Hua Ju. This girl was the herb picker of the Qin family. But the guy was very surprised by something, although there was nothing strange about the girl's introduction. But Qin Feng would definitely find out what he was interested in. He approached the girl and asked if she was the granddaughter of Old Man Hua. Indeed, it was true, but the girl was curious how he knew her grandfather. Qin Feng introduced himself and said that the girl's grandfather was a hero and collected herbs for them for many years. He asked why she was in such an office. The girl was very surprised and began to cry, and asked if this was the same Qin Feng, about whom her grandfather had told her many things. Hua Ju invited Qin Feng to go with her to a beautiful place so that he could meet her grandfather. Yi Qin Feng flashed into the cottage Hua Ju led him to. The guy was asking if Grandpa Hua was all right. Grandfather at that time was the Qin family's best herb gatherer, and only the best herb gatherer can gather quality herbs for his family. It was Grandpa Hua who introduced Qin Feng to herbs, and it is only because of him that Qin Feng is what he has become because of this man. Girish Hua was surprised to see the guy, his little disciple. He asked Qin Feng why he dared to come back. Qin Feng did not answer the question, but ran up to his grandfather in a flash and excitedly asked him who had hurt him. Hua Ju told Grandpa's place that it was Qin Yulan. When he found out that Qin Feng had become an alchemist, thanks to Grandpa Hua, came and beat him up. The girl went on to say that he took advantage of her brother's authority and gave her the worst room, and she has no money for her grandfather's treatment. Grandfather told Hua Ju that Qin Feng's family had been transferred to Yunying City. They were in an unenviable position there, so it was not worth bothering them. Qin Feng looked at his grandfather and realized that everything that was happening to him was because of him, so it was not a problem for him at all. The guy turned to Grandpa Hua. He said that without his guidance, he wouldn't have become what he is and wouldn't have risen to a high enough level. Therefore, he will definitely avenge his teacher because he is very dear to him, and so abuse him he will not allow anyone. In the largest alchemy room was Qin Yulan. He complained to his brother about Qin Feng, saying that he had beaten him up and stolen the disciples. Qin Yulan's brother told him not to worry because he had already allocated him the most horrible study room, and this was just the beginning. Qin Guang was the general manager, Jiadan District's herb gathering department. He wishes to crush Qin Feng more and force him to rebuild. Suddenly the door is broken in. Qin Yulan turned around in surprise to see who it was. But this brave man is not yet visible, but everything is hardly a good thing. It was Qin Feng who came along with Huaju. The guy was angry and very serious. The girl was certainly uncomfortable being here. Qin Yulan stood up and said hello. He said that he was going to come to the guy to settle a score and didn't expect him to come to him. Qin Feng was very angry. He wanted justice because what had happened had affected the guy a lot, and he was determined. Without answers or questions, a strong punch flew into Qin Yulan. Perhaps Qin Feng was going to repay him in the same way he used against Grandpa Hua. From such a strong blow, Qin Yulan simply flew into the air. The servants present and brother Qin Guang were shocked to witness such a situation. Qin Feng said that a real man does not fight helpless people. He asked, asserting, saying that he was the one who hurt Grandpa Hua. Qin Guang was very scared when he heard this. He realized that now everyone would get what they deserved. He asked Qin Feng what he would do. Qin Feng came over and said that he was challenging them to an herb-gathering competition against Huaju, and if she won the competition, she would take this room. But if the girl loses, then the prize will be very coveted, in which case Qin Feng will go to Qin Guan and will be completely at his disposal. Qin Yulan told his brother to make a deal, because then he could destroy the guy. Qin Guang agreed to the deal. Suddenly, Huaju said that she couldn't do it because when her grandfather was gathering herbs, she was just observing and not much training. Qin Feng was telling the girl not to worry. He was thinking about how he might not trap them if he used himself as bait. And so this day came. Qin Feng announced that the gatherers would be on the barren mountain for 2 hours and should bring the highest level herbs. Qin Guang introduced Qin Feng, the best herb pickers. There were more than 10 people. This could prevent Huaju from winning. Qin Feng introduced his herb picker. He said that Huaju had learned from her grandfather, the best in the business, so he had no question to believe in her. Qin Guang announced the start of the competition, and in an instant, all of his herb pickers ran as fast as they could to get closer to victory. Huaju also ran, but the girl was thinking about the fact that she was still late from the beginning, and for her, the main question was whether she could do it. On the way, the girl met a good herb. She knew a lot about herbs, and her grandfather is a good teacher, so she has a chance. The herb the girl met was a second-rank spiritual herb. Huaju thought that if she took it for herself, she could win. But just as the girl was about to do so, an enemy gatherer appeared in front of her in an instant, taking this herb from her and doing it all quickly. The girl shouted that she had found this herb first, but her opponent only replied with a sneer that whoever stole this herb would still be his. Qin Feng told the girl not to worry after all. She knows from her grandfather that second-rate grass doesn't matter, and everyone won't be able to defeat it. Qin Yulan said that Qin Feng was a real fool if he believed that one girl, so strong, could defeat dozens of people. Qin Guang, along with his brother, turned up their noses very much, believing that their very best people, an ordinary girl, would not win. The girl was surprised that Qin Feng believed in her so much. She thought that he was just too stupid a dreamer who didn't recognize reality. All around them were picking good herbs, and there was no room for her. All these pickers were quite fast, and she was very confused. The girl watched the people leave. It told her that there was nothing left, because if there was anything, they wouldn't leave a particle. Qin Yulan and his brother were really mocking Huaju. They were emphasizing that she hadn't gathered any herbs yet, so Qin Feng would be the end. The girl was captivated by sadness. She was thinking about the fact that the end had come, and she had lost, and plus, she had involved Qin Feng and set him up. But suddenly, Huaju heard Qin Feng's voice. He was saying that there was still a chance, and she was strong and would definitely be able to overcome everything. Qin Feng told the girl to use her grandfather's method of searching with her heart because she was his disciple and couldn't fail. And the girl believed in herself, because if she loses, how can she become the heiress of her grandfather? Therefore, she will definitely find the right herb. There were still spiritual herbs that could be obtained, and that was the one she saw on top of the mountain. What didn't stop Huaju was that this grass was at the very top, and to get there, one had to try very hard. The opposing gatherers watched and scoffed, for they believed that everything that could be gathered, they had already gathered. The girl was getting to her goal, and thought about how her grandfather had taught her, and she could still win. She just needed to believe in herself and her strength. Huaju reached for the grass that she had taken so long and hard to reach, just a few centimeters away, was her last hope. It was time for inspection, and Huaju's herb was found out to be the worst. Qin Guang said that she lost because the girl was the worst herb gatherer. The girl asked how this happened, and the others present laughed with her because she couldn't believe it. Qin Yulan said that the winner was determined and it was definitely not Qin Feng. Qin Yulan promised not to hit the guy too hard if he admitted defeat. Qin Feng held a torch with fire in his hands and with a very mysterious look claimed that they definitely didn't lose, the guy was definitely up to something. And he threw fire on the table where all the herbs were. In an instant, everything burst into flames and burned quite well. And Qin Feng said that those present were just blind. The brothers asked the guy what he was doing. They thought he just wanted to do it that way, destroy all the evidence and herbs. But Qin Feng replied that real gold was not afraid of fire, and he wished that everyone's eyes were well opened so that they could really see everything. Qin Yulan walked over to the herb table and said that there was only ashes left there and nothing but it, so there was nothing for them to look at. But suddenly, surprisingly for the brothers, Qin Guan noticed that even though everything was burnt, there was still grass. Qin Yulan asked his brother what it meant. The grass they had gathered was second grade, but could it turn into third grade when burned? The answer was obvious and of course negative. Qin Guang was angry and replied that this grass, something much more than just a third-grade grass. This plant turned into a Class 4 magical herb. It turned out to be the fireflow flower. Everyone was shocked to hear that this is a Class 4 herb. As it is one of the rarest herbs in their region, it was a big shock to everyone. Qin Feng explained that the flower looks like dry grass and grows on the slopes of mountains. It takes keen eyesight and courage to reach it. The guy went on to say that no one could find this flower. Now he wanted to be told who the best herb picker really was. The enemy herb gatherers were surprised to hear and see this whole situation, for now they would not see victory at all. Qin Yulan asked his brother if this was really true, but he felt that it didn't matter at all, even if what was happening was pure truth. And then Qin Guang turns to Huaju. He offers her a deal. He wants to buy this herb from her, and he offers 500 gold coins for it. Everyone heard the amount of money Qin Guang was offering. They were very shocked after all. Someone, such money, a salary for a whole 10 years. The girl didn't know what to say, because this money would be enough to buy her grandfather several years' worth of medicine. But Qin Feng interrupted this, asking Qin Guan how he wasn't ashamed to deceive a girl, and Huaju tensed up a little. This wasn't a bad suggestion. The guy said that the fireflow flower is only sold at auctions, where only the most experienced herb collectors can find it. Qin Feng said that he would buy the flower from the girl for 10,000 gold so that she could buy medicine for her grandfather and live a decent life. The brothers were shocked when they heard the price the guy was offering. They didn't understand when Qin Feng had managed to get so rich. Qin Guang admitted defeat, but it didn't matter because Huaju was working for him, and he believed that he would have many such herbs in the future. But Huaju is approached by Qin Feng and says that his team needs an herbalist, so he offered the girl to become his herb collector. And the girl did not hesitate, immediately agreed to Qin Feng's proposal. Qin Guang, hearing this, was very shocked, because this was not part of his plans. Qin Guang began to quickly discourage Huaju. If she didn't agree, he would provide her with a room better than this one and show her the best places to gather herbs. But the girl did not think about it. Huaju immediately refused Qin Guan's offer and said that she would only work with Mr. Qin Feng. This news was a big stone for Qin Guan and Qin Yulan. It took away many opportunities for them to rise up, to own quality herbs. The girl looked at Qin Feng and thought that he was the first person who believed in her, after her grandfather, and also helped her family a lot. Qin Feng was thinking that a good herb gatherer, a very powerful support for an alchemist, and in the medicinal garden, Huaju would be able to work with his team. And then Qin Feng reminded everyone that this room now belonged to Huaju. The guy asked all outsiders to leave this room, and everyone left the room without objection. Qin Guang said that losing a room was nothing, but losing a talented person was a global problem. Qin Guang began to accuse his brother because he had turned everyone against him. Qin Yulan recognized that he had made a mistake and asked for forgiveness. The room Qin Feng was in was indeed the best room, and the furnace that was there would help refine the auction pills. To begin with, the guy uses the fireflow flower to improve the strength because the healing properties of the flower has a good effect on the human body. The main use of the flower is to defeat inner demons, but there is a tournament coming up, and Qin Feng wants to show a good result there. Therefore, doing this, the guy was taking quite a big risk, but nevertheless, he was willing to do it, although he didn't know what consequences might await him. While one Qin Feng was entering into an interaction with the flower, another Qin Feng suddenly came to him. This was most likely the risk that was being talked about. This second Qin Feng grabbed the guy by the throat. He was saying that that guy was a sinner who couldn't keep his family alive, therefore didn't deserve to live. It was the guy's inner demon. Qin Feng wondered if such a monster lived inside him. It was said that if it destroyed the person inside, the body would also die. But Qin Feng felt that none of this mattered, because the guy could still somehow change this situation and try to overcome all of this. And the guy in an instant flung back his demon's arm, stopping him, forcing him to stop his abnormal actions. But the inner demon, just like that, grabbed Qin Feng's hand. It taunted him, and everything was approaching a real fight with himself. The demon guy went on to say that the real Qin Feng is just an ordinary coward who hurts others and is not clear what he is fighting for. He was saying that Qin Feng had nothing to defend at all. These words struck the guy, and it was as if he had already fallen under the influence of his demon and decided to surrender. The guy's inner demon kept destroying him with words, saying that Qin Feng did not deserve to live in this world at all. Qin Feng was going along with these words, and this gave the perfect opportunity, the guy's inner demon, to overpower him and achieve his goal. There was one point that Qin Feng didn't take into account. This inner demon had lived with the guy for 100,000 years. This meant that he was quite strong. Qin Feng was saddened. He began to think about the fact that just today, at this moment, he would be destroyed by his own inner demon. The guy heard the call of everyone from his team, his father. It was the people closest to him who gave him strength and made him believe in himself. And the guy suddenly came to life. He shouted that he wouldn't go along with this demon. This meant that Qin Feng would fight for his life. The guy cast aside his demon, all because there was still hope. Therefore, Qin Feng had to put all his efforts into the fight. The guy said he's working hard to get any chance he can because wrestling never gets in his way. Qin Feng believed that if he was doomed, even if he was fated to die, the guy was prepared for it. But nevertheless, he would never give up on anyone. And that included even himself. Qin Feng would never even give up on himself. This meant that the fight would be strong, but there was no right to pray. With Qin Feng, something amazing began to happen. He started to free himself from that cruel inner demon that wanted to destroy him. Everything began to return to its proper place, and Qin Feng went through this struggle with dignity, and of course got the victory, first and foremost over himself. It was over, and the guy had finally broken through into the realm of body strengthening, and now, for his entire family, it would become much easier to practice. Alchemy. Situ came, reported that along with Qin Yulan came Qin Wen. The elder is not a good enough person who will provide trouble. The elder began to accuse Qin Feng of coming to sow discord in the clan and occupying the alchemy room, but not asking permission to do so. Qin Wen was the brother's father, and so he was on their side. The man claimed that the alchemy room was much needed after all. There would be an auction soon. Qin Feng said that he was an alchemist's apprentice and only occupied the room to prepare everything in time, allowing the Qin family to compete in the auction. This confused everyone, because they thought that Qin Feng had only been practicing alchemy for a few days and hardly deserved a better room. Qin Sanchu was already standing beside the pill chest, and Qin Feng was acting confidently, saying that everyone was very wrong if they thought of the guy like that. Qin Feng presented to everyone what he had done in the past few days, and then the elder, along with his sons, were surprised to see such results. These were body-strengthening pills, very high quality, the kind of pills the best alchemist wouldn't be able to create. They didn't believe that Qin Feng had made them. The brothers asked Qin Feng, did he really think that if he prepared such pills, the family would turn a blind eye to him taking this room? Qin Feng blindfolded himself and said that he still had third-grade pills, and he believed that he could convince his family to forgive him. All the people present were shocked, but when Sanchu showed these pills, everything around them started to glow very strongly. Qin Feng was surprising them more and more. The elder, along with his sons, looked at these pills and couldn't believe that they were really third grade. Qin Feng turned to the elder and said that these were not just third-grade pills. What the guy said made Qin Wen very nervous. Qin Yulan and Qin Guang started accusing Qin Feng of lying. They didn't believe that the guy could cook third-grade pills, and it was all fake. But the father quickly asked his sons to shut up. The man remarked that they were all from the Qin family, but there was a big gulf between Qin Feng and his sons. Qin Wen told Qin Feng that the room would be considered the family's top prize, so the guy would go with him to the auction. Qin Yulan and Qin Guang were surprised to hear this. They didn't expect this from their father and didn't believe that he was acting completely serious now. Qin Feng thought about the fact that he was really going to the auction, but the guy didn't forget to thank the elder for showing him kindness. And then it was time for the auction. A very decisive moment for all the families. The host announced the start of the auction for the largest 5 families. Qin Feng together with Elder Qin Wen. It was very important for everyone, and especially for Qin Feng, because the auction is a demonstration of the family's strength. And at the auction, only powerful families had a say, and a lot of that auction depended on those families. Prince Ye was sitting in the chair. He said that for 50 body-strengthening pills, his family was offering 40,000 gold coins. And then he said that the big bone bow, his family bought for 20,000 gold coins. Prince Ye said that his family would pay 300,000 gold coins for the 7th grade pill, his whole appearance screaming that he was craving for this pill. The guys were sitting on the podium and were shocked that the Yi family had bought up everything again. This has always happened, and the Qin family can only watch it. Prince Ye thought to himself that since Qin Feng dared to come here, he would definitely make him and the entire family lose face today. The prince was very angry with Qin Feng and wanted to take revenge on him for the coup at the banquet, because then the guy had mocked him good. Suddenly, something happened that surprised the prince. He thought that normally the Qin family would act embarrassed when things didn't work out. But now, it was different. Qin Feng sat with a completely confident look, and the prince clearly saw the face of a winner. Definitely not someone who would fall face down in the mud. This annoyed Prince Ye. And now the host of the whole auction announces that it's all over. Qin Feng didn't even have time to offer anything, and everything Prince Ye had bought up. And then surprisingly, Qin Feng rises up and says that we can't end the auction because the Qin family still has something to offer. The host said that if they had good things to offer, they could auction it all off. Qin Feng politely thanked. Qin Feng said that ordinary strengthening pills for warriors were not effective, but his pills, with a quality of 8 units, could increase strength. The prince heard this and was interested to know that the quality was rare, but the pill was one and had the same action as the 50 pills he had bought. The people who were watching this were pissed off at Qin Feng because he only presented one pill. If there was nothing to show, one shouldn't come out at all. Qin Feng's younger brothers felt embarrassed by what was happening. Everything looked like Qin Feng was self-humiliating himself and his family. Qin Feng explained if he only had one pill, it would indeed look very funny, but this is only one pill out of the entire collection. Now the fellow was, not at all with a humiliated look, for he had hundreds of pills, and all of very high quality and excellent in use. And everyone was very astonished to see so many pills, and they were all to strengthen the body. This was something that no one really expected from Qin Feng. Prince Ye was angry because he didn't understand how an ordinary family could do such a thing because it was an 8-fold quality pill. Qin Feng's younger brothers now admired him even more. Seeing this amount of pills, they thought that the Qin family was now rich. All the families present at the auction in an instant wished to purchase all the pills, for they could greatly improve the condition of their warriors. Prince Ye offered 200,000 gold coins and threatened that if anyone else tried to buy the pills, would be considered an enemy of the imperial family. Everyone who heard this realized that the prince was manipulating the royal family again. But such a sum at one time, it's really a lot. Prince Ye thought about how Qin Feng was a real fool if he decided to put such a good thing up for sale instead of keeping it in the family. Qin Feng quickly agreed to the prince's proposal. He announced that he agreed to sell the Ye family's pills. And everything became clear. In fact, these are actually extra pills that were in the Qin family, and now the third prince thinks that in fact, he won the deal. But the auction wasn't over yet. Qin Feng decided to impress everyone, even more, and only now decided to present their main item. Everyone was surprised to hear this, because now all these better quality pills weren't the most important item, and Qin Feng turns out to have more treasure. Qin Feng, together with Elder Qin Wen, introduced a 3rd-grade elixir. Such a thing had never been introduced, and the product would definitely impress. But on the contrary, this product did not impress at all. Everyone said it was shallow as for completion, and that there was already a family with a similar product. Qin Feng tried to justify his product. The guy said that it wasn't a simple elixir, but that didn't do much to make everyone believe. The guy said that everyone would understand everything. Immediately seeing, the elder opened the elixir chest, and an incredible thing happened that would definitely surprise those present. It was like a dragon burst out of there, and really, people loved it, and really shocked because it was not the kind of product they expected. The dragon that flew out was an illusion from the elixir, but those present believed that this elixir was much more than a third-grade product. The elder grinned at the reactions of those present, for indeed this product was incredible and worthy of attention. The elder said that when Qin Feng told him that he had changed this elixir, he immediately called him to go with him to the auction. Prince Ye was in shock because this was something he could not expect. He began to think about the fact that the Qin family could hire an alchemy master. People ran to Qin Feng one before the other in order to buy this elixir, and everyone wanted to get it for any price. Prince Ye started shouting that he was buying this elixir on behalf of his father, and if anyone disagreed, they would be punished for disobedience. People realized that the prince wants to manipulate again, and no one will be able to buy anything again. The prince should be ashamed of this behavior. Qin Feng said that the prince could easily buy the elixir from him, but only if he was given money. He asked for 500,000 gold coins. The prince thought Qin Feng was a complete fool if he was going to sell such a good elixir. He ordered to give the guy money. But a servant came out to the prince and said that because of reckless spending, there was no more money left that had been allocated by the emperor for waste. People heard this and began to mock the prince, for he had no money, and now he would not be able to now manipulate everyone. Qin Feng, along with the elder, were also very surprised that the prince had no money to pay for this miraculous elixir. Qin Feng started to scoff at the prince and said that now he was not some respected person, but just an ordinary clown doing a performance. The prince was very angry because it greatly affected his credibility among the other families present at this auction. In the end, the Qin family auctioned the pill for 700,000 gold coins, and so the Qin family became the most honorable. And the third prince came out laughing at this auction. He became an embarrassment to everyone and gave people the opportunity to mock him, which made him very angry. The elder thanked Qin Feng very much for this. The man said that the Qin family, it had been a long time since the Qin family had had such a good time at the auction with such Rosma. Qin Wen said that for the first time in a long time, Qin Feng helped the Qin family gain great fame. This is a guy's achievement for which he is very grateful. But then the elder said that one should not rejoice too much, such victory and glory, because everything has its advantages and disadvantages. He explained that the kid was on top of his game today and came in with a good score, but when tournament time comes, he could be a target for someone. For example, Ye Fan, the third prince of the Ye family, basically his development is very ordinary, but he has a level 5 bodyguard. Either the new member of the Bai family, Bai Leng, his martial arts skills were so strong that he had no opponents below the 6th level. Or Nangong Shueqin of the Nangong family, there were rumors about her that when someone fights her, no one can defeat her. Either Situ Shuan from the Situ family, this guy relies on the fighting style of his ancestors, so he's very good at helping someone get killed. The elder said that he considered the most dangerous Situ Shuan and Nangong Shueqin, so he advised the guy to be very careful. Qin Feng thought about the fact that the elder thinks the third prince is completely ordinary, but it's the opposite. He's the one who is the biggest threat to the guy. From his past life, Qin Feng remembered that the third prince had a rather strange skill, which was the ability to hide his strength. The guy thought the countdown had begun, and he had a lot of work to do to prepare for the tournament, but even more to do to improve his body. 3 days later, a banquet was held on the occasion of the birthday of the Qin family's grandmother, Lu Fanghua. The banquet was attended by representatives of the 4 great families. The Ye family, the Bai family, the Situ family, and the Nangong family all sent big gifts for Grandma, each wanting their gift to impress Lu Fanghua the most. Grandma was joyful and thanked everyone for the gifts. She said she was honored and very pleased to have such attention. Everyone gave gifts except the Qin family, and Lin Shuan came in and started saying from the doorstep that the Qin family couldn't afford a gift. The brothers were angry. The Ye family always does this. They know that the Qin family is not as rich as them, but still keep comparing themselves to them. Lin Shuan thought about the fact that in terms of wealth, the Qin family couldn't compare to the Ye family, so giving up on them was a wise decision. But suddenly, the girl heard Qin Feng's voice behind her. He introduced himself and said that he had come to present a gift to her grandmother. His gift was high-quality pills to strengthen the body by 9 points. Although the gift was very simple, but the guy still wished to give it. The attendees were surprised to hear about these pills, as they are very good and the price is quite high. Lin Shuan had heard this, and remarked that these were very rare pills, but she hardly thought it was a good gift that she wouldn't ridicule. Lin Shuan said that compared to the gift from the royal family, a sum of 300,000 gold coins, the guy's gift didn't compare to their gift. The brothers talked about how this was the battlefield of the 5 families' secret rivalry. Therefore, Qin Feng should not have given such a small gift. Qin Feng asked, did he really say he was done, and asked Lin Shuan why she started bragging so quickly? It was not nice. He asked for another of his gifts to be brought into the room. The girl and the others present were shocked to hear this. 200 body-strengthening pills of high quality reaching 9 points. This was exactly what Qin Feng's gift was. Everyone was amazed to hear such a large number of pills. After all, they were worth millions of gold coins, and such a gift was definitely better than others now. Lin Shuan was very angry because this far exceeds the budget of their gift, and she didn't understand where the poor family got so many pills from. Qin Feng approached the girl and reminded her that she had abandoned him the instant she won the heart of the prince from the Moonlight Palace. And now that Qin Feng had become an alchemist, he hoped for the girl and that she would not regret her choice. Such words certainly impressed her a lot. She was angry to hear such a thing and thought that in this way, Qin Feng was trying to disrespect her, despite the fact that she had started it first. Qin Feng walked around the room with a confident look. Everyone looked at him with great surprise, the brothers talking about the fact that he had done it again. Grandmother said that the Ye family had long suppressed the Qin family, but with Qin Feng's arrival, they are all very proud of him. She thanked for the gift. The man who was there said that Qin Feng had given a lot and deserved to be rewarded. Lu Fanghua agreed. Yu Lao said that it was a big opportunity to ask Elder Yu for a reward, so you should think carefully before saying what you want. Qin Feng thanked for such an honor and began to say that his request was that when he returned to Cloud Shadow City in the future, Guy would really want Elder Yu to go there with him and stay to reside there for a few years. That was the request he had. No one expected to hear such a thing. Everyone was more surprised because the guy asked for almost impossible things that are unlikely to be performed. Yu Lao said that Qin Feng had exceeded his capacity. After all, Elder Yu had requested a reward for him, and now he wanted him to watch his back. Qin Feng's next reply was very surprising. He said that he was only asking this because he knew that Elder Yu had less than 3 years to live. Everyone was very surprised, and Elder Yu started to get a little angry. He walked over and asked Qin Feng if he was talking about him dying. Qin Feng said that it was seen by his alchemist, but there was a way to increase his lifespan until he went to Cloud Shadow City. In the guy's previous life, Elder Yu died after 3 years, and the loss of Elder Yu as a power led to a lot of pressure on the Qin family. Therefore, before becoming strong, a family has to rely on an elder to support them for a while. The man asked if this was really true, and if he could increase the life of an elder, it would be tantamount to maintaining great power in the family. This made the old man laugh, and he said that no matter if he would protect the others, the old man wanted to live a few more years. Lu Fanghua said that Qin Feng will get what he wants. The boy thanked his grandmother. He is satisfied that his request will be fulfilled, and for the benefit of others. But suddenly the guy said that he had another request. Qin Fengzhong was his right-hand man, and he hoped to be in the tournament lineup like this. Grandmother said that he is asking an outsider to join his family, which is impossible because he will face a challenge from other families. Surprisingly, Qin Feng replied without any doubts that he was confident in his own strength and that he would be able to stand up to the other family in case of anything. Qin Feng was talking to Qin Fanzhang. The latter couldn't believe that a guy could say such a thing, but he asked Fanzhang to get ready. Qin Fanzhang was very happy about this news because now he had a great opportunity to make his own contribution to the Qin family. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard from the street. Qin Feng was called along with Qin Fanzhang to come out to them. This really surprised the guys because nothing is clear. Qin Feng walked out and was met by body-strengthening experts of different levels. They accused Qin Feng of repeatedly violating the rules of the Qin family. But Qin Feng thought they were just boys who couldn't make it to the tournament and asked them to come back tomorrow if it was a challenge. One of the main ones in that team, called Qin Feng and Qin Fanzhang cowards, they caught San Chu and threatened them, saying that he wouldn't live to see tomorrow. They had already beaten him up, and throwing him on the ground, questioned Mr. Sanchu whether he really wanted to. Everything waited until tomorrow. Qin Feng and Qin Fanjiang were shocked to see Sanchu there after all. They were the ones who were becoming guilty of behaving so cruelly with him. The chief who spoke the most said there were only two ways: either give up the seats they took or beat them here. Sanchu was a bit uncomfortable about the whole situation, but he told his master not to fight these guys because he needed to conserve his strength. The people who came began to laugh with Qin Feng and said that he would not fight them and wished to take Qin Fanjiang to the tournament as a bodyguard, because otherwise Qin Feng would be completely annihilated. They considered Qin Feng to be a very weak opponent who didn't know how to fight. Qin Feng was starting to get angry at these words. Did they really think they could defeat him, thus giving these guys a chance to change his mind? The guy in an instant gave in to his opponents and, without giving them any opportunity to understand what was happening, began to destroy at once. No one understood what was happening to Qin Feng, but he had instantly inflicted heavy damage to the guy who was most confident in his strength. Qin Feng said that if this guy was so determined, he definitely deserved to receive such damage from him. Everyone who came with this guy was very surprised because they thought that Qin Feng was quite weak, but it was not as they had been told. Their surprise immediately changed. They didn't believe in Qin Feng's strength. They were told to be wary of Qin Fengtian. Qin Fengtian appeared suddenly, questioning if they really had the strength to be wary of him. He attacked, and all those who came couldn't figure out how to act and confront him. After receiving the damage, everyone realized that Qin Fengtian was very strong and should not be underestimated. The man raised the heads of his opponents, revealing a sight that said it wasn't just him that was underestimated. Qin Fengtian angrily told everyone to look carefully at what was happening. Qin Feng was destroying everyone. Now it was clear to everyone who was the great master here. Qin Feng held one of the guys by the head, reminding him that they wanted him to defeat them all. He honored that request and asked if there were any other requests from these people. Everyone watched with great shock. Their amazement was unbounded, for it all happened very quickly. In an instant, Qin Feng was able to defeat experts with his small level. Qin Feng asked his opponents if they wanted to see Qin Fengtian's true strength. In their minds, these guys began to analyze that they had previously thought Qin Fanjiang was the strongest. But it was different. The strongest was Qin Feng, who was able to defeat everyone. Half a month later, between the five great families, a tournament of great significance began. The Qin family for 20 years had been at the bottom of the rankings. It was a great shame for them. The man announced that for winning, he will give the opportunity to learn secret techniques and more. All heard what will be for the winnings, were very happy, and considered such prizes a good motivation. But Qin Feng thought about the fact that there were different types of leadership, and he wished to achieve the best possible. There were many people with a high level of body strengthening. No matter how much the guy practiced, he couldn't reach that level. And now the moment had come. The Wasteland Development Tournament of the five great families had begun. In the beginning, families are sent to the wastelands in wagons without kuchkra. The monsters of the wasteland are cruel and compete to the death. Qin Feng thought about it, and something really interested him about the wagon, or rather, one of the people sitting in that wagon. It was one of the guys who had come to see Qin Feng earlier. The guy didn't want the guy to notice him. The guy was angry and said that Qin Feng's victory that day was just a fluke. Yi went on to say that he would follow the Ye and Bai family masters, and Qin Feng would stay in the wasteland alone. These masters, they said it's easier for weaklings like him to get behind them, and then everything will be fine. Qin Feng said that he wasn't sure of their strength, so the best thing to do was to follow him. Then everything would succeed. Suddenly the wagon snagged and began to overturn, and everyone in it began to fall out. Suddenly some of the men got to a place that really scared the rest of us. It was the mouth of a ferocious monster, which greatly frightened Qin Feng. He clearly didn't expect to see it. That big ferocious monster was approaching the others. It was a giant swamp crocodile. The guy Qin Feng was talking to was very scared and was suggesting that he run away from here. Suddenly, words were heard, saying that this was truly foolishness, and now it was clear why the Qin family was so weak. These were representatives of the strongest families. They said that a true warrior would not retreat. These men would approach the crocodile and tell the weaker ones to watch how to fight. The guy who offered to leave was happy that such warriors were going to such a fight and praised them greatly. But in an instant, all those strongest warriors flew off the crocodile's tail. All fell into the swamp. The crocodile skillfully, simply and quickly disposed of his opponents. The guy was surprised. After all, the most powerful masters, great families had all been destroyed, and that was impossible. The crocodile approached the remaining warriors to destroy them, just as it had destroyed the first attackers. The guy was in a state of shock because he thought that this was the end, and this is where his life would end. But in an instant, Qin Feng began to act, which caused great damage to that swamp crocodile. The guy observed this picture and was very surprised, for the crocodile was suffering at the hands of Qin Feng. This scared kid didn't know what to think. He started to worry even more, and for Qin Feng. He looked at the whole picture and couldn't believe that Qin Feng had destroyed the crocodile by himself. The guy was frightened, and Qin Feng grabbed him and said that there was no time to waste, but to run away. The guy asked why they should run if the crocodile was destroyed and you could take its skin as a souvenir. Qin Feng said that the guy is grumpy, and the crocodile has a very interesting allergy, so while standing with him in the swamp. And if we don't hurry up and continue to be there with that destroyed crocodile, you can become a snack for crocodiles, which will appear there very quickly. The guy, realizing this, was very scared and asked Qin Feng to run faster to get away. The guy started to think about the fact that he thought he was the best and treated Qin Feng badly without even recognizing him. The guy asked why Qin Feng was helping him, since the guy refused to help him. Qin Feng replied that it was because they were family and no other reasons were needed. The guy was thinking about the fact that he couldn't consider Qin Feng as a family member, so why would he think that? The boy had a strong urge to recognize him as his big brother. Somewhere in the wasteland, some man said that at the end, it all comes down to who destroyed how many animals. It was Ye Fan, saying that he had to focus on hunting and asking if anyone had agreed to his proposal. On a mission to destroy the Qin family, the best of the tournament participants agreed. Situ of the Situ family, he agreed for a fee to get rid of Qin Feng and his family. Destroying is his favorite pastime, and he won't even leave an insect behind. The prince was pleased. He wanted Qin Feng to suffer for going against their family. Suddenly, walking into the wasteland, the boys heard someone's call. This caught their attention, and they followed the voice. These were some of the tournament participants. They were asking for help because they couldn't fight the animals. The guy said that he was from the Nangong family, and he felt sorry for them, so it was better for them to leave. But Qin Feng wanted to help since they are the only family that is friends with his family. And the young gentleman did the incomprehensible thing for the lad, saying he would lend him to the rescue. Qin Feng shoved the guy towards those beasts, and now the target for the animals was an innocent guy. The guy got really scared and started talking about how this is where his end would come and he would die. And when this kid got ready for these animals to attack him, he saw how Qin Feng was able to subdue the animals and told them not to touch humans anymore. The guy was shocked. He didn't understand how Qin Feng had managed to tame animals. Qin Feng brought a pill to tame the monsters, and the guy served as bait, distracted them. But suddenly, a big panther, who was evil, appeared and brought back fear in everyone. The guy asked if there were more pills, but as it turns out, they only work on small animals. The boy was frightened again. The fright was so intense that he couldn't move and asked for help. Qin Feng said it was fine and gave the guy a sword, ordering him not to let him go. The guy obeyed the order. He was very happy that Qin Feng was still helping him in such a difficult moment. Qin Feng took up his sword and started using the moonlight technique. This shocked the guy. The cougar saw this and didn't realize what they were doing. It made her stop. The guy held onto his sword, and Qin Feng began to do a spinning motion to get rid of the danger. And so, Qin Feng delivers the final blow to the panther with the help of the guy and his plan. And the panther fell to the ground in an instant. Qin Feng overcame the beast with incredible ease. The guy was already not very happy about Qin Feng's attention after all. The guy was using him as a tool. Qin Feng said that they had defeated the beast in the end, albeit in such a way. The Nangong family fighters thanked Qin Feng, and he said that it was his duty. The warriors said that after the tournament, they will be sure to report the act to their family. But suddenly, to these warriors, something happened that no one could have foreseen. They fell, swords in their bodies, which destroyed the warriors, and they were no longer animals. Qin Feng, along with his partner, didn't understand what was going on and who dared to destroy these people. Suddenly, words were heard that Qin Feng had to memorize everyone from the auction. It was Situ. He was commissioned by the prince to destroy Qin Feng. He said that Qin Feng was very weak and he wouldn't have to do anything. He would just leave them with the Nangong family. After wishing him a pleasant time, Situ quickly and without a trace disappeared. And right after that, arrows flew at Qin Feng and his partner with great speed. Onra tried to dodge them and were very scared because they didn't understand what was happening. It was the representatives of the Nangong family. They blamed Qin Feng and his partner for the crime that had happened. Qin Feng's partner started to object and said that they had nothing to do with it. Arrows flew at them again with the words that all their words were pure deceit. These arrows flew at the panthers who were innocent and meant no harm. Qin Feng realized that they wouldn't be tested, and there were no bite marks on their bodies, so everything was against them. Qin Feng's partner noticed that there was no one around, and he couldn't see these people. Apparently, they were wearing camouflage. It must have been Shuakin of the Nangong family. She works in such a way that she leaves no trace of herself. Facing it means the inevitable end, so it is worth saying goodbye to life. Qin Feng's partner said that they needed to run away urgently and hide somewhere. But then the guy decided that he wouldn't worry about Qin Feng. After all, he was smart and would hide. Qin Feng didn't hide, but instead told Shuakin to attack because she could easily destroy him. Qin Feng's partner saw this and was very surprised. After all, he just wants to end his life. The partner told Qin Feng that Shuakin was very strong and would not leave a living spot on him. An arrow flew at Qin Feng, saying that he had better try to escape and hide somewhere. But Qin Feng was not intimidated by this. He knew that Shuakin was really strong. But there was one but... Qin Feng turned around and used an interesting technique that turned the arrow away from him in an instant. None of this worked on him, and he was now much stronger than Shuakin. He was behind Shuakin in no time and said that he had finally found her, the beautiful lady. All because Qin Feng can turn into a god and figure out exactly where someone is. Now Qin Feng asked if he could explain what had actually happened. Qin Feng held the girl by the throat. This was something she definitely didn't expect, and she was a bit confused. Qin Feng's partner was shocked because he was able to catch Shuakin Nangong. Shuakin didn't understand how this happened and said if he wanted to destroy her, then let him do it quickly. Qin Feng said that he didn't come to destroy people, but the girl started it first. And now he fell into the sin of his deeds, and a terrible thing happened in an instant. There were body reinforcement experts walking along the road, and someone was hanging around them, and it made them angry. Some voice said not to blame him for the cruelty and ruthlessness of his actions. And then Situ appeared, with the words that these people should blame their family. Situ wanted to destroy these experts, but Qin Fanjiang appeared in a flash. Qin Fanjiang was angry and asked if it was the fool who was persecuting his family. Qin Fangtian wished to fight Situ and beckoned him to come to him. Situ was taking a good amount of damage, although he was quite strong, and this kind of behavior was not typical of him. Situ wondered who this person was and how he, with a low level of body strengthening, could act like this. The experts were surprised and didn't understand why Qin Fanjiang helped them by saving them. Qin Fanjiang said that this was what Qin Feng had taught him. These were the best skills. Situ realized who this guy was, but he asked if the guy knew that Qin Feng had been destroyed. He explained that he was representing Qin Feng, and Shuakin Nangong should have already destroyed him. When the experts heard this, they were shocked because you can't get away from this girl. But Qin Fangtian didn't believe it. He said that Qin Feng couldn't be destroyed so easily. Qin Fangjiang attacked Situ and said that he was just a liar and wanted to lead him astray. And then Situ disappeared, which was very surprising. And there was a lisping voice that said that they had the strength to fight. And so he shows up and says that Qin Fangjiang should have taken more care of his life. He attacked Qin Fangtian and continued that there was no need to worry about Qin Feng's life. Qin Fangtian had taken quite a bit of damage that he definitely couldn't expect. He fell to the ground as if he was already completely overcome, and the experts were very frightened. Situ as the winner muttered that when participating in the tournament, one should only worry about themselves. He took Qin Fangjiang by the head and said that one should only think of oneself, otherwise one could die. But suddenly, there was some person who told Situ not to touch Qin Fangtian. It was Qin Feng. He was telling Situ not to touch Qin Fangtian, or else it would be bad for him. The experts were surprised to see Qin Feng. He was like a savior to them. Situ wasn't happy to see the guy. He realized that Shuakin couldn't destroy him because she was weak. The experts started shouting for Qin Feng to run away because they couldn't defeat Situ Situ asked what he should do after he destroyed the strongest youth. He answered himself and said that he would further destroy Qin Feng, who was in his way. But Situ didn't have time to destroy the guy because the strike that came prevented it. It was Qin Feng, he repeated that he had warned against touching Qin Feng Tian. Otherwise, Situ Xuan would be destroyed at the hands of Qin Feng for not heeding his words. Situ Xuan was taking a lot of damage and didn't understand how Qin Feng had such great strength. The experts were surprised that Qin Feng was able to toss Situ Xuan into the air. But suddenly, Situ Xuan disappeared again. This misled Qin Feng again. Qin Feng was a little angry and realized that Situ Xuan had just disappeared like he always did. And so Situ Xuan appears and wishes to destroy Qin Feng before he suspects it. The experts told Qin Feng to be careful because Qin Fanzheng had been destroyed by such a trick. But Situ Xuan said that this warning was given too late. Situ Xuan said that the Qin family lost because they are too worried about each other. But Qin Feng was not at all intimidated by this. On the contrary, he was very much amused. Qin Feng flew up in an instant, and Situ Xuan didn't understand how he did it. Qin Feng asked why caring for others was a disadvantage, and Situ Xuan didn't understand anything. Qin Feng was doing damage, saying that his opponent didn't really know him at all. Everyone was surprised that Qin Feng was able to overcome Situ Xuan, but for some people, it wasn't a surprise. Qin Feng had come out victorious in this battle as well, and it was time for others to get used to such a thing. Qin Feng asked if he was such a fool that he could only use brute force. With defeat, Situ Xuan thought how Qin Feng with such a small level could have such skills. Situ Xuan thought that if he couldn't fight up close, he would use a ranged attack. But Qin Feng was not at all afraid of such an attack. All the daggers flew away from him. Situ Xuan couldn't understand how this was possible after all. This was a long-standing technique of his clan. It all came down to the fact that Qin Feng's stealth weapon technique surpassed Situ Xuan's technique. The experts were shocked because Qin Feng had handled Situ Xuan's attack. Qin Feng said that Situ Xuan's attack was child's play compared to his technique. And even Qin Feng's physical skills are much stronger than his opponent. Situ Xuan thought about the fact that it was too late to act and needed to run away. Otherwise, Qin Feng would finally defeat Situ Xuan, and the latter wouldn't stand a chance. He was trying to keep himself safe in some way because he realized he was finished. But Qin Feng wasn't going to leave his opponent behind so easily, and inflicted damage. Situ Xuan flew back from Qin Feng's strong punch. He was able to defeat him finally. Qin Feng said that it was a lesson from him to know how to accuse wrong. Situ Xuan couldn't understand how this happened, and if he would die after this. But it wasn't that simple. Situ Xuan had released some obscure thing, and it was unknown what it was for. Qin Feng's partner paid attention to it and seemed to realize that it was wolf smoke. Situ Xuan said that he had underestimated Qin Feng for nothing and couldn't even think that he would be so strong. He went on to say that if Qin Feng was intentionally hiding his strength, then let him not be blamed for it, and after saying that, some obscure people began to appear, which interested Qin Feng. It was Prince Yefan, he praised Situ Xuan, but said that he hadn't finished his work yet. Everyone was surprised to see the third prince and to realize he was involved. Qin Feng looked at him and realized that in front of him, the strongest opponent of the Wasteland. Situ Xuan asked the prince for help because Qin Feng appeared to be strong enough. The experts said they didn't have the strength to win, and it was better to run away the sooner the better. But Qin Feng said that they would fight because there was no difference between them. Qin Feng was telling no one to worry after all, they would get out of here alive, every single one of them. Qin Feng took out an incomprehensible thing. He definitely had some kind of plan that no one knew. It was the Qin family's smoke, but armies were not allowed into the wastelands, so the guy's enthusiasm was in vain. The prince ordered his guards to immediately attack and destroy Qin Feng. Everyone began to approach Qin Feng, following orders. The guy was not worried and was calm. The Qin family experts said that they were very weak and wouldn't be able to defeat their guards. But Qin Feng told them not to worry, he would take care of it all. And in an instant, the guards started taking damage, and Qin Feng was satisfied with his work. The experts didn't understand how this was possible, as these people were much stronger in level. The guards one by one fell to the ground. They were overcome without any effort. Qin Feng, along with the experts, stood like winners, while the prince and Situ Xuan couldn't understand how this happened. The prince was agitated and asked incomprehensibly how this could have happened to his men. Qin Feng said that he was not stupid enough to call for an army in the wastelands. Obscure people began to appear around, which greatly surprised the prince and Situ Xuan. It was Shueqin Nangong. With her guards, she informed Qin Feng that she had come. The prince and Situ Xuan were shocked that Shueqin Nangong had come to help Qin Feng. Qin Feng said unknowingly, They wanted a friend of the Qin family to go against them. Fortunately, Qin Feng was able to explain to Shui Qin that she had just been tricked and he had been framed. And then when he got to her, he did not destroy her, but negotiated and justified himself. Qin Feng procured a close look at the weapons that were used to destroy her men. The girl realized he was innocent, so she said he could call her for help. Thus, when the prince attacked Qin Feng, she came to help him. And next, Qin Feng said that they were just a group of scaries in front of Shuiqin Nangong. Situ Xuan asked what they would do. The prince was very angry from such events. The prince said that was part of the royal family, so he suggested we sort it out and separate. Qin Feng said that the prince likes to destroy others, but when it is his turn, it is not good at all. And without taking the prince's words, he ordered the guards who had arrived to fire arrows. But the prince said that there was just no way to get rid of him, and Situ Xuan didn't understand whether they wanted to just leave him behind. But here one arrow hits Ye Fan. This really surprises him, because he couldn't have foreseen such a thing. He started to fall down because he had taken damage, and Situ Xuan ran towards him. Qin Feng was amused by this, for the prince couldn't believe that he couldn't dodge the arrows. Qin Feng knew about this skill from his past life, but if the prince were to use his secret technique, possible defeat. The smoke that Qin Feng released distracted the prince, and it was a disguise because the smoke was not simple. It was smoke from the Misty Forest, cursed wood smoke, and no one realized it was that. Although the smoke wouldn't work immediately, but it slowed down the prince's movement, and he didn't realize what Qin Feng would do. Qin Feng saw the perfect moment for himself to destroy the prince. Things were much better than expected, and Qin Feng, without any hesitation, struck the prince, causing him to suffer great damage. Situ Xuan turned to Ye Fan. He was very startled, asking how such a thing could happen. And then Shuiqin Nangong aimed an arrow at Situ Xuan, for it was his turn. She felt that he should pay for destroying her family members and framing Qin Feng. And Situ Xuan was down with defeat in a flash. All the opponents were overcome by the team. The experts were very shocked because they were watching the picture of how Qin Feng was able to defeat everyone. The enemies had been destroyed. Now the next step was to increase their ranking. Therefore, everyone should catch as much prey as possible, and everyone agreed with these words. Qin Feng thought about the fact that he had finally accounted for the biggest problem and could start hunting. But suddenly, a prince appeared in the distance, something no one could have expected or foreseen. Ye Fan was angry and asked if Qin Feng really wanted to go hunting. Everyone was very scared for Qin Feng because now his end could come. Qin Feng thought that the prince was destroyed, but he appeared at a very inopportune moment. Qin Feng needed to fight somehow and once again overcome Ye Fan, his risen opponent. But the prince knocked the weapon out of Qin Feng's hands in an instant. This surprised him because he needed it to fight. And also Situ Xuan stood up. He laughed with Qin Feng because they had survived. Qin Feng didn't expect such a development. This whole situation really scared him. He had to act somehow. Now the big damage Qin Feng was taking on, this was something even his team had not expected. The prince said that he didn't expect someone like Qin Feng to be able to make him show his main trump card. Shuiqin Nangong asked the prince what he was going to do with the guy. Ye Fan said that they were lucky enough to see his secret skill. All of his destroyed warriors, surprisingly for all, began to come to life and become before the opponents. Qin Feng couldn't understand how he let this happen. It seems this secret skill was caused by annihilation. This skill caused by death had its own price, but the effect of it was very strong. The prince was angry. He was approaching all his opponents in order to destroy them. He approached at Shuiqin Nangong's side, saying that it was her turn to suffer. But the girl said that the prince has a very small level, so he can't keep up with her. But the prince broke the girl's bow in a flash, and she didn't understand how he did it. Shuiqin Nangong couldn't understand how the prince managed to defeat her so easily. The prince was very angry and was ready to destroy his opponents completely without question. Ye Fan said that everyone thought in vain that he could only cover himself with the army. In fact, all these troops were created to show weakness before the enemy. Because Ye Fan had an 8th level key stage, he was the strongest. Qin Feng and Shuiqin Nangong were shocked to hear that the prince had such a level. The prince approached Qin Feng and said that it was his time to pay for the shame he had caused. And the prince strikes Qin Feng hard so that he flies off with great force. Qin Feng realized that his opponent was very strong and he wouldn't be able to fight without reaching the next stage. Next, the prince asked if Qin Feng enjoyed protecting his family. All the experts of the Qin family were captured by the warriors, Prince Ye Fan. And in a flash, the prince walked over to Qin Feng's entire team and without question took a swing of his sword. He was very amused by this. He said that he had destroyed all the people from his family in front of Qin Feng. Everyone who wanted to live has now been destroyed, and Qin Feng will be next. Qin Feng couldn't perceive this situation. He was very scared and didn't know how to act. In an instant, he was very different. He was filled with anger for his kin. Qin Feng gave in to the prince, he said, as he promised everyone to return alive. But despite that, the prince was still able to strike the guy. The prince was pleased with his work and said it was over in this story, so it wasn't worth the effort. Qin Feng couldn't believe that his end was about to come now, so foolish and easy for his opponent. But suddenly, one of the experts appeared in front of him. It was very surprising because they were annihilated. The prince was surprised, but not all were destroyed after his first strike. Ye Fan pierced the guy with his sword, and the guy turned to Qin Feng, who was watching in horror. The guy said he trusts Qin Feng, and the future of their family is in his hands. She deserves to lead it. The guy was badly injured and said that he had protected Qin Feng, and now. He fell to the ground in front of Qin Feng and said that he should now run away. Qin Feng cried out. It was too painful for him to lose his family members. Qin Feng began to recall their conversation as he asked his partner who he wished to fight for. He said he would fight for someone he trusted, and when he found one, he would dedicate his life to him. But Qin Feng laughed that he wouldn't be able to sacrifice his life because he was scared of the panther right now. But the guy said it was the opposite, but he would never dedicate his life to Qin Feng. Now this guy was lying in front of him, completely destroyed. Qin Feng hoped that things could still change. Now another person had died in front of his eyes. Shueqin Nangong was telling Qin Feng to flee. Otherwise, his team's sacrifice would be in vain. But then, Ye Fan appeared with mockery. He said that it all looked very touching. Now he wanted to destroy Qin Feng, and when he swung his sword, the latter surprisingly stopped him. The prince was surprised at such action, and the lad said that all this was enough. The guy was very angry, and he said he wasn't going to run away this time. The prince realized that Qin Feng would now fight to the last man in his victory. This whole situation made the guy very angry and sad because he wanted to take revenge on his offenders. In an instant, he gave Ye Fan a strong punch straight to the face, and no one interrupted him. The prince was heavily damaged, he thought to himself. Qin Feng's strength had increased a lot. Suddenly, Situ appeared behind him, approaching the boy and telling him not to touch the prince. But he too, in an instant, received a great deal of damage from Qin Feng for what he had done. The guy threw a punch and Situ quickly flew away from him. He didn't care about the prince now. Shueqin Nangong looked at Qin Feng and was surprised that his level had increased significantly. The prince didn't understand how the guy had destroyed Situ and why he had become so strong. It all boiled down to the fact that in a fit of anger, Qin Feng had shown his strength, and it was very powerful. He had promised them that they would all return home alive. But still, how did this happen? Qin Feng thought. The sword shrouded in purple ki split the air and threw him back. It's over, yelled with a ghastly grin at the third air, and aimed his blade at Qin Feng. Would this be the end of him? The alchemist thought, as the enemy brought his blade down on him. No, said the loyal friend. He pushed Qin Feng aside and stood in the path of his opponent's sword. Looks like who didn't die from his first strike, stated the third heir, smugly chuckling. Qin Feng, called out his friend. The sword pierced his chest through, and he grabbed the enemy's hand that was clutching it. In fact, he recognizes him, said the brother. The future of the Qin family is in his hands. He deserves to lead it, said the brother. He protected him from death, his brother said, as the sword was pulled out of him. Please run away and live a happy life, said he to Qin Feng lying on the ground. Brother! The alchemist shouted and became enraged, a red aura of ki surrounding him. A few hours ago, when they were fighting the panthers, the alchemist asked his brother who he wanted to fight for, so he wouldn't be anyone's weapon. He will fight for someone he trusts to protect the Qin family, and when he finds such a person, he will dedicate his life to him, the brother said. He met the panther and almost shit his pants. Where did he get so much courage and pathos from? Asked Qin Feng. This is different, shouted his brother, shaking his fists. Perhaps he is that man, Feng asked jokingly, and the brother resented it even more. He said, if he dies, it will not be for him. That's what the simpleton said, but here he lies with a glassy blank stare on the cold ground. Again, someone died before his eyes, thought the alchemist brother, he said, and crawled over to his body. Qin Feng shouted to him, what is he doing? Run, or brother's sacrifice will be in vain, cried the girl. What a touching feeling, to sacrifice oneself for others, gloated the dastardly enemy and drew his sword to strike. Catch up with him faster in the other world so that the two of us don't get bored, the third heir said, and chopped with his sword. The alchemist realized it was about time to undercut the cheats and return the accumulated damage with his superpower. He caught the sword with his bare hand. That's enough, Qin Feng said. An ominous aura began to surround him. He won't run away this time, the alchemist said, and unleashed all the rage he had accumulated so that he broke the sword as if it were glass. Gad like this, the hero brought his right fist of justice and vengeance upon the enemy. Douche's crushing blow stabbed the third heir right in the stomach. It could have been done from the start, but then the story wouldn't have worked. How so? Qin Feng's strength had increased, thought the rogue, not familiar with the concept of the hero's story armor. "Don't touch the third prince," shouted the bodyguard, and lunged with a toothpick at the man who had just broken his sword with his bare hand. But such is his way of being a mob. "Whatever you say," the alchemist replied, and switched to another target. He was too angry anyway and needed to blow off steam. A right jab sends the Nunime into a deep knockout. Why invent other punches when there is one that works? The main thing is not to go bald. Qin Feng's level of development has increased, the harem candidate thought. How could he kill Situ? His strength increased too fast, thought the third prince, spitting blood. He's stronger than him, the third prince thought, as he watched the alchemist enter berserk mode and gain 100% plus in stats. Such speed, the third prince had time to think, when Qin Feng swung his right again, ending up beside him in an instant. The third heir legitimately received a fist in the face, and flew towed, bouncing off the ground, dropping his teeth that spattered in hail from his mouth. "Where did you go?" asked Qin Feng, pursuing him, for he only turned on the chits, grabbed the third prince and threw as hard as he could. Such great power in the blink of an eye, the prince smacked the fifth meridian against the ground. And then he realized it smells like a lavish funeral ceremony, the prince thought. "Quickly destroy Qin Feng," he ordered his mob guards, for the protagonist needed priceless experience points. "Help escape," he shouted, as a multitude of bodyguards jumped out of the forest and rushed towards Feng. "Qin Feng, run away. He was just injured. If he continues to fight, he will die," shouted the harem candidate, not knowing that the hero is protected by the story armor. A dozen swords slashed at him, but he merely ducked, not a single sword piercing his skin because his enemies hadn't realized to hit his vulnerable spots. Why didn't he run away, since he was surrounded? The third prince asked him, with horror on his face. He had escaped many times from strong enemies, but he felt regret, Qin Feng replied to him. "But then, what is the point of this life? Today he Qin Feng, even if he dies, dragging him with him," said angrily to the alchemist. He just knew that heroes never die after such words, so he boldly grabbed the third prince by the collar and spun him as hard as he could. All the dummy mobs scattered whoever was where, and one worked as an airbag for the noble heir. "Let's go!" "Who's on the newcomer?" shouted Feng. "I'll kill everyone! I'll be the only one left!" he yelled to the simple guards. Which one of them could kill him? Braved the hero with the thickest armor in the universe. The alchemist jammed a single attack on the keyboard and prescribed all bodyguards a trip to the sanitarium for injuries. What this power was, the heir did not understand. Why he was not dying if his wound was fatal, he wondered. It looks as if he's slipping away from death, resented the heir, and began to suspect something. He recalled a conversation with his father in the imperial chambers late one night. "Father, since he is from the imperial family, does that mean he is the lord of the world?" asked the little asshole, Yi Fan, at the age of 9. "They are rulers only by title, but the real ones are those who emit the emperor's aura," father explained. "The main thing is to see who the protagonist is. No matter how strong or weak he is, he will always kick everyone's ass," explained the wise father. "Even he is afraid of such people?" Yi Fan asked. That night, he did not understand the meaning of his father's words at all. So this is the protagonist of the story, the third prince realized, and after all, he thought it was him. "Raise your blade," Qin Feng shouted to him. "Pick it up," the alchemist repeated, and the bodyguards scattered in horror or pretended to be dead. Even they fear him, terrified the third prince, so Qin Feng has the aura of an emperor, he realized. No, Qin Feng's body is full of wounds, thought the future concubine emperor. At this rate, he will die of exhaustion, even if he wins. "Stop, Qin Feng! There's no point in dying this way. There must be another solution," she shouted to the alchemist. "That bastard killed his family members, and family is the most important thing, so he should take revenge," said the alchemist, and headed towards the third prince. "What other solution could we talk about?" the alchemist shouted and swung his right funeral. The blow raised a hurricane, but stopped a centimeter from the prince's toothless face. The fist stopped, but the contents of the prince's intestines and bladder did not. Wyatt froze. The prince did not understand. "There is one way to not kill him," whispered Qin Feng angrily. "Third prince, it won't kill him," the alchemist said to the defeated enemy. "But Odd must do as he is told," Feng threatened with his fist. "We'll do whatever he says," swore the third prince, who had aged 100 years and could barely move his lips. "Get lost now." Qin Feng chased him away. But did he forgive him? The harem candidate thought. But his family members were alive now too. She saw the people on the floor of the cave. "What's wrong with him?" she asked the alchemist. "His wounds are bleeding again," the girl noticed. "Thank you, Gunya," he replied. It was her words that reminded him that it was possible to use the third prince's method. It could save his family's lives for at least one day. "Thank you," he said, crying, because story armor doesn't apply to friends. Since childhood, she had witnessed the death of many family members until she gradually became indifferent to it, Gunya thought, and blushed. He really does seem to care about his family members, she thought as she watched the alchemist. Could he ask her to take care of them for just one day? He asked Gunya. What would he do? The girl asked. Go to the vast sea of colors, the alchemist answered her. This is a very dangerous place. You shouldn't go there. Even the imperial family doesn't go there. Gunya was horrified. He has a reason to go there, Feng said, and resolutely headed for the exit, leaving his men in her care. This sea of flowers has legendary medicinal herbs, from which he will be able to concoct a special remedy to cure Fanya and the others. This is the only way to save the others, Feng thought, and quickly stomped down the snowy path. The third prince, shouted the guards. They found him. They handed him over to the others when they saw the body under the tree. Highness the third prince, how did he become such a worried, useless goon that let him go with Qin Feng? Come closer, asked the third prince, and grabbed one mob by the head. He had sucked all the strength out of the guard, who could at least be useful, but he couldn't beat Feng head-on, so he had to go roundabout. He's trying to carry out a plan to eliminate them, therefore they must be first, ordered the third prince. A warrior with a spear jumped into a tree fleeing from a group of monsters in thorn vines. He had never imagined, as the number one in the Bai family, that the monsters would be so strong. Bai Ling was a level 6 body strengthening expert, but even he couldn't handle them. When Feng appeared in the snowy glade, with the gait of a hero of pathos and justice. Isn't he the person he met at the auction, Feng? Right Bai Ling asked, without getting down from the tree. He came here to try to get the rosemary monster's heart, Bai Ling thought, as Feng ignored him. You should ignore him, he shouted, because he didn't know the hero had cheats. Rosemary monsters will attack better retreat, he warned Feng. Even he couldn't handle them, the dummy shouted smugly as the monsters surrounded Feng. Is it these? The alchemist asked, and grabbed one by the throat like a stray kitten. The hero is in a bit of a hurry, Feng said, and tackled the monster to the ground like a toy throne, cracking the ice under his feet. Whoever gets in his way, Feng said, unleashing the power of the protagonist's pathos. That'll be the end of him, he said, and cracked a couple more monsters with their foreheads. The thorn zombie monsters trembled, though they were immune to intimidation, but the power of pathos was impossible to overcome. He killed 3 rosemary monsters in one move, marveled Bai Ling. His aura of pathos scared away all the thorn zombies, Bai Ling remarked. With that, Feng easily passed through the clearing and found himself at the golden gate that separated the Valley of Flowers. It's best not to touch this toxic formation. It's impossible to hack. Even a level 4 alchemy master warned Bai Ling. They're all rosemary monsters now, he told Feng, knowing nothing of his invulnerability to everything. Didn't anyone manage to break through this formation over 100,000 years ago? Feng thought as he touched the golden barrier. Sim open, he said the ancient time-honored password for all doors, and the gate lit up gold. Qin Feng is even able to hack this. The dummy on the tree was surprised, just an alchemist practicing in Skyrim on chests. Even a 4th-level alchemist couldn't do it, Bai Ling thought, as Feng walked away into a valley full of flowers and spring. Legend had it that rare medicinal herbs grew at the end of this valley, Feng thought, and walked through the meadows to the center of the enclosed space. Once he gets the herbs, he can prepare the medicine, Feng thought, as he waded through a thicket of huge flowers. But in the center of the valley, he saw only a bare wasteland, as if someone had already been here. There's nothing. No medicinal herbs, he was horrified. But then his friends would die without treatment, Feng thought. He must find it, he shouted. But at that moment, he was encircled by thorny vines filled with an aura of evil like those on the other zombies. The plants are moving, Feng wondered. This is the Ding Tao formation, he thought. He is a thief. How dare he break into the boundless sea of flowers, spoke to him a violet voice. This is the Sea of Flowers, thought Feng. No, he came to the Sea of Flowers to get herbs to save his friends, Feng replied, as if his motive justified the illegal invasion. What a brave man. If he said he came here for greed, he would believe him, said the purple grass glade spirit. He really wants to save his men, Feng stated. If he is given herbs, he will accomplish anything. He offered a deal. Would he be willing to sacrifice his life for them? A purple voice asked him. That's impossible, the protagonist replied regretfully, because then the story would end. Of course he would want to save people on not at the cost of his own life, taunted the thorn. All he could offer was idle talk. Among other things, he's quite talented since he was able to get here. The vines spoke and brought the alchemist back to the ground. Just leave, the glade spirit told him. What he said didn't mean he wouldn't sacrifice himself, just that if he did, there would be no one to save his friends, Feng replied. He's the only one who can save them, so his survival is the priority, Feng stated. If they don't believe him, they can inject poison into his body, but they will have to wait while he heals his comrades, the alchemist said. Lianish promised to administer cedar and animal poison and would give herbs to save his friends. But if only he could find some regret in him, the herb spirit said, and squeezed Feng's throat with a barb. It would kill him, said the lord of the thorny tentacles that braided the alchemist. How unexpected is this? After rebirth, he might become a rosemary monster again, Feng thought. The vines crimped him tightly, and purple venom began to ooze from their ends. At least he'll be able to heal his friends before he becomes a monster, accepted Feng Poison with a smile. It makes him happy, said, as if he'd forgotten about his plot armor. The poison filled him whole. For a moment, Feng felt light. The rosemary veins, the barren ground, everything disappeared, and Feng found himself in the middle of a flowery clearing. Congratulations, he passed the test. What he had seen before a mere illusion, the glade marveled at his very rejection and lack of regrets. For 1,000 years he's been doing this trial, and now he's finally found a man who's passed it. Now he can take whatever he wants. Thank you very much, replied Feng, wondering if he had fallen into an obsession unnoticed. The power of the grass glade hallucination should not be underestimated. There are high-quality medicinal herbs everywhere. He has the materials. Now he just needs to assemble the cooking stove, Feng said. It was interesting to see how he'd get out of it, but Glade decided to help him with the stove. Take this little stove, said the grass spirit, and a huge roaster appeared in the clearing. It's a grand piano, Feng thought, looking at the ground-level alchemical furnace joyfully. Only the heavenly level is cooler than her. With her help, he will be able to prepare the best antidote and cure everyone, Feng thought. Thank you, said the alchemist and bowed in a respectful gesture. He would never forget this kindness. Never mind, said picking up the spirit of the glade. Finish the job. See you later, he told the alchemist. Feng hasn't come out yet, so he's dead most likely. Young people don't listen to advice, thought Bai Ling, that never got off his perch. What it was, a wave of terror pierced him. He heard a terrible stomping and rumbling. A wave of rubber monsters was approaching his location. On the western frontier, in a broken camp, there was a debate over who would win this tournament. It doesn't matter who wins. The most important thing is that everyone comes back in one piece. Laughed Pretend, Head Yi. They were chatting merrily when a man came running in with a report and said that there was a wave of monsters coming and all the contestants were in danger. In the middle of the vast sea of colors, there was now a wave of monsters. Bai Ling panicked. He didn't want to die under their hooves. When he saw his father enter the rink, "Well, let's go," whispered the king of Pathos. "Stop! Don't go out! There are a lot of monsters here. He will definitely die now," shouted Bai Ling to him, who still didn't understand anything. "Stop! He can't stop," said Feng, releasing the power of Pathos. "His friends are waiting for him," he said, and spat it all out through his right hand as usual. A jet of the power of pathos and friendship broke through the dense ranks of monsters. As Bai Lin was so surprised, this was the first time he had met a real hero in his life. Looks like Qin Feng is a real monster himself, he thought, as he watched the alchemist's succession of simple strikes. Feng made his way through the monsters, right across their turbulent flow, physics out of the chat room. He's so damn strong, a monster himself. Who was he just handing out advice to was horrified Bai Ling. "Brother Feng, wait. Take it with you," Bai Ling asked him, quickly falling on the alchemist's tail, or else he would roost in a tree until the end of time. "Let go," said the head of kin. "No, lord. Whoever meets the wave of monsters will inevitably die," the servant told him. "It's basically impossible for any student to get out of here alive." His bodyguards swarmed him, asking him to stay. Told him to let it go. The head got angry and broke free of the clinging hands to go to the rescue. "Did Headkin still think that any of his 7 were still alive?" said a voice from far away. Stop dreaming, he's the only one who survived, smirked the third heir contentedly. The prince came out alive. He survived the wave of monsters. He's a legend, rejoiced Head Ya. Only the third prince survived. Head Kin was horrified at such a thought. Avoided the wave of monsters by pure chance, the third prince said, and threw some kind of pouch on the ground. Look, he's brought some booty too, the cocky prince declared, though not long ago he was begging for his life to be saved. Wow, there are crystals from ferocious monsters, and there are dozens of them, the bearded head of the family remarked. Crystals are priceless. The return of the third heir is also priceless, chortled the self-righteous and stupid head without fully understanding the situation. Now His Highness is the only one back, he gets first place, the smug old men quickly decided. Whether it was true that none of the kin survived, the head refused to believe this horrible news and looked towards the gate without looking away. What is he doing standing there like a statue? Heard the head of a familiar voice. Come and help them, for they are wounded, shouted to him from the whole caravan of wagons that Feng had brought. So many people from the Bai, Gun and Qin families survived. How did this happen? Wondered the slippery scoundrels, as if people's lives meant nothing. How did they all manage to survive? Asked an overjoyed head Qin. No one in the Qin family died, all thanks to Feng, Fan said as they unloaded from the wagons. They almost died during the battle, but Qin Feng came back to save them from the monsters, Fan said, even though they were in a safe cave. He gave them medicine that healed their wounds and then relentlessly searched for other survivors and saved them from the monsters, Fan said. Master, Feng has saved dozens of people from her family, said Gunya. Bai Ling agreed with her. Saved so many, the head of Ya was angry. But why didn't they save others? Situ's family, the bearded man asked, though he didn't care about his men at all before that. As it happened, he intentionally caused a wave of monsters, but in the end, it was his Ye family who were the hardest hit, the third heir who was angry. What did it matter how many people they saved after all? In this trial, the role of prey was more important. Show the monster crystals demanded the head of Ya. 20 at Bai Lin's, 28 at Goonies. They collected the most from their families, put they bags. All the survivors in the Qin family have 5 crystals each, an equal number, Feng regretfully reported. It's all right. The main thing is that he came back alive, said the head. And he has the nerve to say 5, gloated the third prince. The monster's crystals that he had obtained through his strength would help him become stronger and defeat them, thought the third prince. He had saved their lives after all. Well, one should worry about that, supported the alchemist by all the saved people. The head, they actually have 300 crystals, and they were all obtained by Feng. The survivors reported to the head. They agreed to give them to him. Gunya and Bai Ling acted as witnesses. Placing their hand on their chests, they confirmed what was said. How could he, just one person, get 3 crystals? Asked the head of Ya. He felt sick at this information. How great, Feng thought, and returned the crystals and introduced himself as a noble. Gunya turned to the girl, Bai Ling, actually most of the crystals he had picked up while following Feng. But what about her? He asked. She mined them herself. What was he saying about picking them up? The girl frowned, and Bai Ling was embarrassed. Well, brothers and sisters of the Qin family, regardless of the results, the most important thing is that they returned safe and sound, the head told them. Elder Ya announced the results already, the head demanded from the crumpled elder. Damn it! This Qin Zhang is deliberately addressing him to humiliate him, thought the elder, but still began to formally announce. First place was earned by Qin Feng with his 300 crystals. Second place goes to the third son of the Yi family, scoring 10 times less, the elder said. Gunya from the Gun family would take third place with 28 crystals. Fourth place will go to Bai Ling. He has 25, the elder announced. The boy guiltily suppressed his gaze. No one in Situ's family survived. Fifth place, the elder informed the already obvious bearded man. Congratulations, he has become the best and achieved glory, said Chief Qin. Feng will be appointed as the first commander of the Komsomol of Pioneers in the new expedition, he said. In addition, we'll still get power over his own spiritual land, said the head, serving the fatherland. Feng thanked him. He will get his own spiritual lands. How cool, how enviable, Bai Ling said. The head of the family, since the tournament had ended, Qin Feng asked him courteously to allow him to return to Cloud Shadow City. Back to Cloud Shadow City, didn't he want his own spiritual lands in the capital? He is in the top, and he has a secret technique, said the head. Putting aside the matter of technique, he would open a new area in Shadow City, Feng said. In the future, he was going to develop in Shadow City that close to the Forest of Mist. Good, replied the head. Since the tournament is over, all the brothers and sisters can return home in triumph. It was a beautiful battle. The Qin seed was laughing merrily, happy to be back home. The next day, the day Qin Feng left the capital, they were leaving the city, going so discreetly, the henchman asked. They are already waiting for them in Shadow City. Besides, they are not such important people to go with pomp, Feng answered him. But through this visit, they met many people in the capital, he said, and looked up at the castle wall. It's sad to leave like this. Yesterday it was still so much fun, and now no one even knows they're leaving, they said. Farewell to Feng's squad leaving the capital, the trio heard a loud cheer from the wall. When they turned around, the crowd repeated their cheer, bidding them farewell. Head of Qin himself presided over this ceremony. He got up early to see them off. The Gun family, with Genya at the head, followed their example and paid homage to the hero as well. The Bai Ling family did the same, so the half-asleep guards that slept in the casemates after the night shift were very grateful to them. Why are they so angry? Feng thought, looking at the crowd that had gathered on the fortress walls. And why had everyone come? His minions wondered, and wondered too. Qin Feng, you want to slip away quietly? It's not fair. Another exclamation was heard from the gate portal. Without it, would he be able to use the human sword? Feng asked him, that unafraid to give his life for it. Disciple Fan and Qin family and Disciple Qin Tang Tui introduced themselves formally, as if they were soldiers that had arrived at his disposal. They formally asked him to accept them as part of a team to explore new territories, having first obtained the chapter's permission. Feng chuckled, his minions too, what with these two so loath to say goodbye that they decided to go with them. Listen to Fan's orders and dance, the alchemist said, and got off his horse. If they join the team, there will be dangers ahead of them. Are they ready? Feng sternly asked them the obvious thing. Through fire, water, and copper pipes, all the way to the end, the two fighters replied in chorus. All right, follow him to Cloud Shadow City, Feng ordered them and climbed back on his horse. Achieve glory and success together, and earn the recognition of the world, he commanded, and pulled at the reins that nearly cut them off. 2 weeks later, he returned to his location in the City of Shadows to his family and friends. Since he knew that the city would be hit by a wave of monsters, he began building defenses in advance. The old man that followed Qin Feng regularly consumed the candles that the alchemist had made and prolonged his life, though he was slightly touched. However, the information that Feng had taken control of the Misty Forest, which brought many benefits, had reached the other clans, attracting their attention. Now, the other 4 major families and clans had also begun to develop Cloud Shadow City, and now life was boiling over. Now, all the families would begin to develop the Misty Forest. Whoever occupied the Spirit Lands first would gain an advantage. They had reached the edge of the forest. Thanks to memories from his past life, he remembers the location of the spirit pianos in the forest, and he has the strength to capture them, Feng thought. Today, the great families have gathered in the City of Shadows. They need to show their resolve and strength, he told his squad. They must conquer the territory and establish their order in the forest, Feng said. This time, they took the cute Marquette girls so they wouldn't get bored at night. With a thumbs up, he led his pioneer troop into the thicket of the forest. When they were suddenly blocked, and apparently had been waiting here for a long time. The path is closed, the dead keep it, the masked comrades, who introduced themselves as members of the Situ clan, reported. Hurry up and hand over your cards, their leader demanded, twirling his throwing dagger. Otherwise, they would be lost in the dense forest. The leader of the 5th unit of the Situ clan's mastering clan, at the 9th level of body strengthening, promised them. Or they will get the special privileges of their squad, threatened the leader goon. They are the big squad of the Situ clan, Feng asked him. What are they thinking? Such an important route they won't give up, Feng's minions shouted. They didn't mind fighting. If they want to start, then let them not be blamed later, smiled predatorily at the runaway commander. Wait, Feng stopped them, putting his hands out to either side. He doesn't want to offend them, so just today he is willing to give up the treasure map, Feng agreed, and held out the map. Well, consider today's action prudent and take a different route. The clueless leader took everything at face value. His men, however, were hardly smarter than he was, so contentedly took Feng's route forward. So easily surrendered, Feng's minions raged. Where would they go today, they asked him. No matter, Feng replied. Even though Seven Sita was one of the most influential, he gave them the map not out of fear, but because he discovered something else. They had been walking for 6 hours through the forest thicket and were very tired. The squad began to worry that since they were walking slowly, would not the others take all the valuable things? In fact, he gave the map away to avoid wasting energy and making enemies, and he sensed danger on that route. Feng answered them. He sensed an ominous demonic aura there. The squad was frightened when they heard his words. There were various monsters dwelling here. The strength of these monsters was different from ordinary beasts. They have tremendous strength, and if one came across them, the chances of surviving were slim. Moreover, if his guesses are correct, right now, the Situ family is already fighting the monsters, the wily hero told them. The Situ squad leader dropped his spear and assumed a knee-elbow pose. What a monster! They were horrified and crawled to get away. The beast put down his entire squad and gobbled up the remaining troublemakers. After another 3 hours, the alchemist led them almost to the right place, bypassing all the monsters. This is the target area of the spiritual lands here, Feng said, as they walked out into the open to a lake with waterfalls. What a beautiful place, exclaimed the young ladies, and the boys from the squad agreed. Their squad is cool. Quickly they took credit for the hero themselves. Great! The spiritual lands here are undeveloped. No poisonous gas problems. Perfect place to grow spiritual herbs, thought the alchemist. They should set up a permanent base here, and they could stay inside the Misty Forest at all times, saving themselves time, he pondered. Everyone quickly scattered the monster repellent powder around and set up camp, ordered Feng to his goons. The Situ family had a much shorter path, but they have yet to show up here. Punishment has befallen them, Fan said. The Lord is making the right decision, Tansui said. They chatted carelessly in the bushes, not noticing the huge monster in front of them. When the monster from the manicureless Titan's attack reached out a paw towards them. Carefully, a big guy with an axe from the squad came to the goons' rescue. What is this? They gawked fearfully instead of doing anything about it. Run! He'll take care of it himself! The big man with the axe shouted to them, clearly taking too much for himself. As the smell of the monster's peeled, rotten teeth hit his nose, the choking poison of its breath paralyzed the big man. The monster almost grabbed the big guy, but Feng intervened and shoved the stinking monster with a shoulder strike. Careful, it's a zombie monster. It's slow and predictable. Perfect for ostentatious heroism, Feng said. Tansui and Fan dragged the big guy away, the rest of the squad marching to help. Everyone stand back, ordered the dummy Feng. This monster has already reached the 9th level of strength, or higher, he thought. Walking bedwetting, gritting his teeth, and squirming with bladder urges, where only zombies at the edge of the forest would come from, Feng wondered. Maybe too many people were developing this land and scared the zombie monster away, Feng thought. The monster's heavy fist struck the ground, causing a cloud of dust. Feng jumped, flipped in the air with a spectacular acrobatic movement, and threw the dagger at the monster's neck. But the one broke as if it was made of glass and shattered into pieces upon impact. The zombie idol turned his head and shook his long, clean hair. Why wasn't he hurt at all, wondered Feng in vulnerability. Anyone but him. The monster struck him in mid-air, swiping a clawed paw across his chest. Wrong, this zombie idol is stronger than expected, thought Feng. Looks like he possessed the strength of a first-level Grand Master, he thought the year the toothy creature leaped after him. There was a claw-scraping sound, a monster against the hero's story armor. His men got worried, but Feng told them not to approach. No good, he thought. His strength wasn't up to the level of a zombie monster. Since he wants to overpower them, can he die in this life? Flared an aura of anger at Feng. This feeling of imminent death is just like the battle with the third prince. Never felt it before, Feng thought. But he can't fall here. He needs another chance at life. His life can't end here, plunged into dull flashbacks. In this life, he had come to fight, Feng remembered, and was transfixed by the power of anger and pathos. So easily he will not give up and undercut the main character's cheats to win always and everyone, no matter how difficult it is. He slapped the unmanicured paw with all his might, and it curved like a squid's tentacle. Animal, don't think you mean anything, shouted Feng, insulting all the human rights zombie idols. He grabbed a big zombie by the throat and pinned it against a tree with one hand. Is this really the scene, thought the zombie. You think you'll win? Shouted Feng, and began to mush the zombie like a sandbag. This is not the kind of movie the zombie idol realized. They bound the monster with a long iron chain, which they carried with them all day through the forest, just for this occasion. Such a powerful monster, and Feng still won, the goons from the squad noticed. Everyone be careful. This monster's skin is as strong as steel. It can't be killed by normal methods, and for now, it's just holding him back. This is similar to what happened in the Barren Lands, Feng thought. Thoughts of death cause such an effect. He didn't know what kind of energy it was, but since it helped him overcome difficulties, maybe it wasn't so bad to have the energy of a piano. We'll deal with the zombie idol later. Now get the camp ready, he ordered all the goons again. Outside the Misty Forest, people waited to see who would be the first to come out of it. No family had returned yet, though they had been there for a long time. Hello, everyone, said Feng, who was the first to appear at the borders of the forest and carried a large bag of goodies on his shoulders. People, living people, save him, pleaded the Situ squad leader. God knows what the zombie idol was doing to him, but he looked bad. And the team is so powerful, rejoiced chumps, not realizing that all their strength is the hero's cheats. Without him, they are weaklings. Why are they unharmed and his squad met the monster? They tricked him, screamed the bloody lawless man from Situ's squad. Who would dare to deceive the Situ house? They too had encountered a monster, Feng's men replied to him. But their master overpowered him, pointing a finger at Feng Dummy Dancer. How could that be possible? Resented the leader of Situ's squad and stared angrily at their backs. They must have just tricked him, he decided. What a magnificent wall. The Qin family is going to build fortifications here. The hero harem candidate asked her companions. Their group is the strongest in the city, Xiaomi noticed, with a chupa chupa on her shoulders, and 9th level blood key. Cloud Shadow City is a public area. Why can the Qin family build fortifications here? Another warrior asked aloud. Behind him, the entire guild of fire mercenaries moved, pushing loaded ballistae in front of them. They fired volleys, and the flimsy stone fortifications collapsed as if the builders had been conscientious. What are they doing? There are still Qin people upstairs after all, Xiaomi indignantly said with a chupa chupa. Who was it who dared to raise a hand against them in the city of Cloud Shadows? A man in a red robe ran out. The third commander of the fire mercenaries, Lin Ying. How dare they build walls here? He brazenly asked. He is the protector of the Shadow City, and building a wall, the only way to defend, Qin Wan stated. It's all to stop the wave of beasts. Today, he will tear down this wall, and whoever gets in the way will be maimed, said Lin Ying, and his men surrounded Wang. All of them were level 6 experts. Who dares to touch my father? Feng muttered through his teeth that he had returned to the city. Neither brave or maybe just stupid, he said, and daggers whistled past Lin Ying's muzzle in the sky. His men that surrounded Father Feng began to drop dead. Someone was able to kill level 6 body-strengthening experts with a throwing weapon. Xiaomi was surprised. Whoever they are, since they touched his family, they won't live, Feng said, rubbing his fair hero fists. This person only has a level 1 body reinforcement and was able to stab through with a level 6 knife, Xiaomi thought impossibly after estimating Feng's strength. Who are they? Just because they killed a few people from the squad without looking doesn't mean they're stronger. Lin Ying chattered instead of attacking. He had only injured a few Qin people. A payment of 1 gold should be acceptable, yelled Lin Ying. But his men were worth 1,000 gold. Shut up on deaf, Feng said, and hit with his right. He did everything with his right, sprinkled the dummy teeth. In his eyes, the lives of these rascals were not worth a dime, Feng said. Killing him would dirty his clothes, so the goon owes him 100,000 gold, Feng said. How mightily surprised Xiaomi first saw the power of the protagonist's cheats. Kill a strong enemy with 1 blow, the easiest. The cursed Qin dared to kill his men, said an angry warrior in armor with a paddle on his shoulder. Shang Gang, the commander of the fire mercenaries, stepped forward. They should be able to withstand his level 9 rage, said he. His rage? Don't make my horse's horseshoes laugh, Feng said. Their third-rate guild dares to raise a hand against a family. Insolent! Such a weakling dares to threaten him, Shang Gan said, and swung at him. He'll make wild dog food out of his head today, the commander shouted, and waved a flight at Feng. This is bad, thought Xiaomi. There's an entire guild commander against the guy, as dumb as his subordinates. Feng stood unmoving as Shang Gan's shovel was intercepted by the halberd. What kind of strength and power wondered the inconsiderate commander who went into battle without reconnaissance? An old man fond of healing candles smashed Shang Gan's paddle and threw it away. The useless and stupid fire mercenary commander rolled away. I stepped away for a moment, and there was already a commotion. The old warrior resented. He is capable of inflicting damage to a fortified body. This can't be, whispered Shang Gan, lying in the dust. What a great master, he grimaced, realizing that he was in for a big mess. Is it the same legendary old man from the Qin family, he said. He still knew the danger, but he still went in. I'm sorry, he said, taking a knee to the elbow. He has no evil intentions and was merely attacking inferior family members. He thinks he's hurt the lowest member of the family, grumbled the angry old man. He had hit on someone they had been waiting for a very long time. and this was the person who was best not to be touched in their family. Qin Feng introduced the old man to his grandson, the one who had performed well at the tournament and won first place. The mercenary commander wondered, confirming his status as a dumbass. So that's what he is, the star of the Qin family. Xiaomi marveled with a chupa chupa in her hands. Shang Gang began to bang his head. Please forgive me, great lord, he was careless. You can kill my men, but spare me, said the vile commander. If they want to survive, then have them go to their new camp in the Misty Forest and clear it of monsters, Feng demanded, and the mercenary agreed. Wait, that means their Qin family has found a spiritual place, babbled the slippery type. What's so strange about that? The alchemist glared at him angrily with one eye. Not at all. The vile old man stumbled back and was horrified that the small Qin family had already found spiritual seats, while the large clans had not yet. Is the Qin family stronger than she thought? Although Feng looks intimidating, but perhaps next to him one can gain experience, Xiaomi pondered. Captain Qin Feng called out to him. Xiaomi jumped off the horse and ran up to him. Could she join him in the harem, then eat in a group exploring new lands with her friends from Yulin? Xiaomi asked, making a cute face. As long as there are no evil intentions, they welcome everyone warmly, Feng agreed. That means they're together now, so easily, Xiaomi wondered. So the harem isn't that full yet, she thought. But her group is at the blood key level, she warned. No big deal, said Feng. Great honor to his group at this level, and such weaklings have taken over the spiritual land, Xiaomi almost lashed out. Isn't it strange? Using blood weaklings, he defeated the troops with body strengthening. It seems he himself is very strong, realized the bright Xiaomi. Their team is very strong. Xiaomi promises to give herself for the good of the team and him personally warming the bed, the girl declared, and threw herself on his neck. 3 days later at the city's medical garden, Feng stopped by to check on some recent acquaintances. How many days had it been since they had seen each other? How was the newly joined squad? Feng asked as he stepped inside. It was reported to him that the new squad was badly wounded. The new concubine in the harem lay wounded. That's what happens if the combat power is 1U. What's wrong? Feng asked, his hand involuntarily reaching out to feel his heartbeat. The fifth group of the Situ family, the big guy from the squad, reported. When Xiaomi's troop accompanied them with the booty, they were ambushed by Situ's troops from the ambush and took possession of all the booty, so she was wounded. The Situ family told me to hand over the spiritual land within 7 days. Otherwise, they would take it away by force, the big man relayed. Taking out their anger over the fact that their team was destroyed by a zombie idol, hit a defenseless wall of fan. There is no way out, said the Hat Man. The Situ family has 3 body and chair strengthening masters in the city. They are very strong. If the Situ family goes to war, it will be hard for them to fight after all. They only have old man Yu Lao, and he is already holding on by candlelight, said the big man. If they can fight, we'll have to give it up, said Fan. The main thing is the general situation, agreed Tang Tui. After all, the Situ family is a large clan, his doubts understood. The white-haired concubine raised her voice. No, they said they would capture it in 7 days. That's more than enough, Feng said. Capital turned to him by the boogeyman to see what was meant, to transfer the lands through this term. To prepare for battle in 7 days, their squad would not have time to contact the main force, and they would fight the siege themselves, Feng said resolutely. They are not intimidated by one family. In the future, they will be attacked by other clans. Can we talk about development in such a case? He asked, taking her in his arms. The captain is so impulsive this time, asked the boogeyman, grabbing for concubines right away, he thought. That they doubted the captain's decisions, Feng looked at them sternly. A samurai must be ready to die at any moment at the Lord's command. It was a decision they fully supported by the quickly dropped to a knee pose members of his squad. No one wanted to get an outfit out of line. He had long since gotten tired of the pressure from the other clans, scorched them all, declared the weakling Fan, better death in battle, braved Tang Tui. What to do next, Captain? Asked the big man Feng, who already knew what he was going to do next and was carrying the concubine in his arms. He carefully placed the girl on the hospital bed and turned around. It was time for them all to find out who the real king of the Misty Forest was, Feng coined. After that, within a week, the people of Shadow City noticed the strange actions of Feng's group. They continued to carry materials from the spiritual land as if nothing had happened, as if the words of the sieve were nothing. Everyone believed that Qin would eventually surrender the land. This time, he had gathered a strong unit, Qin weaklings, bragged in the tea house Situ commander. But after 7 days, the Qin still hadn't handed over his land. and the tea lover was very upset that, as in his childhood, it was no longer possible to take everything from everyone. Instead of preparing for battle right away, they had been drinking tea for 7 days, and were only now getting busy preparing for battle. The little family dared to not give up what is demanded of them. They are really brave, scratched the back of the head of the one-eyed commander Situ. There is only one strong master in their clan. Before he starts to act, they would destroy the Qin forces and seize the spiritual land, ordered the commander. Forward to the attack, he ordered sitting on his horse and saw himself already a great triumphant. There is no need for an offensive. The Qin have already left the spiritual lands. He saw everything while he was scouting, the soldier reported. They were counting on the Sits to run away when they saw this, the scout said, and showed the commander. The Qin people had built high fortifications, apparently counting on resisting here, who knew that as soon as the sieves arrived, everyone would flee. It seems that the cowards and Qin families are still afraid of them, said the cocky commander, who has no respect for deep exploration, and entered the camp. Here they discovered a strange thing, the scout said, and pointed to a tree with chains where a zombie idol was tied up. What's that? The commander wondered, and didn't notice the little inscription. Stay away, it will eat you. Maybe it's the treasure the Qin hid in plain sight when they escaped, thought the imbecile who'd been recruited by an ad. Have the whole squad come in and unpack the thing, he ordered, and the crowd of goons rushed to unpack. From now on, this land will be his merit for the Situ family. It will definitely become a great feat, smiled the satisfied commander. Cuckoo, the zombie idol told them. They had found him. Now it was his turn to run after them and catch them. He growled in his zombie language. Zombie idol, how did he get here? The dumbass commander wasn't horrified as the monster's drool dripped down his face. The tired stage star scattered the Situ dummies like skittles in a circle. Bad, it's a trap, guessed the squad leader as he flopped to the ground and tried to play dead, but changed his mind and suggested everyone make a tactical retreat. Rather, he shouted, more to himself than to his men, running away from the monster. The most important thing was not to be the last. He remembered the ancient wisdom, but the mousetraps suddenly slammed in their faces. What a surprise, the commander thought. Now they have the entire zombie idol concert program to listen to, and he can't stand to pop, horrified the Situ commander. He shouted loudly, mimicking the screams of the fans, and desperately hid behind his men. How easy to get caught. These fools actually went inside. Lucky so lucky, thought Feng, watching his yard dog strip the intruders. They really don't respect the Qin family. It was worth all the effort, Feng's men said. They used the zombie idol as a chain dog, chaining him to a tall and thick tree. What to do next? Let them exhaust themselves inside, asked the boogeyman. Even a rabbit can bite if provoked, Feng said. One zombie idol can't handle all of them. Now comes the moment when the tiger gets his ass kicked. That is, he meant to say released into the mountains, Feng said, and ordered the gate to be opened. Just as the gates opened, the commander fled through them, leaving his men to cosplay the attack of the Titans. Everyone retreat. The commander smiled contentedly, glad to have escaped first. The zombie idol didn't catch up with them, good thing they got out of there, he shouted. Did they really think so? Surprise attack? Feng and his friends told them, jumping out from behind the wall. Old Man Lao did not come, and the Qin people are weak to kill, and one of them, stated the commander. Now they will put everyone in their place, said. They all have level 3 body reinforcements or higher. This would be easy, the commander decided, and led his squad into the attack. But barely had he swung his sword as Feng commanded a retreat, adhering to the standard tactic of gunners, hit-run. Ply, he shouted, drawing the bowstring of his bow like Legolas Robin Gudovich. The arrows had no problem piercing the warrior running ahead. One could only wonder why they didn't wear armor. Hide, Feng told his men, and they hid in the thick forest using guerrilla tactics. He really wants to focus the attack on one of them and then run away, the dumbfounded Sith commander realized. The dashing elves were firing from the bushes, shooting enemies like partridges. One by one, they knocked out and wounded the strongest Situ warriors who didn't have time to close in and attack. Striking from ambush, Feng's archers hurriedly withdrew into the bushes along the intended paths. What's more, the archers were aiming at the commander to force his men to defend the penniless man with the epaulets. Not one to let this continue, instead of trying to gain ground, the commander sent his men into the woods. The fools burst into the thicket of the forest, where they could be immediately surrounded or cut off from each other. Where are you running to? Feng shouted the frantic commander upon seeing Feng, who deliberately lured him deeper into the forest. Accept your death, he threw boilerplate phrases instead of daggers. when gunmen appeared from behind and aimed at the commander's bad head. Feng's main force showed up in front of the remnants of Situ. Though the kin were weaker, they took in numbers and position. They dared to chase them, knowing it was an ambush. Feng handed the wallet to the boogeyman, apparently making bets. "Captain, don't overestimate the mental capacity of these fools," laughed the boogeyman. "Got easy money." "What do you think surrounded them?" grinned the commander. "It wasn't him being locked up with them. It was them being locked up with him." He grinned. "Kin only has 4 fortified bodies. The rest are all key blood trash," chortled the goofy commander. "Don't look down on us," Feng asked. "Just try it and you'll find out." "Everyone break into groups of 5 and focus their fire on a single target," Feng ordered. "Go ahead and fire your bows, it's all just shots," scoffed the commander, even though he had already lost a bunch of men before and was now standing in the open. "Destroy the Qin troops," ordered the commander that bought a strategist diploma in the underground passage of the Imperial Palace. The squad didn't notice the loss of a fighter when one of the soldiers became like a hedgehog. One by one, the archers had no problem slaughtering all of the foolish commander's companions. "What a situation! How could these weaklings kill everyone?" wondered the commander with the memory of a fish. After all, they had done the same thing before. Even at the threshold of death, he did not realize, Feng said 7 days ago, there were indeed many key blood people in his squad. But during these 7 days, he produced candles of highly spiritual herbs and made them day and night, candles that strengthened the stool and body. They brewed candles in 3 shifts, the whole brigade. Fresh batches were tested on Old Man Lao. He liked it very much. After that, all the remaining members of the squad put candle after candle. If one didn't work, put 100 or 1,000 until the effect appeared. So even if the candles were not helping well, more candles had to be put in to catch everyone up on the body strengthening level. Although they are only at the first stage of body strengthening, together they are a force, Feng pondered. Now the ratio of combat power in the squad has gotten better, and they had a chance to win. The Situ commander realized what a deep hole he had fallen into. The remnants of the fleeing Situ and the commander himself had all been wounded by an arrow in the 5th meridian, so he was horrified. "Save whoever you can," the commander shouted, losing what little pride he had left. "Scum," shouted the 3 Grand Masters flying through the sky on jet propulsion from the 5th meridian. They landed in front of the Situ commander and began to berate him for losing to the pathetic rookies. "Shame of the Situ clan," said one an old man, and let out an inky ki. Ki struck Feng's warriors and Dan Chuya and easily knocked them back into the bushes. The alchemist himself barely stayed on his feet, sliding to the ground. The Situ clan masters finally intervened. Feng sighed. "Dear masters, this Feng is too cunning. He killed the entire squad. Quickly destroy him," begged the commander. Initially, they didn't want to interfere in the squabbles of the young ones, but since ours are so dumb, we should interfere, the old men said. "Since he is the strongest member of the young Qin generation, he will die here," said one of the clan elders, and rushed towards Feng. So quickly, Feng was surprised at the speed of the old junk that was reaching out to him. But on his defense stood Old Man Lao, who had been hiding in the bushes and sticking candles into himself the whole time. The old man was worried, Feng. "Don't worry, he's fine," Lao replied. "So, it's that Master Qin from before. They only threw a normal punch and he couldn't handle that either," the old fart scoffed. 30 years ago, he was an outstanding master. But after what happened in the Yi family, the Situ elder spoke. His life and strength must be at an end by now, licked the Situ elder's vile long tongue. They collided in the center of the clearing. Lao's energy threw even Feng off, but the old man withstood the Situ elder's blow. "It's just an old legend about his invincibility," the Situ warrior shouted. "And today it will collapse," he declared, fiercely attacking the old veteran Lao. "The master is so powerful," admired the Situ commander, pleased with this arrangement. "Kusroda," applied Old Man Lao's dragon shout at the Situ elder. The words of strength threw that one back. Finally, that burp came out. "You shouldn't have eaten the candles," Lao said. "And who said this old man couldn't handle it?" he asked, and swung his halberd so that he threw the Situ elder off again. The one flew back into a tree and nearly broke it, a monstrous wound gaping on his chest. The other 2 watched and did nothing. That he died as it happened, the old man's strength restored, surprised everyone. "Let's attack together. We need to eliminate him quickly," the remaining Situ elders decided. Qin Feng, the fault of the past few days he passed on, who knew that candles should not be eaten, said Old Man Lao. Now this lost strength returned suddenly, Old Man Lao said, and emitted spiritual power. The old man was still not used to it, grumbled Lao, and swung the heavy halberd again. The wave of fiery golden ki swept away the Situ elders like flies. The strength of a level 6 Grandmaster had finally returned. Perhaps he had even become stronger than his former self, the elder boasted. He just had a hard time moving at first. That's what life-giving candles do. The old man from Kin had returned and regained his strength. He had just been panting. The dummy commander was horrified. The old man is his main trump card in the city. In the past 7 days, Feng had given him better candles to replenish his strength, but there were even a lot of them. The Great Master realized the commander that it was time for a knee-elbow position and a plea to keep himself alive. Since it's a personal grudge, let heaven judge them. Let's have a one-on-one fight. Whoever wins is right, Feng suggested. A duel with him, fine, exclaimed the commander, and agreed. He suggested it himself. Sir, the white-haired concubine turned to him. The opponent has a level 9 body strengthening. Don't worry, he told her. Crushing the weakling, Feng gloated the Situ commander. By his arrogance, Feng had given him a chance to survive. Let's begin, he said, and drew his sword paddle, pointing it at Feng. The commander started swinging his shovel, but he couldn't hit the skittish Feng. How so? He had just been confident. The commander mocked the alchemist. Why only this fool would be so proud of himself, laughed the burly man from Feng's squad. He was only fighting the captain's shadow after all, the boogeyman said. And everyone saw Feng's doppelganger melt away as he stood back. Don't worry, Feng told his men. He was just practicing his shadow style on the weakling. The admiring exclamations of the concubines rang out. He's only in the first stage of hardening, and he's already playing with it using shadow images. The commander was horrified. If he can't even spill his shadow, he will lose, the commander thought, and looked at the 3 sleeping elders. Stop using tricks. Fight fair, said Commander Feng. Great, just what I was going to do. Come closer. The alchemist waved at him. The Situ commander struck with his sword, but Feng took the blow with his forearms. Don't underestimate him, boasted the commander. His survival was no fluke. He spoke emitting purple ki along the ground. A secret family technique, the art of energy of the dead, he said, and stomped his foot where a circle of their purple lettering appeared. Back then, he sucked the energy out of the squad members to enhance his skills and escape. But now he will absorb the energy from the dead masters, the commander said. And now he had already reached the first master stage, boasted the commander, all surrounded by the aura of the energy of the dead. Master, save Feng. At this rate he will die, shouted Feng to Old Man Lao. Don't worry. What are they so worried about? The old man said, and sat down on the ground. Qin Feng had already told him about it before. While the old man was chatting, Feng fought as an equal, dodging all of the commander's attacks. He was now deliberately plunging himself into a state of mortal danger, the old man explained, as Feng slid down the slippery ice. His goal is to get more thrills, said the old man. Creep! All these tricks are nothing, said Feng, breaking the commander's blade. And it's called a punch that you can kill someone with, Feng muttered angrily. What a blow, he said, and prescribed a sick day and a trip to the dentist on the right. He suddenly replied, surprised at his squad members. Feng told the old man that he possessed a hidden power, and suspects that it can only manifest itself on the brink of life and death, the old man informed them. Because of this, Qin Feng had been using the opponent to practice his skills all this time. He's using him as a training doll after all. He has reached the master level. How can one lose to body hardening? The foolish commander couldn't understand. Impossible. You have to put all your strength into it and kill it, he said, and taking out a knife, jumped towards Feng with a shiv. If he can see him, why hasn't he kneeled down yet? Shouted angrily Feng, emitting an emperor aura. The one-eyed commander obediently fell to his knees like a trained dog and wet his pants slightly. What this pressure was, he didn't understand why just one word had pinned him to the ground. He felt an overwhelming fear and simply couldn't resist it. Feng became huge in front of him. He surrenders. No need to fight anymore. He's the deputy commander for development if they dare to kill him, the goon shouted. But Feng didn't listen and grabbed the dog that caused so much trouble by the throat. He's not the only one he wants to kill, Feng said, clenching his fist. This time, all the squad members must die, Feng said, and sealed the commander into the ground. This is bad. The commander has been killed, horrified the remaining members of the Situ squad, who miraculously have not yet scattered. He hadn't forgotten about them either, Feng said, and quickly snapped all the Situ goons over. All of them became valuable experience points for the protagonist. Therefore, Feng felt nothing but gratitude towards them. The Situ squad is destroyed. He is really very strong. Surprised everyone in the Kin squad. This is the end. Spread the news of the death of the 5th Situ group today, ordered Feng. We need to warn anyone who wants to face them that their end will be exactly the same. Feng said. This is the real power of the Qin family, scratched Old Man Lao's beard. Success came when he used this power on the verge of death. It emitted an intimidating power and terrified his enemies, Feng remarked. But when he used it, felt himself becoming a different person. What that power was, he didn't know. A month later, the news that Feng's squad had defeated the 5th Situ group spread everywhere. No one knew how a small and weak unit defeated an entire army with strong fighters. Having begun the conquest of territories, they were defeated in the counter-battle. And now the Situ could only admit defeat, their disgrace having spread over the whole country. Many people in Shadow City disrespected the Qin clan and mocked them. But after this event, barely seeing Qin on the horizon, they bowed respectfully, for the Qin family is a young lion that fled into the heights. These men began to speak politely and respectfully, and as quietly as possible. Xiaomi is responsible for gathering information. What is going on now? Asked her Feng. The biggest event was the destruction of Situ. Now they have become famous all over the country, said the girl with the bells. Great! Everyone at the table laughed. They drank strong tea and had a tasty snack. There are other important events worth mentioning, but they have nothing to do with them, the girl said. Tell me about it, Feng demanded as he poured Feng's delicious soup. Another event, the Ye imperial family had staged a coup against the Immortal Palace. Yo, just for nothing, she said. And Feng froze. The palace now belongs to the Ye family, she said. And Feng was so thoughtful that he had already poured hot soup over Feng's hand. Hot, exclaimed Feng. What's wrong? Xiaomi asked him, and Feng wondered. Who would have thought that the changes in Yoyo's palace would happen so early, although it was supposed to happen in a few years? What will happen to her? Feng thought. A few days later, the Qin family gathered to seal their spiritual lands. Mastering is going too easy, said Feng, looking around his fields of tren grass. He has so many that he even sells some of the grasses now. The young gentleman who runs the mine has brought an alchemist with him for a visit, and he wants to buy elixirs, said Tansui. This is the elder of the Sun Wind clan, introduced the guests by the mine chief, who had heard about their low prices. What a poor and wretched place, declared an arrogant old man with a long beard. A great addition to the harem, Feng thought, as he looked at the beauty in oriental attire. Mr. Feng, the mine manager addressed him, noticing that the guy was looking too long. What do they want to buy? Asked Feng. Blood-stopping pills, said the arrogant old man. Elder Limo, they don't have these pills, Feng informed them. Candles to quickly stop bloody diarrhea are basic medicines for the army. Is this shop so good since there is no such thing here? Asked the arrogant grandfather. Don't worry, Elder Limo, they have other candles, said Feng. Those were just rumors, thought the grandfather. A small family can't have good medicines. They don't have diarrhea-holding candles, but they do have the elixir of life, Feng offered, and the arrogant old man's face changed upon seeing the second-grade candles. This elixir not only stopped battle diarrhea, but also restored strength. They were much more powerful than ordinary ones, the buyer immediately realized. They don't have basic candles, but they have these high-level ones. How are they able to produce them? Longbeard asked. There are too many second-level herbs here. No time and energy to deal with cheap candles, Feng informed, and the old man marveled even more. But you can see that the quality of these products is uniform. They were not made by a professional. You can bargain, decided the long-bearded man, evaluating the goods. Arrogant old man demanded to drop half the price. The quality is excellent. Refused to lower Feng and offered competition. He also knows how to make candles, asked the cheeky grandfather. He is the strongest healing candle maker here, said Feng. If he wins, Strike will buy at full price. If he loses, Feng will sell at a discount. Feng offered the deal. The old man scratched his beard and agreed, but he would be in the negative, the mine manager wondered. Although their quality isn't the best, they're still high-end candles. Scratched his beard, the old man. If he buys them at half price, he'll get a place in the sect. Let's start and see who can make the most candles in half an hour. He has been making candles for decades. The half-hour method is his special skill, grinned the old man. He used a high-end furnace for speed production. From this day on, they will have to sell candles at a discount, jubilated his grandfather. But his eyes popped out of his orbits when he saw how many candle bases Feng had managed to make on his wogue. He also makes so many pills at the same time, it's like he's roasting vegetables. The old man was horrified. You can see he's tired already. So much cooking at once, right? It's better not to seem like a master if you're not, the old man rejoiced. He just needs to finish cooking, and then he will definitely win, the old man realized, and channeled the power into the candles. Done, exclaimed Feng, raising a whole bunch of round pills, making the old man completely demoralized. Already done, and he had just started. The old man marveled even more as he watched Feng put everything in the box. What did he bring him? With this, you can only use 5 portions of herbs at a time, reprimanded Feng, dancing. He excused himself. This is the most there was. No red lights and strong tea this month, said Feng, his punishment. So at that moment, he was angry, not because of fatigue, but because of the size of the pan, the old man realized. After half an hour, the result was obvious and defeated for Lyman. That was the old man's name. All of his candles are of perfect quality, and his candles were defective due to his bad attitude. Old man Lyman admitted defeat. It can't be just, it's a fraud. The old man was indignant because before that, he was shown the candles of the average level. It was prepared by his apprentice. They have a lot of herbs, so she can use them to her liking. The concubine smiled modestly. He's letting his apprentice practice on candles, came Lyman's amazement. There was no such thing in their clan. Master Qin, he will buy his candles for double the price, but accept him as a disciple, asked Lyman, kneeling down. We'll not accept him as an apprentice, but we'll teach him cooking methods, Feng offered. But there is a condition, he said. Condition? Feng pointed his finger at his condition, and Lyman's companion was embarrassed. Give this beautiful woman to the servant, Feng demanded of Lyman. The inn was the sound of heartbreak in the protagonist's harem. This is bad. He just brought the woman right in front of her eyes. The white-haired woman resented, banging the vat of tea on the table. She's losing her young master, the concubine lamented, for drinking too much tea. She's just a servant who was bought for Lyman on the way here to keep an eye on him, Feng learned. But why does he need her? The maiden asked. Don't pretend to be Scheherazade. Even if she dyes her skin black, he will know it's her, Feng stated. What does he intend to do, Scheherazade, the supreme mistress of the Moon Grotto, asked him. She killed members of Ye's family, fled, and is now wanted. He wants to help her, Feng said. This woman had helped him many times in his past life. Without her help, he would have died even earlier, the alchemist remembered. You help, and what should she do? Run away? It was Ye family members who captured her Moon Grotto palace. Master, the Yi family guards have rushed inside. They have come to arrest the wanted woman, the servants shouted. And he says he wants to help her, Scheherazade shouted, and pulled out a knife. He was the one who informed the Ye family about her, the silly girl said, without understanding the situation. She's hurt now, Feng answered her and intercepted her hand. If she wants to survive, she needs to listen to him, Feng said. Good, now undress, the harem leader ordered her. Where is she? They say. A foreign woman came to them, shouted the Ye Guards officer, 9th level body reinforcement. If she finds her here, the Qin family will be considered a persistent lawbreaker, the officer smirked. With things out, muzzles to the floor, she shouted, kicking cheekily the doors to Feng's chambers. Who's there? Asked the half-naked Feng to the bursting officer. She is an officer of the Ye Guards and has come to look for the criminal Scheherazade, and the one in his bed is highly suspicious, the officer said. And she has the authority to burst into his room and yell that his woman is wanted. And what if she isn't? Feng removed her hand. We'll find out as soon as we check, shook the officer's bruised hand. If not, she promised to kneel. Let's see how he dies, thought the officer, as Feng gave the okay and stepped aside. The female guard pulled back his blanket and saw a naked girl beneath it. She had been told that the injuries sustained after the escape were impossible to hide, but the girl in front of her was perfectly fine, the officer marveled. We need to check her development. She grabbed Shahrazade's hand, but found no sign of training. Impossible, thought the officer. What do you say? Calmed down by turning his bedroom around, Feng asked gloatingly. Now it was his turn to get even. That couldn't be, recoiled the officer. She refused to admit defeat. Her injuries didn't really disappear, thought Feng, while smiling sweetly at the guardsman. It was just that he had recently applied a healing powder that covered up all the severe damage to her skin. He even gave a healing candle that hadn't yet been invented in this era, he thought, and it hid Shahrazade's level of training. I'll go, the officer said quickly, and wanted to slink away. That you broke in like that and want to leave, Feng asked her. She has yet to fulfill the promise she made, Feng said to her back. The Qin family dog is defying their great Yi family. She is acting according to the law, and he is not worthy of keeping promises, the officer stated. They low-grade Qin, it's best not to turn their noses up high. She pulled out her sword and threatened the unarmed Feng. Feng quickly showed her that feminism had not yet taken root in ancient times. Who are you grinning and baring your teeth at, he told her. He had destroyed the Situ squad. Why should he be afraid of some patrol woman? What does he want to do? Backed up guard officer holding his face. She scared his woman. On the count of 3, she would fall to her knees and apologize or lose her head 3, Feng told her. You want her a representative of a noble family to apologize to a concubine. Dream on, resented the insolent woman. Silence, Feng said, and again she was reminded that the bright times of feminism were still a long way off. He brought his sword over her like an executioner on a scaffold and gave her a few more seconds to think. Feng's strength is so great, touching her swollen face, a guard officer and almost crying. All right, it's your choice. I respect that, Feng said, and was already lowering his sword. When the officer hit the floor and said, I'm sorry, I'll make it up to you. I made a mistake. Isn't it easy? Feng said, and returned her weapon. Now hurry up and get out. The teary-eyed woman quickly left his chambers and then the manor in shame and humiliation. Just forget about seeing her body, Shahrazadi stammered when they were alone. And what an excuse when she was the one who became his woman, the maiden resented. It's just a game, a role-playing game, a harem, a protagonist. Nothing like that justified Feng. When he recovers, he'll be in trouble. This Qin clan are such shameless people, it's infuriating, puffed the officer as she came to the tree with the clan's chain dog. What's this? She wondered as she looked at the bundle, which had a sign on it that said, Do not trespass, will kill you. Could it be her? Thought the runaway girl, that in a bundle tied by a thick chain to a tree might be sitting a fugitive girl. Feng and Shahrazada heard shouting outside while they were getting dressed. What's the matter? Shouted. Feng went down to the yard and immediately saw that the dog had run off the leash. Ah, her face, her beautiful face, how dare he set her up, wailed the insolent officer, who herself had gone where she was not asked. What happened just now? His clan has to pay for it. She jabbed a finger at Feng. And who harmed her? She herself had just freed the monster, grabbed her clothes. Feng grabbed her. That monster they had a hard time sealing up. Does she realize the consequences of that? It's just one monster. What can it do? Asked the clueless officer that also bought a diploma under the walls of the imperial palace. Help, monster! They heard cries for help. From the people of the town, Feng's chain dog had already made a lot of noise. Feng ran to find out what happened and who was hurt. There was no time to deal with a clueless woman. They saw the road on which lay many people of mangled men and horses. Judging from the footprints, he's heading towards Shadow City, Feng realized. The silly old man had gone off into the thicket of the forest to clear everything of monsters and would be back for a while, Feng thought. If this monster went alone into the City of Shadows, Feng would be able to deal with it. But he has secret skills, and last time Feng barely managed to apprehend him, but it's scary to think what he'll do if he uses them in the city. A scythe-wielding zombie idol approaching the town, the gates of which were piled up with some crates. He moved leisurely with the gait of a chronic bedwetter. Please don't tell anyone that she was the one who released the monster, or else she might be banished, the stupid officer pleaded. But Feng chased her away. Sanzo is still in Shadow City. Send a pigeon text and warn them, let them protect the people, ordered Feng. Now we need to prepare materials for the confrontation, he told Shahrazada. After that, she should be with him all the time. He will protect her, Feng told her. Protect? She looked questioningly at his back. The girl had thought to hide her identity, but now she was discovered. We need to find a safe place, she thought, looking at the gate passage. There was a real panic in the city of Cloud Shadows. People were fleeing everywhere. The gates had no sooner closed. The monster was raking through the rubble of boxes and almost bursting into the city. Help, shouted people. The Titans attack cosplay was a success. Stand fast. Anyone who dares to leave will be killed. The citizens have been stopped. He just happened to drop by here for some fun, and there's a monster in town. Everyone should help him deal with it, the brash third heir declared. Good, said his men. Lately the glory goes to the Qin family. Killing the monster will raise the morale of their 4 clans. The prince's warriors propped up the citizens, and the third prince himself stepped forward with his retinue of goons. Prince, why isn't he organizing the evacuation of the people? Shouted him to Tansu from behind the backs of the warriors. This is a dog from the Qin family, afraid of even a single monster. The Qin family lives up to its reputation. The people from the prince's squad laughed at him. He will go first, said the prince, and rushed into the fray. His retinue flew after him. The monster was shot at with a bow several times and quickly surrounded. You can't. They can't handle it unless they're of the level of a great master, Dancer warned them. But no one would listen to him. The prince's entourage only made the zombie idol that played the role of the Titan more angry. The walking bedwetter stumbled, at which point the third prince leapt from above to finish off the zombie beautifully, severing its head. At least they didn't chop off its head. The zombie lay there and didn't move after so many attacks. That it was already all amazingly, exclaimed the people who had been watching the fight. So quickly were they surprised. It's dangerous, Dancer shouted to them. If you don't close the demon's mouth, it might use forbidden techniques. It was simply ridiculous how cowardly the Qin family representative was acting, the third prince's henchman mocked. What kind of technique is he going to use? The third prince asked mockingly when the monster suddenly changed. The zombie idol roared terribly so that this scream stunned everyone nearby. The sound waves beat in wide circles outside the city. He did something after all, he realized, Dance, and shouted to everyone to run and get people away. He screams, but nothing else happens, said the third prince. So what? Since they couldn't kill him then, he will. Watch and admire, he brought his sword over the zombie as a titan colossus appeared behind him in a superhero pose. While more like armored, he was more of a zombie underneath. All bone armor and horns. Maybe it was his mom. A new monster. Why all of a sudden, the third prince and his retinue were stunned by the appearance of such a threat and didn't know what to do. They stood like stupors while the third prince was slapped and flew away. He punched himself through the nearest shed and disappeared inside with a slight groan. One hit and he lost the ability to move. Probably a monster at the second level of master, thought the third prince. How dare he raise his hand to the third prince? The failed hero's goons rushed at the zombie titan. But all their attacks were like a puff of smoke, arrows bouncing off, spears breaking. The zombie titan crushed in one blow all the goons who hadn't realized to spread out and keep their distance with the huge target. Trouble! The third prince did not succeed in defeating him, the soldiers shouted. Panic and a terrible crush arose. They fled to wherever they went. Zombie Mom asked, Are they the ones hurting his zombie son? Pointing a finger at them, he nodded. Go and sort it out, son. You'll be a grown-up zombie, his mother told him. And the son ran forward with his toothy mouth open. Not good. It's too late for people to run away, thought Dancer. He was the only one who hadn't run away anywhere. When the monster wanted to kill a bunch of people, he drew his sword and met it with his chest forward. Dance, shouted his men that were with him. Don't worry about him, he replied through clenched teeth. Everyone run quickly. My body then give my body to the Qin family, said Tang Tzu. Although he is a dummy, but he turned out to be selfless and kind. Earlier, the young master had sent him a pigeon mail text message and ordered him to defend the city. Now everyone could rely on him alone, thought Dancer. He tired of holding the monster's paw with his sword and threw it aside. It hit the sidewalk and shattered the ground. I will not allow harm to come to the people of the city, Tansu said, and drew his sword, aiming for the defenseless throat. But when he sliced at his neck, his sword shattered like a pine board. The monster prescribed a slap to his fan, and Dancer flew away. He flew so far away that he almost caught up with his companions who had escaped. Lots of people were worried about him instead of running and hiding from the horrible monsters. Run, you fools! Leave him behind! Shouted Tansui from the last of his strength and grabbed the monster's leg. He had promised the Lord and is obliged to hold out until he comes and save the men, thought Dancer, and held tight to the monster. He's obligated, the warrior told himself, so even the zombie sympathized and patted him comfortingly on the back. How painful! This was his limit, shook Tansu, who was still miraculously not smeared into a tortilla. They've taken a hit and can't fight anymore, and a person from the Qin clan is holding on for so long, marveled the third prince who was sitting in the barn. But at this moment, even Tangshan's determination could no longer help. He loosened his hands and could no longer hold the monster. I can't, he thought. He had always been a coward, but this time he decided to fight. His body felt light from the monster tossing him into the sky. Perhaps he didn't want to embarrass the Lord, and that's why he held on like that. He should have been smeared with a powerful punch, but Feng appeared and saved him. The cavalry had arrived, realized Tansui, breathing heavily. He was glad to be alive. Why so long? He asked the gentleman who was holding him. Say thank you for being on time, Feng answered him quietly. When did Feng have time to come? Wondered the third prince. He had blotted this moment, even daring to come and save his men, thought the prince. Sorry, sir, but to pop is not his topic, so he couldn't hold the zombie idle, said Dancer. The important thing is that he bought enough time for them, Feng answered him, and handed the comrade over to the other men. Now it's time for the real hero to sort things out, Feng said. The monster didn't wait for a standing ovation from the new spectator and was the first to attack. The animal dared to offend people. Already forgot who did last time, Feng said, and cracked the right fist of the fair hero. The power of justice flew out of his hand and the zombie idol flew off to think about behavior. He never realized that the hero had to be attacked from the left to avoid being hit by the right, because the left had never hit the hero before. "How is it possible," marveled the prince, "to defeat the monster with a single blow and inflict such heavy damage on it?" He gaped. "Great, their lord is so strong," grinned the men, instead of running and giving the hero space to fight. But then the stealthy Titan Shamam entered the fray and crept up on the hero from behind. She was also able to hit with her right, filled with love for children. A pillar of fire swept Feng away, but he put up a block. As expected, if Feng encountered a powerful undead, would die. The third prince exulted, forgetting that he would be next. "But wait, something's wrong," he horrified, for the fight wasn't over yet. Contrary to expectations, Feng punching through the wall didn't hurt. Thus he lured the monster out of the city. "Not a single scratch on him," remarked the third prince. "Finally succeeded," said Feng, shaking off his clothes. "Get that candle," Feng ordered meaningfully to his men who were hiding in the bushes. The boogeyman carried a wheelbarrow in front of him, with a huge candle filled with stabbing agents. Feng took out one of the swords that was covered in flames. Fire pepper was added to the candle. "Useless," gloated the stupid prince. "Weapons can't hurt him after all." He laughed, calling weapons their toothpicks. The zombie idol's mom swung her right to smack Fan, but the man's eyes even lit up at how peppery the candle was next to him. "Die," he said to the half-dead zombie, and prescribed a fiery pepper treatment. With a swing of his sword, he raised waves of flames that quickly spread over the monster. It flared up as if oil had been set on fire, a wave of flame hitting the zombie titan. Feng organized an off-site crematorium for the unsettled zombie. The ceremony was quick. "How cool," Dancer said, leaning on his friends. He had gone out in the past to see the fire festival. "It's so easy to kill such a monster," they marveled. The zombie titan lay on the ground and fumed. With one punch, where did Feng get such strength from? The third prince wondered. Of course, Feng knew that ordinary weapons couldn't win, so he took all the constipation pepper candles he had. The body-strengthening candle can summon a special fire that scares the monster. How fortunate, thought Feng, that he is just a master of preparing them. And this candle he made specifically for destroying zombie demons. The zombie idol heard his mother's screams and woke up and ran to escape. Seeing the death of a relative want to run away, Feng said to his back, "But we'll have to issue a refund for the tickets. The concert was not that good," Feng said. Behind the dancing shout, he shouted and threw his sword like a throwing knife. The weapon hit the fifth meridian right on target. The monster fell and caught fire. And Feng took a couple more swords and was closing in on the poor man who had been beaten, made a chain dog, orphaned, and now wanted to be put to sleep. "To the Brotherhood and the court, sword at point-blank range," Feng said, and pierced the zombie idol with his blade. And followed by a second, the monster screamed desperately. It didn't want to die. "This isn't the end," Feng shouted out, and began to exercise his knife-throwing skills even more. The monster was squirming in pain, burning, smelling of rotten kebabs. The two zombie demons were already dead, so why an even thicker demonic energy was approaching, Feng didn't understand. All the zombie demons have been killed by Qin Feng. He really has gotten stronger, picked up the jaw from the floor by the prince who never got out of the barn. A lot of people ran out to thank Feng and marvel at his divine might. "Stay back," Feng ordered them. The demonic energy had not yet dissipated, he said, even stronger than before. "I didn't expect Fen to have the power. Now, as long as no one is looking at her, we can take advantage of the chaos and leave," thought Shahrazada. When her zombie father, himself, appeared in front of her, he emitted puffs of stinking fog from his uncleaned mouth. "There's another zombie demon here," Shahrazada froze in fear. The demon Colossus grabbed her like a toy and nearly crushed her in one motion. Another, he noticed the sudden and silently creeping monster, which was taller than the trees and weighed like a mountain. "This is an undead king, apparently at the level of a third strength master. Enter the city and hide there," Feng ordered them. "This undead king is too strong. How could he catch her?" wondered Shahrazada. Now she could have used her skills to escape, but she was being watched by a scumbag officer who could report her. The monster had poor eyesight, so he first tasted his prey with his tongue. Still death, Shahrazadi realized. Better to risk her life than to surrender meekly, said the girl, and her eyes lit up with power. He said, "No one has the right to touch my women." The harem king showed up and slapped the Colossus on his insolent face. From the impact, the zombie butthole veered to the side and let his prey out of his hands. Feng managed to gently grab the girl's waist. The girl was very surprised to be rescued by someone. "Don't reveal your skill level. I told you I'd protect you," he told Scheherazade. She received wounds and this undead king came at her scent. He wants to eat her to increase her skill level, Feng explained. The zombie king scratched his bruised cheek. It turned out he had more than 2 hands. Even if he wants to run away, let him not choose the route through the forest, Feng said. Let the undead king target her. He will still help her, Feng said to appear cool, but the girl bought into those ponces and blushed. The 3-armed demon attacked the little Feng, whom he could barely distinguish in front of him. The sword hardened in the pepper candle has already lost its properties, Feng thought, glancing at the wagon. Undead king, you'll have to try harder, Feng realized, and clenched his fists in a stand. The monster struck with one of his left hands and raised a huge shockwave. It was as if Feng was flattened by the monster's monstrous strength. He soared into free flight as the monster hit him with a right. Run! Why would he risk it for her? Shahrazadi shouted after him. She didn't realize that he would have to deal with the monster anyway. Why? Wondered Feng. How else would he get his harem? He thought through clenched teeth. In his past life, he fought under the red moon. A wave of monsters, aka just an alchemist, covered Feng with flashbacks of his past life. Qin Feng, leave, please. He won't be able to leave without her protection, shouted Scheherazade to him. But then she hardly cried pitifully alchemist Feng in her past life. He is the target of the demon clan and needs the world to oppose them, accepted this arrangement by Scheherazade. After the last battle, she is already doomed to a slow death. The monsters are close. If she stays here, she can hold them off, the girl said. Hurry up and leave, she said again, and Feng cried, repeating her name. In his past life, he had left her for the good of the world, but he ended up losing both the girl and the world, Feng thought. He lay next to the pepper candle, pinned to the ground. Come here, sweetie, was already whispering to the zombie father to Feng when he noticed a fireball nearby. The monster picked Feng up and dragged him towards him, but Feng refused to give up. He wouldn't lose her again, he promised himself, and plunged his hand into the pepper fire candle. He didn't leave her again. The pepper mixture filled Feng with fire. He himself began to burn like a sword. And with that power, he struck the monster's head with his right fist. The 3-armed monster was thrown back by the fiery explosion. For the first time in a long time, Feng used a punch combo with 2 hands and flailed at the zombies. Shrouded his body in the flames of a pepper candle, Shahrazada watched the fight from the bushes. Fighting for her even at the cost of his life, the beauty's heart skipped a beat. I love the smell of napalm in the morning, said Feng, watching the fire devour the zombie demon. The young lord had indeed handled him, surprised Tansui, as well as the rest of the people of the City of Shadows. Just now his captain was almost killed. Why didn't he go to help? Asked the officer to the burly man next to him. Who said their captain could be beaten to death? The boogeyman answered her. Their captain deliberately wants to be on the brink of life and death, he said, looking at Feng. Now all eyes are on Feng, and she can run out of town at any moment while the citizens aren't looking, Shahrazada thought, and threw on her cloak. Captain, are you all right? The boogeyman asked, and Feng nodded in response. He was just a little tired. How about her? Is a harem candidate in order? Feng remembered the girl. But when I turned around, I didn't see her where she was hiding in the bushes. Is she gone? Feng thought, a blue glow enveloping him. Let me help. A pretty girl appeared beside him and took him gently under her arm. She didn't leave? Asked her surprised Feng, turning to the girl. Why should she leave? Hadn't he bought her for the harem to warm his bed? Shahrazadi asked. The young master said she was his woman. Shahrazada glared. She actually had the opportunity to leave, but she didn't leave herself without realizing why. She used to try to become the next lord of the palace. Her mother had whipped her with a whip since childhood to make the girl strong. Mother of the year. From birth, she had no peace of mind. She was constantly being forced to train. But this time she was protected by Feng somehow. He has an unknown power that calms her down, Shahrazada thought. Though she will face revenge for the palace in the future, right now she wants to stay with a strong man, Shahrazada realized. Master, he's fine, faintly cried Tang Tui, who was beaten much more severely than Feng. Outside the city was a vast plain. So where did this shadow come from in the middle of a clear sky? Feng wondered. A huge, unnoticeable and completely silent Buddha statue with a demonic aura grew in front of him. When this mountain appeared, the god of this world must be joking, thought Feng. What was Mr. Feng staring at in fear? He must be very tired, people whispered, because there was nothing in front of him. Feng, Shahrazad called out to him worriedly. It's all right. The alchemist shook off the obsession, even though it was very real. He remembered this mountain, this legendary monster, the Earth Mother, Feng thought as he walked back home. Now I can see why the demon was frequenting. In a previous life, this monster was superior. She had the ability to control poisonous insects and undead, Feng remembered. In addition, the Earth Mother can arbitrarily take on the appearance of terrain. It can become a mountain peak, or it can be a plain. This great beast is capable of sneaky disguise. The birth of the Mother of the Earth also meant the awakening of the great demon that destroyed cities. So the great demon destroying cities is about to complete its resurrection, realized Feng anxiously. In a past life, Mother Earth unexpectedly attacked humanity when a great demon was resurrected. It was after this battle that the human race was brought to the brink of annihilation, and the next civilization was on its way to its collapse. But why did she appear for a moment and disappear? We need to prepare for battle, Feng thought. A few days later, the rumor that the third prince had almost killed the citizens to show off his power spread everywhere in the capital. The news of Feng destroying 3 master-level monsters also shocked the dynasty, the children arguing over who would play as Feng. The main family was ecstatic. The great-grandmother demanded that Feng return to the capital and develop there. But Feng refused, apologizing to the old lady. After all, he still had things to do here. He asked the Qin family, along with the other families, to conduct a military strength enhancement to stop the wave of demons. And the second request, he asked to let him enter the Danji Pavilion. It was the largest alchemical organization. But there were strict rules there. Great families could be trained, and you had to start from childhood. Utilizing his great-grandmother's connections, Feng still knocked out a pass and arrived there a month later. In the academy tribute, him introduced to other students, "Beautiful teacher and beautiful women go to the harem of the protagonist," said the ancient rule. "Hello everyone. Hey Qin Feng, how are you doing?" asked their Feng on the youth. The Qin family, the weakest of the families, there aren't even any other disciples from this family in the pavilion, immediately began to mock him. The warrior wants to pretend to be an alchemist. He's too old and dumb for that. His students see him off. This is where they learn alchemy. But that's not why the great alchemist came here. He's here to get the treasure that was under the pavilion, Lushpike's demonic sword. It is said that this sword belonged to a demon emperor in ancient times, and it greatly affected the demons. Without it, humanity cannot survive, but no one can raise this sword. Its energy is used in school to temper alchemists. This time, he must get the sword no matter what, because it will determine the future of humanity, Feng thought. Feng, even if he was given an exception and accepted into the academy, why doesn't he listen to her? The professor got angry. Such is his attitude towards alchemy, asked his second-level master Yana. He is just a scum of the Qin family, said. No, master, just thinking about how to get to Danji's crypt, replied Feng calmly. The crypt is only open to high-level disciples, showing mental strength, and he wants to go there barely having arrived. The other disciples raised him in laughter. Normal students must train hard for 3 years until they are of age before they are allowed to go there, Yana replied angrily. Just came, and you want to get what others get by hard work. Don't make fun of my horseshoes. She jabbed her finger at him. In fact, he's already studied everything she's talking about, Feng answered her smugly. Then let her repeat the key and blood candle cleansing method she taught everyone. If he can't, should become a knee elbow, Jana said. Most of all, she could not stand the clique of rich sons that using connections got to place all the advantages of a student. The professor was angry. Since teacher doesn't keep within the bounds of decency in front of him, he won't either, Feng stated, and stood up from his seat. She was not worthy of his recounting. After only a little listening, he found 20 errors in her method, Feng panted. Arrogant Feng, humiliating a teacher is a big crime. Where did she go wrong? Professor Yana lost her temper. Funny, he had just stated that the professor was wrong. The students snickered. She is after all the outstanding master in the pavilion. Okay, said Feng, but just talking is pointless. He spoke and walked over to the candle roaster. Why doesn't he perfect the candle and show it to Feng? He can make candles. The students couldn't believe it. It took them 10 years to learn how to purify herbal infusions. What can I take from the mediocre? Idiot, don't embarrass yourself anymore and get off the stage, shouted to him by the students who didn't know about the main character's cheats yet. If he can't later, she'll humiliate him, thought the professor with 2 advanced degrees. Her first mistake was to start a small fire so as not to burn the herbs, Feng said as he walked over to the stove. He exerted spiritual power and the flames began to rage halfway across the auditorium. Immediately, such a big fire wants to burn everyone in revenge, horrified Professor Yana and the other goons. A small fire would not induce medicinal properties. Moreover, adding the elixir took a long time, he said, throwing the herbs into the vat. Treating forest grass so roughly, it's a waste of natural resources. The alchemists were horrified. Feng is just bragging. She was following a recipe that had been passed down from generation to generation for hundreds of years, thought the professor. He shouldn't be able to perfect the candle, she thought, when Feng said ready and pulled out the balloon and brew. So fast the professor marveled. She liked longer. That's simply impossible. It takes her hours to clean a good quality candle. It's an empty candle, Jana said, and headed towards him. Feng gently inserted a green-colored pill filled with power into her. It's of perfect quality, the professor quickly acknowledged, and dropped to her knees. This Feng knows how to cook them. He surpassed the professor's perfect quality. The other students were horrified. Teacher Yana, at your level, it's hard to raise children. She still has room to grow, Feng said condescendingly. This guy humiliated her in front of everyone, flared a furious Jana. If she wants to survive, you have to show respect, said Feng in a godfather's voice to the woman who stared at him with her formations. Survive. How dare he say such a thing to the teacher? He is the one who should respect her. Now she will smash his face, said the professor in anger and swung her hand. She has trouble sleeping and often has an upset bowel, sussed out the exuberant woman Feng. She hesitated for a second and didn't hit him because the words were true. But how did he know? The professor thought, stunned. She spends a lot of time in the restroom and her development has become more painful, Feng informed her, and the professor was even more surprised. In fact, she should have already had a premonition that she was close to death, Feng asked her ominously. How does he know so much about her illness? Again, Jana fell to her knees. The teacher turns out to be sick, horrified students. He still has a way to cure him, but since she was being disrespectful, so she better forget about it, Feng replied to her. Master Feng, please save her. Quickly changed Yana's mind. We'll do whatever he asks, she promised. Is this her way of asking for help? Earlier she wanted him to kneel, Feng asked her. No, cried the beautiful professor with bitter tears. I'm sorry, I was wrong, I'll make it up to you, said the charming professor, taking a knee-elbow pose. That's right, I'll write out a prescription the other day, Feng condescendingly promised. Thank you, Master Feng, for your kindness. Much appreciated, the professor said, and slapped her forehead on the floor. Under the surprised exclamations, Feng returned to his seat. No one could believe that a rookie would bring a professor to his knees. Brother, isn't this pledge showing off too much? Why not have a chat with him after class? The student asked his neighbor. It's good to get to know him better, said another arrogant cretin. His name was Yi Eggplant. Let's tell who's boss, he said to his buddies. Feng walked around the pavilion grounds after class alone. Class was over. Though he wasn't ready to enter the crypt, he wanted to look at it. So he's here. A gang of mages from rich families called him. Come say hello to everyone, they said. Here the whole class gathered. What does that mean? Asked them Feng, anticipating easy experience points. He should know that the third prince, the cousin, their older brother, the newcomer, should lick his boots, one of the twins told Feng. He has level 3 body reinforcement, Cormorant reported. If you don't want to get beaten up, lick your shoes, he said. So he's related to the third goofball. That's why he seemed so imbecilic. It's hereditary, Feng answered him. Get ready to lick. All will fall at the feet of their boundless brother, one of the twin eggplant lackeys informed him. Feng performed some sort of cord ballet because hitting such gnats with his hands wasn't very pleasant. He caught the heel of Cormorant's head with his heel and cracked him against the ground so that he looked like an ostrich. Look for moles, Feng said, and pressed his foot down harder, at least some use for the dummy. You come to me and beg, but you do it without respect, Feng told him. What a husky dog. He dared to step on the infinitely limited brother, break his bones, said one of the minions. They took out their shivs and decided that the weaklings could take Feng down in a mob. They want to break his limbs, Feng said perfectly, and smirked. It will send them to the forefathers to think about their behavior and gain valuable experience points. The first twin brother without a name was disinherited by Feng's blow. Pain. What do you know about pain? The eggplant lackey gritted his teeth. Forget about him. Keep attacking brothers, the guy told them in a squeaky voice. But Feng danced the can-can and disinherited all the other twin brothers, but opened the way to the harem as eunuchs. It's fine, they're just resting, Feng said to the other disciples who were walking beside him. He really beat up the Ye gang. They marveled as they passed by. He attacked by stealth, said Cormorant, who never found the moles but grabbed a shiv. If he doesn't chop off one of his legs today, he won't be able to carry the surname Ye, Cormorant vowed. A man with no limbs would appear in the pavilion. He dropped out, shouted students who didn't see the fight start. Eggplant, called out to him sternly by the owner of beautiful legs. Does he still pursue those with talent? She asked. I advise you to stop immediately before he hurts anyone, or she will take him to court, said Shura, the first student and head of the court. Big Sister Shura really came. She likes to protect the weak. Feng will not run away, thought the twin brothers. Sure, she just got a position in the pavilion and she already thinks she can control the Ye family, Eggplant said. No one can stop him today. He'll make a cripple out of him, Eggplant promised, and unleashed his power. This show is worth watching, shouted the goons of Bucklerson's brothers. Don't you dare tell him white-haired Shura. But Feng did not change his methods of dealing with the bullies and made the eunuch and their ringleader, Cormorant, pierced by lightning. Oh, that must have hurt, blushed Shura and her twin friends with embarrassment. Mommy, give birth to me back, whispered Cormorant, and fell to his knees. Shock came over him at first, but when it left, the pain hit full force and Cormorant began thrashing around on the ground like a scalded man. No, said Eggplant. He could clearly feel them bursting, along with his dreams of a beautiful life. How unpleasant, Shura thought, and even sympathized with Feng. He had used this trick so many times, but why did they have such a short memory? Everyone saw he attacked first, said Feng, who was just defending himself. Would it really end like this? He beat up the Cormorant gang, the students whispered behind his back. Alchemy masters are always weak in martial arts. Cormorant, with the third level of reinforcement, was bothering everyone. But Feng had dealt with him, Shura thought. Feng, now he had insulted Cormorant. If he wanted to be safe, he could join their hall, Shura suggested. No men are admitted to the courtroom. Once he's admitted, no one else can touch him. So envious, the goons whispered. Thank you for your kindness, Feng said. But he prefers maidens to join his harem, not the other way around. He rejected her offer. Is he blind? Marveled the goofy students. She came here after hearing that he was a master of alchemy, but it turned out he was also good at martial arts. Shura thought she would definitely get him. Feng came to where he planned after all, to the Pavilion dungeon. An incredible pressure was felt even at the entrance. This is the power of the sword, Feng pondered. But to pass there, he must pass the test and become an advanced disciple, scratched Feng's chin. In 3 days, there will be a test for seniors that is given every 3 years. He has to pass it to get the sword. Yes, no matter what, he needs to pass the advanced student exam, Feng stated confidently. What is he thinking? Upperclassmen have to live here for 15 years before they take the exam, and he's only been here for a few days, Professor Yana said. Master, Feng didn't care. Either she would give him this opportunity, or he wouldn't help her with her illness. Okay, fine, agreed Jana. There was one elder from the pavilion who always treated her well, said she. Thank you very much, teacher, Feng replied, without even listening to her, and turned around to leave. The older students crowded around the bulletin board and were discussing the news vigorously. New disciple Feng was taking part in an exam that required 15 years of study, having only been in the pavilion for a week. Cormorant was the most outraged. Even though he himself had gotten into the test thanks to connections after only 3 years, but he couldn't forgive such cheating to others. Are they angry at Feng for rejecting Shura's offer? Their red-haired student asked. They must be displeased that Feng got the opportunity so easily, and he also flirted with a woman he likes, the disciple stated. Fortunately, he is part of the selection committee, and if Feng passes, he will kneel before him, said the pavilion lord's son, Tupika. Yes, great, rejoiced all the detractors. The son of the lord has tremendous power, and he likes Shura. Now Feng is dead, thought Cormorant. The third prince wrote to Tupais and asked him to help Cormorant, so now he can walk with pride, said the son of the pavilion lord. On the day of the test, everyone gathered in the arena to watch the students being tested. The 3-year test has begun, the red-robed pavilion lord announced. This is every student's dream, said a 5th-grade alchemy master and a 1st-grade martial arts master. By becoming a senior student, they can get better developmental materials, he told the students, and hoped that everyone would do well on the test. The other older students sat in a separate box, with Tupitsa and Shura. He didn't expect to be able to take part in an alchemy test 100,000 years ago. Feng wondered how difficult a test they had prepared. The first stage test, the ability to control the stove, the Lord said. You need to show fire control skills. The teachers will evaluate them. Yana came with the old man. It is clear how Feng got into the exam. The Lord finished his opening speech before everyone fell asleep. He gave the wave, and all proceeded to light fires under their stoves. Tupika damaged Feng's furnace and strengthened Cormorant's furnace. He could relax. This time he would get his face back, which Feng stomped into the dirt. Eggplant rejoiced and cranked the burner to full. Look how big the fire is. Must be 1 meter high, bigger than the other students, spoke in the stands enthusiastically. Cormorant's skills are really good, the pavilion lord said, scratching his beard. Now his fire should be the biggest, and Feng's furnace is ruined. He should look like a ridiculous thing, smirked Cormorant. But turning around to look at Feng, he saw napalm dancing around. The heat even made his eyes pop up to his forehead. 5 meters high, how could that be possible? Topeka wondered, for he had set Feng's furnace to the lowest setting. The technology in this period was so undeveloped, Feng thought disappointedly, the tallest fire in a meter, and he hadn't even started yet. But his fire control art is the best in the world. Give a drop of fire, he said, and snapped his fingers. The sparks became stronger. He performed a real miracle. The flames took the shape of a dragon and shot upwards all the way to the sky. The dragon went on a rampage, threatening to devour anyone caught in that jet of napalm. What is it? He had damaged the furnace, from where such a flame did not understand cormorant and was confused. Fire like a dragon. His fire control skills are even better than hers, thought Shura admiringly. Topeka couldn't let this continue. He demanded that his father stop the test because there might have been a mistake in his inspection of the furnace since Feng was controlling such a large fire. That's why the flame is so big. Go deal with it, said the Lord. And Topeka got up from his seat. Go and swap ovens with Feng, ordered Topeka to Eggplant, and the latter happily agreed. He probably just made a mistake with the furnace setting, so we should take the furnace away from Feng, Topeka realized. Everyone look over here. I'm sure his skills will surpass what Feng showed, shouted Cormorant. The idiot thought the stoves were just mixed up. Okay, now with that huge fire, it's time to prove yourself, said Eggplant. Shura, look at Cormorant, said Topeka to the girl. Isn't he just a slacker with no skills? Replied the girl. No, Eggplant, this is his own hand-grown disciple, Topeka stated gloatingly. Look closely. He is definitely stronger than Feng. It's time to get attention, thought Eggplant, and cranked the burner to maximum. There was a deafening explosion as soon as he did so. The explosion threw Cormorant backwards, the fire spreading in all directions. It did get bigger than Feng's, but there was a nuance. The eggplant collapsed right at the feet of his teacher, who jumped up in surprise. Controlling the fire before the explosion, is this his talented apprentice? Asked Shura, looking at the baked eggplant. It's just a mistake. Feng isn't that good. He got lucky with the furnace, that's all, Topeka excused himself. Look, he said to Shura, but the girl was already staring at Feng with bated breath. The sky above them was darkened by a fiery phoenix of enormous size. It's a fire phoenix controlled by Feng. Everyone marveled. Feng's furnace really started to work better. This time Feng is stronger than before. Shura blushed. He increased the fire even after replacing the furnace. Did not understand how it was possible to Pika. So Eggplant is sly, Feng realized. That's why he could summon the little dragon earlier. Now with the increase in fire, even a phoenix could be played with. Excellent fire control. Well, it was surprising that Teacher Young suggested allowing him to take the test, the Pavilion Lord stated. He deserved the first place. Feng's fire control technique is great, Shura said. She already wanted Feng to show her how to do it too. Half past, the second test is called the Battle of the Candle, the Lord explained. In this battle, they are facing the senior teachers. He must prepare their candles, avoiding the teacher's orbs. If the orb lands without hitting their product, they have passed, said the Lord. The older students took the balloons, Topeka enthused. They would have to try harder, he said, to pass the test. Since Shura had such a high opinion of him, he would definitely make Feng embarrassed. Topeka smirked. The students proceeded to the second test and began to prepare their candles. A classic game for alchemists, Feng smiled with nostalgia. He would show them new ways to play. All participants have now finished cleaning their candles, the Lord said, and the students took the candles out of the roasters. Let's begin, he said. And from the other side, the high school students prepared steel-spiked balls. A multitude of candles immediately scattered from the accurate hits of the balls. The candle is broken, his too, whined the failing students who were stuck for another 3 years before graduation. They were knocked out so quickly, the students were completely demoralized by the unfair level of difficulty of the test. Sorry, to make Feng lose face, he chose the most powerful ball, Topeka gloatingly stated. This is just an appetizer. His next priority will make Feng make a fool of himself. Topeka smirked and looked at Shura. So where's his candle? He looked for Feng's balloon in the sky. The last fireball flew higher than everyone else, so it was out of reach of the steel balls for now. What is this? A lightning bolt of amazement flashed through Topeka. Why isn't anyone attacking? Feng asked. His candle is too small a target. He scoffed at their exertions. What kind of meridian is this candle for? Everyone marveled. They usually make them small to make it easier to dodge. Fine, let him be so strong and brave. It would only make him an object for general criticism. Topeka grinned. Get out of the way. I want to deal with them myself. shouted Topeka and charged his steel ball. Go, he said, and his spiky balloon drill flew into a huge candle. Topeka is a second-grade alchemy master. Feng might not be able to take it, scared for the handsome Shura. But the senior's spiked ball bounced like peas off Feng's sturdy candle. Who controls that little ball like that? Hasn't he eaten enough? Feng asked mockingly. What is this hard candle? It is stronger than iron, marveled Topeka. Feng has so many tricks. He's really the kind of person she likes, Shura said, and was already agreeing to a harem. Everyone attack this candle. Whoever defeats it will receive a generous reward, Topeka blurted out, and the students cheered. A multitude of balls flew toward the Konga candle that Feng had made. Working together to destroy this product, no doubt he could lose, Shura was scared again. But disappointment awaited them. All efforts were in vain. The balls just crashed. It's a stone candle. It's useless in its refined form, but it's stronger than iron, which is quite useful, Feng thought. Today he must open his eyes to the world of alchemy to these cavemen. Forward, he told himself. His stone ball lit up with flames and began to move quickly. A heavy ball that was hard to dodge started the high schoolers' shell hunt and quickly embarrassed them. It's no mistake. They couldn't believe their eyes that a heavy ball could move at that speed. It was the first time they had seen anyone chasing iron balls, marveled students from the bleachers. How unexpected. Qin Feng is actually much better than she had imagined. Shura blushed even more. Topeka almost choked with a fit of jealousy. He couldn't let Feng flaunt himself in front of Shura anymore. But at this moment, the stone candle against Feng's constipation stopped moving, the disciples noticed. Since Topeka couldn't directly penetrate Feng's item, he decided that he could try dropping it on the ground. Someone wants to manipulate him, Feng thought, as he felt the distant influence. So he wants to control her, Feng realized. Then please, he said, and made a gesture with his hand directing the heavy ball. Why is that huge candle approaching him? Topeka suddenly realized that the plan had gone awry. He bounced to the side to dodge the heavy ball, but suddenly there was Shura standing behind him. The fragile girl was gripped by fear. She had no time to dodge or defend herself from the fireball. He ran off, but completely oblivious to the fact that there was a girl standing behind him, he realized his mistake. Topeka. Help, save help. The damsel in distress closed her eyes and prepared to say goodbye to the pretty face. But then the main character showed up, perfectly playing the scene of rescuing another harem candidate. Everything was as it was intended. Feng crumpled his product into a flat pancake with his fist blows and shielded Shura, covering the fragile girl with his mighty back. Feng had actually saved her. Everyone was surprised because Feng was the farthest away from Shura, having to teleport for such a maneuver. Okay. He was secretly controlling his candle, but he didn't expect him to set up a hit, the beautiful maiden, Feng stated, even though he had calculated everything himself. He's really a sneaky coward, said Feng to Topeka, and he was completely confused by all the maneuvers and permutations. Qin Feng's candle was being controlled by someone surprised the other disciples. There are so many people here. On what basis does he accuse him of running the candle? Topeka began to angrily guffaw. Plus his shell is on the ground, so he lost, declared a joyous Topeka with bipolar disorder. There are so many people and witnesses here. How can he accuse his son of running his candle? Asked the Lord of the Pavilion. Shura, he wants to set him up. He deliberately wanted to attack her to win her heart, Topeka stated. And in some ways he was right. But there was a nuance. So Qin Feng is such a hypocrite. Topeka's lackeys from the upper classes eyed. Qin Feng failed the test and also falsely accused him. So he wants to, Topeka said, but did not finish. Oh, he said that he was framed, but what about providing evidence Topeka's secret actions? Asked Alfeng. Everyone is familiar with the art of divine knowledge after all, Feng asked. What other art? Wondered the Pavilion Lord. If he doesn't know, Feng can tell him, said the alchemist. If you buy a candle from a master but want to find out if he is the creator, you can activate the divine knowledge technique, Feng said. Some of the master's energy remains in the candle, and under the influence of the technique, it will return to him, Feng informed them. Good, then he will try it, ordered the Lord of the Pavilion and stood over the pillory. He channeled a stream of golden kai into the candle, and the candle glowed with light. 2 puffs of smoke came out of it, a powerful golden smoke and an acrid purple smoke. Look, his spiritual power has returned to him, Feng said, gathering the golden smoke in his hands. And the other stinking smoke seems to belong to Topeka, Feng said. And everyone saw the smoke trailed to the Lord's son. Lies and slander, a setup. This can't be the unconvincing denials of a runaway son in front of everyone. As the son of the Pavilion master, he is secretly doing evil. Because of him his father lost faces, said the Lord, and prescribed a belated pedagogical slap. It is clear that he is slandering, but he also laughed in the face of the accused. The father resented. Why not apologize to Qin Feng, the father asked, and put his son on his knees. Tupika dared to raise his eyes in shame. He had done it in front of Shura. He now had to kneel in front of Feng. Tupika almost cried. The master does ask his son to apologize. He was indeed famous for his iron, self-sacrificing temperament. The goons in the stands whispered. Sorry for his son's actions. His result is still the best in the history of the Pavilion, the Lord said, and Feng thanked him courteously. The best result of the Pavilion? There hasn't been one since its inception, whispered the goons. Father, mumbled Tupika. Qin Feng, your mom doesn't need a daughter-in-law, Shura, who came up, asked him, and what he likes to eat. Everything but fish. He's not picky about food, Feng replied. That's good, Shura replied. What is this child doing? He wondered, as the girl ran embarrassingly away, flashing her beautiful legs. What? Came a sigh of disappointment from Shura's fan base. She had once said she would cook for someone she liked, they whispered. No, Shura confessing love is worse than death, cried Tupika. What is wrong with these people? Could not understand Feng. The next day he came to the entrance of the dungeon. Now he was an apprentice, he could come here. As expected, everyone here is an older student, and everyone was leering at the young upstart. Big brother, he would like to go down there. Are there any rules? Feng asked the man. Who is he to call him brother? Does he even know who he is? The man threw Feng's hand away. The only rule was he had to buy his dive clothes or he would die there, the clothes salesman told him. What a monopoly this country is looking at, Feng thought, but asked aloud what was the reasoning behind it. Why is he such a fool? The clothes salesman shouted and poked his finger at him defiantly. A creature with demonic energy is suppressed in the pit. A normal person only needs an hour to die or go insane there, the vendor told him. To stay there longer, you have to train mental powers or buy his clothes, which adds another hour of stay, the salesman said. He sells downhill clothing. If he likes someone, he doesn't even take money, smiled the strange salesman. And he'll charge him 1,000,000 gold pieces, the strange salesman said with slanted eyes. All the nearby dummies immediately laughed, as if they had an inferiority complex, and laughed at everyone who had difficulties. These clothes cost 10,000, but Tupika told him to take good care of Feng, thought the shameless salesman. And about that, since he's so poor he can't afford it, he should just leave here, patted Feng's damage on his chest. You think you can afford to talk like that? Feng asked, getting angry, and twisted the arms of the insolent salesman. He broke his arm, wailed the vile salesman of shabby robes. Feng let the goon go, back to the rack of his worn, dusty rags. It's only 1,000,000 gold pieces. Who can't afford it? He asked, taking out a promissory note for that amount from his pocket. This is a bill of exchange for 1,000,000. It has the imperial seal, so it's authentic, said Feng, showing everyone the piece of paper. He could earn more by selling his healing candles, thought Feng quite a bit. If he wants to buy, please let him give him the money first. The peddler quickly changed his mind, for he would make much more money that way. Look for moles, Feng said, and shoved the head of the corrupt peddler into the dust. Who needs this garbage? He asked, stomping on a lousy worn robe. M doesn't need it, Feng shouted to all the detractors and headed into the cave. He wants to go down there with no clothes on, surprised the other students. The only one who did this without special means was the head of the pavilion, they thought, as Feng walked confidently towards his goal. The darkness of the cave reeked of stinking demonic spirit, so strong that Fane instinctively clamped his nose shut. He must be scared, chortled the bared teeth of the inconsiderate peddler. He might come back and beg him to sell his clothes, he said. It's ridiculous, Feng thought. And they've built steps here. You'll get tired of going down. So he jumped forward, straight into the abyss. He really jumped, horrified at such a daring prank. The power of demonic influence on a person's mind is very strong. If he is unprotected and under the influence for a long time, he will go mad with unclean power. But he is the god of alchemy, and in his previous life he relied on his powerful spiritual force to reach the pinnacle of alchemy. Although his spiritual power had not returned to the same level of his past life, Feng pondered while covering himself with a golden aura. But this demonic influence he could contain, he realized, and pushed apart the stinking spirit with his golden aura key. It's impossible. He descended 10 floors in one go. Why demonic energy doesn't stick to him, wondered the corrupt peddler. Very good. There is psychological resistance. The demonic energy won't be able to corrode it, Feng thought. when he found himself in the middle of a sea of demonic tentacles that pulled their imperialistic tentacles towards him. This idiot actually went down to the restricted area on the 15th floor. "There are monsters there," laughed the peddler. Now he would die, the peddler exulted as Feng was embraced dozens of tentacles. A plant with demonic energy. Perhaps it's a demonic vine, Feng thought. Demon vine, attaching to demonic energy becomes stronger, prefers to consume blood and meat is extremely ferocious. If allowed to grow, it has the potential to make a county of 10 lees completely uninhabited. Now he can only, Feng thought, until he found himself completely entangled by the vines like a mummy. The fool died for everyone's attention. The vile robe salesman chortled again. "Let me go. Wondergrass," said Feng, and forcefully tore all the tangled vines. He actually burst out amazed at the inconsiderate peddler, opening his mouth. Feng took out a knife and began to fall. Cutting through the vines with the knife began to fall down. Some demonic weed wants to stop him. Feng resented and broke through the barrier. Feng not only thinned out to 3 floors, he went even further. Even the Pavilion Lord only passed 2. Now the spectators could barely distinguish him in the shaft. "It's really a demonic vine. It practically made him use borderline strength," panted Feng. "There are a total of 49 floors here. 31 are covered with devil vines. He wanted to get a devil sword, but he was too exhausted. The Demon Lodge loves flesh and blood," Feng remembered, and jumped back out of the dungeon. If that's the case, then he can contact the Pavilion Master for a solution to this problem, Feng thought. That's not possible. It took the Lord decades to reach the 15th floor, and Feng did it on the first day, and not only that, the peddler couldn't believe it. Managing to deal with the monster below and return unharmed, this Feng monster, the peddler realized that he hadn't pissed off the wrong person. In the main pavilion building, when Feng got there was a surprised exclamation. "Does he want a cart with the blood and flesh of ferocious animals to pass every day?" the Lord asked. If he's willing to empty the cart every day, Feng could help him get rid of the monsters on the lower floors, the alchemist suggested. Every year, a few fresh students show up claiming they can deal with the monster down there, and all disappear down there, the Lord said sadly. But the pavilion master turned Feng. He was already there, and didn't finish Feng's sentence because he was interrupted. "Even going down to the 15th floor, a master doesn't he have enough time for himself? Don't he get cocky?" interrupted Feng Lord. Master of the pavilion, the student broke his diving records, cheerfully announced the educated Professor Jana when she walked into their office. And who broke his dive record didn't immediately know which mine we were talking about? The Lord of the Pavilion. "Oh, Feng is already here," she was talking. "About her student Feng," said Professor Yana. "He is a newcomer," surprised the Lord. Not only had he descended 3 floors in a day, but he had also cut his way to the bottom 3 floors, Jana boasted, obviously preparing herself for the best place in the harem. He had indeed descended into the restricted area to the 18th floor, and returned unharmed, pierced the Lord's news. "Master, would he be able to stand here if something happened to him here?" "So as for the beasts," Feng began, but was interrupted again. Exactly. He should tell him how the newcomer was able to do this. The Pavilion Lord got excited and grabbed Feng's hands. The next day, Feng returned to the deep mine again, a few disciples at the Lord's command helping him drag the monster cart. Everyone wondered why this was necessary when Feng took one carcass and walked with it to the edge of the cave. It had only been a day, and he was back again. Normal people need a month to recover, the students marveled. To be able to go down the well every day, Feng thought, and jumped down, grabbing the chain. He had just given the Pavilion Lord an expensive gift, but it would be worth it, Feng thought, and fell down with the carcass. Feng landed on the 15th level where the tentacle zone began. It had only been 1 day, and the vine had grown back so much, Feng noticed. The vine wants to eat the ferocious beast, but the speed of her ascent slowed down, watched Feng. Did she really beat him? Just right, he thought, and dropped the carcass he'd brought with him. She wants to eat the carcass of a ferocious beast after all, he asked the vine. If she wants to eat, let her obey orders and let him pass deeper, or he'll chop her up, Feng warned the lion. Good. The vine understood his words, Feng remarked, which meant it had reached the level of spiritual intelligence. In this case, he could try to tame it, Feng thought, and threw the vine a tasty treat. He'll be back tomorrow. The road she opened should stay that way until tomorrow, Feng said. If he could successfully tame the vine, then not only would he possess the sword, but he would also gain advanced combat power, Feng thought. That same day, Tupika was walking through the palace and resenting. Feng is popular again. Shura is crazy about him and will even cook for him. So what if he is strong? Could he be stronger than the son of the Pavilion Lord? Tupika pondered. When he becomes Lord of the Pavilion in the future, Shura will rediscover his talents, thought the dumb loser. The meeting room is still lit up, marveled Topeka. There is a meeting going on, he thought. He leaned his ear against the window and heard the elders discussing the Lord's future successor. That means it's about him, Topeka thought. They are currently in the early stages of development. If the pavilion is taken over by his incompetent son, it will disappear, the Lord said. Therefore, he wanted to discuss the pavilion position with everyone. How about handing it over to talented newcomer Qin Feng? To hand over Qin Feng. Pierce Topeka with lightning, it is like catching the enemy in his mother's bed, horrified him. Master, it's not appropriate, objected the elders, even if he is willing to sacrifice kinship ties. Is Feng so virtuous, he's only a novice? That's right, he's a rookie, and can't take possession without bringing anything to the pavilion, heard the hopeful Topeka. But what if Feng gave the pavilion a 6th grade pill recipe, and he has an alchemy master whose level is hard to estimate, the Lord stated. A 6th grade recipe, the old elders were stunned at such news, already calculating the fame and profits. Their establishment is hundreds of years old, but they only have one 5th grade recipe. They have never even heard of such a great recipe, the elders rejoiced. For the sake of preserving the pavilion, the right of inheritance would pass to Qin Feng proposed by the Lord, and it was unanimously agreed upon. His father had actually done it. Topeka had felt what it felt like when it wasn't him. It was his, and he couldn't believe it. Feng came to the hole again and brought the carcass an offering to tame the vine. To prove his power, he gave out a prescription that he himself could work from. Only today did he realize that there were hardly any 5th grade recipes in this era, so maybe he'd overreacted, he thought, as he went downstairs. Feng reached the 25th floor without much obstruction. Vine, food is served. The rules are still the same, Feng said, and threw the carcass down. He fed her quite well, and she was immediately docile. Feng's plan had worked. It was not for nothing that he fed her. The vine even began to show some affection, a few tentacles gently poking his cheek. Time to go, he told the vine. At this rate, he'll be able to get the demon's sword, and quite easily, Feng thought. However, to handle the great demon's revival, Lush Pike's sword alone wasn't enough. You need to pull up the development level of his body. He needs to attend to the body enhancement sections that will help him break through, Feng realized. And with these thoughts, he left the mine. Topeka took his anger out on emotionless dummies who don't fight back. He has news about Qin Feng. A satisfied eggplant eunuch came running in. Him again. If he's the center of attention, it's better not to know. Feng is going to take over the pavilion. It's better not to hear about his good deeds. Topeka was angry. He found out that Feng had taken out a pill worth millions of gold from the pavilion. He had definitely stolen it, Eunuch Cormorant reported. Oh, that's something Topeka got excited about instead of checking all the information. This is great, Topeka grinned. If everyone hears about the theft, he won't be able to be the pavilion's heir anymore. If Feng is caught, the pavilion can be returned to his hands. Let's go and bring him to justice, Topeka said. What happened? What was the point of asking them to come out? Asked the students who were lifted up by Eggplant and Topeka. The eunuch Eggplant informed everyone that Feng had stolen a candle worth millions of gold and had gone to the back mountain and must be caught. And when Feng is caught, he, as the future head of the pavilion, will remember everyone's contribution, Topeka informed them. And this happens. It turns out Qin Feng is a thief. Catch him quickly bought into the provocation short-sighted students who were simply not taken anywhere else. He wants to take charge of his pavilion. Tonight will ruin his reputation, Topeka thought gloatingly, without checking anything. In order to create rank 6 candles, he needs to hide here and practice, Feng prepared himself. Cleaning 6th grade candles? That's too shocking for this era. No need to show it off, he thought and started. Fortunately, 6th grade sekis are quite simple to process and easy to cook, Feng thought as he directed all the herbs into the cauldron. Found him! He's here! Shouted the misfits with a torchlight procession. Surround him quickly and don't let him get away. The mediocre alchemy vocational school students shouted to each other, setting up a real witch hunt. Feng didn't expect that he could steal 1,000,000 gold candle. Now he has been caught. Maybe he will tell about his crime, said Topeka. Is he here to cause trouble? Feng asked him without taking a break from cooking. He is still ignoring them, although being on the verge of death. It seems this thief has admitted his guilt. Catch him! Taunt him! Shouted Topeka. All forward, there was an opportunity to contribute. The eunuch Eggplant led the attack and began to descend on Feng. He jumped down with his weapon in hand, but Feng didn't even turn around on him. Qin Feng was sneakily attacked from the back by the inconsiderate eggplant who never learned anything. Feng cracked Cormorant in the jaw, sending his teeth crashing down. Away, Feng dismissed him, not taking his eyes off the cooking of his candles. Everyone behind Cormorant was also swept away by his carcass, and they collapsed in a heap. This Qin Feng can really fight and cook a candle, marveled Topeka. Today he came to assert his authority and can't lose face, thought Topeka. All the elders follow me, he ordered, and jumped following into the ravine. There are so many high school students here now. He won't be able to beat everyone, Topeka shouted, and laughed like an idiot. Qin Feng! Shura shouted, pushing everyone with her chest. Was she really late? The girl was worried. Everyone gasped when they saw what happened next. Feng moved like an evil spirit, from one senior to another, and beat them up. Still, the goons were alchemists, not warriors. He had time to smack everyone in the face so they'd remember who the father was for a long time. A bunch of fools came here to get. Turns out everyone who fought him was defeated by Feng's doppelganger. Two at once, Shura was surprised, thought about it, and blushed, ashamed. To deal with a bunch of louts pampered by a rich life, even his image of me is enough, Feng said. His martial arts are so strong, even the image can kill. It only remains to increase the reward, thought Topeka. Pavilion disciples, they are still indifferent, Topeka addressed them. As the future successor of the Pavilion, not only would he consider their merits, he would also pay out 1,000 gold each. Topeka surprised everyone. If this is the future heir to the Pavilion, he can be trusted. The goons signed up for a very risky endeavor. But when they got down to Feng's place, they were hesitantly quiet, thinking about who was going to go down first. Even though he is strong, but now the entire Pavilion is pressuring him, and if he wins, everyone will still despise him, gloated Topeka. Stop immediately! They all heard a stern and commanding voice. Topeka, what are you doing? Shouted the Pavilion Lord from above at him. Father, this man stole millions of gold worth of Situ from the Pavilion. They are here to catch him, Topeka reported, jabbing a finger at Feng. The stern father, without saying a word, slowly descended to the bottom of the ravine, frowning heavily. Stupid! He slapped his son across the face for the umpteenth time. He didn't whip him enough, thought the Lord of the Pavilion. He didn't steal anything. It was a gift, the Lord informed everyone. And then Topeka realized how much he had miscalculated in this life by betting everything on one horse. Since Master Feng gave the Pavilion a 6th grade recipe, in return the Pavilion gave Feng this candle. But even that is small compensation, Lord said. A 6th grade recipe? There are recipes like this in the world, marveled the clueless students. The recipe is definitely fake. How can the poor Qin family own such a recipe? Topeka couldn't be bothered. He is definitely lying. He poked at Feng. How is that possible? The Pavilion Lord wondered. But he wasn't looking at his son at all. All the while, Feng was busy making a 6th grade candle. A golden dragon flew out of the cauldron, startling everyone. This is not the usual illusion that candle making causes, that this could not be realized by everyone present. It is a candle spirit. When collecting the 6th grade pills, legends say their true candle spirit appears in a specific form, the Lord said. Such a realistic dragon spirit appeared. It's definitely a 6th grade candle, he said. So he is actually a 6th grade alchemy master. It went as high as a giraffe Topeka's. That's a level higher than a Pavilion master. At our time, they were fortunate enough to see the purification of the 6th grade candle. All the elders fell down in admiration. She hadn't expected Qin Feng to be a hidden genius. Shura blushed even more from the enchanting prospect. The Lord of the Pavilion courteously asked to be allowed to observe the proceedings, and Feng agreed as long as the Lord's son didn't interfere. Everyone stand and watch Master Qin refine the candle, ordered the Lord menacingly. If anyone interferes, we'll be immediately expelled from the Pavilion, he warned sternly. And everyone agreed. Qin Feng is young, a 6th grade master. Now he will definitely be handed the Pavilion. The careless heir was horrified. 3 days later, the dragon was even bigger, and the entire Pavilion sat around Feng and watched him work. Almost done, Feng said, and the light grew brighter, blinding everyone around him. The dragon opened its mouth as if alive, and a red glowing ball appeared in it. The beast began to wriggle in the air and came down with a candle in its teeth. This way, Feng ordered the dragon, and the beast obediently headed this way. A 6th grade candle of perfect quality, he said, as the dragon and orb gathered in the palm of his hand. Not only is it 6th grade, but it is also of perfect quality. He has perfected the technique. He is a true genius, shuddered the Pavilion Lord. He really is incredibly strong. The beautiful Shura admired him. Thank you all for the praise. These were skills he learned from his master, Feng said. He wanted to act reserved, but failed. Master Feng, when his strength has convinced the entire pavilion, he asks for one important thing, said the Lord, kneeling down. He knows his master doesn't want to show his face, but the future of their pavilion and alchemy depends on talents like him, the Lord said. And so would he not like to take the position of the head of the pavilion, asked the Lord, forgetting about pride or status, recognizing Feng's merit. She didn't mishear, he said the post, Shura wondered. The head was giving his post away. Father Tupika no longer knew what could be worse. Now he was forfeiting even the ghostly chance of inheritance. He who reaches the pinnacle becomes a master, the Lord said. He had reached the limit of understanding, and Feng's kung fu proved to be cooler than his. Master Feng, if the pavilion is in his hands, alchemy will blossom. All over the country, he should accept it, said the Lord, kneeling down. In the memories of a past life, this Lord was the last one, the pavilion master, Feng thought. The pavilion was destroyed, but the Lord sacrificed himself to save the growth of alchemy in the country. In his previous life, Feng had similarly benefited from his inheritance, and then developed it until he became a god of alchemy step by step. He recognizes Pavilion Lord's great love for the Dan inheritance, Feng replied to him. Therefore, he respectfully accepts the offer to become the head and spread and glorify the way of Dan across the country, Feng said. Great, in the future, he, Lord Taehe, will give up the position of head and become an ordinary elder, he said. And Qin Feng will be the new head of the pavilion, he announced to everyone present. In other words, he is now the new pavilion master. The dummy disciples quickly rearranged themselves and began to say, Hail Feng, Hail Feng. Harem finally decided on everything Shura and the doppelgangers too. Since the new pavilion master just took office, why not all pay their respects to him? The former head said. Hail Feng began chanting to everyone present in the ravine. They don't have to be polite. He will do his best for the pavilion, Feng modestly replied. To Pika, for going against the new head, I award the punishment of carrying carcasses every day to the entrance of the dungeon, said the former head. But he's the pavilion master's son, and he'll have to work with his hands. The miserable slug breathed out. Oh, isn't this the son of the former master of the alchemy pavilion? Whispered in the market. Come to buy meat again. It is difficult to accept when descended from heaven to earth. The little master buy meat, saw off to Pika. Now, not only was he not the heir, but he was also not the son of the head. Everyone had heard about the scandal, and why was only Feng so lucky? Tupika was angry. Mr. Tupika, doesn't he need any help? The hooded stranger asked him. He doesn't need any. Roughly knocked back his outstretched hand. Tupika. No, Mr. Tupika, it's about helping him kill Qin Feng. They will help him become the next pavilion lord, said the stranger. Kill Qin Feng? Who the hell are they? The spoiled major asked fearfully. There are many eyes and ears outside, and he needs help, said the stranger. To Pete's, and led him to a secluded place. We can come in and discuss. He invited him into a room where several people were sitting. He was cooking something on the fire and looked like formidable warriors. A group of people and all level masters. Who are they? Asked Tupika in a squeaky voice. They are the Mountain Goat Clan, the stranger informed him, removing his hood. In the new master's house, Feng was being approached by the mature fox Yana. A new recruitment is coming soon. He must choose the best in her class, she said, massaging him. Teacher Yana, go back, or the students will think they're having an affair. Feng pulled away. Yes, please have a good rest, Pavilion Master. She wagged her tail, so changed after Feng became a master. Feng thought he could already rest at last as there was another knock on the door. Becoming a master only added to his worries. The master of the pavilion, seeing that he labored day and night, she prepared his supper. Shura appeared to him in all her arms, which were as good as Professor Jana's. Thank you, Apprentice Shura, said Feng, and didn't understand why the girl brought him food 3 times a day, as if she wanted to fatten him up. Master, I would like to ask for advice on alchemy, the maiden said, and pressed herself closer to him with her charms. She has such a bigger heart, accepts him as her own, he marveled. So what kind of questions? Asked a satisfied Feng as the spoon was reached for. She would feed him and talk at the same time, the cat stated, while he would answer her surprised Feng. He became the pavilion master. It is not an easy situation, Feng said, after locking himself in his bedroom with a deadbolt. Less than a month to go before the demon is reborn and the city is destroyed, he thought. To deal with a demon, his powers alone are not enough, he thought, looking at his 6th grade candle. He created this candle to improve his development. It has no side effects, Feng thought. Even though the materials for this candle are rare, the former head helped him gather everything he needed. Feng thought, as he used the candle for its intended purpose. Now he's going to try to break through, he thought, and squeezed his eyes shut, feeling a burning sensation in the fifth meridian. A wave of fiery golden ki swept over him. Feng sat down in the lotus posture and concentrated. By morning, the clothes on him were vaporized by the action of the magic candle. The original goal was to break through to the 5th level of body reinforcement, but he had reached the 9th level at once. Now he needed to get to the sword, he thought. Feng stood up and got dressed. It was nice to feel refreshed and strong. Now he had the power to fight the big demon. Today is recruitment day, and he's already organized everything about accepting students. After so many days of feeding the vines, he can finally get to the bottom, thought Feng, jumping with the carcass to the bottom. He landed at the bottom, descending the chain without meeting any resistance. The great chaos is coming to destroy the city. Today he should get the demon sword, thought Feng. On that day, the application process for the alchemical vocational school was underway, and Shura was watching the admissions committee. There are a lot of freshmen this year, and they will be able to select good students for Master Feng, Shura thought. Who is it? They heard a noise from outside and turned to look. A gang of thugs from the Mountain Goat clan scared away all the disciples and came to the pavilion. He's a senior student. If they're not on the list, they can't pass a senior without understanding the situation. And promptly lost his head, the Mountain Goat thugs immediately showed why they came. They killed the apprentice. The weak alchemists trembled, and sighs of horror were heard. What are they doing? Resented Shura, who also didn't understand anything about the situation. They just want to know where Qin Feng and Tae-He, the thug told the girl. They're here to take the lives of these dogs, the pig-tailed mountain goat informed her. Eat well today, said Feng to the liana that was devouring another carcass. He finally got here, said Feng, touching the very bottom of the mine. A sword appeared in front of him that emitted a stinking tsunami of demonic energy. Here it is, the demonic super sword, Lushpike, marveled Feng. A rather long sword was sticking out in front of him, stuck in a stump. The demonic energy near him was very strong, and even with his mental strength, it was beginning to seem tiring, Feng thought. But time was running out, today or never, he decided. We need to get everything done today, he said, and reached out for Lushpai's sword. Feng connected to the sword system and waited for the connection to load. The demonic sword creaked for a long time and refused to answer the call of its new owner. The demonic power was too strong, Feng realized, as the energy poured through his body. This time he was on the cusp of death from demonic power alone, Feng thought, and grabbed his hand. He's a demon. What does he need protection for? From demonic energy, heard Feng's voice. Of course he's a demon. He doesn't need protection. A voice inside him spoke. Feng's hair turned white. The demon is empty and is his true nature. Why would he fear demonic energy? He was only born to lead a clan of demons and destroy the world, said the empty inside of Feng. I want to destroy the entire human race, laughed the empty inside of Feng. He could no longer control his thoughts. Chick chirp, said the furry spirit with a leaf on his head, and climbed out of the pile of vines. Chirrick, the spirit, jumped straight to Feng, who began to be consumed by the void within him. The cute spirit opened its mouth full of teeth and bit Feng in the guise of a void by the neck. He came to his senses, found Feng with Chick Chirrick sitting on his shoulder. The true form of the demonic vine, it saved him, realized Feng. The vine said Chirrick. Suddenly, after so many days, the vine considered him a relative. In a dangerous moment, it absorbed his demonic power. In that sense, she could help him a lot, Feng realized, and asked Chirrick to help again. Help me pull the sword out, Feng asked, and huge tentacles came out of the teal. They braided around Feng in his hands, resting on the floor and helping him grip his sword tighter. Feng surrounded himself with a golden glow of intelligence, and the vine absorbed the excess demonic power. Feng held on with all his might. The entire mine was walking around with excess energy, until he was finally able to pull Lushpai's sword from the stump. He finally got that demonic sword, Feng exclaimed. Legend has it that this sword has boundless power. Those who possess it are able to withstand powerful demons that surpass them by a whole level. In the past life memories, the great demon and Mother Earth were in the realm of the void, above the realm of the Great Master. Now he could also resist demons, but the legend said that he always emitted energy. But now he didn't, Feng wondered. Maybe this Zanpakuto obeyed him, Feng thought, and looked at the sword. Help! The hooligans are depriving me of my sight, sounded a distant cry from the top of the mine. What's going on up there? Feng asked, and jumped up to get up quickly. In no time he reached the top of the mine and climbed to the surface. Run! Save whoever you can. A man has been killed. Feng heard the screams of dozens of disciples that were flitting around like chickens when the fox came into the henhouse. What happened? Feng asked the frightened goons and had to catch one to find out. How dare they run away, the mountain goat said, and tied up one of the students to kick him like a dog. Be patient and wait, said one of the assassin gang as he dragged his apprentice behind him. They gathered them in the square, taking them hostage, a crowd of rich kids. The mountain goat clan had almost captured all the main members of the pavilion. Now only his father and Feng were left, thought Topeka. In fact, he had conspired with the mountain goat clan and allowed them to secretly enter the pavilion. The mountain goat clan promised to take only half of the pavilion's property. Topeka wanted them to publicly kill his father and Feng and leave. That way, he would be the sole heir, the ungrateful brute thought, naively believing that if he succeeded, that would be it. A member of the pig-tailed goat gang burst into his private quarters. Why is he still here? It's not yet apparent that they killed Feng and his father, poked Topeka's finger at the assassin. If everyone finds out now that they're in cahoots, he won't share the money with them, Topeka said. Do you think because you give money you can give orders? The mountain goat asked him, and slashed Topeka with his sword. Plans change. Or did he really think they cared about the good of the pavilion? The mountain goat asked. They left Topeka to cool ingloriously in his chambers. Why take half the wealth when you can take all of it? And they came here to kill everyone, the mountain goats chortled. The Dun's legacy will be destroyed, the mountain goat smirked evilly. Listen here, Taehi and Chin Feng, shouted the ringleader, looking out the window. Though he didn't catch them. But if they don't come out, he'll kill a student every 10 seconds. Until they show up, the ringleader said. That's 6 goons a minute. Shura was horrified. Stop it! The former head of the pavilion appeared. If he wants to do something, let them do it. But leave the disciples behind, he said to the mountain goats. One mountain goat did not let the old man speak and jumped on him from behind with a huge club. Tahihi couldn't do anything and missed a clean kick to the chest. He came out as soon as his students were in danger. He really is a good master, the pig-tailed mountain goat declared. How strong! And he thought he still had the strength to fight, the former head thought, breathing heavily. But the members of the mountain goat clan were all first-level grand masters. They surrounded the injured old man, emitting an aura of power. He could do nothing to them. The old master of the pavilion has appeared, but where is the new master? Did he run away in fear? Asked the pig-tailed ringleader. If he doesn't show up, the only thing left to do is to swat everyone here unnecessarily, he ordered the others. Lord of the Pavilion screamed with horror the beautiful Shura. She too was among the captives. Minus the teeth, made Feng with his right hand, to the insolent bandit. No one even noticed how he appeared, and the first Grand Master Mountain Goat had already gone for re-education. What are they doing here? The mountains are elsewhere, Feng asked the insolent bandits. Master Qin Feng is here, Shura rejoiced. Her faith in the harem lord further strengthened. I didn't expect a 9th-level body reinforcement to defeat a Grand Master so easily. He's not simple as the rumors say, scratched the mountain goat's fists. Qin Feng, they are all powerful masters and have come here to destroy the pavilion. Run, said the old master to him. After escaping, he would be able to rebuild the pavilion elsewhere, but if he died, the Dan alchemy would be finished, the old head said. But Feng preferred to stand silent and dial up the pathos of this scene. Don't worry, Senior. He's not going to stop the path of the pavilion here, smiled at Master Feng. The mountain goats were very upset about what he said. They didn't take that point of view. Today we'll piss all the goats until we're blue in the face, Feng said, and the mountain masters were angry at such insolence. The 3 of them jumped at Feng without delay. They decided that attacking from the air where you couldn't dodge a counterattack was a good idea. Feng stood without moving, adding to the scene with the pathos and awesomeness of the main character. They are only first-level masters, Feng said, and reached for the demonic sword. He took 3 steps and dealt each flying mountain goat a blow. In his eyes, it's not enough, Feng said with pathos, having killed half the gang. He returned to his original positions and decided to give the goons time to think about their behavior and take a knee elbow. Qin Feng had actually re-educated 3 first-level masters in one blow. All the hostages marveled. You dared to kill people from the Mountain Goat clan, their pig-tailed ringleader muttered. His hand slipped. Feng apologized. The leader ordered the gang to attack, and the gang went on the attack. Qin Feng, be careful. He might not be able to defeat so many people. Old Man Vonich, a reliable support in the rear, raised Feng's morale. Don't worry, Senior, Feng said. He doesn't even need to do anything to win, because he recently obtained a cheetah pet and took it out of his pocket. Cheery face, Feng ordered him, and threw the pet into the crowd. He knows what to do, doesn't he? Feng asked the demon vine, and it chirped in response. Gone mad with fear, smirked the self-righteous and shallow bandits. What else could have happened in their opinion? Chirik emitted purple tentacles and pointed them in the direction of the bandits. What is this? Outraged, the bandit leader, not enough cheats were. You also need to get an abnormal dog, he said. Help! It hurts! Where's it going? Screamed the bandits, gripped securely by the tentacles. With everyone securely locked in place, Chirik began to pull his spaghetti back in. Chirik said he had eaten well. The demonic vine looked satisfied. It's a demonic vine, the former pavilion head remembered. He subdued the vine, he shouted. This little guy is the initial form of the vine, said Feng, even though he has just started. But he is already at the strength level of a rank 5 master, thought Feng. Dealing with first and second level masters, nothing, he thought, and tucked the fed-up chirp into his pocket. There are real monsters in this little god-forsaken alchemical vocational school. The mountain goat leader clenched his teeth that he was alone. He tensed up, took a deep breath, and whistled as hard as he could. Something large loomed over the captives and blocked out the sun. The 9th level Grandmaster, the one-eyed boa, appeared the pet of the mountain goat leader. A huge kite suddenly crept up, raising a strong wind that spectacularly exposed the legs of the beautiful Shura. He's a level 9 master, the former head said, looking at the viper with wings. How can it only fly with such aerodynamics, he thought. At first, he thought it was a task to strangle the grouse, and there would be no need to use monsters tamed by their clan, said the leader of the mountain goats. A huge one-eyed boa constrictor flew toward Feng, flapping its wings like a bumblebee and opening its terrifying mouth. Jin Feng surprised him, and he will grant him a dignified death, said the head of the mountain goats to Feng. There's nothing to worry about, Feng said, and pulled out a demonic sword. If the bandit dared to use the beasts against him, then he was trapped. The Lushpai sword emitted a demonic stinking spirit so strong that everyone wept. The purple miasma reached as far as the flying boa constrictor. The serpent was covered by a cloud. It fell to the ground and fluttered its wings. The jet from the demonic sword blew away even the leader of the mountain goats. What was this? How could such powerful demonic energy exist? He wondered as he lay on the ground. He's so strong that even the big snake squirms in terror, the gang leader thought. This stinking demonic spirit is familiar to him. What was it the former pavilion head asked? He pulled the demon sword from the bottom of the alchemy well and made their training in the cave pointless, he asked. Feng intercepted Lushpai's sword and stabbed it into the level 9 snake. So now he knows the strength of their pavilion, Feng said with pathos to the last bandit. The level 9 monster their clan had raised had been killed with a toothpick. The ringleader was horrified. He would give them a chance. Let them say why they came, and he could let them live, Feng told him. Does he think there's anyone in their mountain goat clan who would fight to the death? The leader laughed nervously. He's not afraid of death, he said, and grabbed his shiv. I'll take it to the other world with me, shouted the ringleader to Feng, and leaped at him with a feather. Feng interrupted his agony in this mortal world and re-educated the bandit. Ego's carcass fell nearby, accepting an ignominious demise. And these people are called the Mountain Goat Clan, Feng thought. If any more of their gang are in the pavilion, Feng asked. No, he's put everyone to sleep, the students told him. Master, he single-handedly put down all the terrifying bandits. All the female disciples in the pavilion automatically added to the hero's harem. Feng, the former head, turned to him. He thought he had seen enough of the mastery of alchemy, but he was also surpassed by the new head in martial arts. Master, when he managed to suppress the monster in the well, he should tell them the goons were following their lackey strategy. Oh, enough of this flattery, said Feng. Let's get things in order everywhere first. Investigation revealed that the group of mountain goats were led by Tupika, who was buried in the sand in disgrace, with other bandits. Mountain goats are descendants of prisoners who were driven out of the country. Thousands of years ago, they were banished for splitting the country and now lead a miserable and difficult existence in barren lands. But centuries later, the harsh environment selected the strongest. They learned to tame the beasts after hunting them for a long time. Then they gathered into a clan of mountain goats with the might of a small country. They have harbored a hatred for Daza for thousands of years, and their goal is revenge, though they are really just attracted to the riches of the plains. The matter with the great demon has not yet been resolved, and on the border, mountain goats have already appeared, causing trouble, Feng pondered tensely. But now that the demon city is destroyed, a great demon is about to be reborn, and the focus needs to be on that. A few days later, the very day came. A meeting was going on in the capital in the Forbidden City. The Qin family was relentlessly sending requests. 3 times they have offered to move the army and people away from the capital, and they say it is to prevent great chaos from the demon's resurrection. This is ridiculous, said the emperor. This demon has been dead for years. It is foolish to believe that it can be resurrected. The third prince appeared before the emperor and bowed to him. The father, the Qin family, wants the emperor to withdraw troops from the capital so they can take it over, under the hype, he said. He had already said that Qin had almost killed him by opening the wastelands. There were indeed signs of rebellion. The emperor scratched his beard. Your Majesty, in the demon annihilation city, a mountain has appeared. It looks like the arrival of God and Buddha in the world, the scout reported. How can this deserted city be the place where the gods appear? Maybe the gods will send favor to this city, asked the emperor. Father, it makes sense why the Qin family wants them to stay away from the capital, said the third heir. The favor of the gods can change fate. Perhaps the Qin family predicted the appearance of the gods and now want to distract the emperor and take everything for themselves. Thus, it can be said that Qin wants to take the blessing for himself and overthrow them from the throne. The emperor jumped up from his seat. So, what are they waiting for? Even if it is a fake, they are obliged to take a look, ordered the emperor, and they set off. They found themselves at the ruined gates of an ancient abandoned city. The emperor arrived here with the heir and troops to see everything in person. It really was like an appearance of the gods, standing there with his mouth hanging open like a villager who had arrived in the capital recently. Is it really the coming of a deity, they wondered, looking at the huge statue. Look over there, father, pointed his finger at the insolent heir. As expected, the Qin family waited here for the blessing. They noticed the people on the wall of the old city. Qinjan family, what are they doing here? Shouted the emperor, forgetting all decency. Your Majesty, he has repeatedly warned them that this place is dangerous. Why is he here? Head Qin asked him. Qin Feng had warned them that if the city was destroyed, a great demon would appear and wreak havoc in the capital. The emperor should leave for safety. Qin Feng, can we trust the man who almost killed his son? Their family secretly wants to absorb this blessing, shouted the emperor. He orders them to leave the place immediately. Otherwise it will be regarded as a rebellion, said the emperor, and the Qin troops said to eat. Father, why not gather all the forces of the clan to worship the gods so that they can receive the blessing of the gods, suggested the foolish prince. Call the entire clan, this blessing should only belong to their family. The emperor smirked greedily without getting off his horse. They set up a wooden table, on it sacrificial food and incense. The gods are upstairs. Their imperial family is here to show their honor and respect and will obey. The emperor bowed. Praying to the gods to give their clan a blessing, may its lineage be preserved forever, they prayed. The Earth Mother statue opened her eyes and looked at the pitiful humans in front of her. The ground shook beneath their feet. This was it, the emperor realized. Well, the gods have heard their prayer. Soon they will answer it and give them a blessing, the emperor announced, and the dumb lemmings rejoiced. Family members, please follow him and accept this blessing, beat the emperor's forehead. A huge demonic arm burst out of the ground and demolished their pitiful altar of offerings. The emperor barely had time to leap aside when a raking paw slammed into the ground, flattening several people. Not the kind of blessing he expected. Maybe they just need some bloody sacrifices, thought the delirious emperor. The screams of the wounded filled the plain, and the emperor still had not regained consciousness or given any orders. Something was killing his men. But why, the large-aged idiot didn't realize that a huge paw with claws was already hovering over him. From a gap in the ground, a huge demon appeared. The Titan's attack had begun. No, these are not blessings. This is a demon destroying the city, the emperor realized with a very long delay. He actually came back to life, understood the emperor. And the demon let out a terrifying roar. Bad. This is the great demon of the Void Realm. They can't be defeated. Run away, gave the emperor belated orders. He let loose, leaving all the other men of the clan behind. A quick death is also a blessing for them, the emperor thought, almost without deception. Suddenly, what Seed Qin said about the demon resurrection was true. This is all their tricks are cunning, thought the third heir with horror. The demon scooped up the humans like a handful of chips, and the third prince ran away, dropping his pants. The monster popped the chips into his mouth, greedily swatting and crunching his teeth. Too little and unpalatable, he complained that the people were very frightened and ruined the taste of the food. I'm hungry, the Earth Mother statue growled dully and turned its head. Go to the royal capital of the people. There are countless protein snacks, she said. The earth split in two with a terrifying rumble. Many of the clan's people disappeared into the failure. The third prince lost the remnants of his courage that slowly dripped down the walls to the ground. Countless and vicious demons crawled out of the hole, baring their teeth. "It's demons! Where did so many monsters come from?" squeaked the third prince in horror. "Hurry up and get up!" shouted the emperor exhaustedly to his heir. The great demon spread his wings and soared onto the statue's shoulder. He seemed tiny next to her. "Don't worry about a few ants here. Go to the most crowded place in the country," said the statue mountain. "Over there," the statue pointed. "The self-service restaurant over there," she pointed to the capital. Too bad, those monsters all brushed into the capital, saw the emperor. But good thing he's not there on the other side. There's an upside to every situation. "I didn't think it would turn out to be just like the Qin family said. They are really heading to the capital," the emperor said. Their army would be trapped. He looked at the countless demon monster army. "The big demon has returned. Everyone out," the head Qin commanded. He had seen him himself while he was returning to the capital. "I hope it arrives later," he thought. Because the capital with its walls, for demons, that a huge chicken coop, people will not have time to scatter. "What kind of overgrown bat is this?" the townspeople wailed. Demon Mother and Demon Batman, they saw the monsters rapidly approaching on the horizon. "Run fast! The big demon is in the city!" shouted the head Qin, as if noticing the huge mountain near the city was difficult. Even the lower demons had no trouble breaking through the wall of the city and burst inside, wreaking havoc and destruction. The demons also broke through the gate without difficulty and rushed inside. No master cultivator farmers, unpalatable, spat the great demon. "I know, leave those snacks to the inferior demon and he can go," said the mountain mother, the bat. "He can go and devour those who possess cultivation," said the statue and pointed at the temple complex. The imperial palace, tens of thousands of soldiers with body-strengthening cultivation. What to do, the demon outside, huddled against the walls of the soldiers. "Cuckoo," said the huge demon to them as he landed on the wall of the Forbidden City. "These are delicious, they have cultivation in them. I love sprouted seeds," said the demon that took care of his diet. "Enjoy my meal," said the bat demon, and began filling his stomach with soldiers. In the capital began the horror of devastation and genocide. Demons have taken over everyone. "All these demons are great masters. He is only a level 5 master and can barely kill one," puffed the head Qin. From the back, sensing his energy, came another strong demon running in. But the head of the clan was saved by an arrow with fire that hit the demon in the nostril. A master-level demon was killed with a single arrow. Headkin was surprised. He heard the clatter of many hooves, the Rohan cavalry arriving just in time, Feng's squad, and the men from the alchemy pavilion. All to go with him and save the capital, they burst into the city from the other side, firing their bows at a gallop. "Shoot!" ordered Fani, and a shower of arrows rose into the sky, illuminating everything with a bright light. The demons roared exhaustedly as they were hit by the fire projectiles of Feng's army. "Do not engage in battle, protect the people of the capital, and keep their distance with the demons," General Feng ordered them. The head Qin ran up to meet Feng's liberation army. The head of the family, Qin Feng, arrived along with the Wasteland Development Army to support them in the battle, the alchemist reported. "Master is the body-strengthening candles that he has been perfecting all night," Feng said. "Distribute them to people with the first level of body strengthening," Feng said. "After burning the candle, you can create a special fire that sticks to weapons and can strike demons," Feng reported. "What a great effect of the candles that he developed. Now he's going to hand them out," the head of the family reported. "Now the fall of the capital is a matter of time. Save whoever you can," Feng asked. "Get the people to safety. Why not leave in a place?" The head of the family asked him to find out what Feng's plans were. "In big trouble, the only thing left is responsibility," said Feng. "Leave it to them. They'll handle it with this," Feng said and smiled. "Danjay's men rescue and treat the wounded," ordered Feng. The Qin team takes the hit and crushes the demons. Feng's cavalry unit wedge cut through the crowd of weakened demons. The capital was attacked, and they lost their first move. The other 4 families were also stunned, Feng thought. New hordes of demons stood in his way, grew a wall. Feng jumped up from his horse and grabbed his demonic sword. "Chirik," he ordered, and took the pet out of his pocket. It squeaked happily in anticipation of the treat. The sharp tentacles of the vine, gathered in bunches and wedges, pierced through the multitude of monsters. Feng finished off the remaining ones by frantically waving his demonic sword Lush Pai. His task was to keep the strength of the 5 families. Gunya stood with her bow in the middle of the ashes arranged by the demons. "The Ningong family troops in the west of the capital have been completely destroyed," her scout reported. "Hurry up and retreat," ordered the clan heiress. "The family's combat power in the capital is insufficient, and support has not yet arrived. Continuing is not an option, thought the girl. The Qin family had long warned them about the appearance of demons and the Earth Mother. But the Ye family insisted that it was the blessing of the gods, so stupidly thought Gunya. A strong demon appeared next to her, probably as strong as the master. She hadn't recovered yet, and didn't know if she could survive this fight. The one-eyed demon was pinned with arrows, but they didn't hurt him much and didn't stop him. The demon waved its claws. A stream of wind exposed the legs of a graceful and beautiful girl. The demon knew a thing or two about beautiful scenes. Gunya landed on her soft fifth meridian from that swing. She was badly wounded and spat blood on the ground, breathing heavily. The demon pinned the beauty to the ground, thinking of what other spectacular position to put her in. And now the kissing scene, the demon said, and moved closer to Guna. It didn't look like anyone from her clan would save her. After all, she had sacrificed herself. The girl said goodbye to her life. But at the last moment, she was saved by the Lord of the Harem, as the protagonist was supposed to be. The demon fell to the death of the brave for the sacrifice of art. The Harem King and Gunya met gazes. She had done well to make it to this time. Feng extended her hand. The Bai family's main forces have been found, Shahrazada reported, needing his help to save them. Feng's plan to save the rich and loyal to him was now clear. The inhabitants of the capital were evacuated to nearby villages. The great demon and Mother Earth did not leave the capital as expected, the bogeyman reported. They had gathered in the woods outside of town at the campground and were discussing plans around the campfire, all listening intently to Feng. The big demon had just woken up and was still gaining strength. After digesting everything, head to the next town for a massacre. They should gather the forces of the great families that were scattered all over the country as soon as possible and defeat the big demon, Feng told them. Feng saved them today, so they can't thank him enough. The Bai clan is willing to do the hard work, they declared. Since they volunteered, he really has a request, Feng told him. Their family tried many times to convince everyone, hoping that the emperor would decree and evacuate the people, but their words were not heeded. Right now, the emperor family can tea, or 1T deal with the great demons, but they can T give up easily, said Feng. Right now, the 5 great families are discussing a plan for the confrontation, and Feng hopes that the 2 rescued heirs will send a message to their families. The emperor cowardly hid in the rear with the whole court in one of his rich estates. Silence. All praise and admiration for the emperor, said the host. No need for politeness. They faced the great demon of the Void Realm, which one of them is willing to become a general, to fight him, asked the emperor. But there was no one willing to be a suicide bomber or a scapegoat in case of failure. The emperor was approached by Feng's great-grandmother. She said that her grandson had long foreseen the demon's resurrection. He was already at war with them, so he should be in command. But the emperor hesitated to answer. He didn't want to make his opponent stronger, just like that. In front of them are difficult trials that cannot be delayed, grumbled great-grandmother Feng. She hoped for a speedy resolution. He heard that Feng is a boy just at the body-hardening stage. How can he be trusted? Asked the emperor. Emperor, the representative of the Gun family addressed him. Feng has performed well in the exploration of territories. Their family supports him. Their Bai family also supports Feng's candidacy as commander-in-chief. Immediately, 3 families joined forces to bend him to a decision, the emperor reflected. If the others are so insistent, the emperor can trust Feng to do it. But if something goes wrong, they will be held responsible, the head suggested. Indeed, the emperor smirked. Then all the blame for the failure can be placed on the Qin family and be done away with, he thought. Then convey his will, Qin Feng will become the commander-in-chief that will lead the army against the great demon, said the emperor. Brother Qin, the emperor has given the go-ahead for Feng to be in charge of the entire situation, Herr Bai reported to him. But Feng didn't answer. He was sitting by the stove, preparing another super demon candle. The stove spat out a brown product into Feng's palm, and he caught it deftly. Awesome. He had never seen such a pure candle before, said Herr Bai. Recently created, Feng told him, shattering restrictions. Needing these herbs, brother, Feng handed Feng the list to the Bai heir. Toth perused the list. Most of the herbs were expensive, rare. Some could not be bought at all. Just say it's the commander-in-chief's request. You need to gather and hand everything over as soon as possible, ordered Feng. He's just trying to rob them under the radar, Herr Bai thought, and left Feng alone with his candle. Let's hurry up and accept his new improved candle, Feng told Shahrazada. She doesn't have time, she's busy. Ask others to be lab rats, Shahrazada asked. She's still recovering from the wounds of her last escape. If she doesn't heal, it will limit her growth in martial arts, Fani said, and gently slipped her a candle. She must hurry and regain her development. He will protect her, Feng said to the blushing girl. Shahrazada tasted the pill on her tongue. The taste wasn't great, but Feng persistently encouraged her to swallow it all. The girl did so, and was immediately filled with a spiritual power that poured out of her over the edge. Under Feng's gaze, she felt naked, dragons of spiritual power bubbling within her. She let out a light, languorous sigh and opened her eyes after a few pleasurable minutes. She had indeed advanced to the second level of a great master, Shahrazada remarked. This candle, exclaimed Shahrazada. Right. It, as the name suggests, destroys your limits, replied Feng. He had added several kinds of rare herbs to it that would help her get rid of old wounds and diseases, he informed her. Feng really is an incredible person, blushed Shahrazada at her thoughts. He asked the buyer to gather herbs just for this purpose, Shahrazada wondered. Right, to perfect these candles in large quantities. This skirmish helps the body-strengthening warriors to break through quickly. Spoke Feng like an experienced puppeteer, the might of his men is his strength too. That way she could suppress the ordinary demons and he would take on the great ones, Feng said. Time is running out and he doesn't know how the herb gathering is going. Feng got up to leave. Shahrazadi played contentedly with Feng's miniature figure. All the herbs are gathered, and the imperial family, hearing that he will refine them, prepared a sky-level furnace for him, said Herr Bai. But this furnace might be difficult to use. Perhaps they want to mischief, asked Bai. So they are just inept, replied Feng confidently. Feng came to the area where the huge and complicated roasters stood. He's going to make candles from herbs. Marveled at the rich and noble people that gathered with him. The treasures of heaven and earth are all at his disposal, Feng said, and sent the herbs into the cauldron. The ancient fire of alchemy burns within him, shouted Feng, and lit the stoves. Master Qin, with such control skills, one could say that he is the best in the business, admired Shura. The fire from the stoves was blazing all those gathered around. He is creating hundreds of high-quality candles at the same time. Perhaps they can win this battle, thought Shahrazada. The finished candles flew out of the ovens and went straight into the containers. After everyone gets doped, hurry up and make a record breakthrough, Feng ordered them. Let's recapture the capital tomorrow. Let's follow Feng and retake the capitals. All the members of his composite army shrieked. Your Majesty, Feng is demonstrating his excellent alchemy skills in front of everyone. He wants to win people's hearts, asked the servant. Feng's existence in the Qin family does give them quite a few advantages, the emperor said. Facing a great void demon, strengthening the body is not enough. It's time to prepare to break through to the Grand Master level, Feng said. The candle of destruction of the limit is effective, but she still has to protect Feng in battle. This is her thanks for the cure, thought Shahrazada. Feng inserted the candle and lit up with spiritual energy like a living torch. 2 tornadoes, gold and black, struck the ceiling above him. The demonic sword activated as well. A tornado of chai struck the sky, piercing the ceiling. Even Shahrazada could barely hold on from this flood of power. That indefinable aura and the pressure of the Overlord, it really was him before, thought the Earth Mother statue. He felt fear, reported the statue to the great demon. All demons will feel it when they see this aura, said the statue. What's wrong, Fen? Shouted Shahrazada, and when he came to his senses and coughed. Feng fell deep inside his mind. Once again he is in this mysterious world. A place with many fallen warriors appeared in front of him. Where it was, he couldn't understand Feng. You wouldn't know. It's the last bastion of the human race, the empty whispered to him. Who is he? Feng asked the white stranger, wearing a black robe. Living your life anew and forgetting your old rival, how heartless, asked his blank. Is it so hard to accept his existence? The blank asked, and horrible monsters came out of him. This guy is quite strong, and for some reason he seems familiar, Feng wondered. Climb to the top as soon as possible, Qin Feng. After all, this is the body, said the empty. The future will be his, said the blank, and disappeared in a purple haze, an illusion, or something that lives in the depths of his soul, Feng thought. He woke up in a meditation pose, right where he was sitting, feeling like a beaten dog. Feng, is everything all right? What's wrong with his body? Shahrazada asked him in a concerned voice. What happened was the entire top of his army came running to him when they saw the strange glow. He managed to turn the situation around. He just took some new pills. That's what got him going. Sorry for scaring everyone, Feng replied. Everyone go train. Feng sent them away quickly. The battle is tomorrow, he said, and slammed the shutters shut. Something seems to have changed in his body, Feng thought. His legs were indeed trembling. Who and what was fighting him, Feng didn't understand his sensations. Early in the morning of the second day, everyone woke up before the roosters to prepare for battle. Bearing the burden of the expectations and hopes of the entire family and the country, Feng marched on the capital. Before the action, let's have a short briefing, Feng said. The great demon has reached the Void Realm. Mother Earth is stronger than before, he told them the uplifting news. The enemies had taken over the capital, and they wouldn't be able to handle two at once, Feng reported. Because one must win from one by one, they must attack the capital from 3 sides at the same time, Feng said. The Qin family will be the first to enter the city to trap the enemy. We need to gather all the demons scattered around the city at the east and west gates, Feng said. Then attack the demons gathered inside from all sides. Then Mother Earth will send the great demon to sort it out, and she herself will be left without cover. Then they should leave the Earth Mother and the great demon alone with him, Feng said. With his demonic sword, he can hold them back. And while he restrains them, they should try their best to kill the zombie demons, and then help him kill the main demons, outlined the whole plan Feng. This plan is too risky, Gunya worried. Before they enter the city, the Qin family will fight alone. It doesn't matter as long as he uses his body as bait, Feng replied to her. Only in this way would they be able to lure the great demon into the game. According to the plan, Feng entered the city first and chopped demons in all directions. Even though each team was accompanied by a grand master-level elder, they couldn't afford to relax. It's still a war where everyone has to risk their lives. Feng glided with his shadow and chopped down the zombie demons in the blink of an eye. Try the new candles he had specially designed for the occasion, Feng said. He swung his sword, and it emitted a suffocating purple miasma. Die, Feng said to the bunch of demons and swung his sword at Lushpai. So strong, he's really only a first-level master. Everyone who saw Feng's power was surprised. He's killed enough already, the great demon. Should have spotted him, Feng thought. As it happened, the bat demon spotted the strong warrior who was killing his subordinates and flew off the statue's shoulder. Great, there he goes, Feng thought as he spotted a huge winged shadow. But suddenly things didn't go according to plan. The flying Batman flew farther away. Why he didn't go to him, Feng didn't understand, following the demon's shadow. That one landed in the city, destroying several neighborhoods beneath it. Why did the great demon come to him? Yelled the third prince. Didn't Feng say he was bait for the demon? This body exudes a delightful odor, the demon reported, smiling carnivorously. Protect the third prince, the men shouted. But they could hardly hold a weapon themselves. That's a dozen experts his father had given him, the prince thought. Stay out of the way, the demon roared and shoved aside all of the prince's bodyguards. Their ears popped from such a scream. Those who survived in panic ran away, leaving the prince behind. Starving. Let's start with the most delicious, the demon said. The prince was screaming in terror, wetting his portkey and begging to be saved when Feng appeared. Ignoring him and attacking others, a fatal mistake, Feng said. Intimidate the weak and fear the strong, he said, and chopped all teeth at the angry demon. This sword is so strange. Too strong, said the demon. It released its prey and recoiled back. General Assembly, he called out with a battle cry to all his mobs, as a boss should. He roared so hard that the demons crawled out from beneath the ground. He still thinks of using the little thing against him, chuckled Feng. The monster no longer seemed so formidable. The third prince begged his father to save him. Chick Chirp, Feng's pet, suddenly popped out of his pocket. He was hungry again. Put away the change for him, Feng asked the devil vine, and it obediently released its tentacles. Vine had no problem dealing with a horde of demons alone. The great demon fell into his trap, Feng told him. The vine braided all around the demon who had wings. Now he only has one way out to kill him. That's the only way he can get away, Feng told him. Wait, if he wants to fight to the death, let him go first, pleaded the third prince. It's dangerous here. Don't hurt yourself, replied Feng. Don't overestimate your strength. The demon roused himself and turned green, speckled with anger. He struck Feng with a powerful paw, but he slid up his arm. This human is fast, thought the demon when he saw Feng flying towards him. Feng delivered a piercing blow into the demon's open belly, emitting a purple haze. But the demon suddenly moved to the second phase. Armor appeared on its body and absorbed Feng's blow. It's a demon's weapon, Feng realized as he watched him pull the weapon out of the jaws that grew on his stomach. He has weapons too, the demon informed, pulling out 2 monstrous axes with eyes. He had already been sealed once, and he should have slept peacefully in his coffin, Feng shouted to him. The great demon crossed the axe handles to take Feng's blow. Lushpai's sword can't handle it, Feng realized. The difference in strength is too great, and the blade doesn't cover it entirely. Gotta avoid close combat, Feng thought, and the demon squealed where its fuse was, sensing Feng's weakness. The demon hurled one of its cyclopean axes at Feng. The axe is so big and the speed is not small. Feng was horrified, bouncing aside. "It's over, you pathetic human," screamed the great demon. He swung as hard as he could, wanting to finish Feng off with one blow. The alchemist waited. Feng thrust his sword into the block above him to parry the monstrous attack. "He can't handle it. There's definitely something wrong with his head," Feng said. He only pretended to attack, but in reality he put a fire candle under the ground. Feng said. At that instant, the ground cracked under the demon's feet. There was a big explosion. The demon was scorched by fire. Feng wanted to finish it off at once, but was thrown back by the demon's wing strike like a fly being swatted away. "Only he will die." The great demon waved his fly swatter and growled at Feng. Liana Chirik gently caught her host by extending her tentacles to meet him. Feng died. "If he dies, the third prince will not live either," he cried and howled with grief, although he had wished for his death many times before. "I want to say thank you for activating the death power," Feng said as the demonic aura enveloped him. "What is this? Who is the real monster here in this battle?" whitened the third prince with horror. "Come here, you sneaky demon. It's time to make a slice out of him," Feng said, and jumped on the demon. He sped up considerably, and the demon could no longer keep up with him. Feng frolicked around, inflicting many stabbing wounds on the huge demon. How dare he hurt him? The demon panted in anger. He hadn't expected that he wasn't the only one with a second phase of combat. "Only wounded, he plans to kill him and make him happy about it," Feng smirked. Why he was so frightening, the demon didn't understand, looking at Feng's terrifying aura. "Don't rejoice too soon, Ant!" The great demon swung wide with his axe. "Feel the shame when the ant kills him," Feng said, and jumped towards the demon again. "What's going on? His techniques are too strong. Maybe after the resurrection, he didn't get all his powers back," thought the demon. When Feng finally managed to break through the demon's defenses. No, his strength hadn't changed, the demon realized. It was the opponent who had drastically become stronger. The demon was barely fending off the huge axe from the fast mosquito Feng. At a tremendous speed, Feng struck out, breaking the sound barrier. He gave the demon a savory kick to the cheeky rubber face. All this time, Feng had been grinning devilishly and flying everywhere with his eyes blazing. "A worthless rat," shouted Feng, who was more enraged from the battle than before. The demon grabbed the third prince and took him hostage. "Drop the sword if you want him to survive," shouted the demon. "Huh, well, right later he died a brave death, we remember. We love like that," laughed Feng. "Too bad, looks like he picked the wrong hostage." Feng chuckled and swung his blade. The ugly demon's head flew off his shoulders in one blow, despite its nightmarish size. The third prince stared like an idiot at the great demon's head flying past. He looked at Feng, who was surrounded by an even more terrifying demonic aura as he stood in a heroic pose over the defeated enemy. "As expected, he is worthy of becoming a support for their family in the future," Old Man Lao said, defeating the great demon single-handedly. "Hey Feng," the third prince came to his senses. "The weapon that will fall out of this demon belongs to his family," the insolent creep declared. "I'm sorry he didn't send out. The third prince accidentally died in a battle with a demon, a death of the brave, so he said." Old Man Lao asked him. On behalf of the emperor's family, rewarding the illustrious hero with a demonic weapon, the third prince quickly gibbered. They looked up at the silent mountain statue that just watched the battle. "The Earth Mother statue is still dormant," Feng remarked. 3 groups of masters are following his instructions and are ready to block the Mother Earth's path to help him, Old Man Lao said. "But they don't know why it has been inactive until now," he added. "It's weird. Whatever their relationship was, she shouldn't have just stood there and watched." "There must be a reason," Feng thought. Feng, he's fine, with a part-time harem running to him and a guy from the Bai family. He really defeated the great demon single-handedly, admired by everyone. Just a cheat of the protagonist. That is lucky, quickly corrected Feng. "Most of the zombie demons in the city have been slain," reported the bogeyman. "What to do next?" he asked. "Begin the second phase of the plan," ordered Feng. Whatever she was up to, she would use everything to confront them. "Use all your strength to win," ordered Feng. They rode their horses on the springboard that the Chirik Liana had created. Feng galloped ahead and led all the troops of other families. "This big demon is really terrible. But compared to him, Mother Earth should be stronger," thought the third prince. He had already changed his tail pants. "Let Qin Feng help check this and gallop ahead," thought the prince, and built himself up as a smartass. When there was a rumble behind him, the ground shook and rocks flew, knocking his bodyguards to the ground. What was going on he didn't understand when a wall of stone appeared in front of him. "Mother Earth is ready to take action against them," Feng said. the first step cutting off escape routes and reinforcements. Demon archers appeared on the horizon. Mother Earth decided to thin the ranks of the attackers first. Demons take heights and use weapons. Gunya was surprised, though she had seen weapons from a higher demon before. Inferior demons don't have a mind of their own, but Mother Earth can control them like puppets, Feng replied. She has such a mind. Gunya was even more surprised. More demons appeared at the rear of the squad. They crawled out from under the sand. Gunya shouted cautiously, but Feng instantly dispersed the ambush party, shushing them. But others jumped out to take the place of the fallen. Mother Earth determined to wear them down. She is a huge demon who can use the ground to stealthily move demons. Be careful, Feng said. She had once thought that her physical abilities were the first in her generation, but it seems she was too proud, Gunya thought, looking at Feng. Everyone Atong, don't drop the pants in honor of the families, Feng shouted to them. The enemy would be harder to deal with in this battle than before, he warned, as the new wave of demons arrived. All ready to fight, Feng asked them, and the composite squad said yes. Target Mother Earth, get rid of her babies as quickly as possible, ordered Feng and led his squad into battle. On horseback and on foot, with bow and spear, the warriors broke through the ranks of faceless monsters. Let's clear the way for Feng, the burly man in his squad shouted to everyone. Although Feng himself didn't need it, he deftly said, jumping over the hordes of demons, and climbed the wall that Mother Earth had built. Once at the top, he was immediately surrounded by demon archers. Chirik, make sure he's left alone, Feng asked his pocket pet. The devil's snares released their tentacles and strung the demons like kebabs. A road woven of lianas like a beanstalk tail led to Mother Earth. I'll go first, Feng told Charizada. Be careful, she told him last. Time to wake up, Mother Earth, shouted Feng, and ran to the top. The guests had come. The young master has already risen, asked the white-haired harem girl. That's all they can do, said Scheherazade. Let's not give him something to worry about, the girl said, and stood back to back. Great getting close to her head, Feng thought, as he galloped up the mountain like a flea. At this moment, the mountain opened its mouth, which was filled with hundreds of bony hands that immediately reached for Feng. What is this? He asked, when a forest of hands tried to grab him. Feng seemed to lose consciousness, and when he woke up, he found himself in a clearing full of flowers and herbs. Oh, a purple golden vine that can be used to produce magic weapons. Feng noticed the rare grass. And this is a bloody flying swallow that strengthens ki. Even the rotten heart mushroom is there surprised him. No, he was clearly swallowed up by the Earth Mother's body, so where is he? Feng wondered. Just as he said he was inside his body, Feng heard a voice that seemed to come from everywhere. Welcome guest, an alien girl has appeared. What is she up to? Feng asked directly, grabbing his sword. This is the Earth Mother's clone, but he didn't even feel anything, he thought. She won't launch stealth attacks, the ability to hold a conversation, a consequence of her wanting to discuss cooperation, the demon said. Wants cooperation? Feng wondered. Blondes, brunettes, demons, whether it was worth adding to the harem that way. All the precious herbs in front of him, it's a gift to him. Waved her hands, the girl demon. These are indeed expensive herbs that will be coveted by the powerful, Feng said. She speaks sincerely, interested in him finding out about it, asked the demon. The great demon was her ally, asked Feng. But she let him be killed. What trust can there be here? Feng asked her. She helped him resurrect, and humanly speaking, her mercy was exhausted, the demon said, raising herself a throne. But since Feng killed the demon, he's more suited to be her ally, Mother Earth said. If he agrees to cooperate, he'll get more than just herbs. The demons will follow her out of the capital, and he'll be the hero who chased her away. She would also give him undead servants for various jobs and errands, the demoness promised. And his job is to help her rise to the top of the demonic class, the demoness said, and stepped closer. If she understood correctly there should be such power in Feng's body, it's worth trading the life of a great demon for Feng's trust, she thought. It's a pity his level is still so low, but when he advances to the Void Realm, the fruit will ripen, licked the demoness, hugging Feng. Her breath smells dead, Feng said. Although the demoness's looks were good, taking her into the harem was too much. But he likes her plan, Feng said. Keep telling. If they make an alliance, medicinal herbs and undead demons would be a boon to their family, Feng thought. Combined with her, who could dare to provoke them, they would immediately become rivals for the Emperor family, Feng thought. How great! The first thing to do is to mold him into a hero, reported the demoness, clapping her hands. After that, Mother Earth and Feng came up with a good performance. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Feng quickly decapitated the Mother Earth. Whether it was his composite unit or anyone else, everyone admired his courage and strength. The emperor could no longer ignore the dramatically strengthened position of the Qin family and Feng personally. Whether it was a poor man or an aristocrat, everyone witnessed the birth of a great hero. Congratulations on the return of the capital. There was a genius in their family. The great-grandmother toasted to him and all the other senior kin. He has brought them so many surprises, the head of the family said. He didn't kill Mother Earth. Feng unexpectedly honestly admitted to them. Is he planning something again? The shrewd old lady asked. Everyone wondered if Mother Earth would keep her word, of the family would get wealth. But would the demon clan honor the agreement? The elders worried. Don't worry, he'll take control of Mother Earth, Feng informed them confidently. Since he already had a plan, then she wouldn't say anything else. Her great-grandmother confided in him. Let him rest well tonight, Grandma said. More trouble awaits him tomorrow, she warned. Trouble? Isn't there an award ceremony tomorrow? Feng asked. The old fox won't give him awards for nothing. Does Feng know about the Mountain Goat clan? The old lady asked him. I fought against them. They're very strong, Feng replied, remembering the goons he'd cut to pieces. In recent years, the Mountain Goat clan become rampant and threaten the border. The emperor will order him to go out to battle with them. And this is quite a tough nut. He wants Feng to waste his strength or even lose the battle, she said, surprising everyone. After the masters had worked all night and restored the main hall of the palace, everyone began to discuss the merits of Feng and the others. They recognized Feng's services in this battle with a medal and a certificate of merit, but gave nothing more substantial for his services. Subsequently, the sneaky emperor issued a new decree that concerned Feng. They all know that they have been attacked by mountain goats in recent years, played out the drama by the emperor. They even attacked the PTU alchemists. They must fight back, said the cowardly emperor, so he decided to order Feng to deal with everything since he was such a glorified hero. The Mountain Goat clan has always been powerful. Isn't Feng risking his life? Went the murmurs through the ranks of the aristocrats. His Imperial Highness is wise. Sees heroes from afar, said Feng. He will definitely destroy all the mountain goats. He thought of celebrating for a few days, but now Feng is being recalled from the capital, said Hereby. You cannot underestimate the mountain goats, Gunya said. If he wins, the country will become more stable and safe. If he loses, too, thought Feng. The emperor hates and fears them at the same time. He wants to weaken Qin in the fight against the mountain goats. It is almost an exile, Feng said. But no need to worry, they will undertake an expedition against the mountain goats, Feng informed. It's more of an opportunity for him and everyone else to become even stronger, Feng said, and they made the trek. Father, if they manage to win again, Qin's reputation will soar above the emperor, worried the careless heir. It does not matter, in the Mountain Goat clan appeared. Many Void Realm masters, Feng will not return alive, confidently stated the emperor. But even if Feng is killed by the Void Master, they won't be able to, the third prince wailed. But his father interrupted him. Never mind, they just have to hold him back, said the emperor. Could it be that the father would ascend to the realm of emptiness? Asked the third prince. True, the emperor thought, but he was more concerned with how the mountain goats were quickly building up their strength to the level of void masters. He decided to use Feng to test them. 200 li from the border they camped. Does the young master read military tactics? Asked his concubine. No, just studying history, replied Feng. They say the mountain goats tried to split the country, but the Qin records of that time are deliberately erased. And that's strange, Feng said. I'll ask Shura to check the information in the alchemy PTU. It's time to get results, Feng said. He stepped out of the tent and looked up, noticing the flash of a flare up there. Mountain goats, we're under attack, shouted Feng, whistling everyone upstairs under the gun. The mountain goats got on top of the eagles from Middle-earth and used them for their intended purpose, attacking from the sky, an open camp. They dived at great speed, letting the eagles grab Feng's warriors with their claws. But the nimble warlord saved his soldier by knocking down the eagle rider with a kick of his foot. Feng drew his sword and swung it over the enemy eagle. May God forgive him his sins, whispered Feng quickly, and gave the bird a shot in the back area with a lush-pie sword. It's a black-winged giant roo, a monster from the Mountain Goat clan, first-level master. Everyone attack them, ordered Feng. Feng's warriors grappled with the eagles that had descended to the ground for some reason, flapping their wings like chickens. And that one-horned black-winged roo over there is at the third master level. That's the leader, Feng thought as he looked at the warrior with the scythe. There was quite a commotion in the camp, soldiers, eagles and their riders fighting in a disorderly scramble. Feng tore forward through the mixed ranks of this carnage. Spreading out, he leapt upwards towards the main leader of the flying squad. Cuckoo, Feng told him, swinging his sword in flight. But the proud Rebirth grabbed his sword like a toy with its beak. Feng fell to the ground but landed on his feet. The rider continued to hang in the air and waste the eagle's strength on vertical flight. Even Trash knows to catch the thief first before his leader, the rider scoffed. But can he defeat the pet? He asked Feng. What's so special about these pets? Here's a look at this, said Feng as vines emerged from the ground. They shot out of the ground, entangling the rider that flew high, along with the eagle with snares. Too weak, Feng said. He leaped into the sky again and easily knocked the scythe away from the rider. There are 2 chairs, Feng said. Which one will you sit on? He asked the prisoner. All the mountain goats have been defeated or captured. The wounded have been treated, Shahrazada reported. But why are they treating them? Aren't they enemies? Asked the head of the flying squad. Just want to show that the lives of their men are in his hands. He doesn't want an entire squad to be destroyed, Feng asked the captive. Let's talk. If he tells all the information he needs, his men won't be touched, Feng suggested. Feng led him to a tent where a concubine poured him tea. Now speak, he told the captive, settling himself comfortably. And so he's from the Mountain Goat clan, a member of the Wind Group, Feng clarified to the dumbfounded captive. This is an elite squad. All of its members are at Grand Master level, no lower, the elite of their fighting force, said the captive. According to the official annals, the Mountain Goat clan wanted to split the country, and for that they were banished, Feng said. However, with the exception of the imperial family, there are no records of feuding with mountain goats and other great families, Feng said. So it's more like the Mountain Goat clan once lost to the imperial family in a power struggle, Feng suggested. He's right. The emperor's family has deceived everyone for too long, the captive said, dimming his gaze. Good. Now he can leave with his men, said Feng. He's telling the truth, wondered the squad leader. Of course he already got everything he wanted, Feng said ominously. The next day, they reached the border fortress of Sirius. But from the high walls, no one greeted them as they were supposed to. No one posted a sentry at the gate. No wonder the fortress is in such a state. The bogeyman was angry, but Feng hesitated. Respectfully greeting General Qin Feng, the gatekeeper belatedly ran out. He's the only one who greets him. All the others that are dead, Feng asked sternly. Inform all those guarding the gate that they have 1 minute to gather at the gate. Anyone who violates the order will be deprived of their candles, Feng ordered. What's going on? Is the new commander really that strict? Thought the guard as he ran away. Military discipline is so weak here that they will have a hard time defending the city, Shahrazadi said. Their taxes are used to keep the garbage, the bogeyman resented. Sirius hasn't fallen once yet since the founding. Apparently their defenders have something to offer the attackers, Feng said. Too bad these people don't have brains, Feng thought. A crowd of armed and maladjusted guards ran out to them without any formation. Some boy dares to trespass and withhold their magic candles. The guard defiantly sneered at his senior. If they stand up to the commander and insolence the senior, they will be whipped 100 times by the law. Carry the whip, said Feng to the bogeyman. A great second-level master. He's going to teach him, the guard boasted. He got a referral to the dentist at the same moment he got a whip in his face. How could he? Whispered the pathetic guard who had completely forgotten where he was. This is an army. Anchor him in the meridian, thought Feng. He swung the whip again, Indiana Jones style, and it wrapped around the soldier's neck. Feng pulled the whip like a leash, and the warrior flew towards him. Always wanted to try this, thought Feng. They know what was in the capital, but they don't know who did it. In front of them, the man that single-handedly decapitated the Void Realm demon, the hero of Qin, General Feng, bellowed the boogeyman. The man who saved the capital, killed 2 great demons, came to the front lines. The guards marveled. On the way here, he looked at the personal files in the archives of the development team. He is from the Emperor's clan after all, Feng asked the soldier. As everyone knows, their relationship is not very friendly, and now this soldier boy is in his hands and power, Feng said. His deputy made a mistake, quickly kneeled down the commander of the border guards who came running, but all these years he worked honestly, carried the service. So he's their commander, greeted the warrior Feng had run up to. All right, if he can win, then so be it. He will spare this goon, Feng stated to the border guard commander. The defenders of the fortress are made up of the Wasteland Development squads. They are lax in discipline because of all this freedom, Feng thought. He should take advantage of this situation and punish the monkeys so they realize who is the boss, he thought. The border guard Ataman was at the 3rd master level. Please excuse me, the border guard said, and attacked Feng. But when he broke through Feng's image, he vanished into thin air. Where he disappeared to, the Ataman didn't understand. Too slowly, Feng said, appearing behind the Ataman's back. Thoth swung his knuckles furiously again and shattered the board beneath Feng, but the alchemist simply jumped up. Landing a foot in the Ataman's face, Feng threw him backwards. He forcefully recognized the Ataman and threw a black ball at Feng. A large smoke screen went up that obscured the entire sight. "Let's see how this boy gets out of it," he shouted, going on the attack again. Did he really think such a childish toy would interfere with his vision? Feng asked, grabbing the Ataman's head. "How is it possible?" shouted out the Ataman. That's all Feng said and tossed like a warrior puppet. All the free soldiers were horrified at how easily their Ataman, who was the strongest here, was cut down. "Young master, the border guards lost according to the predetermined rules," the white-haired concubine spoke. "All the healing candles have been taken from their warehouses," she informed them by pointing to the crates. "These candles are just trash," Feng appraised them. They looked like they had been substituted with goat dung. "As long as the situation on the border is as turbulent as the domestic political situation, the punishment will be like this," Feng told them. "However, in the future, who will work well will get a candle strengthening muscles and claws," said Feng. Such a high level did not believe the soldiers. "Just 2 conditions. First, the commander is always right. Second, if he is wrong, see point 1, Feng said. "The more merit they get, the more he will reward them with development candles," Feng said, calculating the political program perfectly. "That's right," shouted the soldiers. "Only masters of alchemy can do such a thing, but will they get what they were promised? They doubted. It's just a golden mountain." "But isn't Qin Feng a 6th grade alchemy master?" shouted one soldier from behind his comrades. "Moreover, he easily defeated the Ataman and even the great demon. He will be able to lead them into battle to drive out the mountain goats." The frontier warriors were encouraged. They are willing to follow such a dashing Ataman. All the border guard warriors bowed to General Feng. First showed force to intimidate and then showed carrot to encourage. "A good management strategy," Shahrazada remarked. "There are so many of them. Handle whether the Alchemist's PTU pavilion," the white-haired concubine worried. "Great. She would be the one he would assign the task of producing candles at PTU," Feng informed Feng with the happy news of the promotion. "The new commander is a douche nozzle and a tyrant," the warriors resented, but on the other hand, offers high-end candles as rewards. The Qin commander ordered everyone to assemble. The daykeeper went into the barracks, but the Ataman was not there now. "Probably gone to town to have fun," they said. The sentries were hardly asleep on the wall and were yawning loudly when a spy crept past them. But he was spotted by Shahrazada, just as Feng expected. There was a mountain goat spy in the border guard army, she thought. The goat spy has returned to the main camp in their country. Long time no see Steelitz. The guards recognized him. Did not think he would return today, they said. "He has a report to the clan leader. Urgent," Steelitz said. All the elders and chiefs of the mountain goat clan gathered in the throne room. "He believes Feng poses a great threat to their clan," Steelitz told them. "Well, coupled with this report, time to discuss what to do with the new border commander," said the leader of the goat clan. "While its stronghold is still weak, we need to absorb the entire city," said Luo Speth, the leader of the Forest of Mountains, Wind of Fire Squad. His suggestion to lure the enemy deep into the territories and ambush them was suggested by Len, also commanding a squad with a strange name. "After all, Feng, just at master level, he will kill it with his own hands," said Flax, piercing the beetle with his dagger. "He has no opinion," Luo Xiang said, and refrained from discussing. The 4th also abstained. "In that case, let's start preparations. Notify the whole clan. We'll start tomorrow night," said the main chief. "What does the master think?" the chief asked his teacher. "He will not interfere with their tactics," the old man stated. "The main thing is that they can take the fortress," he told the young warriors last. "The data shows the spy arrived 4 years ago," Shahrazada said. "Is it really possible to let this spy come back?" she asked. "If the other side finds out about it, we'll take countermeasures," worried the girl. "No problem, only so they can reveal the enemy's strength. Inform all the soldiers. A heavy battle is about to begin," ordered Feng. The advance parties of mountain goats stretched out in a long column on the forest trail. The fortress has sounded the alarm, and they really are an impatient clan, Feng thought, as he stood on the fortress wall. "Prepare to act according to the plan," General Feng ordered, jumping down to the square in front of the gate. He stepped forward with his border guards to meet the riders on beasts from the mountain goat clan. A deputy part-time exhibitionist stepped forward and challenged Feng to a personal duel. "Single combat, he's a level 5 master," whispered by the border guards. "Moreover, the pets are at the same level. It's like fighting 2-on-1. Fighting him alone is too disadvantageous," the border guards thought as they looked at the fearsome warrior. No problem, Feng said. He couldn't miss such a chance to deprive the enemy of a commander. Just a loser, just entered the Master Realm. Killing him will be a great merit, rejoiced the warrior. He was the first to attack Feng, waving a huge cleaver. Feng drew his sword and boldly walked forward, ducking under the huge paws of the lion that flew above him. A red liquid splashed out. The lion was struck in the heart with a single blow. The rider plopped down on the ground and saw Feng calmly carrying the scaled lion like a hare. Such a person can't even be considered an appetizer, Feng said, tossing the lion carcass aside. Save me! Help me! Screamed the careless exhibitionist, running away, though he himself had challenged to a duel. But Feng quickly interrupted him muggy. Look for moles, said he, drilling the alien's head into the rock. Their captive leader, everyone attack, ordered Feng, and his warriors under the walls went into battle. The enemy trembled, for panic appeared in their ranks, while Feng's soldiers were encouraged. A chaotic battle ensued, where warriors chopped each other down. The commander is defeated. We must retreat, despite the separate forces of each mountain goat. Without command, they quickly turned into a mob. Their line shook. The rest of them ran, who to the mountains, who to the forest. The plan worked, said a satisfied Shahrazada. Proceed further according to plan, Feng said, and the girl let loose a signal arrow. Everyone stop the chase and carry out the plan, shouted the commanders on the ground, seeing the signal. Last night he had called everyone to council. Squad leaders bent over a map of the area. The forest gives shelter to mountain goats. It is full of traps. Therefore they will burn it down, Feng said. But these forests have medicinal herbs that are difficult to grow elsewhere in the country, the Ataman objected. The emperor needs them. Is it more important to pay tribute to the emperor's clan than to fight back against the foreign invaders that threaten the entire country? Feng asked. They had already raised the matter with his majesty, but he, mumbled the Ataman uncertainly. Enough, Feng cut him short. He is the one in command here. During the battle, once he gives the signal, they will set the mountains on fire, he said. The Ataman saluted. On the appointed day and time, he carried out the order. The forest on the mountain went up in flames. The mountain goat troops aren't out yet, still trying to lure him out and set a trap, Feng thought. But if they don't show themselves, he'll burn them. Out of the thick smoke and fire, a force of mountain goat riders appeared on the trail. Fear not, he will fight them, shouted the leader of the mountain goats. Today, they will finish off the dogs from the plains. All according to plan, driven to a stalemate, they are forced to fight face to face, watched the battle by the Ataman. The commander had foreseen everything, turtle formation, spears forward, ordered the Ataman to his beady-eyed soldiers. At full gallop, the riders ran into a hedgehog of spears, the sturdy box of infantry keeping them on a narrow section of trail. He fen, shouted the alchemist. Whoever wants his life can come up and take it. He ran out ahead of the phalanx to sow panic in the enemy ranks. In a complete encirclement, the effectiveness of the circular sprawling attacks increased. Feng quickly put down many tribe warriors. He stood on a carpet of vile barbarians as a true son of the empire. Qin Feng is too strong. What to do next confused Lin when their bold initiative to storm the fortress with small forces failed. Retreat, his power far beyond their imagination, Lospeth said. They had seen enough. But if you come back with nothing, how do you explain this crushing defeat? O'Flax asked. I'll make a military promise. If he doesn't beat Feng next time, he'll kill himself, Lospeth said. I'll take it into consideration, smiled O'Flax. This Feng is much more interesting than he imagined. The mountain goats didn't seem to have any intention of fighting any further, Feng remarked. Continue advancing. Once you reach the top of the mountain, set up a long-term camp there, Feng ordered. When he's gone, Shahrazada will fill in and the bogeyman will help. All dissenters are to be executed according to wartime laws, Feng ordered. Is he? Shahrazadi asked restlessly. Almost ready to break through, Feng replied. So quickly they were surprised. He had only recently broken through. To the next level after all. When the herbs gifted by Mother Earth are delivered, they should also prepare for a breakthrough, Feng said. Thank you, Master, they chorused in unison. No gurgling. Feng answered them quietly. The scouting reports said that there were 4 empty masters in the goat clan, so he also needed to speed up. Feng incubated on the growth pill. Here it is. The breakthrough of the bottom felt Feng the second-level grandmaster. Apparently there was no mountain ghost clan in his past life. How did they appear? He thought as he undressed. The Emperor himself doesn't know much about them either, so he wanted Feng to go there without intelligence, he thought, and turned on fan service for the girls. Is there some special power behind this clan? He pondered. The mountain goats were quiet for the next few days, apparently licking their wounds. Gaining a respite, Feng used this time to help them break through. They also delivered candles prepared at the alchemical vocational school. By the end of it all, his troops were fully prepared to fight again. The other side had also completed their preparations. Realizing Feng's strength, they gathered their strength for a decisive battle. The ground beast troops were joined by airborne divisions of riflemen. The whole horde rushed to the lonely mountain fortress to take it by storm. Forward units of border guards spotted enemy movement in the sky. But too late, having gained a lot of energy, they were struck by arrows falling from a great height. Even the arrow-studded guards struggled to sound the alarm. "The enemy is attacking! The mountain goats are coming!" the border guards shouted, and got into pre-arranged positions. "The curtain is opening. Let's go on stage," said Osloth, sitting at a great distance from the front. The mountain goat warriors took full advantage of the altitude and could shoot downhill. "Don't panic! Stick to strategy!" shouted the Ataman, and the border guards brought their archers forward. Though their shells could not effectively hit high targets, they carried coal dust with them. "Coal smokeball? That thing is completely useless against them," marveled O'Flax. But then, the charcoal plume erupted and exploded, frying many warriors. Explosive shells, Feng's intrigue again. The white-haired O'Flax was horrified. "Report the situation," ordered Feng. "The coal ball and explosive candle performed well in combination," said the boogeyman. "The enemies dropped feces." "Great wind formation they have already destroyed," said Feng, watching the fight. And in the chaos created by the wind group, there should be another one, he thought. And so it happened. There was an explosion. The mountain crumbled, and the enemies appeared from the cave. Leading them into battle was the masked low spy, who appeared to be an earth mage. "Soldiers who have the courage can go with him and take the enemy general's head," ordered Feng. The Ataman and the boogeyman cheerfully responded. Luo Spai lifted many heavy stones into the air, thinking that it would help him. But he managed to build a springboard to climb the embankment to the wall. "They really do have a man in the clan who can control the earth, so he must be the one who digs subways, diggings, and builds bridges," Feng concluded. "Capture the fortress, kill everyone, eat everyone, no matter what the sequence," Luo Spai ordered the mountain goats. But his bearded advance was halted by Fayan, who stepped forward to meet him. While they were fighting, other warriors of the goat tribe jumped the embankment outside the walls of the fortress. "Raise the naked on the spades. This is the first time I've seen such a thing," said Feng. "I will repeat these words on his grave," said the opponent in response. "If he has it," he added, intercepting his dagger otherwise. "How arrogant," Feng replied. He easily knocked Luo Spai's dagger out of his hands. "If you talk so much, you won't notice how you'll be left without pants." Feng wounded his opponent. He swung to finish his foe, but he bounced aside with a deft movement. Feng thrust his sword into the embankment with force, and it cracked apart. He guessed they would attack suddenly, so he organized a shelter for the soldiers, Feng told him. "Now that they've climbed the walls, the path doesn't even think about coming down," Feng said. "Monsters that can fly won't be without gifts either," he said. And as long as he didn't fall a fortress here, Feng assumed a pathos hero pose. In that case, it would be better if he destroyed it. The leader of the mountain goats braved and clenched his fists. FAs, eat served poisonous millipede, ordered Lo Spai, and summoned Shai Hulud's daughter. A huge arthropod-like creature leapt out of the ground, grabbed Feng, and drilled underground with him. "His many feet are known for their poison. He would completely dissolve into it," the mountain goat rejoiced. But the millipede had risen from the ground and was shaking all over from indigestion. Then, right in front of Luo Spai's eyes, the millipede's hard outer shell burst. "This pathetic pet, not even in the realm of emptiness," Feng said, once again adopting a pathos pose. "He miraculously didn't get dirty." "He can really kill his pet," wondered the mountain goat, though he himself had seen it all with his own eyes. Their conversation was interrupted by hurricane-force gusts of wind, and they turned around. "Sorry I'm late," said O'Flax. "His team was defeated." "It's not too late to help, and together we will win," said Luo Spai. He hoped to still win. The Olenya bird flapped its wings, and sharp feathers flew at Feng. He wouldn't be able to withstand a meeting with 2 mountain goat captains, Luo Spai stated, as if it was a matter of numbers. He grabbed his shiv again and headed toward Feng. But suddenly, Feng lost his strength and fell to his knees as if he had been struck by something. "I'll take the head as a trophy and put it at home for decoration," Luo Spai said, as he pressed the knife against Feng's throat. But his dreams melted away in a blur, as did Feng's doppelganger, as Luo Spai was so horrified. "How interesting is it to fight with a residual image?" Feng asked him, appearing behind him. There he was caught, alerted to the surprise attack by the noble barbarian. But Feng caught the arrow on the fly, a centimeter away from Luo Spai's face. He threw an arrow back flying. "Oh, Lanyu, such gifts are not accepted," Feng said. "How is that possible?" wondered Oflax, having been wounded in the chest. Finally distracted, Lo Spy realized and rushed in with a shiv from the back. "Look for moles!" Feng managed to catch him and drilled his muzzle into the ground. "He's just very weak," Feng told him mockingly. "Moles found?" he asked. "Is this guy so strong?" reached Olenya, who crouched on the ground. They had failed, the commanders realized. All the walls were carpeted with enemies. The wind band was completely defeated, looking Oflax up into the sky. "We need to leave now," he said, and jumped back on his blue eagle. Feng stopped teaching Luo Spy about life and looked at the second mountain goat commander who was about to run away. He jumped up and quickly approached the wounded fugitive. With one swing of his sword, he cut up the blue chicken, depriving the pet Olenya. Then, using teleportation, found himself on top of the falling eagle. He landed on a dead chicken, which cushioned his fall, and Oflax just flopped down next to him. "The battle is over. Their group has been utterly defeated," he rambled. Their troops defeated with heavy losses at the mountain goats, Shahrazada ran up to him. "Find the 2 mountain goats of the Void Realm, and then bring them to justice." A shadow flashed behind Feng's back as someone landed. "I didn't notice him right away," Feng thought as he looked at the bearded old man. He pulled his hand, and a purple light burst out from Olen's body as if his soul had been taken away. "Killed him so he wouldn't say too much," Feng thought. What a sneaky ally they had. The old man studied his steel manicured fingers and flicked them. Chirik ordered Feng to appear his devil pet, and it immediately released its tentacles. The old man's energy struck into the vine's protective lattice that covered Luo Spy. Able to block his attack. "What an amazing talent," the old man said. "Protect the commander, piss on the mountain goats," shouted the border guards that broke out of the fortress. Killing him, they quickly surrounded the old man and bristled at him with a row of spears. "Consider them lucky today," the old man said, and a mist appeared at his feet. He quickly went underground, noticed everyone. Really looking for moles, wondered Feng. "Keep fighting. Not only their fortress, but the entire country will be destroyed in the future," he promised ominously. After successfully repelling the attack, Feng began to interrogate the noble captive. He really saved him, and even used precious candles, Luo Speth marveled. "Because that old man wanted to kill him to silence him," said Feng. "Now let him prove his worth." "That old man with the striped beard from the Void Realm, is he the true head of the Mountain Goat Clan?" Feng asked. Who would have thought that this great leader, to whom they had entrusted the country, would regard them as pawns? If so, he would tell everything, Lospeth said guiltily. "He is Cal Dun of the Celestial Temple and their official ally," Lospeth told him. From the beginning, he had shown friendliness in helping them advance into the Void Realm. "His own power is even more unfathomable," Lospeth said fearfully. Their clan was becoming more and more dependent on Cal Dun, but by the time they realized it, they no longer dared to disobey him. He excused himself. Heavenly Temple, Feng remembered in his past life, it was as important as the Moon Palace. The Celestial Temple is considered the best in every aspect. Their inner secrets are rumored to be even more terrifying. Thus, it all adds up. The Heavenly Temple cultivated mountain goats as a battering ram to attack the country, Feng pondered. Their ultimate goal is to overthrow the emperor and install their puppet dynasty, Feng realized. Since he was so disappointed with this honorable man, why not make a deal, Feng suggested. They failed, panicked the high chief of the mountain goats. "These things happen," Cal Dun replied. "If he was allowed, he would have already taken over the fortress," Luo Huang spoke. "That's the name. Good, this time he will lead the group." "Failure is unacceptable," said Kaldong. "Be sure to bring Feng's head," promised the warrior. The next day, all the warriors gathered for a march that would finish off the mountain goats in a counterattack. Led by the defector Lospeth, they quickly made their way over the mountains by the proper route. By noon, they had reached mountain goat territory. "Avenge the fallen! Kill them all!" shouted the riders on eagles, and rushed into close combat instead of fighting from a great height. "The enemies are attacking. This is their last battle. Whoever scores the most frags will receive a generous reward," pushed Feng's speech before the battle. "It's time to turn the commander into a poor man. Follow the commander until death," the soldiers shouted. "Attack!" Feng commanded, and they attacked the mountain goat positions from the hill. When Feng saw a bright flash of a volley in the distance, then a rumbling sound reached them. From another mountain, a shell launched from a mountain goat mortar flew at Feng's advancing troops. The huge orb shattered the orders of Feng's army with one of its landings. And then a billowing fire butterfly unfolded from it. "Where is the one called Feng?" Luo Huang shouted. "Come out for a fair fight and fight," he urged Feng. Another fool, he realized. Otherwise, he would burn all the soldiers under him. Luo Huang made a strange promise, for he would have done it anyway. The butterfly raised fiery tornadoes. They quickly burned up the oxygen, and the warriors began to fall from suffocation. "The smell of napalm in the morning is just what is needed," Luo Huan exulted. "It's noon, cretin. If you want to die so badly, I'm ready to help," said Feng, appearing behind the chief's back. Lushpai's sword split the air and hit the ground. Luo Huang dodged the sudden attack. He jumped forward, did a somersault, and landed behind Feng. "He's finally here, Feng," the leaping mountain goat leader shouted to him. Feng became worried. "Today he will use it for fertilizer to fill this barren land," the Highlander said. "He Don Juan is the most powerful among the 4 chiefs," he spoke, and a flaming sword appeared in his hand. "Feel the difference between the two," he shouted through the howling flames. Forming the flaming sword to the end, Luo Huang rushed in bayoneting. He was furiously piling on a multitude of punches, and Feng could barely keep up with his speed. "This sword is too hot," Feng noticed. "It's like fighting in a steam room, as only the bearer himself is holding on," he thought. "Ordinary weapons fall apart after a couple of strikes, while his sword holds on, but will change owners after the battle," Luo Huang said. "How much longer are you going to talk?" asked Feng, applying a shadow step, and appeared behind his opponent's back. But what he chopped down turned out to be Luo Huang's fiery double fool. It was an illusion. "Accept purification by fire," Luo Huang shouted. His doppelganger gathered a tremendous amount of energy. Feng realized that it was about to get hot. There was a monstrous explosion, and a pillar of fire devoured the place where Feng was standing. "Anyone who meets his demonic fire will turn to ashes," gloated Luo Huang, when he had a sudden stabbing in his side and in the 5th meridian. "Who dared attack him sneakily from behind?" he asked, though he had done so himself. "Thought I would become a charred corpse? Sorry to disappoint, because he has story armor and cheats," Feng said. "Who plays like that? What's the fun?" asked the mountain goat desperately. "It's hard for people without alchemists to understand what a fire protection pill is," Feng asked. He had pills for all occasions. Okay, he had awakened his fighting spirit as the leader of all the warriors. He must perform honorably, braved the wounded Luo Huang. "Still didn't understand the strength of the protagonist's cheats?" asked his Feng, appearing right in front of his opponent. "He is not worthy to fight him," said Feng, and swung his sword, emitting an aura so that his strike shattered even the fire butterfly. That was the end of the hasty fight, the disemboweled leader of the mountain goats falling ignominiously into the mud. Feng assumed a beautifully pathos pose over the defeated enemy so that the regimental cartographer, the regimental artist, would have time to sketch the victory. Killed in a few blows, is Feng really that strong, thought Kaldong, though this wasn't the first time he had watched the mountain goat's exertions. Doing everything himself again, Kaldun got angry and scrambled his iron claws. "Accept your fate, boy," Kaldun said, and attacked from Feng's back. But Feng was ready for anything. He had managed to pump up his target detection and therefore deftly repelled the old man's claws. "What's not sitting still?" shouted Old Man Feng as he flew off to the side. The old man caught his manicure on the ground, and that's how he was able to slow down. Dare to spoil all the plans, make them die and turn them to ashes, Kaldun spat spittle and threatened death. Died to his palace's secret technique, Kalduni spoke and fired a volley of unguided fireballs at a target resistant to fire. Cheek Chirik popped out of Feng's pet pocket, determined to protect his master. Liana had instantly grown an entire wall in front of Feng, and the latter is safely defending himself from the unguided projectiles. What kind of monster surprised the old man, although he was scouting? But apparently senile sclerosis made itself known. And it's a secret technique of his palace. "It's not that scary, except for grilling kebabs outdoors," Feng said mockingly. "He is the Honorable Kaldun, who opened and expanded the Heavenly Palace area. Show respect," he said, and loaded another bag of shells. "Prepare to act Chirik," Feng said, and while Kaldun cast the spell, a liana sprouted behind his back. Chirik wrapped the defenseless old man in slings and prevented him from completing the cast. "What to write on his tombstone?" Feng asked the grizzled old man. "He forced him to go to extreme measures and use a secret weapon," Kaldun said. He tensed as if from a constipation, and blue energy arrows shot out of him. The blue energy picked up the 3 daggers on Kaldun's belt and threw them with tremendous force at Feng. The forest of spades grew 2 seconds in front of Feng to protect him from the sudden attack. But the daggers proved sharper than the strength of the vines and split them open. But now they had lost some of their speed, and Feng was following them well with his gaze. Feng's face lit up with a ghostly light as the dagger flew close to him. He didn't expect to be forced to use the last resort, the old man spoke as he soared above the ground. But since he had resorted to this move, that was the end of it. He brought his throwing projectiles back to him and cleaved all the vines that held him. Those flying knives are his main trump card. Thanks for the information. Now there is no need to fear anything else, Feng said. The strongest man in the void realm among the mountain goats, all thanks to the gift of his palace, Kaldong spoke. The spirits of the fallen appeared beside him. He is a true level 2 void realm wielder, shouted Kaldong. And then Feng realized that his grandfather was being carried away. He really can't be compared to Luo Huan and the others, but with the Lushpai sword in his hands, he's confident that he can fight Kaldon, Feng pondered. These swords are the result of being tempered by many masters and beasts, and Feng's body is only filled with demonic energy, Kaldong said. Because it can't take it, they said, and finally attacked with their flying knives. With one swing, Feng simply destroyed all 3 knives, shattering them like ice cubes. Let's play. Who is better than Kaldun or the main character's cheats? Feng asked. The protagonist horrified the old man, and that sword, impossibly he thought. To the old marismatic's credit, he was quick to realize it was time to slap on the slippers. You said it was the end, Feng shouted after the fleeing pensioner. Hop, hop, and in the ladies, said Feng, rubbing the hapless pensioner with no respect. How is it possible? The mountain goats fainted upon realizing they had been completely defeated. The captain is the strongest, rejoiced Feng's squad for fighting on the right side of history. With the death of Kaldun, the mountain goats lost all hope and laid down their arms. According to the separate treaty, the mountain goat clan would be protected by the kin from the imperial family. In return, they must faithfully serve the kin family as vassals. Here are the items of the Honorable Kaldun, the barbarian leader showed. Lushpai style, Feng read the title of the book. It is the wielding technique of his sword, Lushpai. How fortunate, thought Feng, everything matched. No wonder Kaldong recognized the sword. They had been lugging around the instructions for the sword that had been at the bottom of the well for 1,000 years, Feng thought. But unfortunately, this is only a fragment. In the future, one must make a trip to the Heavenly Palace, Feng realized. After news of the defeat of the mountain goats and the concluded peace reached the capital, Feng was called in to report. The mountain goats will go to the Cloud City. After burying the fallen and subduing the rampaging, the border guards swore their loyalty to Ataman Feng. This is a great achievement, Lord, worthy of high rewards, said the bogeyman. If the Emperor doesn't interfere with them, it's already a reward, replied Feng. At last we're back. It's already a painful meridian to sit on a horse from the border, Feng complained when he arrived in the capital. The Emperor wants to know the details of the campaign, he ordered. How did he defeat the mountain goats? Asked the cowardly Emperor. He had heard that there was a particularly strong void realm man among the mountain goats, said the Emperor. The void mountain goat realm was created by the Honorable Kaldun from the Heavenly Palace who gave them his candles, Feng reported. But the combat strength is none. A Heavenly Palace, a supreme power beyond the wastelands that was not inferior to the powers of the immortal Moon Palace, the Emperor was horrified. One could break through to the void realm with pills. The Heavenly Palace was preparing measures against them, the officials whispered. That's right, Feng said. They would invade their land and pretty soon. Karaul raised panic, fed up eunuchs and officials. What to do? Will he be able to resist in such a state? Gentlemen, the moment has come to unite wholeheartedly around the Emperor suggested. With the strength of all families, the Moon Palace should be supported against the Heavenly Palace, said the Emperor, and shook his fist. Everyone working instead of the Emperor again, the heads of the 5 families resented. Support, Feng frowned. The Moon Palace belongs to the Emperor. Under the pretext of threat, he just wants to absorb the rest of the great clans. The Emperor then demanded dozens of precious herbs from the Qin family. Thanking the Qin family for their cooperation, the third prince smiled caustically. The Qin family got a good herb harvest, so such a tax is within their means. But for other families, this burden will be heavy, Feng thought. A few days later, Gunya met the third prince at her family's residence. The equipment that the Emperor's house demanded has already been created, he asked. Their progress is troubling, and father has sent him to inspect it. Tempering weapons is a craft process. 9 women can't give birth in a month. They need a delay, the clan head said. Supporting the Emperor in this difficult time are the top priorities for the country's defense. If they don't meet the deadline, spoke the insolent prince. The Gun family could be taken into custody for treason against the motherland. At this, the self-satisfied weakling and insolent man went home laughing. What's the big deal? They just want to rip them off. Gunya was angry. Their house is also cruel to their house. Bai was surprised to hear Gunya's story. The girl was still furious at such injustice. No, Feng said. If they didn't have the strength, they wouldn't have pressured the four clans so obviously, so he had made a breakthrough. Overcame the limit. What does that mean? Feng was asked by his young comrades. Previously, the emperor had been weaving intrigues and pitting them against each other, but now he was openly challenging all four great clans. Perhaps he became the first void realm power in the empire, Feng said, and his friends were horrified at such news. If they don't submit to the increasingly stringent demands, he will simply devour the families and their holdings one by one. If they don't obey the emperor, they will face doom and decay. Gunya was angry. The Qin family definitely won't be able to withstand this kind of pressure. They must have a plan on how to deal with it, Gunya asked. He actually has a plan. Since the emperor is so ruthless and cruel, he has already forfeited his right to the heavenly mandate, and it's time to relinquish the throne. Late at night, Feng invited Shahrazada into the gazebo to drink tea, to talk. This journey is extremely dangerous. Will she be able to manage alone? Feng asked her. The emperor is strong. You can't do without Feng in the capital, she replied. The first phase of the plan she will execute perfectly. Expect good news, said Shahrazada, and jumped into the lake. I guess it's not fate to walk along the path, Feng thought, looking after the beautiful girl. Qin Feng's plan that has been brewing for a long time is starting now. The next day, Feng was summoned to the palace, the emperor asking him what he knew about the attack on the Moon Palace where the sacred ground was destroyed. It really happened. And who did it? Feng asked the emperor. Since he is an outstanding alchemist and expert in herb cultivation, let him go there and restore the sacred ground, the emperor ordered. But Feng politely refused, citing that he had already paid the tax with herbs and the clan didn't have the resources to help the emperor, for which he respectfully apologized. The spiritual place in the immortal Moon Palace is a treasure reservoir. It must be restored first, the emperor demanded. And he believes Feng can handle it, the emperor said, and while they're at it, they can skip the candle tax. If he agrees, then maybe the emperor will give him rewards. For his services, he spoke, placing a hand on Feng's shoulder. If he says so, then Feng can't refuse, agreed. Feng waited until it came to the reward. After negotiating with the emperor, he immediately gathered his gang and set off. Brother Qin has gone. They should start preparing as well, said Gunya to Bayu. After a few days of traveling, Feng's squad reached the Moon Palace. There he sat down at a table and ate some goodies while the white-haired concubine gave him a massage. It's good to be the main character, thought Feng. Fu Hunya, that name. The new head of the Moon Palace came out to him. She was walking on the water instead of walking on the road like normal people. Low bow and other ceremonies, the head of the palace greeted him. Let's not waste time on empty pleasantries, said Feng. Let him be taken to a spiritual place to recover. The criminal used special oil to destroy the grasses and earth, said Feng Holmes. The main thing is not to go out on himself in the investigation, he thought. It was done by the daughter of the past head of the palace, Shahrazada, Fu Hunya said. Her mother had betrayed them in the past, but she had kept them alive, and this was how she was repaid. Fu Hunya was angry. Don't worry, master. He will take care of rebuilding the palace, said Feng. Previously, they had turned to the great masters of alchemy, but all of them were powerless in this. Did he really have a way? She asked. However, recovery is not an easy task requiring the chapter to prepare something, Feng said. The twin servants brought him a silver stove and herbs from the stockpile. Feng lit the fire and began to prepare the herbs. Those came off the trays. To counteract the residue of fire poison in the ground, menthol effect herb will be very useful. Feng spun the herb into a ball, adding an element of ice and menthol to it. It made a nice, refreshing cocktail. Using materials with the element of ice, the alchemists that did so before him froze to death during the process, marveled Fu Hunya. Feng sent the cocktail into the cauldron to stir properly. Done, said he, thus preparing a candle of ice capable of extinguishing the fire poison. Feng plunged the candle into the ground, and waves of power traveled through it. That strange odor disappeared. The temperature of the soil also dropped. The harem girls began to frolic in the green meadow. The most experienced alchemist in the country, Fu Hunya, blushed and wondered whether to take a place in the harem. This is only the first step, Feng said, and asked for help in the next few days. She had already made a bed for him. That is housing, answered she. Have you learned anything in the last few days? Feng asked, without looking while reading the book. As he had guessed, the emperor, fearing an attack on the capital, had moved everything of value to the Moon Palace, Shahrazadi said. There are many warriors here that undergo stealth training. This is his trump card in the fight, said Feng. All right, let's get to the bottom of this and figure it out, Feng said, slamming the book shut. For the next few days, Feng drank tea in the clearing and had fun with the girls. This is her head disciple. He can dispose of her as he wishes, to his complete satisfaction, Fu Hunya said, introducing the disciple. Feng appreciated her natural talents and considered where he could apply the young one, but changed his mind. Miss Fu, if she wants to kick them out the door, then we should just leave. The girls leave, Feng told them, and the concubines obediently nodded. What happened, master? Did she do something wrong? Fu Han asked. Oh, perhaps madam doesn't know that Lin Shuan has already revoked the entrance to the main character's harem, said Feng. Really? Fu Hunya marveled and looked sternly at his disciple, who looked down in embarrassment. Mr. Feng, in the past she was blind and unreasonable. Hope for forgiveness fell a girl in the knee elbow. A broken mirror is difficult to repair. It is not in his power to change fate. Further, they are on their own here, Feng said, and walked away pathos with the girls on either side. As the head she apologizes, and will give him some of the spiritual land and something else at night if he wants, Fu Hunya said. Well, he will do his best for the sake of the palace and the emperor, do his best, quickly changed Feng's mind. A few more days passed and he enjoyed tea with his concubines while his ex worked up a sweat. Things were getting better. Feng then began to prepare to take over the entire Moon Palace. He will take command and blockade the palace. Not a fly will fly out of here, said the bogeyman. They will take control of the alchemy room and the back rooms, Shura said. The warriors secretly trained here are all mid-level. She only needs to lead one team to kill them, Shahrazadi said. Since the emperor wants to use chaos to take over the four families, he will sow the wind himself and reap the storm, Feng said gloatingly and laughed in front of everyone. A fire started in the palace. Fu Hun's head jumped out to intercept. She thought Shahrazada had struck again. But in the glade of holy herbs, there was only one Feng standing near the fire. Where is it burning? She asked Feng, and if he had seen Shahrazada. He just lit the fire to get her attention, Feng replied calmly. What does he mean blushed? Fu Hunya thought the wrong thing. Hasn't she realized yet that Shahrazada works in his harem as the eldest wife? Feng asked the head. So he was the one who ordered the burning of the spirit lands, she asked in horror. But why? If he didn't, how else would the emperor send him here, and Feng would be able to figure it all out, he replied. Dirty traitor from the Qin clan, do you think you can succeed? She bared her sword and attacked Feng. Drop these games, Feng said, and quickly disarmed the palace's chief herbalist. She flew away from the light blow, dropping her sword and raising a cloud of dust. How dare he? He knows who she is, squeaked Fu Hunya. The emperor wants to make her the next warrior of the Void Realm, right? He asked. He must realize that if anything happens to her, the emperor will execute him. Fu Hunya threatened without understanding the situation. His goal is to completely destroy the emperor's power. Today it's her. Tomorrow it's his turn, said Feng, decapitating the useless herbalist. Very sorry, sir, but the ex ran away. The burly man apologized, though he promised to keep everyone busy. Feng smelled a conspiracy. No trouble answered. Even if escaped their plans, it won't hurt. Let's go to the capital, he said. Finally, he helped her to regain this place. In the future, she will take the place of the head of the palace, Feng said, and Shahrazada blushed. Come to her bedroom at night. She'll thank him properly, Shahrazada whispered in Feng's ear. Finally, she's in the capital, and Qin Feng will pay in blood. The exhausted and worn-out ex has returned to the Forbidden City. When she felt the cold steel on the back of her neck and the creak of the bowstring being drawn. Standing afraid, Gunya stopped her, holding the arrow up to the very eye to be sure not to miss. Late at night, Feng and his squad returned to their location in the capital. Waiting for a long time, asked, Now we can proceed to the next stage, said Feng, stepping inside. But before they begin, what to do with the prisoner? Gunya asked. Their three great families had already isolated the capital. Did she really think she could break free from his grip? Feng asked the former. I'll do whatever you want, whenever you want, faithfully, the ex swore to Feng. It's too late to drink borjomi when love has withered, Feng said. He'll never forget what she did. Cross the river and do what you want with it, Feng told the boogeyman. He was incredibly cruel to his enemies, even if he was female. What did the emperor's clan do while he was gone? Feng asked them. Nothing, replied Gunya. Maybe he's still waiting for a chance. In that case, how about catching him off guard with his pants down? Feng suggested, and asked them if they were ready. Bai and Gun's fighting force was ready to move out, they reported. Then let's go and overthrow Emperor Nafanya from the throne, said Feng. What is going on? This restless and disturbing feeling? The emperor pondered as he wrote his memoirs. The Bai and Gun families joined together to attack the palace. Servants reported to the emperor. They must be out of their minds, the emperor said, and headed for the exit. He's the one who's crazy enough to milk them like cows, Feng said from the palace roof and threw a text message to the emperor. Lushpai's sword stabbed into the ground not far from the emperor. He almost hit him. They looked at each other in pompous poses, at each other as if probing. How presumptuous, the Qin family are really all traitors and rebels, said the emperor angrily. Tonight he will destroy the Qin family, the emperor said, and went on the attack. He swung his sword, and Feng dodged simply by tilting his body back. Feng used this movement to deftly slap the emperor in the face with a slipper. No respect for his elders, the emperor thought as he flew backwards into the palace wall. He was beaten by a person a level below, a really weak emperor, Feng said. He has ascended to the void realm. He cannot lose to a weakling and a traitor, the emperor said loudly. Now he's going to show him a weapon that can only be wielded by a master of the void. Come to him and help him punish the traitors of the country, the sword of Chunga Chunga, said the emperor, and a blade appeared in his hand. The emperor struck with his sword like a paddle. Feng defended himself by setting up a block with Lushpai and rested his hand on his sword. Void realm, weapons for the defense of the country. Are these all trumps, or will there still be? Feng asked the opponent. You can't insult a protective artifact, shouted the emperor, and swung Chunga Chunga. What happened? The great emperor is so weak. Feng scoffed and kicked his opponent again, this time in the stomach. The emperor was breathing hard from missing after knocking down a couple walls. Is he still hoping to wait for reinforcements? No one else would come to the emperor's aid, Feng said. His men had meanwhile captured the emperor's guards. That's nonsense, the emperor said, and pounced on Feng swinging his sword. It's over, said Feng. He slid past the emperor and kicked him again. He flew backwards for the third time and blew half the palace apart with his body. He had already put on the demonic armor made from the bones of a great demon. The demonic demon armor is on him. Who can kill him? The emperor boasted. For example, whoever killed this demon so that armor could be made from it, Feng suggested in response. Besides, the demon could be resurrected. Nonsense, the emperor said. There was no way the demon would take possession of his body, he shouted to Feng. Rather than being destroyed by traitors, he'd rather take his chances and take matters into his own hands, the emperor said, and a fiery aura surrounded him. He swung his sword, and a huge demonic aura filled the entire area. In short, the emperor used Susanoo and attacked Feng with ghost armor. A tremendous force pressed Feng into the ground, so that the ground cracked beneath them and sagged deeply. He can feel it, power boiling in his body. Killing him is so easy, screamed the emperor, who had become mutated. True, it's a pity that demonization, while adding strength, takes away brains, Feng replied. Long creeping vines of chirp emerged from the ground. He doesn't think he can catch him so easily, it's not fair, the emperor said. Wait, now he will show him. When he gets full power, everyone will die, shouted the emperor who grew horns. They have been in confrontation with demons since ancient times to this day, Feng said. Go to the next world to think about your behavior, he told the emperor. While he is still human, Feng added, and a wave of coldness hit the emperor, it snowed in the palace. Everything in the palace became quiet, so Feng won, Bai said. It's already obvious he should have won, catching snowflakes, Gunya said. He knows Feng is using Lushpai, said the emperor, barely breathing. He has the second part of the instructions to Lushpai's sword. If he keeps their family together, the emperor will share it, he bargained. Clearly sighed Feng. Thanks for the hint. I'll find everything myself later, he said. The emperor broke the law for many years, was greedy, avaricious, sold out to demons like a miserable coward, lost his mandate, and was beheaded by Feng, chronicled. After that, a merry purge began in the Ye and Situ clans, leaving only women and children who posed no threat. Feng himself could have claimed the throne, but he refused, citing that he had training to do, and passed the title to his elders. So the head of Qin ascended the throne, changed the name of the country to Qin, and made oaths and sacrifices as the founder of the country. The three remaining families united, dividing the property of the defeated. A few months after the fall of the former emperor, Feng was playing Go with Shahrazada. Things are settled in the Moon Palace? Feng asked. Yes, Shahrazada nodded, contemplating her move. Now that things have settled down at the borders too, they have reached the 5th level of Master. Time to look into the distance, Feng said. He has already figured out how to counter the Heavenly Palace, she asked. First help the mountain goats build a city at their borders, Feng said. This city would become Qin's springboard against the Heavenly Palace. Besides, they can't sit idly by. He creates a sect specializing in countering the Heavenly Palace. Feng made a move. Already, Shahrazadi wondered, he had been preparing for a long time, but he won't be the sect leader, Feng replied. She would now be the leader of the heaven-shattering sect so that no one would guess, dumbfounded by the title Shahrazada Feng. and then went to the desert between the Qin Empire and the Win Empire. The Heavenly Palace had branches in many states, so he first went to the Win Empire to gather information. Such a weak empire only exists because their emperor is a puppet of the Heavenly Palace, Feng pondered as he traveled. He is so weak and wants to take revenge on the Heavenly Palace, heard Feng shouting, "What kind of fool?" Hearing of the palace, he quickly hid behind a rock, creeping closer. Two were beating a third on the ground. He could do nothing. "Idiots who don't know their own strength should die," said the malefactor, threatening the defeated man. "They said that from the Heavenly Palace?" Feng asked, and threw his knife at the warrior's sword. "Who dares?" asked the palace mutt, rubbing his bruised arm. The stranger decided to be a hero. The self-righteous dumbasses burrowed in. "Run fast. These are some of the best Heavenly Palace masters they are at the 9th master stage," warned the recumbent. "Can't even hold a sword firmly in his hand. How can he be a master?" Feng scoffed. "Dares to neglect the Heavenly Palace. Let's see what color his intestines are," gave in to the master's provocation. "Do you want to see his strength?" Feng asked. He was between them in a flash and threw 2 punches. "The entrance fee is life." For such a performance, he inserted a pathos phrase returning the sword to its scabbard. "Friend, can you tell me the way? It's his first time here," Feng asked the rescued kid. "So there are many people like him that have lost their home, lands, sect, for the Heavenly Palace?" asked Feng. "In that case, he has a good place to look in there," Feng said. "Anyone who hates the palace can help. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, classic," thought Feng. He must find a way to attract these people, he pondered as he crossed the desert. The border point of the Win Empire, if he wants to attract talents, he needs to do a proper PR campaign first, Feng thought. Time to build a reputation? Write a couple of heroic pamphlets and paintings about himself, he smiled. Luckily, the man he saved gave him a token, and Feng was able to enter the city without any problems and strolled through its streets. He also said that there are resistance organizations to the palace in the border towns, and with a token, you can get help. But where would he find that organization himself, he thought, as he heard the shouting, "Get out of the way. Open your eyes and ears. This is the end of those who rebel against the emperor and the will of the Heavenly Palace," shouted the herald as he led the prisoner. They chained the warrior together and put him in a wooden cage. "How unexpected the current prince was still arrested," people whispered. "The current emperor is just a mutt of the Heavenly Palace," they hissed. "So this prince belongs to the resistance," Feng thought. How fortunate for them to meet. He had been following the wagon with the prisoner all day, and he understood the affairs of the Vin Empire more and more. The previous emperor had a policy of sovereignty, so he had a democratic revolt. His cause was continued by the prince. But he too failed in this struggle against the Heavenly Palace and was captured. And presently, the prince was being transported to the capital for public execution, under a criminally small escort. Lun Tik, that was the crown prince's name, hadn't eaten or drank in days, walking under himself, smelling accordingly. "Foolish prince," laughed the drunken guards at him. "Wanted to resist the palace, now here he is," they shouted. "The prince is a 9th-level master. Will he suddenly break free and run away?" asked one of the guards. "Fool!" "He sat down a candle from the Heavenly Palace," replied another. "He's a common man now," kicked in the prince's face by a drunken guard. "Now you can torture him as much as you like. You can even cut off his arm," they laughed. "The main thing is not to kill him." But suddenly, all the guards at the post had a stabbing in their side and fell down. "Just adding some poison on the throwing knife," Feng explained. "Then name friend or foe?" the prince asked worriedly. "Of course he's a friend," Feng said. "But what is he doing?" the prince asked, as Feng took his hand and gestured for silence. "The principle of the pill that he was given is clear," said Feng, feeling Prince Lun Tai's pulse. "He's an alchemist. What will he do?" The prince was curious. "An antidote," Feng replied. "This alchemist can do alchemy with his bare hands," wondered the prince as he watched Feng. "It's useless, because the pill he took was made by a high-class alchemist," the prince said. "He wouldn't be able to." He didn't finish, so at that moment, a candle popped out of the handpot. "The diarrhea candle is ready," Feng said, and inserted it into the prince, who couldn't even say a word. "Bitter what he fed him," coughed the prince. "Let's see how good he is," said Feng. His cultivation recovered, sensed the prince coming. He was so easily helped, surprised the heir. "But why is it that although his cultivation has returned, he still looks like an ordinary person?" the prince asked. "This is just a little extra effect. Doesn't Brother Lun Tik want to give the Heavenly Palace a surprise?" Feng asked. The next day, everyone in the capital gathered to watch the execution of the rightful heir to the throne. The young emperor puppet smiled like a dummy. "Good thing they helped him deal with the brigands," he said. "No problem. Once we finish off the remnants of the dynasty, "I can look for Big Brother," said the Emperor's mentor from the palace. "His older brother is the Honorable Kaldong," asked the young goon on the throne. "They were responsible for Heavenly Palace expansion," said the mentor. "He traveled into the Forbidden Desert alone and ended up missing, clinking his tea glass. Mentor. Searching for the Honorable Kaldun, the duty of the Win Empire, it will cover all the expenses," said the young goon. "Let the execution start sooner," suggested he. Prince and other men of the resistance led to the scaffold. "This is the end. At least we will die together with the prince without regret," the warriors said. Lun Tik rebelled against the emperor, and the heavenly palace, his long sentence was read, and the executioner drew his sword over his head. "He deserved tens of thousands of deaths, and therefore he will be executed," the executioner shouted. But at that moment, the launched blade destroyed his sword. "What's the matter?" the young and foolish emperor and his mentor were agitated about. Feng landed on top of the two guards and returned his sword as if it was tied on a rubber band. "If it's a court of law, there should be a defense attorney," Feng said, "because that's why he'll intervene." "How dare he interfere? Don't overestimate your strength," shouted the goon guards, and hurriedly died. Good Lord Feng was quick to fulfill the will of the foolish people, for he is kind and caring. The execution site, as easy to get to as the vegetable market, was threatened by the young goon on the throne, Feng. Mr. whispered. "The young dummy emperor, and what to do next? Catch and interrogate," ordered his mentor. He dispatched another batch of goofy guards, just for slaughter after a couple of pathos-laden villainous phrases. But at that instant, the captive prince broke his chains and began to rise from his knees. "Whose land do they think this is?" said Lun Tai, and knocked out the first twin guardian. "Hadn't he been given a candle of chronic diarrhea? Why is he okay?" the guards fretted. "That useless candle, let them stick it anywhere." The prince angrily grabbed another guard. Cao Dong and his brother Budong are on the second level of the Void Realm, learned Feng from the prince. Then he will deal with him himself, he promised. "Isn't it true that even if you combine alchemy and martial arts, you can't defeat a Void Master so easily?" the prince said then. "Odni is already ready. He took care of him," replied Feng. "Since so, he will hold back the others," promised the prince. The prince fulfilled his promise by scattering the clueless guards. "The future of the Win Empire is in his hands," shouted the young prince to Feng. Mentor save, the goon on the throne quickly hid under his patron's robe. "An ant should not look down on a lion," Mentor Budun said. He drew his sword and swung it with a beautiful light effect. "He is incapable of fighting against it," said Budong, and cut off with his sword a part of the stand that fell on Feng. "The babble of a pensioner falling into marasmus," Feng replied by chopping the podium in half. "This is the end," Feng showed the old man his sword as he jumped closer. "Clown," Budong said, and pointed his finger at Feng, a red light pouring out of his finger. "This is a very powerful and very secret technique of the Heavenly Palace," Prince Lun Tik remarked. Brother Feng was not hurt, he worried. But Feng jumped following he was unhurt by the blast of red ki. The sword blocked his secret technique. "It can't be a coincidence," thought Budong. He launched another wave of red ki, this time more than the previous one. Feng let loose a wave of cold ki from his sword and wounded Budong. "Lush pie style, heard about it from the Honorable Kaldun," said Budun. "That's right," confirmed his guesses Feng. "He killed Kaldun," he said, as he soared through the sky. "Impossible. He is only in the Master Realm. How could he defeat the Void Master?" shouted Budong. "Kaldong did not think so before he died," said Feng, and swung his sword. "The same fate awaits him," he promised Budong. "Damn you, I'll destroy you," mumbled Budun. "The same thing all villains do before they die." "His secret technique is not so secret anymore," Feng told the retiree. He struck at Budong with a swordless spy with demonic ki, and the old man flew off into the palace wall like a cork out of a bottle. Anything to say in the aftermath, Feng asked, and brought the Lushpai sword over Budong. "He's the one who made him take the blood-eating pill," the old man said. "How many people is he special to?" Feng thought. The old man bit down on the candle and let out bloody ki from every crevice. "This candle is destroying his body and blood," Feng realized after assessing the consequences. Budun entered the 4th level of the Void Realm with a heavy hangover. "How's he like the power of a level 4 Void?" scoffed the old sclerotic man. He did get up quickly, but his body was close to death now, Feng noticed. He could probably just wait and win like that, but decided it wasn't super heroic and went into battle before the enemy was weakened by his own potions, and legitimately ran into the counterattack of the enemy. Without the overpowering, he would not be the protagonist. "I've had enough of this freak," Bloody Budun shouted to him, and jumped in to finish Feng off, not knowing that he wasn't the only one with Phase 2. The old man swung his hand and clots of blood of enormous size flew at Feng. Why did he suddenly become so strong from behind the candle? Feng asked the old man. This is not an ordinary candle. If an untrained person takes it, his body will be affected, the master said. Only an honored artist like him is worthy of such strength. So much torment he has endured, shouted the old marismatic. So this is how it should be used, said Feng, and popped the pill into his mouth. A brilliant plan, thought the alchemist. When he stole it, Budun wondered, and checked his pockets. It didn't matter. He wouldn't dare eat it because he would just die. Budun didn't believe it. Enjoy your meal, crunch the bloody pill like a lollipop, Feng. This agony of pain is really close to death, said Feng, feeling his blood boil. Good thing he had long gotten used to it, Feng said, after reaching the first level of the Void Realm. What's going on, panicked Budun. He too had gotten the power of the pill. We need to kill him faster, thought Budong. But Feng was first. Too slow, said the hero with the cheats as he approached the old man. The master lost, horrified the dummy guards. How could he lose, they shouted. Mentor has fallen. Run, came shouts in the middle of the crater that was left in place of the palace. His master is one of the 3 powerful people in the Void Realm, Budong said, while Feng held him by the throat. But the devil in front of him didn't care who his patron was. He can't kill him, the old man whispered as Feng slowly squeezed his throat. Mediocrity, Feng resented when the old man thought of nothing cool before he died and disintegrated into shreds. These wheels from the Palace of Heaven could instantly put him on the brink of life and death and stimulate his inner strength. Moreover, they increase the level of development. This is a big trump card for him. Need to refine them in the future, Feng thought. The mentor is dead. We must flee, whimpered the feckless emperor on his throne. If he wants to live, we recommend that he cooperate with the investigation, Lung Tik told him. He usurped the throne and colluded with the heavenly palace. He deserves to die, the former emperor chided. Why let that worm live? Lun Tik asked. There are a couple questions for him, Feng said. Name the countries where the heavenly palace rules and the names of the masters if you want to live, asked Feng Dummy. For the next few months, they conducted a sweep in these countries where the celestial palace had settled. The 2 men had slaughtered all of the heavenly palace disciples in the distant lands, and also openly overthrew the puppets of the heavenly palace in those countries, returning sovereign governments loyal to the Qin. All cries for rescue and help on the part of the puppets were meaningless. It's too late to drink Borjomi when the revolution is in full swing. Land to the peasants, factories to the workers, Feng said. How dare he kill the ruler? The unlucky bodyguards belatedly twitched. He is the head of the Heaven Destruction sect that will destroy the heavenly palace, said Feng, not forgetting to conduct a PR campaign. They have orders to execute without talking when they meet him, so the goons rushed at him. But Feng quickly turned them into a salad, shredding them without leaving a chance. He seems to have gotten stronger again, Lun Tik noticed as he strangled another goon guard. After the battle with Budong, Feng got a level up and became stronger at the 8th level of the Master Realm. He swung quickly. Feng had destroyed more than 10 palace branches in different countries and had now sufficiently glorified his sect. Qin Feng walked in Lun Tik with a basket of ingredients. He could only find this by going through all the chests. A tree struck by lightning is rare, and here are 2 at once. Good luck. Is he going to create a pill like the Heavenly Palace? Asked Lun Tik. Not just create, but improve, Feng said. The side effects are too great, but they can be easily fixed. It seems that Feng's achievements in alchemy are comparable to all the achievements of the Heavenly Palace, remarked Lun Tik. By the way, this is for him. Threw the pill to Feng, his partner. He is at the 9th master level. If you accept the candy, you will ascend to the realm of emptiness, said Feng. He had once thought that emptiness was unattainable. I'll never forget. Lun Tik fell down. This is too much. Feng raised it after all. They have a common goal to destroy the Heavenly Palace. The pot boiled 2 more wheels for Feng and spit them out. It's time to take the next step, Feng said, taking the pill. Soon, Shahrazada and the boogeyman arrived in the Win Empire, as well as Feng having traveled through the desert. What to write? The former emperor asked, from Feng and Lun Tik. Venerable Budong went on a campaign against the Destruction sect and went missing. Need reinforcements, spelled Feng. Everything is ready, he asked Lun Tik. He nodded. They have prepared an ambush on the outskirts of the city. Greeting the honored guests, the former emperor came out to greet them. The 3 twin elder brothers arrived following the summons to the Win Empire. Satisfied, they approached the former emperor, unsuspecting. Is it true that Budun went alone? Why didn't he inform them? Quickly taken by the gills, the puppet, the elders. Wanted to take all the glory for himself? The brothers immediately answered their own question. Since Budun asked for help, he is in trouble. Show the way, he told the puppet. These rascals are here, wondered the twin brothers as the Emperor led them to the gorge. Budun is definitely here. Where is he going? One of the brothers asked, noticing that the dummy wanted to dash away. Holds them for idiots. He quickly stopped the false Emperor. Where is the fog coming from? One of the brothers asked as they were covered in smoke. It's a trap, they finally realized. The other warriors in the squad coughed. This was no ordinary smoke. Cover the slits. Don't breathe the fog, one of the brothers said. That smoke is poisonous. It's definitely a trap. Made he observations. The rats dared to ambush them. One of the twins pulled out a glow stick. He swung his demonic weapon with a fan of griffin feathers and blew away the mist. The fan in his hand is quite interesting, said Feng, showing himself in front of the brothers. Who he is? Where is Budun? No need to ask. He has already killed him, the brothers interjected. Well done, good guesses. Feng praised them, only it was too late. They'll die here too, Feng said, and his archers appeared from the ambush. A hurricane came up and threw back the arrows flying at the brothers. These two are the elders of the palace. If they die, the palace will fall, said Lun Tik. They are not so easy, Feng said. One must be prepared for a fierce battle. Is it all their tricks? Asked the brothers, applying the turtle shield. But a couple of their squad had already fallen asleep. The quality of their artifacts is amazing, said Feng. They really are some of the best in the pavilion. That's right. He's an expert at hunting demons and makes witch armor out of their parts, one of the twins said. His strength only slightly inferior to his. Another brother came up. They chatted instead of showing what they could do. That's not necessarily true, Feng said, and jumped over to deal with them personally. With such a low level, he wouldn't be able to break through that shield, one of the brothers spoke. And that would become his prison. The turtle's shield flipped over to Feng and took him into the dome. The commander is in danger. We need to save him, Shahrazada volunteered. The minnows have no right to go on stage. They were all blown away by the fan of one of the brothers. The pathetic gnats that dared to rebel against the heavenly palace, shouted one of the goons. It's all over now that Feng has been caught, Lun Tie lamented. In character, he turned out to be a terribly addicted person. While one held Feng, the other decided to kill his men quickly. Let him see his friends die. One of the brothers attacked Shahrazada with a spear. But Feng made a fearful face and swung Lushpai for friends and yard shoots at point-blank range. He shattered the green dome of the turtle with a single blow, the purple snot flying onward. Brother for brother, the base is taken, Feng said, and crept up unnoticed. But the twin with the spear managed to fend off the unexpected attack. And he's a little better than they expected, replied the opponent. The tip of this spear is made of lava demon horn. He won't be able to break it. Lushpai style first kaida, north wind flow, Hyorin Maru Bankai, Feng said. Ice and flame converged in the center between them, weapons clinking loudly. And the ice was stronger. The end of one of the brothers got frostbite. Drop the spear if you don't want to turn into ice, shouted the brother to his brother. It's impossible. He barely had time to throw his spear before the lava demon's horn froze, one of the twins complained. After disarming his opponent, Feng freely attacked the brothers. This was the flow of the northern Lushpai style sword, after all, the brothers wondered. And what Feng answered them? Not expecting the young master to wield a demonic Lushpai sword, they were rude. Abruptly sat down on his knee in deference one of the brothers. They apologized, for they did not expect him to subdue the Lushpai sword. Their fighting spirit has completely disappeared, noticed Feng. What are they doing? He asked. After all, he is the #1 enemy for the heavenly palace. It is clear that the elder brother will not believe them, but let them wait so that they can prove their sincerity, said one of them, taking out a lotus. This is a pure earth lotus platform, not a demonic artifact. It not only heals, but also enhances practices, he said. Healing artifacts are rare, so they really are sincere, Feng thought. If they want him to believe them, it's not enough, Feng said. It's a pill of soul conversion. Once taken, all it takes is one thought and their hearts will burn. If they don't trust him, then there will be further war, said Feng. But the warrior brothers quickly took the pills. Thank you for agreeing. Now we can go somewhere else and talk, Feng said. They sat down in the banquet hall. Feng wanted to know why the heavenly palace was trying to take over all the small countries. The palace's real goal is to turn the entire forbidden desert into its sphere of influence, they said. But why? Feng asked. There is treasure within the desert that the palace seeks, and they must by all means obtain it. So they want to capture this alone, and for the sake of it, were even willing to betray the palace and use his Lushpai sword power, Feng said. If Feng helps capture this treasure, he will be their great benefactor, the warrior said. At least tell me what it is, Feng inquired. This is the demonic core treasure of the heaven and earth demon treasure, replied one of the defector brothers. They are priceless, he said with significance to Feng, who listened with a bored look. Good. If the spoils were to be divided fairly, he helpfully agreed with Feng, and they shook hands. In that case, they'll escort him to the Aoki realm, the guys politely suggested, and Feng agreed. A few days later, on their way to the Aoki kingdom, they galloped. To hold it, he must first pass the Heavenly Palace talent selection, the brothers said. Feng came to watch the new recruits qualifying tournament at the palace. All you have to do is get in the ring and win, he said. After winning, he will get on the team that goes to the restricted area, explained the brother. Usually starts with low ranks, but on their recommendation, he can go straight to the finals. Made it to the finals relying on connections, this is where his journey will end, boasted his rival. He is a second-level genius in the Void Realm, feeling the taste of defeat on his lips, said the opponent. The twin brother thanked Senior for allowing Feng to make it to the finals. The two of them had destroyed the destruction sect that threatened the palace. It was the least they could do, the examiner said.